Yo, what's up, everybody? It's Paper Thin here, and I'm going to get it started with a 1v1 with two players from Na'Vi. We have GDSZ and Akash. They're going to be duking it out. 5 minutes. They can only choose one gun. Let's get into the action.
É que muito estranhado,
Got the first kill. Oh, the response, though, from GDSZ. Tied up 1-1.
Ah, tu que fechou a mira, pai.
Oh. Oh, the response. Okay, okay. Oh, almost nice. Let's go.
Também acertou um tiro só, pô.
Right around the corner. Nice. Another
Isso aqui tá
headshot.
fácil, rapaz.
He's going to get you. Look out. Oh.
Tá fácil aqui.
As he was
Tá
crossing.
vindo de
Let's
lá.
go. Oh, just a bit off. Just a bit. All right, this time. You got it, for sure.
Revanche.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Revanche com os meus equipamentos. A gente é profissional mesmo?
Oh, you see him? Oh, my God. Wow.
Eu sou.
Cara, tô acostumado a jogar mais.
De 10, pai. Isso aqui é de 10, hein?
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Matando de lado, hein?
Let's go. Oh, okay.
Ah, finish.
Oh, okay. Nice reaction there. He's up by 4. Oh, comeback. Yeah, that's right. Oh. All right, you got a minute and a half. Oh, my gosh. The comeback. He was right.
Mano, eu tô te procurando.
Ah, it's tied up.
Tá jogando
It's all tied up.
Easy, bro.
Oh. Oh, my.
Easy,
The
easy.
taps. The taps.
Tava deixando ele ganhar ali pra ficar
Oh. Oh, my goodness.
Grudei.
Oh, my gosh.
Pegou?
This is
Ele
just-
começou a nerdar.
it's one-sided.
Nerdou. Fala não,
Oh.
tudo começou a nerdar, filho.
He's behind
Tá
you.
tendo só base, pô.
Call's coming from the house. Oh, he got you that time. Got you that time. All right, 10 seconds. Oh, he got you. He got you. All right, so I want to get the players' opinions on how they felt about that. GDSZ, I'm going to start with you. You ended up losing there in the end. What happened, man?
Eu joguei sério até o 10, até os 10 primeiros kills. E como ele é o nosso AK fixo, o nosso rifle fixo, eu não queria tirar a confiança dele pro restante do campeonato.
Okay, all right. He gave you a few. I don't know, Akash. How do you feel about that?
Deixei ele matar um pouquinho pra pegar confiança, pra dar esperança pra ele, mas sabia que ia virar a partida.
Well, thank you so much, GDSZ and Akash, for joining me here. A 1v1. Hope you guys enjoyed it too.
This land is calling.
Thì quá trình đó của em cũng khá là gian nan. Em chơi ở vị trí tanker chủ lực ở những đội tuyển top dưới. Sau khi mà em cảm thấy mình muốn đi xa hơn thì em đã out team và đi lên từ năng lực của mình, và đến bây giờ thì hiện tại em đang là leader của team Vital Pro. Việc em là lãnh đạo thì em cũng hay đưa ra những lời khuyên cho anh em về những lỗi sai mà mình đã từng mắc phải, và em mong muốn là anh em không mắc phải những lỗi sai đấy, và cũng như động viên anh em có một tinh thần thoải mái nhất định để mình có thể chơi game bằng 100% năng lực của mình. Em muốn nhắn đến tất cả các đối thủ của em tại EWC lần này là hãy đón nhận sự tức giận của Vital Pro.
大家好，我是来自秦九俱乐部的选手 KOI。今天我们来一起玩一个游戏，叫做抵死欧弹。因为我觉得我们一起团灭对面的话，我觉得对于我们不管是从气势还是因为这是团队游戏嘛，不管从我们5个人的气势还是5个人的枪法枪感，都会有一个非常大的提升，包括心态。但如果说我自己1打5翻盘的话，可能对于我而言，对于我个人而言的话，对于我自己个人的心态。 包括后续翻盘，会大大提升。但是我队友的手感，如果说一直说整场手感不太好的话，其实也无济于事吧，黑色城镇。因为我们这个队伍的话，就是双狙体系嘛，然后比较大的地图来说的话，对我们更加的有优势吧，猛冲进去吧。因为我是属于那种，就是见到你的话，就是跟你就是决一胜负的那种嘛，然后就是。 比较想跟你，抓着你打那种，我不喜欢藏躲猫猫那种，用刀杀吧，因为用刀杀比较难，就是很难触发嘛，因为，一定是用刀杀，一定是在迫不得已的情况下，可能我才会接触刀，然后来击杀对面吧。我喜欢爆冷跟干掉强队吧，因为爆冷干掉强队的话，就是这种感觉比较爽，比较刺激，因为在外界不被看好的情况下，没有人看好我们，然后我们还是。 战胜了对面，还是我们取得了胜利，这种感觉是非常自豪、非常自信的。我喜欢速战速决吧，因为的话怎么说呢？速战速决的话，对心理的考验可能没有那么大吧。就是如果说打得比较顺的话，一波流就可以带走对面了，然后也比较轻松嘛。但是如果说打到加时赛的话，就特别考验双方选手的心态嘛，然后考验双方。 临场的经验与那个判断吧，我会选择最拿手的地图吧，因为如果说我把我最拿手的地图选出来的话，可能对于我们胜场的话，那胜率会大大增加吧，然后对后续的比赛心态会产生变化。能先开枪的话，肯定是自己先开枪嘛。我更喜欢丢闪吧。 丢闪的话，可以不管是配合队友还是配合自己，都可以打出一个非常不错的效果。猛攻，我选择上来就猛攻嘛，因为我本来也是一个性格就是比较干的人嘛，然后我们的队友也比较年轻化嘛，所以说我们团队就是一个喜欢一波的团队，喜欢猛攻的团队吧。
level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here joining with Jiawei and ZY from AJL.
Hello，大家好，我是 AG 的嘉伟。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AG 的 ZY。
So this time we're gonna play a game where you can create memes. So basically I can show you some pictures and you'll come up with the text and create your own memes. So first picture, this one.
你别送了 ，OK 吗？
我这打分吗？4分。
The next.
啊。
我说他评分吗？我应该还原一下他当时在干嘛。你咋又送了？
有点像他了。你咋又送了？
决定好了吗？Why you throw that again? 多少分
？3分。
So the third picture, this one. 来。
枪又码了。
5分。因为当时我确实枪面。
是吗
？Funny parts. I like this one.
一会儿比赛加油。
3分。
But I think these memes may be thirsty. So the last pictures. Let's see.
这东西是啥
？1分。
1 out of 5. So give me yours.
我说吗？
那你说。
我记得他当时说的啥，应该
是啥？
我又烦了。
5分。
5 out of 5. I wish you the best for the upcoming matches, and that's all from us today. Bye bye.
Bye bye. 在我职业初期的时候，一直希望自己能够有机会打上首发，所以当初也是非常的努力和坚持，然后才有了机会作为一个首发成员出场。在一切不顺利的时候，是我从一打职业开始的那颗渴望冠军的心，让我能够坚持朝着这个目标一直前进，直到实现它为止。
白沙，加油！
曾经没有想过以 ACL 冠军和 EWC 参加到这次比赛。电竞世界杯是我职业生涯以来，打过的规模最大的比赛，然后也是代表国家的比赛，希望能够打出好成绩。一定要有一颗追梦的心，要向着冠军冲击，然后坚持下去。
I'm here joining with Shadi and Rambo from Team Falcons.
Hi, xin chào mọi người, mình là Rambo. Hôm nay mình đến đây để thi đấu giải đấu eSports World Cup năm 2025.
Xin chào mọi người, thì mình là Shadi. Mình cũng đến đây để thi đấu eSports World Cup 2025.
I'm so curious about your story about your road to EWC. Describe your journey in qualifying for the eSports World Cup after the back-to-back CFVL 2025 titles as champs.
Quá trình đến với eSports World Cup thì cũng rất là gian nan, tại vì phải đánh bại tất cả các đội tuyển trong nước. Thì khi bước ra quốc tế, đây là một cái cảm giác phải nói là rất là vui sướng khi mà được tham dự eSports World Cup 2025.
After finishing third at CFS 2024, are you guys coming to EWC for redemption?
Sau khi được giải hạng 3 của thế giới thì tất nhiên là bọn mình đến đây để chinh phục bản thân và sẽ cố gắng thay đổi được những thứ hạng mà cả đội mong muốn.
Were there any tough moments for the team during the season and how did you guys bounce back?
Trong giai đoạn vừa qua thì đội mình có thay đổi một thành viên chủ chốt thì rất là khó khăn, nhưng mà sắp tới đây thì thành viên mới của mình nó đã ổn định thì bọn mình đã vượt qua cái giai đoạn này.
How would you describe your growth as a team since you joining under the Falcons banner?
Thật ra khi mà được Team Falcon tài trợ cho team và cái tổ chức Team Falcon đến với team mình thì mình thấy rất là vui, bởi vì đó là một tổ chức mạnh và một tổ chức rất chuyên nghiệp, đầu tư rất bài bản. Từ đó bọn mình được hỗ trợ về tập luyện rất là nhiều để có thể phát triển được bản thân như ngày hôm nay. Mình rất là vui vì được thi đấu dưới màu áo của Team Falcon.
Thực sự là lần đầu tiên mà có cổ động viên từ Ả Rập đến cổ vũ thi đấu thì nói chung cảm xúc rất là vui, nhưng mà bọn mình sẽ cố gắng để cống hiến được những trận đấu hay nhất đến cho người hâm mộ tại khu vực Ả Rập.
What does it mean to you to represent Vietnam on the EWC 2025?
Mình thấy rất là vui, mặc dù lần này có tận 3 đại diện tham gia EWC, nhưng mà mình là đại diện seed 1 nên mình phải gánh vác trách nhiệm rất là cao cả, mình phải cố gắng rất là nhiều để cho các đại diện seed 2, seed 3 cố gắng hơn.
Talking about your upcoming matches, how are you preparing mentally and strategically to face the top international teams again?
Hai trận đấu sắp tới là đội mình sẽ gặp các đội tuyển đều vô địch thế giới. Thì đội hình mình đã bổ sung một tài năng mới. Thì giải đấu này mình sẽ cho cộng đồng thế giới biết là thành viên trẻ của đội mình sẽ hủy diệt mọi đối thủ.
And to your opponents at EWC, what would you like to say?
Chúng tôi đến với EWC lần này để giành chức vô địch. Mọi người hãy đợi đấy, cùng xem những chiến thuật mới mà chúng tôi sẽ tạo ra.
Great! Thank you for you guys joining this interview, and I wish you the best luck on your upcoming matches. I know it's cruel, but you're gonna make it. That's all from us. Bye!
Bye!
Yesterday got a little bit spicy.
Yeah.
Sucks for the teams that, had their dreams and their keys crushed.
Yeah, rest in peace. Gone faster than my ranked KD.
Yeah, you never really had a chance at that. But day 3 now, the nerves are going to be real. I think the pressure is really mounting for all these squads remaining.
No doubt about it. And let's be honest, it's one of those days where the big teams are going to show up. The ones that have got that great macro, that great micro, all the right things in the right places.
I mean, let's be honest, only the strongest are going to survive from here. The ones that have that drive to succeed, to lift that trophy. Yeah, but now it's day 3. It's time to get down to brass tacks. These teams need to tighten up. They need to persevere if they want to be winners.
Yeah, exactly. It's really just going to come down to who's playing the best on these days, who's got the best reads, who's got the best aim, who's got the best spray control. All of those things are going to matter. Day 3 of Crossfire.
Fewer teams, bolder plays, everything on the line.
And maybe just a few broken keyboards along the way.
Perhaps.
And welcome back, everybody, to Crossfire at EWC 2025. This is day number 3, the final day of group play. 4 teams will be eliminated. We will therefore know our top 8 teams moving into tomorrow's playoff bracket. It's going to be exciting. A lot of pressure today. I tell you what, the club championship trophy could also be earned today by Team Falcons. A lot rides on the matches, not only on this stage, but the others throughout the Boulevard. Hey, I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. Today's going to be wonderful, and this is your home for at least the next 10 or so hours. Of course, joined by the wonderful Kyle and Sneaky Boys. It's great to be back. Day 3, 4 teams go home.
Yeah, I'm really excited for today. A lot of decisive matches, a lot on the line, and of course, more keys getting crushed. It's going to be exciting.
That's right. Keys getting crushed. We crushed 4 of them yesterday and startled the players crushing, but that's to be expected. Sneaky, how you feeling?
Yeah, feeling really, really good. We're only a day away from playoffs where the real Crossfire really does begin, and I cannot wait because, from today, the pressure's already on.
Yeah, pressure's on, and pressure has been on, mind you. It's been a lot of fun. We haven't had too many upsets, but the ones that we have had have been exciting. Take a look at our Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. They are getting ready to go, and again, things start to get serious. Gaming Gladiators, a team that was one of the rosters that performed one of our big upsets.
Yeah, honestly, GG coming out in day 1. Nobody expected them to pick up that early round win. Obviously, they didn't look so good in that upper bracket matchup to make it through automatically, but I still think they have a lot of fight left.
I think so. They're going to need it against King Zero, who's been on fire with everything to prove and everything to gain. Crossfire, it's a fun game. We've had a blast watching it, and I hope you have as well. But if you're the first time joining us, it is day 3 after all. We're happy you're here. Let's get you caught up to speed with what Crossfire is all about.
This isn't just another FPS. One bullet can shift the tide. One player can dominate the battlefield. Now, Crossfire takes its global esports stage to the next level at EWC. Crossfire is a team-based military FPS played by over 1 billion users across more than 80 countries. 2 teams take turns attacking and defending, pushing each other's strategies to the limit. Blacklist plays offense. Win by either eliminating the enemy or by planting the C4 at site A or B and letting it detonate. Global Risk plays defense. Win either by eliminating the enemy before the C4 is planted or by defusing it in time. Each round is worth 1 point. The first team to reach 10 points wins. After 9 rounds, the sides switch. Offense becomes defense and the strategies change. But if the score hits 9-9, overtime begins. 3 more rounds. First to reach 13 points. No second chances. In Crossfire, a single round can change everything. A perfect flash, a split-second peek, a 1 versus 3 clutch. This isn't just about aim. It's a battle of nerves, mental strength, and surgical precision. Crossfire Esports spans the globe. China's living legend N9 from Baisha Gaming, deadly sniper Gokun from Team Liquid, Vietnam's calm killer Shady from Team Falcon, the West's clutch king Snare from ROC Esports, and the Philippines' rising star Yobib from EVOS Esports. Now, the strongest teams and players from each region clash at EWC. Pride, skill, honor, all on the line. First time watching Crossfire? No problem. One match is all it takes. Where fans roar, players rise, and legends are born. EWC Crossfire. Your first watch could make another history.
Like I said, Crossfire, it's a great game. We're excited. It's here for EWC, and we're excited for its future.
Yeah, honestly, it's been exciting to see all of these teams coming together as well. We don't normally have this big of a mid-season event, but now you can tell teams more than ever are really heating up to bring their A game all year long.
That's it. And they're also bringing their A game. Why? Well, because they want to immortalize their names on top of the totem. That's what it's all about. Of course, there's a lot of money, but calling yourself a champion, that's very, very unique, and not many people get that opportunity. You don't know what I'm talking about? Let's show you. for the totem.
Hi, it's Wendy here. It's the day 3 of the Crossfire at Esports World Cup. Yesterday, something did happen. Team Liquid, Twisted Minds, and VP just lost their game, and Twisted Minds and VP just were eliminated from the Crossfire, so they lost their potential to chase on the higher rank of the club championship ranking. And of course, Team Liquid still secured the possibility. But talking about the Team Falcons, they did wonderful at the day 2. So we got highly expectation on their today's matchup. So talking about today's matchup, today we're going only 8 teams to secure their position after today's match. So it's going to be so excited and intense match today. Don't forget to keep in touch with Crossfire at Esports World Cup.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Again, putting your name on the totem is so very important, especially at this stage of the tournament. The club championship race is as close as ever. Getting 1,000 points for first is obviously imperative for multiple rosters to catch up to first place, which is currently Falcons. But even getting 200 points can make all the difference in the world. Like I said, our race at the top is incredibly close, and Team Liquid is hot on the heels of Team Falcons. In fact, hey, Team Falcons can win the $7 million today. There's a couple of scenarios, though, that need to happen in order for that to occur. First off, Team Vitality needs to be eliminated, or Team Falcons need to gain points. Team Vitality is playing in a different game. Now, if they're eliminated, they are eliminated from contention. Team Falcons will therefore already be above them as they currently are. Vitality will not have a chance to catch up to them. Now for Virtus Pro was eliminated yesterday. They're no longer in the Crossfire competition, but they still have 2 more titles that they are competing in. But if they are eliminated in either one of those titles, then they cannot catch up to Falcons, and Falcons will therefore still have the lead. You notice they're at 3,200 points. They still need to get up to 4,700, and that's before Falcons even secure any more club championship points. Now for Team Liquid, this is where things get interesting. They are the closest to toppling the club championship contenders from last year with Falcons. Team Liquid, if they are eliminated in Crossfire and another title today, A4 will not have a chance to pass up the Falcons. All of this needs to take place in order for Falcons to be crowned today. So it's very realistic. And even if it doesn't happen today, it can definitely still happen, as Falcons still have that lead, and they're also competing in the other titles. Make sure you stay tuned with all the titles that's taking place on the Boulevard. Now for the second and third pages, well, there still is a chance for some of these rosters, like for example G2 Esports in a different title, to potentially move their way up across DRX, Team Secret, and so on and so forth. It's a very tight race, and you notice, right, going from 15th place, maybe even all the way up to 11th, is a difference of $200 and something thousand. And well, even for Gaming Gladiators, Alcatia still in our tournaments, Na'Vi, they still have a chance to also move on up, therefore securing $50, $100, $200,000. I don't know, we'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think especially for Alcancia, they have a really good shot of at least getting a top 4 finish in this event. So I'm excited to see what that does to their club standing.
That's right. And the club standings are very important. Today means a lot. Like I said, not only for putting your name on the totem, but also, of course, protecting your key. The key is very, very important. And the reason why, well, because you have to play your heart out, just like the competitors did yesterday. Let's take a look at our Kitty Top plays from day number 2. We had plenty of them. So many great moments, clutch moments, 1v4s, 1v3s, you name it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it all started with King Zero XN having a tear of a matchup here against Twisted Minds. You go into the second one as well. Rock woke up to a new level and honestly really impressed me. I don't know if you saw the same game I did, Sneaky, but Rock, if they bring this today, I have a feeling they might actually be able to have a really good run at it.
Oh, for sure. I think Rock at their peak can definitely beat a team like Team Liquid as long as all the pieces are working right. Obviously, Evos, we already know what happened to them in this series, but I feel like they have a realistic shot. But the thing is with Falcons as well is I feel like I have a stomach feeling here, Taylor, which is I feel like we have not seen the real Team Falcons yet in this tournament, and I feel like they could turn up where the pressure is on.
That would be crazy. Making it to top 8, making it to playoffs would be a tremendous accomplishment. Defeating Baisha Gaming would be really, I think we would have trimmers from around the world with that loss. So it'd be wild, but it is possible. Falcons, especially with that crowd buff, Kyle, they're looking strong.
They really are. It's just unfortunate they have to go against Baisha. I don't think anybody expected them to lose to EP going into yesterday's match, but it really came down to the wire, and Baisha, with their backs against the wall, is a very deadly team.
Yes, they are. Baisha, one of the top dogs in our tournament, looking to protect their key. Nobody wants their key crushed. We had 4 of them crushed yesterday, 4 more today, and even more going into the next 2 days of competition. The keys, it's important to protect them. Let's show you why.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Nothing is granted, everything is earned. And, well, for the teams that crushed the keys yesterday, they earned that right. King Zero going for the first. And this is my favorite part, right? Seeing the shockwave go through them. And, look, it gets loud out there. Trust me, I've heard it in person, and it is wild. Evos, Twisted Minds, of course, being eliminated from the competition. I know it hurt.
Yeah, definitely, especially seeing 2 Vietnamese teams already out, and potentially they could be the first region to go down as well today if Falcons isn't able to hold on for that region. It would be a bit of a bummer to see them all 3 go out this early.
That's right. Evos, Inner Circle, also crushed.
Yeah, for sure. I can't help but laugh at Snake's face too when the key's getting crushed. He's just the biggest smile too. He's like, he knew what he did to that Evos team. But at the same time, you could see the gravity of being eliminated in this tournament thanks to the keys. Look at even JV's recoiling from the whole key crushing, and it just amplifies the already tight competition that we already have.
That's right, amplifies it. And talk about amplifying, $2 million prize pool, $750,000 going to first place. A big deal, right, when it comes to the regions for development of your team, and nearly just life-changing, Kyle. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? $750,000, you could quite literally change your entire situation around.
Yeah, honestly, this is one of the biggest prize pools in Crossfire history, so I think it's going to be massive for whoever's able to take that away.
Yeah, without a doubt. $750,000, that's what's up for grab. $2 million, plus the chance to be the first ever Crossfire EWC champion, which can only be gained once and cannot be bought with money alone. It's been a long road already. Like I said, it's the final day of group play, and then we have our finals to get through, which will be over the next 2 days. Format, it's been a long run, but it's one that the competitors have to travel to be a champion.
For the first time ever, Crossfire steps onto the global stage at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. 16 of the world's best teams have qualified for this historic showdown. From August 19th to the 23rd, 80 players will clash for pride, for glory, and a share of the $2 million prize pool. The battleground begins with the group stage, starting August 19th. 4 groups, 4 teams in each, and each group plays in a GSL-style double elimination format, with every match being a best of 3. There's no room for error. Only the top 2 from each group will survive and advance. The 8 survivors will march into the playoffs beginning August 22nd. A single elimination bracket awaits, where every match is do or die. The quarterfinals and semifinals remain a tense best of 3. But for the ultimate prize, the stakes are raised. The grand final on August 23rd will be an epic best of 5 clash to crown the first ever Crossfire Esports World Cup champion. A final battle for bronze will also decide the 3rd team to make the podium. This is Crossfire's biggest international moment, and this is its debut at the Esports World Cup. Who will rise? Who will fall? And who will make history? One game, one world, one champion. Let the battle begin.
Like I said, one chance to make it happen. 4 groups of 4 teams entered into our groups. So like I said, last day of group stage today. 4 teams will be eliminated throughout groups A, B, C, and D. That pushes us into the playoffs. Top 8 teams, single eliminations. $2 million on the line. Best of 3s, by the way, up until grand finals, which in fact will be a best of 5. For today, though, it's going to be action-packed, and it's going to be all decider matches. Gaming Gladiators versus King Zero, Team Liquid versus Rock, Baisha, and Falcons. That's going to be a spicy one, and then Stallions and Avi to close out the day. A lot of fun things taking place, of course. We have our eyes on many of the matches, but there's one match that we specifically have our eyes on, and well, of course, it has to be our SMB match of the day. And of course, we're talking about Team Falcons, Baisha Gaming. Boys, talk to me. Why is this match so influential?
Honestly, it's just because there's a lot on the line if for some reason Baisha Gaming does not make the playoffs. This is a team that is expected to potentially win this whole event, but Falcons, they've got a golden opportunity here.
That's right, and Baisha in the elimination bracket, probably a little bit earlier, Sneaky, than we were expecting.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this is just the thing that Evolution Power does. It's like, oh, they're gonna have a weak start to the tournament, and then all of a sudden, you know, Mino turns up, and then granted, XQQ hasn't really had the best tournament, but I feel like the rest of the team is really picking up slack, especially YZK has been so consistent.
That's it. And talking about consistency, at least in Group A's part, Alcatia hugely consistent all the way through for King Zero, Gaming Gladiators. They already are in the playoffs. The question is, for our decider match, Gaming Gladiators, King Zero Esports, who has enough power to continue to power through? King Zero have looked great. Gaming Gladiators, though, already making some upsets throughout the tournament.
Yeah, this team of GG, they've really impressed me. I think everybody expected them to be the 4th place team in this group. They've already proven that wrong, and I would love to see them prove even more today.
That's it, but it's going to be tough, isn't it, Sneaky? Because King Zero have been on fire.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, King Zero, despite being the 5th seed and despite being the team that we're not too high on from the best region, it seems like XN is a man on a mission.
That's it. And speaking about men on a mission, Q9, right? 2-0 against Rock, 2-0 against Team Liquid, already in the playoffs. Of course, for Team Liquid, it's a big day for them. They must beat Rock Esports. Being eliminated now means Falcons have an easier route, easier path to be, becoming champion in back-to-back years for the club championship. But we'll see how that one's going to end up unfolding as we move into Group C, which is going to be the group of death. We've been talking about Baisha Gaming. We've been talking about Evolution Power, two of the top dogs in the scene. And well, for Evolution Power, they get a big win over Baisha Gaming. They push into playoffs. But for our S&B match of the day, right, Falcons, Baisha Gaming, it's going to get spicy.
Yeah, this one's going to be a really important match for both of these teams. Baisha especially, they only lost to EP on that golden round finish yesterday. And if for some reason they go down to Falcons today, that's going to haunt them for a while.
Absolutely. Group D, our final group of the day, therefore our final match of the day for the decider matches. Anyways, it'll be Team Stallions versus Na'Vi. For AEG, they can rest easy. They get a day off today. They can chill out, watch the competition, explore the boulevard. For Team Stallions and Na'Vi, well, their job got a little bit harder. They're going to have to compete.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, Team Stallions actually kind of scared AG in that map number 1, considering this Eagle Eye was actually an AG pick. Granted, second and third map didn't really go their way, but I could see the moments where Stallions is actually really taking it up against the second best team in the tournament, possibly. So we are seeing some good parts for Stallions, but I feel like their closeout game is still a bit weak. But maybe up against Na'Vi, it might just work.
But you know what's not weak, boys? Our spicy takes. Let's move into our Dr. Suleiman Al Habib's Doctor's Notes. It's time to get spicy, and I want some hot takes from each and every one of you. The question is, who wants to go first? Who's feeling the boldest?
Of course, it's gotta be me, man.
Okay,
the man with the most hot takes. But I feel like, especially in the Baisha versus Falcon series, if Falcons somehow get Ankara in the veto, I feel like there's a realistic chance that they could actually win that series. And especially, one more detail, if they get compound map number 3, that's Falcons.
Ooh, so Falcons beating Baisha, going to playoffs, and that much closer to cementing their names once again as the club championship winners. Okay, Kyle, you got anything spicy?
I mean, that's a pretty spicy take, especially after only getting 4 rounds in their first matchup for Falcons. So maybe not that spicy, but I do think Rock Esports is going to 2-0 Team Liquid. That's my hot take of the day.
Ooh, that is a really hot take as well. Rock Esports been on the come up. They struggled early on, but they've been getting better and better. Defeating Team Liquid with a 2-0, that would be crazy. Well, there it is. There's your Doctor's Notes of the day, your spicy takes. Let us know what you think out in the chat. But let's talk about our power rankings. How are they looking? We gave them very early on in relation to, of course, the group play bracket. How did our favorites end up doing?
I mean, I feel like Baisha Gaming is still realistically the favorite going into this tournament, considering they've shown the best Crossfire so far. Evolution Power, obviously, always a factor when it comes to doing the upsets. But, I feel like with the amount of times that we talk about these Chinese teams, we forgot about the favorites from Brazil. Alcad, they did really well in their group stage, and I feel like they're gunning for history here for sure, because it's been a while since we've seen Brazil lift the trophy.
Sure, it's been a little bit, right? But it could be this time around at one of the most prestigious Crossfire events that we have had so far. Now, for our dark horses, though, Kyle, you already have one of them potentially getting 0-2'd by their next-door neighbor.
Yeah, I feel like for dark horses, today is their day to make their mark. All of these teams have a really key matchup today, so I'm hopeful we'll see one of them rise to the occasion and maybe pull off an upset.
But it's just ironic because you're saying that, and you had Team Liquid and Rock both as your dark horses.
Yeah. I think for Rock, they're my favorite of the dark horses because I feel like they're almost overlooked a little bit compared to Liquid. When you looked at Liquid's group on paper, everybody expected them to win that group, but for Rock, it hasn't really been the case.
Yeah, it hasn't been so far, but if they do win, that would be massive for their region.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, being one of the regions that hasn't had the best spot, like I feel like a dub here would mean everything for the region, man.
Sure, and well, big underdogs now coming in. We got, of course, King Zero, Twisted Minds, who unfortunately are already out. So that was one of the L's that we ended up taking. It was quite surprising. Virtus Pro as well. But for King Zero, though, carrying the dream alive for our big underdogs.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Q9 down there, they won their group. That surprised everybody. 2-0, they made it through over a field of very difficult teams.
Very difficult indeed. And I saw Ben there, by the way, becoming a bigger and bigger fan of Ben the more that I end up watching him. Just a phenomenal player. King Zero, they're going to be looking great, but let's hone in on our upcoming match. Our first match of the day, our decider match, it's going to be King Zero versus Gaming Gladiators. A big, big task ahead for both of these rosters. Again, do you want to continue your tournament? Do you want to go into playoffs? Do you want a chance at securing the majority of the $2 million? Now, when we talk about King Zero, they've got a lot of star-studded players. YF, for example, I consider him the clutch master. 9U, cool, calm, and collected. There was many times he was by himself, yet clutching up when they needed him most. And, well, of course, XN. A little bit more on him in just a bit. But first, let's talk Gaming Gladiators. Again, I keep saying it because I got to give them respect where respect is due. Gaming Gladiators, a team that gave us one of our first upsets. Sneaky, what can we say about this roster?
I mean, Gaming Gladiators is one of those teams that's actually very similar to the other side of the server, where Flex is actually one of those IGLs who can also kind of carry the load for his team. But at the same time, I really love the return to form of Spoxy in this tournament. I feel like Spoxy had a spotty CFWL, and now he's starting to hit his shots again, and I'm very happy to see it.
Yeah, honestly, I'd agree. Spoxy is the X factor of this team. Him and Raffin have looked very good so far in this event, and if they can continue to perform at this level, there's a world they could pull this upset off.
So let's talk about it. Upsets, right? Why was this team one of the underdogs, at least, not on paper necessarily, but one of the underdogs to the fans, as well as maybe to you guys?
I feel like this team is such a big underdog just because every time they get on the global stage, they tend to choke a little bit under the pressure. But when you look at the core of what this team offers, they actually have some really solid performers individually. They just need to be able to come together when a moment matters like this.
Well, when moments matter, like I said, there's a lot of clutch masters onto the side of King Zero. King Zero's been on fire, a team that, with the narrative, at least from the desk perspective, came in with everything to gain because their spot was relatively gifted. However, they're not playing like their spot was gifted at all. Sneaky, they're playing like they earned it.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a bit of a semblance of their S25 run here in CFPL, where they were just absolutely dominating everyone. XN especially in that season was on an absolute tear. MVP season, to be specific. And I feel like despite the change for King Zero, with now they're running YSH instead of HAL, and XN now being the leader, I feel like the team's a lot more active now. They're a lot more willing to fist fight for these map control.
Well, Kyle, let's talk about it. XN's now the leader. He's the IGL, but oftentimes the top fragger. What's his impact on the roster?
Honestly, for XN, it's massive. I mean, a 1.4 KAD as an IGL, not an easy thing to do, especially when you compare him to Spoxy on the other side, who is that key player for GG, and he's still not even up to the level of what we've seen from XN so far.
Yeah, XN's stats are ridiculous, Sneaky.
I mean, 107.6 ADR. As an IGL, you're guaranteed a kill every single round. I mean, what more can you ask from your IGL?
That's it.
You got the fragging, you got the strategy, you got the tempo. As soon as he was the IGL here, I mean, it's like a new and improved King Zero, which I just didn't expect because with how it was their entire identity.
That's it. Well, day 3 is about to get started. 4 keys will be crushed. I'm ready to get it going, so let's send it to the stage for the team walkouts.
虽然我们没怎么打过世界赛，但是不要小看我们吧。
After we won the CFWL, we are ready and we are prepared for everything.
Little, and that's a good kill for Ductuan. Wants to double down.
He's just swooping out, he's just mowing them down.
Days of fire in the books, but this is day 3. where the weak are broken and the bold break through. It's all about to go down here on the main stage, and you have a front row seat. Welcome into Crossfire here at the EWC 2025. It's great to have you back here with us. My name is Adam Savage, and this Adonis here, look at this guy, is Sandstorm.
Day 3, and the sun rises as 8 teams have hope in their eyes. But when the sun sets tonight, 4 of those journeys will come to an end. Welcome to Elimination Day of the Crossfire competition at the Esports World Cup. 4 teams will have their keys crushed. Who will it be?
Who will it be indeed here? I know you guys are excited for this. We are excited for this too. I suggest we meet our first teams of the day. First up, it's Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators enter the stage. They come in swinging, locked in a brutal best of 3 against Al Qadsia, but fell just short in the last round. Yet the Gladiators don't stay down for long. Now, with their backs against the wall and a dangerous opponent standing in their path, the mission is clear. Bounce back, strike hard, and show the world what true resilience looks like. Forged in fire, built to battle, the Gladiators are ready for war.
And their opponents, it's King Zero Esports. They've built a reputation as upset artists, fearless, relentless, and capable of cutting down giants. Today, they're not just fighting to survive, they're fighting to prove that those shocks aren't luck, but legacy. Standing tall once again on the stage, it's King Zero Esports. 1 best of 3. 1 opportunity, 1 shot at keeping your hopes and dreams alive. Casters, our first elimination game begins.
Yes, today's going to be a big one. 4 teams once again going to be eliminated. We said goodbye to 4 yesterday, Laz, and we're unfortunately going to have to say goodbye to another 4 today. The good news, of course, there will mean that tomorrow we are headed into playoffs, but that'll only be 8 teams, not the 12 that we have taking at the stage today. Gaming Gladiators and King Zero Esports in this first matchup. And for those 2 teams, quite a storyline ahead. Laz, King Zero obviously did manage to make it to the playoffs at ACL. Gaming Gladiators have yet to make a playoffs as a team at an international event. And I think it's fair to say ACL was a quasi-international event, even if it only included Asia-based teams. But how are you going this morning, Laz? How's things for you?
Yeah, doing good. They're a very exciting matchup. And again, I think 2 very interesting storylines like we talked about, and I think you captured it really, really well, is the fact that, a team like Gaming Gladiators, a team from the West that is still proving to get themselves in that international footing and getting, some of this really good competition experience. But that's kind of the same token a little bit here for King Zero, where, yes, they've been able to have some competitive games. They've been able to get themselves some of the win columns, but this is going to be the most interesting decider match, in my opinion, because I don't think this is a heavy favorite one way or the other. I definitely think this is a very close 50-50 encounter, depending how we get the Gaming Gladiators here today.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to push back on that a little bit. I do think King Zero are very much the favorite in this one for me, but I probably would have said the same thing about, for example, their playoffs match at ACL, where they played against Ubek Maniac, and then they lost that one 2-0. So it's not as if this King Zero roster is infallible. And I think, to be honest, Gaming have impressed me more than I had expected at this event so far. I didn't really think that they were going to be able to push a team like Al Qadsia. To be fair, they weren't able to take a map off of them, but to be able to recover from a 10-0 defeat on Ankara, to come back and only barely lose on Port, that was a match that could have very easily gone to 3 maps. So I think there's definitely something to be taken away for Gaming Gladiators. But for me, from what we've seen so far at the event, I do think King Zero have displayed a little bit more. They took a whole map off of Al Qadsia. They pushed them through to map 3. Map 3 in that series was very, very close. They were able to pretty easily dispatch her of Twisted Minds, which, to be fair, was also the case for Gaming Gladiators. So at least on paper, it does seem like these 2 teams are pretty evenly matched. But coming into the stage today, obviously both wanting to bring their best level. We are going to be starting things off here on Compound. That was the map choice of Gaming Gladiators. It is very much a favorite of the West League teams. This is probably the map that you see in, I would say, almost every single series that gets played in the West League. And so it'll be very familiar territory for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, is that I think, again, both these teams have proven that they can, play a little bit more of that international experience. That's where I was a little bit skeptical about King Zero, what they're able to bring to this. And the fact that, even for a team like Gaming Gladiators, I mean, we know they've been able to take maps away from teams like Falcons in previous tournaments. They have been able to do some decent showings, but now it's really getting to this decider match when it matters the most who's going to be able to get across to the finish line and getting themselves in that top 8 category. But we are going to find out, like you said, on this map, already underway. The GR side here for King Zero, which has proven to be a very dangerous combination for these guys, but do Gaming Gladiators have, enough strats in the pocket here for the BL side where theoretically, statistically, back in the West League, this is just barely their better side here at the BL.
Right, yeah, a couple of things to look out for on this half for Gaming Gladiators. In fact, probably just for this map in general, Flex obviously someone that I think really lives up to his name. He does like to flex around the map. He's the guy that's going to be up to some funny business. He'll be sort of trying to find some lurks, some flanks, and some out there plays. So that'll be something that King Zero have to be prepared for. And also this slower style that Gaimin typically does tend to bring is also something that I think they'll be well prepared for because it is pretty readable. Gaming Gladiators like to take their time taking that map control. They've attempted to make an entry happen in through mid. It hasn't worked out for them, and they've lost Spoxy as well over towards A long. So the start of this map not really going to plan thus far for Gaming Gladiators, and it seems that King Zero have a really good understanding of where this BL side is at the moment. They're charging their way through towards the A site, but a 1-for-1 trade's not quite going to be enough. This has been a pretty routine round so far for King Zero.
Yeah, this is a really, really good effect here from King Zero. The fact that they've only lost one player, they've been able to just pick up these duels very convincingly. And Gaming Gladiators, you're going to, again, the players to kind of look out for is going to be Spoxy. It is a player like Flex. Those are kind of like your two big combination players that should be able to put up some decent stats, but look, not to say that, one of the other players definitely can't. They're going to have a lot to prove. But right now, King Zero are going to be able to prove they get themselves the first opening round to start things off here for Compound. So not too shabby and honestly, cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, nice, easy way to start the map off as far as King Zero is concerned. Not really a lot to be said about that one.
No, it really was just I felt like King Zero were just kind of winning these fights. Like they get that one kill, a little bit of time, they can kind of reset again, and that's where Gaming Gladiators not really getting too aggro. They were just kind of taking it slow and steady, trying to be a little bit more patient. And that's where we kind of talk about, right? Like their experience internationally is a little bit lackluster for this roster. They have had some experience, at the Summer Champs last year. They've been able to do things, in other competitions, but that's the difference is that, King Zero, again, they've been able to kind of go through a bit of an interesting path. They actually pretty much have the exact same, games who they lost to with Alcazia and also the wins over Twisted Minds, which has put them here today in this moment.
It looks like it might be a similar approach in this round from Gaming Gladiators. They may have just mis-executed and they want to have another crack at it. Flex once again going to be sort of that entry player in through mid. They've left Spoxy dropped off over on the A-long side of the field to see if he can do anything. But actually the approach into second mid and into GR spawn has not gone well at all. This is just really not coming together so far for Gaming Gladiators on the BL side. They are really struggling to find the openings, and that is making these rounds pretty much impossible to win. I mean, Dezane left solo, and what are you going to do here in a 1v4?
Yeah, Dezane is, again, somebody that is able to put some good effects here with a rifle, but again, asking a lot out of this, a 1-on-4 with an HK, it really doesn't feel like it's a probable situation. The one interesting thing, though, I don't think the desk really talked too much about was just the fact of someone like Loons that is kind of sitting as the coach right now for these guys, a player that's been in the West League for quite some time. I'm curious about what his thoughts will be with them and kind of changing up their strategies and kind of their process, internationally. Loons is somebody that's been around for a very long time. So I have been excited to see him, here with the boys. But nonetheless, King Zero are making this look very easy. So thus far here with the 2-0, again, only losing one player in the last 2 rounds is not too bad.
I want to see a different approach from Gaming Gladiators, that's for sure. Now bringing something a little bit different this time around. Flex is going out mid on his own. Shot a bit of presence over towards Pillars as well. That's Lion Claw, keeping an eye on that. But yeah, Gaming Gladiators have been pretty unenthusiastic so far to start this match off.
And that's not really, to be honest, I don't feel like that's super surprising for a team like this, because I feel like even in the West League, we've seen them where they have these really slow starts and then they kind of finally get themselves a little bit more warmed up. They're feeling a little bit better. It's a little unfortunate against a team like this where they're not really looking like they're bringing any firepower. Like, you have 2 of your players out of the 5 that they're only ones that have kills. Like, you have Dezane and Raph, and the only 2 right now, and everybody else is sitting at 0. So you would hope that they're going to be able to warm up a little bit quicker than this before it gets out of hand. So that could be scary.
Well, there's nothing about Gaming Gladiators that is quick. As we know from watching the West League, these BL sides, they really do like to take their time. And once again, that's what we're getting. Seems to be kind of playing into the hands of King Zero so far, who are relatively unrattled by the proceedings. Smoked off the left side of mid. They're going to flash their way into GR spawn now. And once again, I mean, King Zero are just way too strong on this defense. There is nothing being displayed by Gaming Gladiators that would indicate that they are going to be able to win this map so far. Boxy gets a lot, not even one. I mean, 4 kills so far in 3 rounds from Gaming Gladiators. It's just not been their day so far. And another round like this, and I think it's going to have to be a quick timeout because this is just not good enough from Gaming Gladiators. They are going to be getting knocked out of EWC if this persists. I'd like to see, again, a change of pace. Try and, unsettle King Zero somewhere earlier in the round. Try and, even if you just trade 1 for 1 or something like that, just disrupt the defense a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, XN, funny enough, he's equipping the sniper as well. So finally, we get to see Flex, the IGL. He's able to get something started a little bit here. First kill for him. Now they get the opening duel, something they haven't been able to do thus far in this game here for the 4 rounds. But
it's much better, like play with a bit of confidence, play with a bit of pace.
Absolutely.
Flex has just decided, you know what, I'm gonna take matters into my own hands. I'm gonna try and find a pick early in the round, and these kinds of games can be really, really confidence based with the way that you swing and the way that you take fights, and it's worked out for Flex. And finally, it's gonna actually make King Zero think a little bit on this GR side.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Flex. Like, he is the guy, like, as the IGL, he likes to be the first person in. He likes to just kind of lurk. He likes to just be able to do something. But look, not looking like the case here because King Zero right back into it. They find themselves these opening kills. It is down to the 2v2, so some trades back. Spoxy's been able to find some activation here with the sniper finally. And again, he's one of the star players that these guys are going to be relying on heavily. He had some beast stats here in CFWL, like definitely one of the top snipers. I think arguably the best sniper in the league, and then he put himself across all the different divisions. I definitely think he was in that, top 3 category. So a guy to look out for.
Flex has got a lot of space toward B. Based on the timing, this should be okay for Gaming Gladiators to get into the site, get that plant down. King Zero are kind of hedging their bets. Just waiting for that plant to go down, then they'll play for the 2-2 retake.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, again, we always talk about how difficult it is to retake into the B site. We say, look, it's not an easy thing to do, but King Zero, they're allowing it. They have that utility available for both these players. Like, YF is sitting with a full belty utility right now. YSH is also sitting there with the smoke and the flash available. So again, they have that utility. Flex needs to be able to find this kill. That's great because now it creates a bit more of an opening, but it is Spoxy.
Yeah, half HP Spoxy as well. He's going to have to hit this first shot. That's really what it comes down to, and he does. First round on the board for Gaming Gladiators. Finally, something goes their way, but it was a pretty close affair, so definitely not really the confidence settler that Gaming Gladiators is looking for just yet.
Yeah, I think in this game, in this series, in my opinion, I don't think we're going to see, like, if Gaming Gladiators are going to make this a 3-map series or push it to the distance, it's going to be grueling. It's going to be a big battle. I don't see this being one of those games where they can get, a 10-4 victory or something dominant. I think this is going to be a long-fought battle. We talked a lot about that for Rock yesterday, like a team that's notorious for it. But Gaming Gladiators, again, as a relatively new roster here in the West, they're going to be battling through a lot of thick and thin through this. But once again, they find themselves this opener. This is beautiful because this is something they weren't able to do in the first opening 3 rounds. Now they've been able to finally get something moving that puts them in a decent advantage here and full HP.
About how close that last round was, though. Even though it was a 4v5, this still isn't enough to fill me with a huge amount of confidence for Gaming Gladiators. But going to continue to push their way forward into pillars, take that area away from King Zero, who, to be fair, are not too concerned about that. Been spotted a couple out. He's trying to chip and nade damage for his troubles. Doing a decent job of forcing King Zero to use some of their util early on in this round.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Jordan, because again, like that's what you want to do here for the BL side. You want to be able to burn as much of that GR or utility as much as possible, just because it makes it a little bit easier for you to go for the execs. Because right now, like, all the players essentially have 1 PC utility minimum, so this is a good note for them. Smoke's going to get thrown here in front of A main, so this can allow for the mid cross if they want. A nice little bit of a pop flash. 9U's trying his best to just get a little bit of a spam through.
But he is going to get caught, so now Rappin able to start something big here. So now these entries, but XN is able to find himself more success here with the sniper, and all of a sudden, this is a 2v2.
How has he got 2 with the sniper rifle? I thought this guy was a rifler.
We talked so much about him with the M14, and he's like, oh, okay, Desk, you know what, casters, everybody, I'm going to be able to show you what else I can do.
Yeah, exactly. And now just committing to the USP, bouncing around, bunny hopping his way towards this retake. It is, again, a 2-on-2, so a very close affair. And Mindclaw covered off nicely. Well done from Flex. 2 on the trot for Gaming Gladiators. They're starting to believe. They're starting to make a bit of noise. They were looking down and out, but they are anything but.
Yeah, this is definitely a great rebound because it was looking like, King Zero, just the way the rounds were going and how easily they were winning it. It was starting to feel like, okay, this is going to be like a 5-0 before we start seeing, Gaming Gladiators get something on the board. But thankfully, now only the 1-round differential here. And these rounds are starting to look a little bit better and better for the Gladiators as we keep moving on. But I really am interested with this composition change here for King Zero. It's very interesting that XN has really just gone heavily for the TRG, which I'm not against, but it just feels interesting considering he has been the top fragger. He's been the guy that's been so lethal with the M14.
Yeah. He maybe just doesn't feel like he has those same opportunities on this map as what he does on others. You think about a lot of the highlights that XN has had at this event so far. It's typically been those kind of close-range fights, like, for example, sub-base around Wood, around the double doors, port, around connector, stuff like that. More close-range engagements, which you're not really going to be getting quite as much of here on Compound. Another opener for Spoxy. Gaming Gladiators really starting to get rolling nicely now.
Yeah, it feels like King Zero are kind of falling into Gaming Gladiators, game plan now. They're starting to fall into these little traps. And again, we talk a lot, we're emphasizing so much about the fact that the BL side is getting that opening engagement. That's really important because, again, gives you a massive advantage when you go for the execs. It allows you to have that little bit of a comfort if you do get traded from the defensive players. So this is a good note for them. But they're going to get this mid control. But the decision, do they want to cross into GR spawn or not? But no, they're going to go through A main. They're going to try to see what they can do. They're still stuck on this. They have lots of time. YSH, though, he can only find the one. But look at Dezane, just runs through, mows them down. And now XN, he only has one answer, and it's only 1 kill, leaving it just down to Bin.
Yeah, very nice spacing again from Gaming Gladiators. Got it together. They've got it sorted now. They've just got to lock down this clutch, and they'll be able to do that easily. 3 in a row now for Gaming Gladiators, and that is going to be causing a bit of concern for King Zone. No attack timeout coming from either of the coaches just yet.
Well, it's tough, right? I mean, we emphasize so much about the timeouts, and you only get the one, and it is a very long time that you get to talk, but we're only 7 rounds in. And normally teams, they like to preserve it right near the end, right? But I agreed with you in the beginning. If we would have saw King Zero getting a 4-0 start, or maybe even 5, we definitely would have saw the Gladiators calling that instantly. And they would have had to, but it's impressive to see how well they've been able to just, again, reconfigure the game plan, how much they've been able to adjust everything through the process. And now King Zero, this is kind of begging the question of, okay, what are we going to do differently? What is going to change for them? And if I'm not mistaken, I think XN is actually switched his... No, he's going to actually kept the sniper. I might have just seen it differently. I think they're keeping the 1 sniper composition for this round here, which is different. So they're realizing, look, we got to go back to the 1 sniper, keep it the 4 rifles. Not bad at all. And Gaming Gladiators now going to just go for the 4-1 split onto this. 4 players into B main. And XN is the one that's going to be able to get this spot. Spoxy, though, he's posted up. He's ready for it. Oh, he gets caught in the knee, too.
Yeah. Leg shot connects. So again, a slim advantage for Gaming Gladiators to start this round off. Maybe not quite as impactful as the picks that we've been seeing coming from Spoxy in the previous couple of rounds, but we'll take it nonetheless. And again, similar approach, right? They take that pillars control, they force some of that util out on the B side of the map from King Zero, and then they revert back into mid to try to recontest there. Now, they're going to dump their own smoke on the left side. That seems to have been enough to force King Zero back, though they still kind of want to contest for mid. Now floating around. It's just a spam battle through the smoke at the moment for both teams. Here come the flashes. This will be the commitment from Gaming Gladiators. Again, they're going to go down the right side, looking for that control in towards GR spawn. Counter util getting tossed out to try to delay. And that delay will be a factor as time's starting to tick away a bit here for Gaming Gladiators. 2 for 1 on the entry. Flex gets 1 more at least, but instantly traded back on down. And now Spoxy and Dezane have to jump into the site and get that frag, which they will. We're back to 2-on-2. They'll be able to get themselves a plant. Boxy wants to smoke off main, but gives up the angle in doing so, and it also gives up his life. So it's onto the Zane. 1-on-2, and it won't be enough. This time, King Zero will be able to reign supreme, and they claim the lead once again. Gaming Gladiators are going to have to continue playing from behind.
Yeah, and the one thing of it, it's a tough decision because Boxy, you can see he throws the smoke for main, but he actually tried to peek before the smoke actually fully bloomed, because he wanted to see if he can catch the timing off guard. But the fact that XN was just, again, posted up ready for it, in theory could have been decent for Spoxy. He might have been able to find a bit of a timing, but I feel like it could have just been smarter to wait back and just play a bit of a different off angle on it. But nonetheless, these are the kind of decisions you have to make when you're getting through a lot of these, very crunch situations. But King Zero, they get themselves right back into this game. They finally are able to pick up a round back in their favor, considering Gaming Gladiators were able to find 3 in a row.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad decision to smoke main there. The only issue was that it came through a little bit too late, right? King Zero had kind of already made their rotation, or even, like, if you would call it a pre-rotation. So they were able to kind of almost play in front of that smoke before it even bloomed, and I don't know that Spoxy was necessarily expecting that. And so Zero do win that round, but now back into another one, and the nade stack right on top of YSH makes for an impossible duel against Flex. It's a 2-for-2 exchange, though. Bin stepping up here for the ultimate final trade of that exchange. So numbers even as we hit the 1 minute 30 remaining on the clock mark.
Yeah, you can see how fast that King Zero, just again, they play the one-on-one setups in the site. They're going to actually allow Bin to kind of play aggressive. He's hoping he's going to be able to find just something on the edge of the smoke. But Spoxy keeps playing tower, he keeps waiting things out, and now there's smoke going to get thrown. So really good utility work here for King Zero. The fact they've been able to preserve it this long makes it more problematic here for the BL side. Bin, the fact that he's playing this committed, it's a little risky, but it could pay off huge if somebody does try to contest this. Ooh. Oh, that timing. I think they must have...
Lionclaw definitely saw him.
Yeah, he had to have.
Bin obviously saw Lionclaw as well. They're going to try and dig him out. Bin needs at least one here, and he will get that. Bit of extra chip damage onto Dezane. Won't hurt at all. And a connection from YF will leave Spoxy alone, who has opted to go over towards the B bomb side. Better the enemy he doesn't know, apparently, is the mentality. And a wise move, I think, from King Zero here, just to play for the retake. It's YN that pushed out of the B site, gave space, and now Spoxy's got absolutely no idea that he's there. And we'll get caught in the back. And that is going to be another round for King Zero, who are putting together a pretty decent global risk side now.
Yeah, very strong. A really good move, because again, some people would question maybe just seeing on the mini-map where you go, okay, King Zero, they're kind of split apart from each other, right? You have one player that's on the other side, you have XN that was kind of pushing through main, but like you can see that, like you said, Spoxy had no idea. And that's the thing, as soon as you go for those plant situations, you have to be aggressive. You have to be the one that makes the play. You have to be able to find some kind of a kill. But, thankfully for XN, he's able to be there at the right time. Perfect execution on it. So they now guaranteed themselves this half. As we get down to the last portion of this, the last final round here for the first half. And Gaming Gladiators in a desperate need for it if they can. Maybe banking back on the B pick, maybe looking a little bit more for that idea. Like, it has been decent for them, I feel like. But again, you're contesting against, arguably King Zero's best player.
I do think those mid-fights have actually been pretty beneficial for Gaming Gladiators, but they've almost cancelled the exchange at the point where they should keep going. In this case, they're going to full commit to it. That's worked out nicely. A lot of territory taken by Gaming Gladiators, essentially for free. They don't have to fight for it this time. Flash goes through. They've got nades and smokes, rather, up on either side. And it will be around the world for Gaming Gladiators into the A side. This is some really nice space being taken, and I don't know that 9U is going to be able to hold on to this one solo. He would need some incredible shots. Does have the assistance of YF, but that's just not going to be enough. XN on his own for King Zero now, tasked with the 1-on-3 retake.
Yeah, if there's anybody that's going to do it, it's definitely XN, right? I mean, him and 9U are kind of the guys that put up massive clutch right now. So the fact he's got the M14, pretty much a full chamber of ammo, he's just going to see what he can be able to find. Zane just kind of poking and prodding, and there we go. Gaming Gladiators will be able to bounce back on this. A 5-4 half, not bad considering here for the West team, but again, King Zero still showing some decent dominance here for the defensive side. But they had themselves, right out the gate pretty good, but it kind of fizzled a little bit in that later portion of the half.
Yeah, some pretty tight stuff, honestly. Quite back and forth, it feels. But I've always had the mentality that Compound's been a little bit of a GR-sided map for me personally.
Yep.
And, you were kind of mentioning that Gaiman tend to prefer or at least perform a little better on the BL side, so they are maybe not quite going to have the same opinion as me, but I don't think this is a bad spot to be in actually for either team. Spoxy obviously going down early in this round is not going to help Gaiman Gladiators, but they do like that double sniper setup. Flex is someone that's pretty handy with the TRG and the Orm incidentally, and he's been able to equalize the numbers pretty quick smart. So Gaiman back to 4-on-4 now.
Yeah, it's a good thing you brought up here, Jordan, is the fact that, again, like Gaming Gladiators, like we, in the West League we talk about, they are the one team that really is, I think, in my opinion, is the only team that does run, like, essentially a double sniper combo, mainly the whole time. Flex is somebody that, when he's actually hitting his shots, like, he's not as good as Spoxy, but it's still, he is able to bring a lot of impact into the server.
Anubis do tend to run a double sniper setup, but we haven't seen them on an international stage, so maybe not super relevant, probably more of a moot point. At this kind of an event. Maybe one day.
Could be.
Yeah, a team that's been doing pretty okay in the West League. Lineclaw spotting out quite a number of offenders in his direction and trying to apprehend them, but it's not going to go his way. Flex is the only one fragging in this round so far for Gaming Gladiators, and he's going to have to continue to do so, as he is at the moment solo holding a B. He will have a quick rotate. There's a couple of players floating around mid for Gaming Gladiators, but they're just not quite here yet. So it's all on Flex, and now Dezane comes across to assist. That is C4 committed to the B site. YF is going to have to continue to push his way forward. He wants to clear out his back first.
Yeah, this is a good idea, though, because, again, he's got some time to work with. He's just really just want to evaluate all the options, just making sure nobody's going for the big flank. But Flex has to be careful here because, again, you can see that he's poking for information, but if he can get caught, that's just going to allow that opportunity. This could be bad now. It's turned into the 1v1. This cannot go like this here for Gaming Gladiators. Flex, the IGL, the mastermind behind this team. He's just trying to dance around the generators as much as possible. YF is looking for him. It's a little bit of hide and seek. Oh, and he catches his back. This is not good. YF has the better of it and finds the perfect timing.
That's really unfortunate for Flex. He's kind of done nothing wrong in that round, and he's just kind of been let down by his teammates. The swing in from Raffen honestly wasn't that bad either. I think it probably could have been a little better time between Flex and Raffen. Maybe Flex sort of taking the peek up the stairs that you can see there as Raffen peeks as well. But, I don't think it was necessarily a super egregious peek from Raffen. Just a great couple of shots in from YF. And King Zero up to a 6-4 lead. Need to be seeing someone else on that scoreboard for Gaming Gladiators in that round. It can't all be Flex, can't all be one man.
And I think the one thing we didn't even get to really talk about here for the vetoes, Jordan, is, I mean, this is an absolute must-win for Gaming Gladiators. I mean, Compound is the first, obviously, which we're on now, but Ankara is the second, which, I mean, I'm kind of disappointed that it made it through the veto. Like, we talk about Ankara as, like, such a strong Chinese map for the CFPL, so unless Gaming Gladiators have done a ton of preparation for anti-stratting, but man, that is a bold risk in my opinion.
I mean, I would imagine that Gaiman were pretty aware that Ankara would be coming through. It's not a map that they shy away from necessarily either. You do tend to see them playing Ankara here and there as well. So there is a chance for Gaming Gladiators, but definitely is King Zero favored for sure. Eagle Eye would be a very interesting one if we could get there. It's one of the favorites actually of Gaming Gladiators, but a long way away at the moment, particularly if Gaiman do go down here on Compound, which is the direction that we're kind of headed in. Raffen just spotting the pixel line, has seen those players push their way out. Flash is going to come through. He'll peek off the back of that. YSH couldn't see anything. Now he needs to get out, or maybe just go down swinging. Raffen for 3. That is a very nice hold, and that's a little bit more like it for Gaming Gladiators. XN finally will dislodge him, but the damage is done.
Yeah, that's huge from Raffen. Then that's somebody we've always talked about a lot here for Gaming Gladiators, like someone that we always wanted to get a little bit more of a step up, somebody that could put in some decent numbers. He is one of those fraggers, he has the ability of doing it, but now he gets to showcase it here with a big multi-kill round, leaving it just down to Bin and XN by themselves. They're going to be able to get themselves into this A site, so they get the plant down, and Gaming Gladiators now allowing for the retake scenario, and they do have a piece of utility available for both Flex and to Lionclaw. So this could be important. This pop flash could allow them to be able to swing into this properly Spoxy and Flex are both going to be the sniper, so this is going to be a little bit more difficult in some sense here for the retake.
Should be quite difficult indeed. Bin and XN have been good on the map so far. Lionclaw, the linchpin, if he goes down, it's going to be that X Factor gone. Flex will get deleted, and so will the rest of Gaming Gladiators. So difficult indeed on that retake, and King Zero starting to hunt for the map victory now. They are getting close. Gaming Gladiators going to have to find a bit of a resurgence similar to the one they did at the sort of mid stages of the first half after they'd gone down 0-3. They won 3 on the trot. Well, they probably do need to win another sort of 2 or 3 quickly here, otherwise King Zero just runs away with this map.
Yeah, a bit of a poor retake attempt here from Gaming Gladiators, and again, that was such an important turning point for these guys because the score is getting a lot bigger of a gap now, 7-4 here in the advantage for King Zero. A triple mid setup is going to be grabbed up here for Gaming Gladiators, so they're going to try to use this. Zane's going to play the anti-flash. You're going to have Flex and Raffin that are also going to be playing that instant trade as possible, but King Zero, they had their spidey senses tingling that there could have been some kind of aggression considering what the scoreline is, but now they're going to group up. The full force effect, they're going to try to just go towards B main this time, get some map control back into their favor. But for Lionclaw, in this position, just being the sole anchor, he has to make sure he gets this intel and he has to fall back. If he goes down, that just can create a massive opening that they don't want.
Pixel angle though for Lionclaw, it's unlikely that he should go down here. He'll be able to dump util and just back off. Flash, it'll slow King Zero down, but not by a whole lot. They're already able to get themselves into the staging room outside of B. Now, whether or not they commit to this is the next question, because they'll be aware that Cayman have probably taken the rest of the map. Lionclaw got a lot of info. He'll know that there's multiple members outside of B right now. They have rotated Flex across as well. It's just going to be a full retake or a full take attempt, and Lionclaw will have to hold on, which he can't. He can only get himself one. Flex went down for free. King Zero flood their way into that B bomb site, and there is nothing Gaiman can do about it. It seems like Gaming are going out with a whimper rather than a roar here in the second half of Compound.
Yeah, it's really disappointing because, again, like the situation they're in with the utility available, yes, there is some, but again, you have a 2-on-4. You have to go into the hardest site to retake into. This is, Dezane's going to have to pop off here, but that's not even going to happen. He's going to get caught in the crosshairs of YF, and there we go. An easy 8 is grabbed. I mean, this might be the moment that we see Gaming. They have to call this timeout. Like, this is where they really have to be crystal clear on what they want to do.
Well, it doesn't look like they've called the timeout. I mean, if you were going to call it, you would call it there, I would think, as well.
You would think so. I mean, maybe they're just going to wait if it gets to that point.
I think we do maybe have a timeout here. I saw the referee make a T with his hands. And obviously, if we would not have had a timeout, we would be back into the round. Ah, too late. I think they called it too late. So YF has gone down at the start of this round. Might get a timeout next round. We'll see.
Yeah, I didn't hear the
I didn't hear it, no.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, better start for Gaming Gladiators here, but still got to find a way to convert it. Now, Raffin's in a great spot. That's a good shot from him.
It's a great shot. Yeah, it takes a huge amount of damage, but look, it's fine because now he can just pull back on it. Still keeping all 5 alive.
I mean, there has been moments for Gaming Gladiators in this second half, but they have been pretty few and far between.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like when you see some of these, with all respect, it's like the weaker teams, we would say, or, the less experienced teams is like when you're on the GR side and you start to lose those players, you can see how fast it crumbles quickly. Flex and XN have been able to spot each other. A little bit of a Marco Polo. Flex does try to tag him, but he misses it. So now XN another little bit of a decision if he wants to commit to this, and indeed he does. Why wouldn't he? So now he's going to try to get this long A control. He will, and now Flex is playing a very, very passive setup on this. But again, he's the sole anchor at A. You have this heavy lean. You have the full effect here of Lionclaw. He's actually pushed all the way through B main. He's kind of sitting on the back skirt of stairs. So this is a strong position because if King Zero decide to go backwards, he might be able to find the flank kill.
YSH looking for the entry. He's not going to be able to find any of them, and it's on to Bin Solo, who does about as good as you can expect. But that was always going to be around for Gaming Gladiators. Great start to it for them and great conversion as well.
Yeah, that's a great round from Gaming Gladiators. I got to give it to him. I mean, the fact that Flex was able to find that opening duel into a mid-window like that, And then the fact they're able to find another one, from Raffin with the flick of the wrist. I was hoping we were going to catch it on the replay because that was an absolutely dirty shot. But I'm honestly, again, trying to make sure I'm removing the biasness, but I am very impressed with how well, considering the scoreline of what Gaming Gladiators are doing, because I was very unsure of what this could look like. We know that King Zero had a bit of a little bit of a slow and weird start, in my opinion, like where they did lose to Alcazia, like with the 2-1. Like they had a strong start with the 10-2 victory on Port, but then they just absolutely got obliterated essentially in the second map. Very close encounter for Ankara, but and King Zero was always a big question mark for me as well. So both these teams, like I said at the very beginning, similar circumstances, but that edge very much in favor for the Chinese team.
Yeah, most definitely. We do get that tag timeout. I actually think Gaiman probably wanted this last round, but they didn't get it. They didn't call it through in time.
Yeah.
So luckily they were able to win that round. The situation hasn't necessarily changed for them. They haven't given that 9th over to King Zero, but it does give the opportunity, obviously, for Loons to have a little bit more of an extended chat with the team, and it certainly looks like he's got a lot to say here about how they need to structure this GR side.
And that's kind of the biggest thing for me is that, like, I don't believe Loons was kind of like coaching the whole time for these guys during the season because he was actually competing. So it's interesting that he joined in the later portion of this, they're getting here to EWC. So I'm not against it, but that's the one thing that's always a little bit interesting is that when you bring in a coach or somebody that's just being the extra set of eyes, like there can be some vision conflicts, there can be some different, mindset for the game. Maybe there's some, they both know that they have similar styles, but I definitely would be curious if, the desk could ask that question or, we can get an interview eventually to see what that decision was. But we'll see if it pans out. Loons is definitely someone I give a lot of respect for. I think, in the West League, he's proven to be a very good IGL. Has proven it with a decent track record with rosters, but we'll see. We'll see if that homework's paid off.
Off angle for Raffin. But hold it down again nicely. Even through that flash, he gets himself a killer. 1-for-1 there, I think, is more than acceptable from Raffin. Look at the push out of B that Gaiman have gone for in this round. They've played very aggressively on that side of the map. So that's the sort of trickery that they've come up with after that tack timeout. It may well come into play as well. King Zero opt to go toward B. For now, heavier presence over on A long, but it even still gives options for Gaming Gladiators if those two players that are pushed forward want to activate at any point in the round. But they're going to have to go fairly shortly because King Zero are not moving too slowly through the map. They're actually quite quick on this. Flex is going to get the info, but he might get it a bit too late, and he might get traded or even killed for free, and that's bad news. It's going to be way too late for Gaming Gladiators on the flank to have any kind of impact. The A site has already been taken.
Yeah, that was a bit of a risky and I think not the best move that we saw, but thankfully Spoxy is still alive and he is able to find something. It's a little bit of a kill into ISH, but now, again, back to the even Stevens of a 3-3 situation, but that flank is coming through an A main of one player. The double nades getting thrown. The pop flashes doesn't really look like it made a connection now. But King Zero holding tight, and look at that. Just a 1-2-3, yes please, and that's going to be map point now on favor for the Chinese team.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea for Gaming Gladiators. Obviously, it works out really nice for them if they do decide to go B, but I think if you're going to dedicate that many players to play aggressively on one side of the map, you kind of need to be able to find info on the other side of the map. The problem was that Raffin went down early. It was a 1-for-1. You lose all that map control. At that point, Gaming Gladiators, instead of having two players kind of in the mid connector, I think they probably should have just backed one of those guys off, left one there for the flank, and rotated the other through to mid, through to A to try to reinforce the weaker side of the map. And King Zero did a great job of exploiting that overstack, I guess, from Gaming Gladiators towards B. Very routine round for King Zero in the end. More aggressive maneuvers on the hold here for Gaming Gladiators. They try to push their way in toward middle. They've been given that by King Zero, but it looks like King Zero want to fight for this.
Yeah, like that Spoxy is playing aggressive. This is something that we've seen Gaming Gladiators do in the West League. They get this mid control. They like to hold it down. 4 players committed to this, and I don't even mind it at all because look at King Zero. They're sitting back. They're waiting. And this is where Gaming Gladiators, they don't even need to push. This is them just holding angles, hoping that they're going to get the timing. You can see that 9U just on the other side of the X-ray. He's kind of posted up. Now they might do the 3-man swing, but Spoxy can reposition himself, but he can't connect the shot. He misses the first, tries to go again, and finds a foot shot onto YF.
Well, they know they've got Dezane kind of stuck now, so that's going to be the player that they're going to try and dislodge. Luckily for Dezane, though, he's got a bit of assistance coming through. Spoxy with the nade will finish off his earlier damage. This is a King Zero that's going to walk into a blender, but maybe they are going to fight their way through it anyway. YSH, Bin, and 9U all chiming in with a kill, and they've just got to be aware of Raffin, who they have already spotted out. Lionclaw looking to activate, might find a timing, but 9U's already crept past. In will drop, though, and that's a big kill because that was the bomb carrier. And so now 9U is going to have to come back and have a little bit of look of his own as he tries to clutch this one out 2-on-1.
I'd love to see Lionclaw actually run all the way around, and that looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. But Raffin has to be aware. He has to be so careful that he's going to see this window. It's all about timing, and Raffin can't get the shot. He does some damage, but now Lionclaw. Can he be able to take this wounded player of 9U to get themselves alive in this game? He's just sitting in the BL spawn.
9U, I think he's just got to take the fight here. I don't know that he can get to the side in time and plan, and he's never expecting Lionclaw there from BL spawn. So Gaming Gladiators, they do get through that round by the skin of their teeth, but it keeps them alive on the map.
Yeah, and again, it's the fact that they do get this mid control, looked decent, but then the fact that, you know, King Zero, like, I don't know what they did, but they were able to just sweep it up quickly. But it was all down to, you know, Raff and the fact that he was able to get that kill. It looked like it was going to be a bit of a problem. His timing was perfect because he was going left and right. He was trying to clear so many different angles. But now Flex, he tries to get aggro. He tries to get a little bit cheeky with a kill, but he gets punished for it this time around. And now YF does find the better of him. So now the IGL of Gaming Gladiators is going to have to take a bit of a seat and watch as his teammates are going to have to pull up a clutch here to keep themselves alive.
Someone's going to have to make something happen for Gaming Gladiators. It looks like it might be Spoxy that's given the room to make that aggressive maneuver. He's out in pillars, obviously fishing for a pick. But there's nothing on offer from King Zero, who, again, are quite happy to play a patient BL side. Found that opening pick. They know they don't need to overcommit to anything just yet. They're going to try and now take some map control, take some territory methodically together. Gladiators hoping that they won't make a mistake. They need information somewhere at some point. And luckily, they've still got that coming through from Spoxy that there's nothing happening on the B side of the map. So reinforcing middle. And that very much does need to be reinforced because there is quite a number of forces set up to push their way in. That's a nice start from Raffin. Can't get any more than that, but Dezane also holding nicely in middle. Lionclaw there to help him out. Bin will drop. We're back to a player advantage for Gaming Gladiators. Despite losing the first member in this round, they may go on to win it.
Yeah, okay, but you have like arguably one of your two best players right now for King Zero alive. You have YF with 19-7. You have NextN that's sitting here with 14-9. Not even just this game alone, but obviously this entire tournament, they've been just on fire. Now Lionclaw might be able to find the timing, but no, he slips it away, but Spoxy will be able to find that double.
Yeah, you'd be breathing a sigh of relief there if you're Lionclaw that Spoxy's been able to clean that one up as cleanly as he did, because if he had have gone down as well and if Lionclaw would have fumbled that opportunity, that might have been the map gone and it would be that weight on your shoulders. Instead, it's a moot point. We go again, 9-7 the scoreline. Gaming Gladiators desperately trying to hold on their map pick of Compound.
A lot of resilience right now from the Gaming Gladiators and the fact they're able to keep, you know, round by round. 2 more needed to push this overtime. Yeah, I haven't been aiming. I don't think they've been into an overtime situation as of yet so far in the tournament. Oh no, that's not true. They did. It was Alcazia. They went to the golden round. How could I forget that? That was a banger game. Forgive me, Jordan.
Change in approach from King Zero. Contact play over toward A long. They have not needed to use any util at all. They've cleared out so much space. There's going to be a pause after this round if we need another round. But the way that this has been set up, if King Zero just continue to walk their way into A, they can get a bomb plant for free. Gaming Gladiators playing for a full retoken on A. They're going to contest middle. This is aggressive indeed. Bin will shut it down. Lionclaw down early. And XN also spots out Raffin. That's gone really wrong for Gaming Gladiators. The process moving forward for King Zero on A long, as well as they recognize if there's so many players in mid, there's probably not that many defending the A bomb site. I'm not sure why they've stalled up so much. Now the counter util coming through from Gaming Gladiators has slowed them down, and the rotations come across. This might still be winnable for Gaimin if Spoxy hits his shots, if they don't check Dezane. The first did not occur, but the second did. Dezane for 3, and Gaming Gladiators might be able to hold on for one more. YF solo to try to clutch it out. He gets Spoxy, but not Flex, and Gaming Gladiators survive again.
What a round. And I mean, the fact that we get to see that Gaming Gladiators commit 3 players in the B main that go through the doorway. Again, 2 of them go down early by Bin. He just completely removes mid. He thinks it's clear. Flex, just being that pesky little lurk, he's able to get that kill in mid. He's able to put himself in a position where even you could see King Zero are kind of questioning it, but Dezane, absolute hero in that round. The fact that he was able to tuck himself in the corner, finding the triple kill nonetheless, because that third one, I didn't even know if that registered, and I had to even double check on the kill feed.
Well, attack timeout coming through now from King Zero, who probably didn't expect to be in this position. They've had a number of map points. They haven't been able to convert them. So jury's out as to whether or not they will be able to, because, I mean, tiebreaker OT is looming.
It is. And that, the other thing too that I feel like the theme that we've seen from King Zero is that this isn't the first time we've seen them have a big lead. Right. The fact that they've allowed a team to climb themselves back into the game. It's not necessarily at overtime yet, but it's kind of I don't like saying the choke, but
yeah, I don't know, the pressure may be getting to them. It's not even necessarily just in the map itself, but also in the series, right? We've seen King Zero go up 1-0 and then go on to lose the series or have difficulty closing out the series. So they don't seem like great closers, I guess that's the big takeaway here. Whether it's a map, whether it's a series, getting in their own heads potentially. Still a pretty inexperienced team in terms of the international level of competition. In fact, you could actually say Gaimin as a roster have a bit more experience on international stages than what King Zero do.
That is true.
Because they have played a couple of the CFS events, the Summer Championship events back in 2024.
Ooh, and actually Flux does get the spam, a little bit of damage here onto YF as well through the box, so that's a nice little bit of a tenderizing here for round number 18.
It's a good start for Gaimin, you'll take it. But it kind of scares me the way that Gaimin have been playing this GR side has been quite unorthodox, right? You've got some kind of like scissors, paper, rock type rounds where, we've chosen rock and luckily for us, they've chosen scissors. We win that fight, but if King Zero just make the right call in the right circumstance, then that is kind of your round over and done with. And that very nearly happened in the last round, but for the fact that Dezane was able to kind of lock himself in that corner and really make the hero play. But this looks like a bit more of a standard approach actually from Gaming Gladiators, the 2-1-2 split. Smoked off pillars. And you got Spoxy spotting A long. He's now going to be smoked off.
Yeah, he's still going to commit to this too, so the smoke's going to block his vision, but now he's finally going to fall back, so not a bad idea. Playing a little bit more of a defensive setup, probably not the bad idea considering, they have lost this long A control a few times.
Yeah, a bit of conditioning, I think, going on from King Zero here because they've taken A long quite a number of times on this BL side, and then quite a number of times they've used that to hit the A side. But instead here, they're going to take long control, and they're going to go back over towards B. That's going to be spotted pretty quickly by Lionclaw, but he's got to do a bit more than just spot it out, and unfortunately can't. He walks into 3 players, goes down early. King Zero, in their hunt for 10, have their noses in front in this round.
Yeah, really unfortunate timing for Lionclaw. Again, he could have made that decision to tuck the corner or not, but he decides to commit to it. Now YF does find that kill on the edge of the smoke, so now this has put them in a power play position, just picking up these kills. Spoxy does get himself a little bit of one, but YF again. Oh man, the Grim Reaper has now been able to find himself more, and leaving it just down to Flex and Dezane, the last 2 players to keep their dreams alive here from map number 1. Otherwise, this thing could be all over. Flex does get the better of it on the one shot, but surely this cannot be the situation. King Zero, they're hunting, they're hungry for it, and they will get it.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Gaming Gladiators. It was a stoic attempt to hang in there for Compound, but they just gave up a little bit too much in the early stages of the second half. It is King Zero that will take the first map, 10-8. A hard-fought victory, but a victory nonetheless, and on Gaimin's map pick as well. Let's got to make them feel pretty confident about their chances of continuing forward here at the Esports World Cup, making it through to the playoffs. Obviously, in doing so, crushing the key of Gaming Gladiators as well. But we still have more Crossfire to play in this series. I mean, we've got to go to map 2. That'll be Ankara. It's not unfamiliar territory necessarily for Gaming Gladiators, but I do think losing on compound, especially in that fashion, is going to be tough to recover from.
It definitely is. I mean, this was, like I said, for me, I felt like this was a must-win here for Gaming Gladiators, a map that they like to play back in their respected league. But look, Ankara is definitely not out of the table here for these guys. Like you said, they have some experience on it. But at the end of the day, you are playing a Chinese team on a map that is played countlessly. So, I mean, we started seeing Gaming Gladiators really starting to get the ball moving. We started seeing them playing a lot better. It felt like it took a while, like you said, that kind of cost them the game. Maybe that kind of allowed them to play a lot better moving into the second map. And they only do get a little bit of a short break as they can kind of figure out what they need to go for their new game plan. But still very close, like a very exciting game, but we'll have to see, you know, if they're going to be able to bring kind of the same heat they can here for Ankara.
Yeah, look, big question marks obviously over the head of Gaming Gladiators at the moment as well. Facing elimination, right? One map remaining potentially. That's their last life here at Esports World Cup, and we'll have to sort of question whether or not they can hold on Ankara, which is the map that is coming up next.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man were louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking.
Well, despite some tenacity shown by Gaming Gladiators, it was not enough. Map 1 goes into the books for King Zero, and they are now one map away from playoffs, which, to be fair, Laz, is something that they've been hunting for this entire competition. They did go down early on against Al-Qadsiya. They've been making that lower bracket run, and it seems like they're going in the right direction.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I mean, this is the thing now. We get to move to Ankara. It's going to be the second map. And again, you know, for any of the West League fans here for the Gaming Gladiators, it's definitely going to be a bit of a nerving one because, you know, from what we can remember, what happened here in the bracket and the group stage is that Al-Qadsiya was the one that was able to get the 10-0 against Gaming Gladiators on this map. So we'll have to see if they can do any sort of better results on this. I mean, they really don't have any other choice. They have to get the win. Otherwise, they are done. Like you said, the key gets crushed, and that means that King Zero will be able to solidify themselves as the following team to qualify here further.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess, again, looking at it from the perspective of Gaming Gladiators, you would still say that they could probably walk away with their heads held high. They were able to win themselves a series, obviously, against Twisted Minds. They really kind of took it to Al-Qadsiya. I think they've definitely put a lot of pressure onto King Zero here as well. It's just another step in kind of the evolution of this roster, the progress of this roster that is still kind of hunting for that success internationally. But the expectations, typically, I would say, for Gaming Gladiators when they have come to these kinds of international events has been that they were one of the weaker teams in the group. And I think actually, if I would look at the analysts' power ranking, I think they've actually had them as the weakest team in this group. So they've already kind of like performed above expectations, at least by beating Twisted Minds.
Exactly. No, you're absolutely right. And that's the thing, like Gaming Gladiators were definitely the team that it kind of felt like they were the kind of the dark horse team, like a team that could, you know, cause some upsets or could do something through the tournament. But again, the expectations were a little bit low, just considering that, you know, we talked about their international experience has been limited. Arguably maybe a little bit better than King Zero, but we'll find out. Look, they're not even going to hesitate. They're just going to go right in. They're just going to be able to try to find, but that's it again! Oh my goodness! I can't believe it.
Yeah, they're so lucky that he doesn't get that last bullet in onto Rafa, and otherwise this would be a 2v3 for the retake, but already it has caused quite a bit of chaos for Gaming Gladiators. They have to go scrambling back for that C4. Re-smoke main, try to clear out GR spawn as well with the grenade, and now finally they can start to think about getting that plant down. In all of that, meanwhile, King Zero have been able to rotate their way across. They could even pre-retake this side before the plant has gone down. They are still harassing Gaming Gladiators as they're trying to get that plant, but now the timeout finally working in the favor of Gaming Gladiators, and Spoxy will clear out the vent. Flash coming through. Doesn't really affect Spoxy at all. It was in onto the site instead. YF and Bin now have to convert this as a duo instead, and they are just being picked apart. The spacing here from King Zero not looking good at all. But YF was deadly on compound, so this one's not over just yet. 1-on-3, definitely on the cards. He doesn't know exactly where Flex is. In fact, he's got no idea at all. Flex waits patiently and converts it for Gaming Gladiators. They take round 1 of map 2.
Yeah, beautiful work, an absolute clutch factor from the IGL of Flex. The fact that he was able to just, again, tuck his head away. He was completely hidden. You can tell that YF was just looking through everything, allowing Flex a perfect lineup, a perfect opportunity to be able to get that kill. So nicely done when they needed it most, but really good work from him. He was able to get the triple kill that round. Spoxy was able to find that one important kill that was impactful in the vents, but we'll see if they can maintain this form. Again, they've already done better, like I said. They've already beaten the expectations so far in Ankara here in this tournament. They've been able to get themselves a singular round, so we'll see if they can keep riding on that high and that train, but now King Zero going to go back to their standard setup with the double player in A, leaving the 3 at B, leaving YSH kind of, again, just playing the very passive setup in mid. Gaming Gladiators, they're toying the idea of this A hit once again here, Jordan. This is interesting because it feels like they kind of have an inkling of what they want to do here and an idea that we might not know.
In saying that, a bit more of a default spread from Gaming Gladiators. Not that full 5 committed over toward A, so that's going to indicate to us that they are going to work their way elsewhere. They just kind of have Lion Claw watching for the push out from B, but the actual action is happening in middle with YF picking up Spoxy, who was kind of floating around in no man's land. So this rotation has not gone well for Gaming Gladiators, and you'd imagine will continue to go poorly as a 1-for-1 trade again comes through. King Zero happy enough with that.
Uh-oh. But you already have a player pushed down mid here from King Zero. That's going to be YF. He's actually stuck in mid pit right now, so that's a strong position. Again, he has all that information, but oh, he might get bested on this because now Gaming Gladiators are actually retreating on this idea.
Oh, are they? They're going back and forth.
They really don't seem to have an idea.
Yeah, it's definitely looking awkward for Gaming Gladiators right now, which I think in turn kind of makes it awkward for King Zero, because if Gamer doesn't know what they're doing, well then, how's King Zero supposed to? YF gets a bit of info in middle. He'll be able to flash himself out of pit here. He's waiting for a bit of assistance from XN as well, who's got a bigger job to do, watching in towards Hotel. Doesn't really matter. YF has found himself the double, and this round is falling by the wayside for Gaming Gladiators. It's just Raph and Solo. He'll be able to get a plant, but he's got 4 opponents to take down. And that's going to be a pretty difficult task. I like the way he's playing it, though, trying to get aggressive, isolate some duels, but as long as King Zero plays it correctly, it will be impossible. And that spacing was pretty good. So Zero picked themselves up around to kick things off on Ankara as well. And I have to say, just eye test-wise so far, it is definitely looking like King Zero a bit more comfortable here on Ankara. I think Gaiman had to get away with a lot to win that opening round. Did not get away with much in round 2, so scoreline may be even, but the Elfish Guy analysis would say King Zero looking a little better at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even just that round was a little bit concerning just from the bird's eye view of seeing Gaming Gladiators really unsure what they want to do. And like, again, like a lot of hesitation. You cannot hesitate against these teams. Like, you have to be able to make decisive decisions. You have to be able to make it just quick and easy. You cannot second guess yourself. If you do, you might be dead. And that's exactly what happened for them. So that, I mean, the one thing to caveat to that point, though, I guess, is that, you know, Flex was out of the server that round, so maybe that's why. So there's a lot of people talking, but nonetheless, we'll see if they can clear things up a little bit more, take the reins a little bit stronger. But now they're going to sit back and relax here, Jordan. They're going to kind of wait things out a little more and take it slow and steady. But King Zero, they have actually put a triple player setup on A, so they have actually mixed up their defense quite a bit.
Flex somehow gets away with that with 1 at least, which is probably more than he should have, because it looked like he got caught in the side initially.
Yeah, it's a good trade back, though, nonetheless, here from King Zero. But that's the thing about Flex, is that he's always just going to be playing these positions where he likes to just explore the map. He likes to be the lurk. He likes to just see what he can do if finding an opening.
Likes to flex.
He likes to flex.
Flex around the map. Flex what a gun he's playing with often. You know, he rifles, he snipes, he uses the pistol pretty well.
It is true. He's a jack of all trades, really.
Indeed. Even also flexing their way back over toward A, which is not a bad shout here. It's a solo hold, a forward hold, yes, from YSH, so he'll get early information, but he is on his own at the moment. XN starting to come across to reinforce the A side, and he might be required. We'll see what YSH can do. A double for YSH is fantastic, as he gets all the info that's required, and the rest of King Zero are on their way over to A. XN blinded, but not spotted. Xbox, saw him, but it doesn't matter. The duel's still going to be a 1-on-2 for Dezane. Impossible. And King Zero, once again, just looking way too comfortable on the GR side of Ankara at the moment.
Yeah, it really does seem like their protocols are really set in place right now. Like they're having the rotates correct. They're having everybody just getting themselves in the right positions for these fights. And that's where, again, that experience of, like, you know, playing the best teams in the world on this map in the CFPL, that's where I keep emphasizing that importance, because they put themselves in a gigantic advantage. And now even they mixed up the playbook one more time. They actually have Bin and his teammate. They're going to be able to actually push all the way through B door, so they've been playing a little bit more aggressive on this. So fighting for some map control, making this more problematic here for the Gaming Gladiators, but instead, looks like mid control could be the game plan here for the BL side, potentially. Zane's hesitating, thinking that there might be a swing going to be commenced. But are we going to see Bin actually commit to this push? I mean, there's no reason he necessarily has to. Could be cheeky, but instead he will play this a lot more disciplined. I don't love this from Gaming Gladiators, if I'm being completely honest. Utility going to get thrown. YSH now goes for the first point of contact. He does spot some players. Good flash, blinds them. Can he be able to capitalize on the kills? Indeed he will. Make it 3! Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's super clean from YSH. You can get the sense that King Zero on an individual level have kind of stepped it up here on Ankara. Maybe just feeling a bit more comfortable with the angles and fights that they're taking in comparison to Compound, and that's making a big difference here. Gaming Gladiators kind of getting swept at the moment. We'll see if Flex and Spoxy have anything to say about it, but difficult to dig out these GR players now with 50 seconds left, especially with the positions that have been taken in towards middle there. Info for XN and 9U on the off angle. This will be a tough one to clear. In fact, impossible in the end for Spoxy, and Flex has to obviously worry about that flank coming in from XN as well, who probably doesn't want to give up this fight. He actually shouldn't be taking the fight in an ideal world. Flex wants it though, as you can tell he's trying to really press for it. But in that meanwhile, it's given time for the rest of King Zero to rotate across. It'll be an easy round. Well played again by King Zero. 3-1 the lead.
Yeah, again, going just back to the detail, I was talking a lot about protocols and just being very comfortable in this map, and that's what's really just starting to show here. A 3-1 score. King Zero are starting to look like they're not running away with it yet, but they've been putting themselves in a lot of conversation they could. Now, I mean, arguably for Gaming Gladiators, I mean, this map in their domestic league, I mean, statistically, they're better on the GR side than the BL, but I mean, we did see that when they were on Compound, they were playing a stronger GR side. So if they can be able to find themselves a few rounds, that might be just enough for them to feel okay for this. 9U does go for the Ven pop, but Spoxy's sitting there waiting for him. Takes him out, so now they find themselves the opener. Bin is still going to be pushed up through B double door, so again, just sitting things through. And if we see Gaming Gladiators try to commit to this, they're going to have to worry about that aggression of him. But they might just try to go for this mid pop one more time. They got bested last time from YSH, but that's not going to be the case. This time he's at A. He's been able to join his teammate. So they're playing the 2-2. Bin's now pushed himself through. This is huge. He's got tons of information. He might be able to do the ultimate backstab here.
They're getting away with too much, King Zero. They can't keep getting away with this. Bin is only able to get himself one, but more importantly, he gets the information, which is going to allow YF to just creep up behind this smoke, see if he can find that next player. Oversteps his bounds. And so even with that big wrap from King Zero, the early information, Gaming Gladiator is still in control of this round, although it is quite messy. You've got players all over the place, flanks on flanks on flanks. And it all goes the way of Gaming Gladiators this time around. YSH may have something to say about it, but a 1v4, a nigh impossible task.
Yeah, this is where Gaming Gladiators just have to make sure they play this, you know, just together. Like, again, they're having double player into the spawn, so they get the easy kill, so not bad at all. Considering, you know, that Bin was able to push through and he almost could have had that flank, it was just unfortunately, it's a little bit of an awkward angle in some sense because there wasn't a lot of players that he was able to really spot. He did get himself that one kill. If he would have had maybe like an HK, that could have been a little bit easier just considering the distance and being able to one-tap possibly. But yeah, that AK couldn't bring the big impact that we thought it could have been here with the backstab, but Gaming Gladiators get themselves a much-needed round here to only make this the one-round differential in this one. And now King Zero just going to call up the single sniper here for YF, and everybody else is going to rifle up. And now the triple A setup once again. YSH typically likes to play the bridge position, but they've decided he's going to join his teammates. He's going to be able to play the anti-flash position. And Vent has been a little bit problematic here for the GR side. These guys have really been struggling to maintain it. It seems like they're losing players, and Bin, he's already been taken down at critical HP already.
But Gaming Gladiator's not making any actual inroads in this round just yet. I like that they've got players set up to watch the flank, though. Not something that we've really seen happen for Gaming Gladiators over the past couple of rounds. You think about those big flanks that King Zero have had. Looks like that's going to be an option in this round, and I mean, King Zero not going for it either. So a stalemate has ensued. Cayman playing quite slowly in this round, as they are wont to do often.
Yeah, and King Zero have really actually, again, just kind of gotten a decent read on this. Pretty much 4 players at B. This is not good right now, so Gaming Gladiators have kind of smelled the cheese. They're falling for it. They're running into a bit of a trap. Can they be able to get themselves out? Can they get themselves prior through? Now they're going to just go for the execute. YF does find that first one. Yanks in a double. And look at how quickly they just clean up the house. All 4 kills. They don't lose a single body. Bin's still alive. Let's not forget he had that low HP. And now Spoxy has to get the 1-on-5 with 29 seconds and has to fight for the bomb control. This is looking like it's a problem. This is looking so unlikely unless King Zero have the throw of the century. But Spoxy does do some more damage, but he just can't seem to find the kills.
It's like Gaming Gladiators have run into a brick wall. They've brought their battering ram, but their battering ram is made of mashed potato. It just gets absolutely obliterated. That's way too strong of a hold. King Zero, nice pre-rotate, nice read. They had all the players that they needed for that defense in the right spot. They won every single duel. So Gaming Gladiators right back to square one after having just won a round. They instantly lose the next, and they don't just lose it, they really did get dominated. So bad feeling, bad vibes for Gaming Gladiators as this map is starting to slip a little bit away from them. Rex has got an advanced position up toward mid. It'll be Gaming Gladiators that try to clear out mid together. Bit of a pre-fire around the corner, but there's no one from King Zero actually holding mid. Heavy stack on 8. Not sure what's prompted that from King Zero, but
yeah, they've been really putting a lot of focus on that, though. They really have. Like throughout this entire first half, they seem to go very quickly for the triple player A because they're worried that, you know, Gaming Gladiators are just going to go for the full exec. It's not a bad idea. It's a bit of a gamble. And again, you still have someone like YF. You have someone like Bin. They're like your 2 players that could just be these big defenders here in the site. But Bin is going to get bested now, so Lion Claw able to dig deep here with the dagger, and now leaves YF here in a bit of a tight situation. He's got himself blind as a bat, but can he be able to get himself maneuvered? Can he be able to find himself this kill? Tucked away behind the box. Do they know that he's here? Are they going to be able to clear this? Gaming Gladiators have struggled to clear the right angles. He's still sitting there, and this could be an issue. Raffin, he walks right past him. Oh, this could be a problem. This could be a massive problem here. And oh no, it's starting to fall apart, but Raffin can thankfully save the day, and it's just down to 9U here with minimal HP for a 1-on-3.
Yeah, like ships in the night, they go past one another without seeing each other, but it's all good. Gaming Gladiators in a stable position here, particularly with how low 9U is. It does go down. Timer ticking away. Lion Claw watching the flank, and imagine 9U's going to get more than one here. It should be a quick and easy trade. Spoxy's been spotted out, but Lion Claw, nice position for him. Very favorable duel. Gaming Gladiators claim one more. And both the coaches have some time to chat. Get a timeout here. Maybe not.
Nope. A little bit of a fake. Yeah, it's always funny, like, when you get to watch the coaches, right? Like, sometimes their body language is just so interesting. Like, you can see King Zero's coach is just, you know, animated. He's very intense. Hard to know, obviously, what he's actually talking about right now. But, you know, you look on the other side for Gaming Gladiators, like Loons, again, like, pretty calm for the most part, collected. Pretty chill.
Do, in fact, have a timeout?
I would imagine this has to be from King Zero, though.
Do you think so? I think it might be Gaming Gladiators. I know that Gaming just won that last round, but you know, they are still at a bit of a deficit in this half. It's obviously a map that you expect to get a little bit more done on the BL side. They'll be looking for 5 out of this half at least, Gaming Gladiators. That's still a bit of a stretch to get there.
Oh, you were right. Thank you, production. It was Gaming Gladiator timeout. I mean, I was kind of considering maybe it could have been a King Zero just because they lost that previous round, and I mean, again, they had a lead, and now it's getting a little bit more tight, but
King Zero will be pretty happy with the proceedings so far, right? As long as they're going 1-for-1, kind of tit for tat in this first half, that's totally fine. It does feel also that the rounds which King Zero have been winning have been quite comfortable round wins, whereas Gaming Gladiators, for the most part, have actually had to work really hard for the rounds. So I don't think there's that much pressure on King Zero at the moment. There's not necessarily that much need for the involvement from the coach, although it won't hurt. Gaming definitely looking for the last 2 rounds of this half, and got an uphill battle to secure that, especially with YF finding the opening pick in this round. So 5-4, it is feeling pretty elusive for Gaming right now.
Yeah, it really is. And that's a good start here, especially for YF just to be able to find that kill. Now you can just play more of the passive setup here. It's a perfect setup. Gaming Gladiators don't really have the opportunity for the trade. And a lot of rotation right now. King Zero are being active. They are moving around this map constantly. They are just changing up this defense all the time, which is not a bad thing. Again, gambling and predicting a potential A-pop and allowing just both YF and Bin to be able to hold this. YF perfectly lined up. Spoxy just falls right into the trap of him. The trap card going to be activated. YF does finally miss a shot here, allowing Dezane to get himself a breath. To see if he can be able to find his 3rd kill here in this round number 8, but Gaming Gladiators, now somebody has to do something big here. I mean, nobody's really popping off. Flex is, yeah, sitting at 8 and 5, but now we need to see who can be able to, you know, again, pick up the slack.
It's been the same question we've been asking pretty much since Compound. Gaming Gladiators have been trailing for the majority of this series. Not a fun spot to be in. Just not quite feeling like you're getting the same output from Gaming as what you are from the individuals of King Zero. And look at this push from King Zero as well. They are being active, you know. They're not resting on their laurels. They push their way in towards middle. A nice crunch in onto Dezane, and Flex will net further advantages. And just line cross solo now. YF has spotted him. Information given. Overall chance in hell of winning this round for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, the one thing I do love that we're seeing from King Zero is, like, again, this GR side is that the rotations are just on point. They're really constantly moving around the map. They're able to go for these big double flanks. They're able to just, again, you know, find this map control that they need. And you can tell that Gaming Gladiators, they don't really know the response to it. They're not used to getting tested like this, where people are fighting, you know, for the back lines and really just putting many different pressures across the map. They're usually the ones in their league that they're the ones that are kind of doing that, right? I mean, they usually have Flex that's kind of running around and just being a pest, but now it seems like anybody from King Zero, they're kind of giving a little taste of their own medicine here.
Don't think that Gaming Gladiators is liking that taste. Tasting like defeat. And defeat means elimination as well. It's got a distinct metallic taste.
Yeah, nobody likes the taste of medicine. I always think of that banana. Did you ever have the banana medicine back in the day when you were a kid? Yeah, it was gross. Don't recommend. The cherry flavored. Ugh.
I think I had more like that cherry kind of cough syrupy flavor.
Yeah, that is the worst.
That one's the one.
The banana one was the worst. That's like a boomer kid thing. Any boomers that are in the chat don't know exactly what I'm talking about right now.
Probably a few of them.
Yep.
Given this is a pretty old game.
Heck yeah.
Shout out the boomers one time. Getting there ourselves, Laz. But King Zero, not up to a whole lot in this round. No real shenanigans from them. Happy with the default spread of 2-1-2. Game to default back to an A take. It's a contact play by the looks of things. And Iron U's going to say, well, you can't just walk into this site, mate. Does only get himself one, and XN not quite quick enough across to properly defend the site. So realistically here, playing a little bit more for the retake is King Zero. XN thinking about going through, though. The flashes are popping. They want to preempt this plan from Gaming Gladiators, and that's worked out really nicely. Trades through. YSH gets it done in the 1v1. 6 and 3. And King Zero have a significant lead heading into the second half of map 2.
Yeah, they played a really solid GR side. In all honesty, it felt like they were doing everything almost perfectly. It felt like everything they did, it was a lot of ease with it. You know, YSH had himself a really good first half, sitting at a 12 and 6, like putting up some really good numbers. YF right behind him as well, like again, just putting up some big impactful kills, sitting at 12 and 6, tied pretty much here for the top fragging in the server. Not bad at all, but now we see this aggression here from the GR side. They're going to go for a little bit of a blitz here in middle. They're going to try to go for the big gunfights. And now the benefit does pan out here for the Gladiators. They're able to get themselves on top here for the man advantage, but how long can they maintain that for? It hasn't really proven to be always the strongest effect for them, but Flex has now been able to really just stretch here in terms of positioning. And he might be able to find something. Oh my, that's a beautiful shot. A flick of the wrist, and that's even going to be the bomb dropped as well.
I mean, it's a great spot for Flex to be in. I actually thought that King Zero spotted him out, but had they done so, it wasn't the peak that they were hoping for. This round has kind of capitulated, so Gaming Gladiators flexing their muscles on the GR side. See what XN can say about it, though. He could actually waltz his way into B and get a plan, which, you know, I guess it's one step of the way there.
Yeah, but then the question is going to be, what does he want to do with this, right? Because now, being in the number disadvantage, he's going to want to go for a big plant, be able to find himself a strong position where he's going to be able to go for some aggression on a pick or some duels. But it actually looks like he's just going to sit on top of the tower here. And this might be, again, his team just having a conversation, right? They know that there's still 50 seconds. He's just hoping maybe the positioning from Gaming Gladiators, he might be able to get a bit of a freebie. But these guys are all grouped together. They're just playing as a united front together, which is not bad. They're trying to play the numbers, which makes a lot of sense because they don't want to give up these one-on-ones.
I think this is really well played from Gaming Gladiators. You know, you're happy to let him get the plant. Doesn't really get anything out of it.
This is important. This is going to be a big tell. What is XN going to go for? Does he want to press forward into GR spawn or not? But no, he's going to sit back. He's going to try to sit this back a little bit.
Oh, he's got to try and isolate some 1v1s. I don't mind hiding in the smoke here, but I think a 1v4 is a bit too much to ask. We'll see. Needs 2 really clean kills and he won't get any. Yeah, that's always going to be tough.
Yeah, I don't know. That wasn't, to me, like it is an idea to work through the smoke. Again, the probability of him getting that round is extremely low.
And probably what he's hoping for there is like maybe 2 are going to come retaking from GR side and 2 are going to come from Hotel. And if I hide in this smoke and I can spray down 2, then all of a sudden it's a 2v2. These other guys aren't going to be able to trade. But the fact that all 4 play together kind of negates any possibility there. Even, you know, he doesn't even get 1, so it's kind of a moot point, really.
No, but it's a good thought process, right? Because, you know, some people are probably like wondering, like, oh, why would he do that? And, like, there is that thought process of why, but not much to think about here because now King Zero are going to kind of step things up a little bit, and they're just going to try to get right into Hotel. They want to get that vacancy, and they do. Now they got themselves a room, but now they want to go even further on their stay. Now you can see Gaming Gladiators posted up here as Spoxy, trying to be the bouncer here for the back door, but now you have also Raffin that's been able to go for a bit of a run here out of the A main side of things, but he has to be careful. If he overextends too much, he's about to run into multiple different players. This is important. Raffin's right behind the box. Can he be able to surprise them? Are they going to clear it? Yes, they will. They have been able to sniff him out.
Even if he would have gotten 1 there, the spacing was so good for King Zero that he should have been traded down every day of the week. So well played by King Zero so far. 9U waiting for some re-aggression out from Hotel, and he may just get it. Spoxy and Dezane going to go hunting. They're going to go looking for information. They're going to take a risk, as you should in this kind of circumstance, but King Zero well aware and prepared for that. Get themselves 1 more. And the util dump into Dezane's position will force him away. The plan's going to go down on A. XN taking a 1v1 here, though. Not going to matter. We'll win the round, and King Zero go to 7. Inching their way closer to the playoffs.
Yeah, and again, you know, for anybody that's just kind of tuning in, again, we talked about this is the decider match. So if King Zero do find themselves here with the 2-0, that will allow them to crush the key here of Gaming Gladiators, and they will be done and removed here out of the Crossfire tournament. And that means if it's the conversation of, you know, moving into playoffs a lot bigger here for the desk. But 7-4, not bad at all here for King Zero, but 3 more needed to get this thing closed and done and sealed and delivered. Now, this is where desperation's going to kick in here for Gaming Gladiators. What do they have up their sleeves? They have to kind of throw a bit of a Hail Mary. They have to do something different here because they have nothing to lose at this point.
I don't think Gaming Gladiators is going to be getting up to any real shenanigans beyond what they've already invested in this round. You know, a couple of forward positions in the beacon. They don't want to go any further than that. Lionclaw jiggle peeking into mid, hasn't seen anything. Gaming Gladiators kind of in the dark in this round at the moment. They're not really getting much info at all. They are exploring mid together. YF will spot out Lionclaw. He doesn't know about the flank that Flex is taking, though, and if King Zero slow things down at all, Flex is going to get a lot of value out of this flank. He sees absolutely nothing over on A. The alarm bells are ringing for Gaming Gladiators. As they start to work their way over towards B, KingZero have taken a little bit too long. They are going to be facing a mounted defense, but maybe it doesn't matter. XN and YSH again able to find those openings, and already the site feels as though it is lost. The info was there, the rotation was there. Gaming Gladiators had the numbers, but
Flex!
They need to hit the shots as well, and Flex is doing just that. How has that turned around? It was a 2v4.
How does he get away with that? Like, he's completely in the open. He's able to just control the spray. And that's a very uncharacteristic round from KingZero. Like, I mean, they've been very sharp with the shots, but the fact that you can see it right here, the fact that he can just sit in that kind of a position and they can't seem to land a singular shot. He had 24 HP to spare. Wow. I cannot believe it.
KingZero not going to be too pleased with that.
Yeah, I said a Hail Mary. I didn't think it was going to be like that, though.
Well, run it back. Still got a couple of rounds lead. KingZero not going to be too perturbed. Very similar setup for Gaiman. Can afford hold in connector. Hotel. I like to play a little bit more forward on B and a little bit more back on the A site. Play back in the site. That has been reasonably successful so far for Gaming Gladiators.
Ooh, Lion Claw. Teasing. Yeah, we can see KingZero, you know, not being as active, kind of parking the brakes just a little bit more on this one, right? I mean, not a bad idea, still lots of time left on the clock, but Flex, you can see getting a little bit antsy on it. Doesn't really do, actually, it doesn't even inflict any damage, it's just kind of some warning shots that he's going to send off here, but KingZero now, the infamous A-Pop looking like it is going to be on the plan of attack here, ready to execute. That's going to be Dezane and Raffin, the two that have to hold this site. You have somebody, which I'm just looking, that's going to be Flex. He's already pushing down, and now Naiu's trying everything his abilities, and he gets an easy kill. Dezane has no idea. And
wow.
Look at how fast and ferocious they get it.
Yeah, the A side just crumbles, doesn't it? And sometimes that is the danger of playing a bit more of a passive hold on your A side, is if you don't get that initial opener as the entry comes through, you kind of just get swarmed. Even if you have two players on that site, it's essentially an isolated 5v2 because the rotation takes a long time on Ankara, and Gladiator's just not there in time to really assist, and so the site's just completely lost. And Swoxy and Lionclaw with a doomed retake from the outset. We'll see 8 up on the board now for KingZero. Continue to inch closer and closer to those playoffs. It's not far away now, just 2 rounds.
Yeah, 2 rounds needed, and they got themselves here in the qualification stage, and they will be able to advance themselves through. But we saw in the first map, I mean, in a similar situation where Gaming Gladiators was able to bring themselves back into a very close affair. But can they do it here and now? Raffin goes for a massive swing by himself. Nobody there to trade it out. Now this is when they're trying to play the hero card. This is when all the players are just trying to see what they can do and make themselves a highlight reel, but you're just not going to get away with it. Spoxy running around rampant here with the pistol. Now him and Flex together have been able to find 2, which has put them in a man advantage. Bomb is going to be dropped here, but is picked up quickly and retrieved. Bin once again, man, is a menace.
That's a huge pick. Dezane was the only defender on the B bomb site. That bomb was on its way. Bin has got a lot of space now. Gaming Gladiators essentially locked out of the site behind that smoke. This will be a plant in for KingZero. Bin can go on a bit of a journey here to clear out connector. Hasn't seen anything. Going to read into that the possibility that both the Gaming players are coming from GR Spawn, which will be a correct assumption. Bin really playing for the post plant. YF almost caught in transition, but we'll be able to back it up. Gaming Gladiator's going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on here. Half the timer has already gone. Spoxy looking for Bin. Hasn't spotted him out. YF set up patiently. There's a tap on the bomb. Bin going to be drawn into the peak. Sees there's nobody on the defuse. Now the time playing really in the favor of KingZero. And Flex, he's got to go, he's got to fight, but he can't win this round anymore. The time is gone. YF will die, but KingZero will win the round 9-5. And Gaming Gladiators 1 round away from elimination. 1 round away from their key being crushed.
Yeah, and you can see the frustration from Flex. He just knew that he didn't have enough time, and now everything is at stake here. This is now where they need to get 4 rounds to be able to bring themselves back into an overtime situation, and it just feels it's unlikely right now for Gaming Gladiators. And King Zero on the brink of getting themselves, like you said, the qualification and being able to crush the key of one of the competitors here at EWC. Yeah. This is not a good start.
It's been a good fight from Gaming Gladiators. I will give them that. They were almost able to take it all the way on map number 1. But King Zero have been the better team today so far. And I imagine that will remain true for the rest of the day, as it is Gaming Gladiators, unfortunately, playing their last round of Crossfire unless someone can pull off a miracle right here. YF says it's not going to be Dezane, but perhaps Spoxy. Smoke down is preventing Spoxy and Raffen from making any semblance of a retake, and that's going to be a real problem as that timer is now ticking in the favor of King Zero. Raffen provides 1, but no more than that. Nainu gets it done. 2-0 today for King Zero as they finish off map number 2, 10-5, and they secure their spot in the playoffs as Seed 2 coming out of Group A. That will be the end of Gaming Gladiators and their run here at the Esports World Cup, but no doubt we will be seeing them later on in the year as well for future Crossfire tournaments. But at least here in Riyadh, it's time to say goodbye to Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, really good efforts here from Gaming Gladiators. Again, you know, taking the loss on Compound, which was the 10-8 in favor for King Zero. And then, like you said, a 10-5, you make it a little bit of an easy day at the office. But look, it was a valiant effort from Gaming Gladiators, but they come short. That means they will be eliminated, as you mentioned. So now we finally do have our qualification of King Zero making it through. But a really hard fight. I mean, I think King Zero are showing a lot of improvement throughout this tournament. We've been able to see them, you know, have a bit of a shaky start, but it feels like as the games have been progressing, as more, you know, competition's been happening, they've been just getting a little bit better and better as a group.
I think for me as well, one of the key differences for King Zero and a lot of the other teams that they've faced in this tournament so far is I feel like they have just been on a bit of a better level individually, certainly than Gaiman and Twisted Minds. Obviously, Al-Qadsiya kind of took it to them, but I don't know that was necessarily down to just the individual basis. I think in these other matches, King Zero definitely getting a lot out of the, you know, the multi-kills, clutch moments, those kinds of things, which, you know, it's enough to get you through the group stages, but when you get into the playoffs, when you're facing better teams, you know, I'm not sure exactly who they're going to be playing against. Yes, obviously that will depend on the results of the rest of these games, but I don't know that they're going to be able to get away with that quite as much in the playoffs. Either way, we'll have a conversation down on the stage.
Thanks very much, chaps. Yes, congratulations. King Zero progressed through to the next round of the competition, the playoffs here, after defeating Gaming Gladiators. And YF joins us right now with our translator, Jin. YF, congratulations, an incredible victory there. That first map, 23 eliminations you had. But we saw there was a tactical pause just before it went to overtime. What was said amongst the team to inspire the rest of your teammates?
首先 ，YF 恭喜你们成功的2-0战胜了 Gaming Gladiators 战队。第一场呢，你当时就是已经有23个人头了，好像。然后呢，当时其实对面已经差点就要翻盘了，就是差点就要打进加时了。然后你们当时进入了一个暂停，然后最后一场就成功的获胜了，并且终结了第一场比赛。就想问你，当时暂停的时候，你们队内说了些什么呢？
暂停的时候，教练给我们安排了一个战术吧，然后我们就听话执行就行了。
Well, during the pause, our coach drafted our strategy for us. So like one specific strategy just for that round, and we just simply executed it.
Awesome. Now, obviously, you're making it through to the playoffs here, the first international playoffs for some time. What does that mean to you? What does that mean to the team making it to the final stages of the Esports World Cup?
那你们这边也是成功的晋级到了这个淘汰赛，然后而且是在一个国际的舞台上，第一次相信是你们战队就是走到那么远，就想问你这对你来说你有什么样的感受，以及对你们战队代表什么呢？
反正目标已经达成了嘛，然后后面就尽量打好就行了嘛。
I'll say that we have kind of reached our initial goal, having come this far in the tournament. So every single series after this, we'll take it one series at a time, and see how far we can get.
It's brilliant. And also, there's loads of King Zero fans, I'm sure, watching at home around the world. Is there any messages you'd like to share with your fans right now for supporting you around the globe?
那现在有很多 KZ 的粉丝，有很多无论是国际还是国内，都有很多观众正在观看，并且在粉你们。就想问你有什么话想跟这些粉丝们说的吗？
就非常感谢大家对 KZ 的支持吧，然后我们后面每一场比赛都会加油的。
Well, thank you everyone for your support. We'll do our best in every single game and every single series that we're gonna play, and we hope that you guys will keep supporting us.
I have no doubt they will here. Lastly, one of the features here at the Esports World Cup is crushing the keys of your foes. You can see behind us here, the crusher is there as King Zero gets to crush Gaming Gladiators key. How do you feel about crushing the key? Are you looking forward to the opportunity?
那最后你们现在战胜了 Gaming Gladiators 战队，你们就需要去把他们的钥匙给碾碎了。后面就是这个就是个碾压机，就想问你，你准备好去碾碎别人的钥匙了吗？
准备好了。
Yes, we are ready.
I'm sure you are. Congratulations again, King Zero, progressing through to the playoffs here at Crossfire at EWC. Thank you, YF. Thank you, Jin. For now, though, while that happens, it's back to the studio. What a way to kickstart our third day.
Adam Savage, Jen, thank you so much out there on the stage with King Zero YF, who was incredible this entire series, but it wasn't a series that maybe many of you were expecting. Yes, the 2-0, that's not necessarily surprising, but you have to respect the fight Gaming Gladiators put up.
Yeah, honestly, you look back to that first map, a 10-8 finish, it really could have gone either way. GG had so many good starts to the round. It just came down to those close quarter situations to close out the rounds where they fell a little bit short.
A little bit short, and it really was a little bit short, Sneaky. For Gaming Gladiators, maybe little mistakes here and there. I know you were kind of critical, at least on map 2, about an angle underneath stairs, right? But, you know, little mistakes, they can compound into bigger ones and therefore a loss. But again, they fought hard.
Yeah, I mean, especially up against Chinese teams, right? It's like they're taking a magnifying glass to every single mistake that they're doing in the map of Ankara itself. And especially, I was really confused on why design wasn't really taking the understairs angle, considering, you know, it is actually a good angle to take, and it kind of buys you 2 or 3 seconds, but that's just the specifics. But overall, I think Gaming Gladiators really punched above their weight today, despite the 2-0. You know, Spoxy was playing good, Rapin was playing good. We saw some really good stuff coming in from Flex. It's just that KZ is on another level today. I mean, you saw peak XN, we saw peak YF, and those are the only 2 that they need for most of this tournament.
And I want to say, by the way, Gaming Gladiators fought above their belts multiple times, including against Twisted Minds. Getting that win was incredible, but King Zero continued to surprise all the doubters out there, and they have officially punched their ticket into the playoffs. They are now top 8. The question is, how much further can they go? Let's take a look at our Sony MVP. See who really performed. Is it YF? Come on, it's got to be YF. His performance was incredible. 23 eliminations in game 1, 1.95 KD. This guy was all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he is the deal breaker for this team, and when he's on fire, it shows perfectly in the server. 1.95 KD is just absolutely insane, and he continues to keep performing at this level consistently as well, which has been impressive to see throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, Sneaky, one of the things about YM that I noticed yesterday is, again, I called him the clutch master. You put him in a clutch spot like that one right there. Mind you, he picked off one with the sniper just a little bit earlier. He's going to perform well.
Oh, for sure. And I think YF is perfect for the modern sniper era that we're about to have in Crossfire, considering that he reminds me of the more ego-y kind of snipers like we see from Gokun, and he's less, he's not really the type of guy to kind of just stand around and let his team lose. He is going to take matters into his own hands, man.
Yeah, absolutely, and he did exactly that, but it takes an army in order to win a war. YN was one of them. 9U, how did he do?
Pretty well, I think, across the board. I mean, everyone really impressed me on this lineup stepping up. XN didn't need to be the star this time around, and everyone kind of rose to the occasion to make sure they crossed that finish line.
And I like that. Let's actually capitalize off of that, Sneaky, because sometimes you do have those stars, like, for example, YF, who's carrying the torch, but it's not all YF with this roster. The entire roster can step up at any time.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually very impressed with KZ that they're now less reliant on these 2 players. I mean, we saw some good stuff from 9U, Bin doing doing such a nice job as well. And I think overall, KZ in this new modern patch compared to the last time that we saw them in ACL, it's like an entirely different team. And the fact that they're the 5th seed from China, you know, we did say that they were lucky to be here, but it seems like they kind of earned their spot in playoffs.
Well, boys, it's time. Gaimin Gladiators, unfortunately, their key must be crushed. King Zero, they are going to do the deed. There it is, holding it up. They realize what's at stake. They realize how hard they ended up fighting, and they go for the crush. And mind you, if they do win this tournament again, they can use the fragments of this very key for their trophy themselves. And as it goes down, boom, and it snaps, and there's the jolt. Again, never gets old. They're always going to be scared from it, man. I mean, I'm telling you, it's loud out there in the venue. It sounds crazy. So, Gaimin Gladiators, they are gone. And, well, for King Zero, well fought. Man, they did have to fight too, didn't they? I mean, of course, losing to Alcatia in the opening matches, they then had to go against Twisted Minds, fight against Gaimin Gladiators, but they eventually made it.
Yeah, honestly, the craziest thing for me to think of now is that Baisha is the only Chinese team not locked into the playoffs at this point. So it's an interesting position for them to be in now because all the other Chinese teams, they've done it.
Yes, they have, and they might continue to do it, depending. Falcons is going to put up a wonderful fight against Baisha in just a little bit, of course, in Group C, but we still have Group B to come up, and that's Team Liquid and Rock, which is going to be a banger matchup. Rock has been quite a bit of a favorite, I think, on this desk for multiple reasons. We look at our Jamil Motorsports player arrivals, and as they come into the venue, they realize the pressure is on.
I mean, once you enter the arena, man, you just feel the pressure, you feel the prestige, you feel that this is finally the real deal for this decider match, and fully knowing that both of these teams are trying to prove themselves, for their region especially. I mean, Rock, they have an entire country on their back, and that's the same as well here for Team Liquid, considering how popular the players are. Right. A lot of Brazilian kids are looking up to these players on Team Liquid, and they want them to succeed.
Succeed, they must. They beat EVOS, right? Rock did, to get to this very point. For Team Liquid, they also beat EVOS, but the thing is, they could not defeat Q9. Defeated them 2-0. So now going into this matchup, I think it's going to be a lot closer than people are thinking.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I said it earlier. It was my hot take of the day. I feel like this team of Rock has a real fighting chance to win this, even though Team Liquid has those superstar players like Gokun, who can maybe do a lot of heavy lifting individually, but I think team play will really matter most in this situation, and that's where I'd back Rock.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, though. Not only is the key on the line for both of the rosters, but it's also Team Liquid's chance of winning the club championship trophy. They're going to have to fight hard for it, and this is a must-win if they want even a sliver of a chance to defeat the Falcons, who are currently in first place for the club championship race. Gaimin Gladiators, they fought hard. Let's listen in one more time to their exit interview.
Hi, it's Wendy here. I'm with the Lion Cloud from the Gaimin Gladiator now. So got a few questions right after this matchups. One, what's going on this competition? Which part you are not satisfied with?
I mean, there is a lot to take from this competition, but I wouldn't say we are satisfied with our end result. I feel like we have been improving, but I think this result doesn't necessarily represent the level that we can play in.
Got it. So one step away to overtime at the map 1 compound. So what happened?
I mean, the preparation was great. We knew what they are going to do. Like, we were aware and we prepared properly for their reactions and their set plays. But I think that in the end we lost some clutch. And of course, Chinese teams don't, when you give them an opportunity, they will take it. We were very close to winning it. I think at some point we even played better in some situations, but it is what it is, and we lost.
Yes, got it. So the final questions, anything you want to say to your fans who support you?
Yeah, I just want to thank my fans, Gaimin Gladiators fans, and of course my teammates fans. I really hope that we still have some tournaments to play. I really hope we can make it to the last event of the year, and yeah, I hope our results can improve in the meantime.
Yes, absolutely looking forward to your upcoming matches in the 2025, and good luck. GG. Bye.
sun turns blue. World up dance to the sun.
It's Wendy here with Golkan from Team Liquid, and just simple questions for them because they need to prepare for their upcoming matches. Yesterday you lost the game, but how about right now? What's your form right now?
Ontem a gente perdeu o jogo. Como que você está agora?
Ontem o jogo valia muito para a gente, para a classificação. Ficamos um pouco tristes, mas o jogo que vale é realmente hoje.
Yesterday's game is very important for us. We are very sad to lose, but today is today, and we are here to win.
Okay, good. So you guys still got the potential to seek for the highest rank on the club championship ranking. So did that add any extra pressure on you?
Você sente alguma pressão extra por você estar jogando com times de high level aqui?
Para ser sincero, eu não sinto. Eu amo o que eu faço, eu me divirto muito jogando e eu jogo sempre para vencer contra qualquer um.
I don't feel any pressure because I love this, and I play because I love, and I play to win.
Okay, good. Looks like you got so good form today, and we're all looking forward your upcoming matches performance. And that's all from us. Bye bye.
Thank you for the interview, Wendy. As always, Team Liquid looking to protect their title at the moment. And I say that because, well, they are going for first place for the Club Championship Trophy. The chance to win it is here. The chance, though, is might be quickly slipping away, depending on how this series goes. Hey, I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Sneaky. Well, now Neil's back on the desk. I love the drip. You're looking great, man. How you feeling?
Thank you very much. Feeling good. I'm really looking forward to this. I've not had the chance to really express my rock bias, so now I actually get to be fully fledged, unhinged West League enjoyer. But I'm really looking forward to this. This is a good game. I mean, the fact that we get that kind of rock versus the aura of Gouken vibes, I'm looking forward to this.
It's going to be fun. Now, don't be too unhinged, because this guy's already unhinged. Sneaky,
for sure.
He's a wild card. I love him. I love both of you guys. It's going to be great. Now, this is a big series for Team Liquid, like I said, for the Club Championship race, and for Rock for the Western region, right? To prove like this region needs to be taken seriously on the global stage. For them to even make it into the finals, I feel would surprise quite a few fans and supporters of the Crossfire scene, and they have the potential to do it. The thing about Team Liquid, though, is again, they are going to fight tooth and nail to get where they can. And that man Gouken, been hearing his name come up a lot. Apparently he's a legend or something?
He is definitely a legend. We call him the Uncrowned King, as he has been
such a cool title.
Best sniper in Brazil for the longest time. He's gotten so close in winning a CFS tournament, but he always comes short. He's one game away, one kill away, or one clutch away, but it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing whether he can finally get the kind of the crowning achievement for his career. I mean, he will already go down as a legend, one of the best of all time from his region. That's undoubtable, but there's always going to be the asterisk, isn't there, of did he actually win an international trophy? And the answer's no at the moment, but he's still got it, and he keeps proving just the level that he can play individually, despite being playing 4 years. Now's his time, and the roster around him, really, really scary. I think Danimals is a very, very good head for the game, very smart player, brings a lot to the table. Ryuzao as well, individually, mechanically super talented, and 7-7 brings a lot in terms of his kind of youthful exuberance, but also a lot of mechanical prowess. So I like this team a lot. There's a lot to like. They've just got to click.
Biggest thing to take away, though, from the interview was the fact that they said losing to Q9, it hurt. It made them sad. And I understand that. I do. Now, there's two ways they can look at that. Do they continue to beat themselves up and think that they are truly the underdogs and they just aren't meant for this tournament? Or do they say, enough is enough. We don't want to feel defeat again. We want to go all the way. The chance is there. It's a matter of what mentality they're going to use coming into it. For Team Liquid, I think they're going to be fine. After all, that Q9 series, it did end in a 2-0, but it was 10-7, 10-6. So it wasn't necessarily a blowout, but it wasn't the result that they wanted. Now, on to the side of Rock, though. Rock has a lot to prove. We've been talking about their region, right? Not a lot of people necessarily take their region seriously. They are underrepresented, but they've got a lot of key players. And I feel that the way that they played against EVOS proved to me that they do have a real chance against Team Liquid.
I mean, this is the last hope of the West. We've seen them make a deep run. You were there too, Neil, when we was at Vietnam, and we were mind blown by 3BL's run that they got that far in the tournament. And I feel like there could be that magic left in them, dude. I mean, Rock, they are the team that can upset a whole lot of teams. I mean, Brazil, China, they've done everything, but they need to execute now, man.
Yeah, and since the addition of Slyrin towards this side, this is just the West League super team. This is the best of the best. If you were to pick the best player from each individual role, you just pick this side. That's how good they are, right? And when you look now at what they can bring to the table, this is a Rock side that have so much in terms of the individual firepower. And also, and I think the one thing that has been a big advantage for them in the past is actually they play a little bit of a generally unorthodox style, right? The tempo changes and pace that, generally speaking, a lot of international teams aren't really too used to. And the way in which they like to adapt and vary in terms of how they play, a lot of teams struggle with. I've spoken to some of the other teams, and they say, we find it difficult to call against them because we don't know what to expect. That's actually one of their best assets. They're a bit of an unknown quantity at times, but on top of that as well, they've got a coach who is arguably the best player of all time from the West League, right? So we're talking about a player from this region who has so much experience, made a finals in 2019, and was so close to being crowned a champion. And he has so much experience in not only how to make deep runs and what we need to do to overcome big opponents like your Liquids, for example, but he's the perfect guy to look towards the side that already have the individuals. They just need now to lock in.
So Snare, a name that we talk about quite often, what kind of matchup are we going to see between Snare and Gouken, both being snipers?
I mean, for Snare, man, I feel like Snare is super, super good, but he has this bad habit of being stubborn, peeking the same angle over and over again for the sake of ego. Gouken would do the exact same thing, but, it's Gouken, right? I mean, he's gonna hit that 9 times out of 10. So I feel like Snare, he has to respect Gouken just by a slight margin, but at the same time, you don't want to give Gouken that much space to work with, right?
And when you look at these stats as well, while Gouken's kind of taken the lead, Snare's opening game's really bad. He stepped it up massively heading in towards that game yesterday, and that was more like the Snare that we expected, especially that map number 2, right? Over 20 kills, he was looking fantastic. That's the sort of Snare that we're used to. But what makes Snare so good? He's the best player in the West, right? It's undoubtable. There's not really a debate there, but it's a guy who individually can carry this team through tough games, and he has the hardest opposition for him on the flip side because actually they're vastly different sniper players. Gouken is more than happy to turret up and more than happy to just be an anchor towards a site and wait and invite in pressure. Where you look towards Snare, he's a little bit more of that shotgun sniper style. He wants to get up in your face, he wants to fight up close, but like we saw, the issue with Snare, because in the West, generally speaking, we don't have a lot of depth in terms of how strong the teams go. Basically past Gaming Gladiators and IC, then becomes a bit of a weak pool. He doesn't get to sharpen the stone throughout the year, right? Doesn't get a lot of experience, where it's the flip side for Gouken. Gouken's technically not even on the best team, right? In his region, so he gets to go head to head with teams all around him. Even when you go deep in towards Brazil, 4th, 5th best teams, there's still a lot of talent there. The same can't be said for the West, and I think that's where bad habits creep in for Snare. He's used to, as we saw on Subbase, right, peeking in towards doors, and every single time in the West League, he'll win that fight without even really having to think about it. And then when we saw when he played against Q9, punished each and every round, 0-6 to start, taking the same exact fight, never learning his lessons. So these are the issues where actually we have to look towards Stray, and he has to say, right, change it up, new position, play a different pace, but you can't keep doing the same thing, expecting the same result. That is Einstein's definition of insanity.
Insanity, isn't it? And I really hope that ego does get put to the side, because that was a great point you brought up. And if Snare can put the ego aside and not challenge just for the sake of challenging and banging your head against a wall, hoping you run through it, I think they'll be okay. It's going to be a big series for sure. We have a lot of action taking place today, and you can follow all of it if you join our Discord. Go and scan that QR code if you haven't already, and follow everything EWC related, including, of course, what's happening on your screen right now, which is Crossfire, a big series between Team Liquid and Rock about to go down. And for Team Liquid, they are fighting tooth and nail again for that club championship race, just 500 points behind Falcons. They have a real chance to win this series and move forward to playoffs and right all the wrongs of that Q9 series that they lost 2-0. But going back to Snare, though, I do really want to see him put that ego aside, because that means he can get punished. And if he is that tip of the spear that you guys are saying he is, and one of the best in the world, if he starts to falter, I don't know if anybody's going to be able to truly pick up the slack that Snare brings.
Yeah, and that's the problem, though. I mean, even if Snare takes out Gouken, you still have to deal with the Animals. The Animals is a literal Rubik's Cube of an IGL, and even if Gouken has a bad game, the Animals is like, all right, we're going to put 7-7 on this guy. We're going to put, 1 or 2 players on this guy to try and get them off of his position. The Animals is so good at making specific players uncomfortable. It happened in the Summer Champs.
Of course.
He really... I was speechless in that map, the game. He made Justin play 0 Crossfire in that entire map, and he can do that exact same thing here in this series.
The one big counter to that, though, is that generally speaking, when we look towards this side, we're looking at individuals like Horus to step up, and he's had a bit of a slower tournament. We're looking at Slayer as a rifler, but actually for me, the second fiddle for this Rock side has been Snake. Not only in the core of the bomb, but the numbers, he's been fantastic. So we've got a really interesting head-to-head, not only in terms of the snipers, but the IGLs, and actually the IGL's impact in terms of just raw frags. So this could be a really spicy game. There's a lot of depth on both sides, but I think for me, the one thing I need to see step up, I need to see a little bit more out of both Horus and Totson. Totson generally levels up on LAN. I haven't seen that level up just yet. It's been okay. He's been a little bit stable, but we know he's got an extra kind of 10-15%. Horus, game 1, pretty woeful. Really couldn't get going. Single-digit kills at the end of the series, right? He looked really off his game, but he's so impactful. He plays a lot of high-impact roles. He plays a lot of where there's a hell of a lot of traffic, right? So he's getting a lot of opportunities and he's just squandering them. So this is where Liquid, knowing how Liquid operate, they're going to punish that, right? They're going to say, right, this guy's had a bad tournament so far. Let's put pressure on, right? Let's see what we can do to make him uncomfortable. And unfortunately, because where Horus plays, he's generally on his own. He doesn't play with a lot of support. So they punish him. It makes it retake after retake for Rock, which is never what you want.
So the casters will cover the picks and bans, but if Rock had, like say, a perfect scenario, what would be the winning I guess, concoction, right, for Rock when it comes to the overall maps they need.
Ankara Black Widow compound.
Yeah, ban Mexico first and foremost. Don't go New Mexico. I think as much as they've been liking it recently, I don't like what I'm seeing on sub base. They've got to make sure that's not in the pool. I actually don't. You've got a real debate actually of do you even actually what you go for the ban. I feel like New Mexico kind of is just a standard perma ban for them at the moment.
Right.
But it's do we change it up now because sub base has been so woeful? But I think you're right. Ankara Black Widow compound has been a classic. Compound is just played every single series in the West League, so they got reps on it. Ankara's really good, but also same for Liquid. But is that Black Widow? I've liked what I've seen on Black Widow from Rock. I really hope they pick into it.
And Black Widow was played Q9 and Team Liquid, and they lost 10-7. Obviously, speaking in regards to Team Liquid, so Black Widow could be a solid pick. Again, the casters will break down the picks and bans, but Black Widow, I hope it's there for Rock's sake. It could be another 2-0. It wouldn't be surprising. But hey, Rock is looking to catch you all off guard, and they're looking to prove that the Western region is powerful, small but mighty nonetheless. Team Liquid going for the Club Championship trophy, trying to stay alive, going against Rock. Let's get the party started.
5 spots in the playoffs have been locked and loaded. 3 more on the line. But this next matchup is not just about the playoffs. It's about club championship points, and the race for first is still on for that $7 million for that first place, Adam.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Every single matchup now has a ripple effect, like skimming a stone across the lazy lagoon somewhere in the mountains. That sounds amazing. Can I enter the club championship person? Is it too late for that?
Brother, we're in week 7. What are you talking about?
Fashion relate to the party?
As
Classic
always.
Me, classic me. I suggest, though, this next game is going to have a real impact on that club championship. Are you ready to meet the team? Should we do it?
Okay, let's bring them on down. Starting with the contender for the club championship, it is Team Liquid. A roster packed with veterans. Liquid knows the weight of expectation. Their journey through Brazil brought them here. But today is more than just presence. It's about planting their flag as contenders. Calm, calculated, and dangerous. This is Team Liquid.
And their opponents, Rock Esports. The CWFL heroes answered the call in the last round, digging deep to survive and advance. Now a new challenge looms, Team Liquid. When the pressure hits, real champions don't crack, they rock. This is more than a matchup, it's a clash of power, pride and purpose. Only one team can reach the playoffs, but who will it be? Casters, let's find out, shall we?
Let's find out indeed. A lot to play for in this upcoming match, an elimination match, of course, and the hopes and dreams of the West League now rests on the shoulders of Rock Esports after Gaming Gladiators and Inner Circle Esports have already been eliminated from competition here in the Esports World Cup. Of course, there's a lot for Rock to think about, but on the other side of the field here, Team Liquid as well. As mentioned on the stage, the club championship still potentially within their reach. They are 500 points behind Team Falcons. Currently, if they could find a way to win Crossfire at the Esports World Cup, they would go up by 500 points. And then depending on how the results of, for example, the other couple of games here in Week 7 go, there would be a discussion to be had. That really does feel like the only way forward for Team Liquid if they want to win the Esports World Cup Club Championship. That's a bit of a tongue twister. They would have to win Crossfire at Esports World Cup, I feel. So there is a lot resting on the shoulders of this very team. We'll see whether or not they can at least uphold their end of the bargain and make it through to the playoffs, which I think for them is obviously the first step on that journey.
Yeah, it really is, and that's the biggest thing is that we said, for Team Liquid, I mean, it feels like I'm not really convinced that they're there yet, right? I mean, they are that 500 points away, like you said, so it is very much a tight race. But from what we've seen in Crossfire so far, it really hasn't been, the performance that I was kind of expecting to see with this team, like someone like Gokin that's joining the ranks and kind of getting himself back into, fighting form. I feel like we've seen kind of some mixed results in the sense that, they got the 2-0 over EVOS, and then they got 2-0'd by Q9, and now kind of putting them in this position that they have to play Rock. And again, this is a decider, so whoever loses, they're out. So, I mean, if there is a world that Rock can, create the upset, then yeah, that, championship rankings, that really does kind of crumble a lot here for Team Liquid. And then that whole race, it looks like it hits a bit of a wall.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty star-studded roster for Team Liquid, isn't it? Like Goken, Daniels, obviously some of the biggest names when it comes to Brazilian Crossfire, but Ryuzao and 7-7 have also had some pretty impressive performances internationally. Y is a name that we've also seen kind of popping around as well. So this is by no means a weak roster, by no means an inexperienced roster at all, but yeah, I would have probably hoped for a little bit more against that Q9 lineup as well. They did go down 2-0 there, and they obviously find themselves here in the lower bracket final against Rock. I do still have Liquid as the favorites for this matchup, but I would echo your sentiment that I think winning Crossfire at Esports World Cup is going to be a very, very tough ask for Team Liquid. So, in my mind, Team Falcon's looking pretty good for that club championship trophy, but that's a discussion but perhaps later on down the track as we now start to zero in on this particular matchup between Team Liquid and Rock Esports. Obviously, with the introduction there, I highlighted the importance of this one for Rock, right? Just for the West League as a region, they are the last representative, but for Rock themselves, they did not fail to make it out of the group stage and into the playoffs in either of the international tournaments last year. Not at the Summer Championships, not at CFS. They were able to make top 8 at both of those events. And so once again, they're looking to do that here at EWC. A win against Team Liquid would at least equalize their result in what was the equivalent event at this time last year, the Summer Championships, where they were able to make it into the playoffs for the first time. But now the expectations are certainly higher, so does that mean the pressure is also a little bit higher on the shoulders of Rock Esports today?
Yeah, and the biggest thing is, we get to go into the veto a little bit because, again, we see that the first map that's going to be played is the pick of Rock going on to Port, which, again, we know that we saw in previous matchups that, yeah, they were able to push, Q9 into an overtime situation where they were able to make those 4 rounds in a row, making it a little bit a closer affair, but really they weren't really able to get much done once they got to that overtime stake. And we haven't seen Team Liquid play this map yet here at EWC, but we do know that in their map pool, domestically, it's a strong map. So this is really a big question mark in the sense that Rock, I would imagine they must have known this, but we'll see if maybe them getting some of the extra practice reps, the official matches here at EWC, might just give them enough an advantage here.
Yeah, very, very intrigued to see how this matchup does play out. I think there's a possibility for both of these teams to walk away with a victory. It feels like one of the closer matches that we have, at least on paper today. So we'll wait and see how it pans out. Rock have been traditionally very, very strong starters in their opening couple of games here at Esports World Cup. So if they can maintain that, if they can get off to a good kickoff lead here on Port, then maybe there is something to be said for them. A couple of pivotal players to keep an eye on in this one obviously was highlighted by the desk as well. Snare and Goken, the 2 snipers for their respective rosters. Do have 7-7 taking the secondary sniper role here for Team Liquid as well. But one thing that I wanted to sort of touch on there as well, we do have a bit of a slower round to kick off things here. The analyst desk obviously comparing those 2 players. The way that I would define the 2 is that Goken is a closer and Snare is an opener.
Correct.
Snare, a lot of the time, as you can see in a round like this one, he's looking for these opening fights. He's put in positions by Rock to essentially take the first duel and hopefully win it and hopefully give Rock the 5-on-4 advantage. Whereas for Team Liquid, and for Goken particularly throughout his career, he's been set up as a closer. He's been set up as the player that's alive in those clutch situations, and typically he's been very good at converting those. So there is a bit of a dynamic between the 2 snipers that will potentially not see them actually face one another in a lot of opening duels, which is what you would traditionally expect from the snipers here at Crossfire.
Yeah, and there you go. I mean, you see that Snare was trying to, again, go for that opening duel, and that kind of goes right into the point that Sneaky made and said, look, he was pretty stubborn. He has to remove that aspect, and just, again, he can still play his style, but he has to find a way to be a bit more creative. But this time, he does get bested by Goken this time around, and now Liquid, they've been able to do some extra damage as well. You can see Danimals has put himself into, GR spawn. He's just holding down mid here with the M14. He's already been able to take Horus down to some critical HP, already losing half of it. So now you can see, once again, Rock getting ready for the execute, the plan of attack here on the A site, but they do have to worry about Ryuzao. He's close on by. Y's close onto this as well. He might have got spotted, but Ryu, he is going to get caught here, and this is just a back and forth affair. The bomb's going to get dropped with 9 seconds remaining. It's got to be all over. They have to get these kills, but Totson, you got to find it now, and he does with time to spare.
That was huge from Totson. There was no other way that Rock was going to win that round but that flank from Totson. He had to get both of those kills, and he did. Perfectly timed. It is really touch and go for a moment there, but this was just beautiful from Totson. Kyle, I know on the analyst desk has been really singing Totsen's praises as far as being a player that steps up on LAN, and that has been another example of it. So Rock do take the lead, 1-0 to start this series off. They draw first blood, but it is early days indeed. So there's a long uphill battle for both of these teams to close this one out.
Yeah, you know, the biggest thing that I definitely agree with Kyle, and I think it's a really good analysis that he brought into it, is that let's not forget about Summer Champs, where Totsen, he was the guy that was pulling up the clutches. He was the guy that was motivating the team. He was the one that was able to get them into overtime scenarios. Like, he really did put up a lot of big effects here for these guys. So seeing him just play that lurk role to the perfect execution is exactly what you want to see. Good trades back and forth, the Snake and Horus combination, but they both get removed here from 7-7. He's able to just put everything to sleep, and now leaving it once again for Totsen.
Whoa.
He gets put down as well with a one-tap Areno.
Yeah, that's a sharp shot. Really good round from 7-7. I don't know if you noticed as well, but again, to start this round off, it was Snare that was the first player to go down. So 2 rounds in a row, he's failed to make that entry happen, and that has unfortunately been a bit of a recurring trend for Rock at this event so far. I think while the Riflers have stepped up pretty significantly for Rock, they've typically been across the board quite solid. I think you can highlight individual moments for Horus, Snake, Totsen, and Slayer, and generally on a consistent basis as well. Snare, I feel, has definitely been the one that has kind of like struggled to make the transition in this particular event.
Absolutely.
See what Slayer can do here, a 1v3. It's a tough ask, but we've seen him pull these kinds of rounds off before. He's got time to work and looking to try to isolate some fights, not really having any success in that department.
Yeah, but this is good though, because again, with still some time to spare, he might try to go for this fight, but no, he's going to commit to the plant. That's going to maybe, ooh, no, he does fake off it. I was going to say, he's going to have some extra time, but no, he's still looking for the gunfights, and Y's getting caught. But 7-7, thankfully, is able to find himself a multi-kill round. He puts like a huge amount of impact here in the server for that following. But a valiant attempt from Slayer, honestly. He had some time. He was just trying to see what he could get away with. He had Gokin that was in this GR spawn, just locked and loaded with the sniper. So, you know what? All things considered, there wasn't much for Slayer to do, but yeah, we'll see what's going to be able to bounce back on this. Liquid do get themselves that first initial round, though.
Stalemate to start off round 3. Smoke in the way of Rock. A hefty defense on the B side of the map here from Team Liquid.
Yeah, this is nice. 4 players. They're kind of retreating a little bit here. Daniels is going to reposition himself, but this is decent. Wow, I can't believe it, but look at Rock, like just like that, a blink of an eye. They find that triple kill. The 4-player stack, it looks so good from Team Liquid, but now it's been kiboshed, it's been taken away, and now this gives the slightest advantage here for Rock. But Danimals, he's hungry for it, and he is able to get gifted 1 kill, but an immediate trade from Snare. Not necessarily the opener, but at least he finds something.
Well, speaking of openers, speaking of closers, this is where Gokin typically does his best work. He is left alive solo as that last player for Team Liquid to try to clutch it out. The 1v2 is his duty. I'm very worried about this push through mid. Obviously, time being a factor, Rock could have actually worked their way back into middle, which they are now doing. Gokin being very patient. Not spotting anything outside of B, starting to think about the possibility that they're committing over towards A. So, you can see the cogs are kind of turning in his brain, trying to analyze the situation, figure out what is Rock up to right now. He's already on that pre-rotate. This is why Gokin's so dangerous in these clutches. He's very intelligent, but this time, not quite expecting Snare to be playing such an aggressive angle. And Snare gets the better of him. And that gives Rock the 2-1 lead.
It does, yeah, and again, really good, composure here from Rock. Handling themselves a lot better here in these kind of, 2v1 situations, because they easily, from what we saw earlier on in the tournament, where they kind of get a little bit antsy, they play a little bit too aggressive, and they kind of give up some, bodies that they shouldn't. Ryuzao now is going to push himself through into mid, deep into this control. This is a power position. Snare kind of expecting something maybe. He's just spamming away through mid. They might not expect him to be here. Why would they? Horus, he jumps right over him. Ryuzao, he could have a field day, but no. Horus is able to find that opening duel.
The aggression from Team Liquid has been shut down and removed here for round number 4.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good for Rock. You know, I mean, I'm loving it. I don't know that I was expecting it necessarily, especially after the first game of the tournament that we saw from Rock, where they kicked off so well and then kind of just fell to pieces. I was thinking, oh no, Rock might not be it here at EWC, but fairly consistently we've been seeing the Riflers deliver. And again, another pretty good round out from Horus there to open this up, and maybe another nice one from Slayer to close it out, as Danimals is left wanting for more. He's very low. This will be at least if things go to plan, a 3-1 lead for Rock on the BL side of Port, which is a phenomenal start. You can see why they're picking into this map, because they're so comfortable on the BL side at the moment, and real pressure on the shoulders of Team Liquid at the moment, considering, you know, the club championship implications of not just this match, but the rest of the tournament for them if they can get through it. For Rock, taking advantage of that. Pressure mounts for Team Liquid.
It really does, and again, I think it comes up to that debate, and you know, I think there's always the big theory about, you know, when you're a team that has been able to play some officials very recently on a map, does it give you the advantage? And I'm going to argue it does. Like Rock right now, it feels like their rounds are looking a lot more fluid. It feels like they're actually doing the right things. When they were playing Q9, let's not forget there was a lot of mistakes they were making early on, and that's kind of the reason it had to go all the way to overtime and then eventually leading to the loss. But right now, we're seeing these improvements being made very quickly, realizing that, again, everything is at stake here for the deciding match. Whoever loses does get their key crushed. And now, Rock historically being a team that likes to get the pressure and being the backs on the boards, maybe that's just enough for them to get this thing done.
They're going to try and hit the A side again. And I do think that they've kind of changed up even after those first couple of rounds. You know, Snare not being the player that's sort of trying to find the entries quite as much anymore. They're leaving that job to the Riflers, and that's working out a little better. Here's Goken to try to hold on to the A site. Gonna miss that shot. And his teammate Y goes down, which will mean the end of Goken as well. Should be an easy trade here onto Ryu Zhao, and that's going to be a bomb plan as well for Rock. Another really well executed A-site hit. Perhaps a bit of over-eagerness even from Slayer there in middle. Has actually brought this back into a 2-on-2 as Snare also falls, but it's comfortable because Snake has found Danimals. It's just 7-7 who is swung by 2 players at once. He can't do anything about it. Rock find another round, and they're looking really good.
They're looking really good. I definitely agree with you here. And that's what I was kind of saying is like, look, they've been able to get themselves a previous match where they took a loss. That was a very, very tough pill for these guys to swallow. And they are definitely now realizing, look, let's make all the right corrections. They've been playing such a solid BL side. They've been able to make this pretty much almost flawless. And now they're going to try to go through B main. But 7-7 once again. The problem child here against these guys and leaving it just down to Snare here with a rifle. It's a quick round. It's over within, 20 seconds? And Team Liquid bounce right back into this.
Yeah, it might be that the A site is feeling a lot more comfortable for Rock at the moment. And I think you're right in highlighting that 7-7 is going to be the problem at the moment for Rock. He seems to be the one that's really stepping up alongside Danimals. And they're holding over toward B. So if Rock are reading into that, they're going to try to pressure mid. They're going to try to pressure A and continue to run away with those kinds of territories, more so than putting their eggs in the B basket. Goken try to get aggressive in this round. Not feeling like he's having the impact on this game that he'd want. Only 1-4.
Yeah, it's good work from Rock. Again, you know, we talk a lot. The desk was talking about the head-to-head of Goken and Snare, but the biggest thing for Rock is, you know, Snake being able to call the game and saying, look, how do we isolate him? How do we remove Goken from the equation? How do we make him not as impactful? And so far, through the 7 rounds we've been through, they've been able to do that. Even right now, Snare, look at these guys, both the snipers just, again, looking at each other at different angles. Who's the one that's going to get a little over-eager? Who's the one that's going to just overextend just a little bit too much? And now Snare, he actually does get caught here with some significant damage. I'm not sure how he was able to be found here. He's still alive with the skin of his teeth. But Ryu Zhao with a perfect spam through GR spawn. This is getting a little bit awkward and different now. You can see the 4 players in Warehouse. They're ready for the execute.
I mean, it's important as well that Snare can have an impact, but he's on the outskirts. 7-7, another nice round to start things off for him as he picks up the opener, and then another as well. Team Liquid will not be denied on this B-bomb side. Rock are unable to find a way in.
Yeah, this is where they got to change the game plan. Like I just talked about, okay, look, we're going to isolate Gokin. That's not a bad thing. But now you have to figure out, how do we remove 7-7? Like, this guy is sitting at a 12-5. Single-handedly carrying right now Team Liquid. No one is even close to him right now. Danimals arguably with 8, but again, everybody else is kind of sleeping behind the wheel. So if they can find a way to take out 7-7 in the rounds early on, it's going to really catapult Rock to getting back into winning ways.
Just go somewhere else, bro. That would be my argument. Walk A. He's not on A. He's on B. They're actually going to walk right into him again. Horus almost finding the timing there. Danimals, though, able to hold on and survive. And Slayer tapping away for a double. They lined up. They walked into his pre-fire, and now Snake activating on the lurk. A Snake in the grass. How's he alive? What's going on here? The comms a bit messy, it seems, for Team Liquid, and Snake's able to escape. B-bomb site, though, still held strong by Team Liquid, even despite the double from Slayer. Rock have been denied entry.
Yeah, I can't believe that Snake even survived that. I mean, he was almost able to make a big play, but now he at least keeps his life intact for now. But full HP across the board here for Team Liquid. It's going to be the warehouse pop. They're going to go a little bit dry, and Ryu Zhao can only find this one, but now Wise close on by. Posted up, and now it's Snare. We talked about him being the opener. He has to close something, but no. It's going to be the casket for him that gets nailed down, and Team Liquid bounce right back in again.
Yep. 4-4 will now be the score, which is still not a bad spot to be in for Rock, but some of the momentum has shifted. Wind has gone out of their sails. 5th here for Rock is exactly what they're going to be hunting for. Team Liquid going to try and throw a spanner in the works, though. They're going to boost Ryu Zhao. Danimals exiting long. Ryu Zhao in a position to really make a difference here. This is what Horus is going to like to do as well on the GR side, so keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, Horus, let's not forget when they played EVOS, he was the one that was kind of running around. He was, I think he finished up with like a 22-9 overall. But again, he was playing short, and on that GR side, like, he just could not be stopped. So it'll be interesting to see how this first half will end and how well that Rock can be able, again, to just execute their game plan on that defense. But now Snare getting a little bit more aggro. Oh, just misses the shot here against, I believe that was Y, but now everybody's still alive. A little bit of damage against here for Rock, but not too much to sweat about. They really seem, again, like we kept talking about these A-pops, Jordan, but now it kind of felt like they want to go for these warehouse pops, but now maybe they might second guess that, realizing, you know what? It hasn't really worked out for us. Let's just go back to the old faithful.
Yeah, Snare at the bottom of long here on his own, though, should absolutely be dying to Ryu Zhao if the hit comes through from Rock into A.
Do they clear him?
Yeah, that's the question. It depends on whether or not they clear him. And if they're going to come through from this position, Horus should be getting the info. Now Ryu Zhao should be a dead man. Tots are not able to find the trade. Slayer has to get it on the drop. And that's just too much, it seems, for Rock to handle. Ryu Zhao in a bit of a one-and-done position, but he gets away with 2, and that's a huge problem for Rock as they're still trying to fight their way in. Slayer solo, 1v3. Is now back to a 1-on-2. He could make this happen. Oh, the timing again. Slayer, the clutch master, gets the final round of the half. That's for Rock.
That's exactly what you want to see. And again, that's what we all were talking about, saying, like, look, Neo made a good point. He's like, look, he's a strong rifler. I've been saying it all tournament. And that's exactly why. The reposition, not going from the top, but goes all the way around. Why would they ever expect that? But phenomenal mechanics here from Slayer, putting himself into the rifling abilities for finding the double kill, has allowed Rock now to be in a lead with a 5-4 scoreline. And now we get to see they're going to be switching sides. Rock now back on the GR side. What we saw, a dominant performance here against EVOS. Can they replicate it?
I mean, I've seen enough on the BL side to make me think that Rock can win this map. There's no doubt about that. The video graphic at the top of the screen there says Port was Liquid's pick. I recall the original video graphic saying Port was Rock's pick, which would make sense because Rock has been picking into Port this whole time.
I believe so.
Get some clarification on that.
Yeah, it might be just a little bit of a...
If it is indeed Liquid's map pick, then that's really bad news for Team Liquid that they've given up 5 rounds to Rock's blacklist side.
I believe you're correct, but we'll find out. See that little bit clarification. I would have thought it would have been Rock, just considering, again, they have been able to play the officials, and to me, that makes the most sense. Now, Horus, he's got to put that HK to work. He misses the first couple shots. Oh, yeah, why not? A little bit of a drive-by will do. That IGL Danimals now will be taken away here for round number 10.
There we go. It's been updated. Shout out the prod team on time. Port, the pick of Rock. So that makes sense. Team Liquid going to still be thinking about the fact that they can go into Eagle Eye after this one, but if they just get absolutely blasted, they're not going to be going in with much confidence, and right now it is looking like they're kind of going to get blasted. This round not working out for Team Liquid at all. Nice, again, counter flash, pushing Y back away. There's a big flank coming through from Horus, and he loves to get up to these kinds of shenanigans on Port. Gokun, a 1v5 is too much to ask. 6-4 for Rock. They maintain the lead.
Yeah, and that's actually something I'm really liking too, because again, I think when we talk about the level, with all respect, like EVOS, I would say a weaker team than in comparison to Team Liquid, but I'm liking that Horus is still pretending and mimicking that same game plan to go, you know what, I am going to play aggressive. I am going to try to calculate the aggression as much as I can. And finding that flank was perfect because, again, they had themselves in a massive advantage in terms of numbers, but at least that just solidified the situation even better.
Yeah, pause will come through at the end of this one. That'll no doubt be from Team Liquid. Concerned about the fact that if they do lose this, they're down 7-4. And with that, the chances of winning this map certainly dwindling. And again, like, I'm not necessarily going to be going into map 2 saying this is a foregone conclusion for Team Liquid, because we know Rock likes to play Eagle Eye. It's a pretty good map pool as far as Rock is concerned. It's a dangerous looking Rock as well. But things have slowed down for Team Liquid in this round. Just waiting out the smoke at Warehouse before they explore any further.
Yeah, it's a really good point you bring up too, because again, even though that Eagle Eye is picked, I mean, this is a record, for Rock that, yeah, it's a 70% win rate on it. They've been able to, play it quite a bit in the CFWL. So they've been able to prove that. I don't believe in Summer Champs they were really able to get that opportunity. Actually, I'm a liar, just kidding. They have actually played Liquid before on that map where Liquid were able to best them in a 10-8 in Summer Champs, but that was quite some time ago.
Opening kill has gone the way of Team Liquid this time around. That was over toward B, but there's still 2 players that they're going to have to get past. I don't even know, is this a fake maybe from Team Liquid? The C4 certainly not committed to the B hit. Rock not convinced either. Snares found Ryuzao over toward A. Danimals is going to go down to Tots, and I think Rock are reading this. They're aware. They know that this is not a B commit. And so Horus is going to stay sitting on A. He's trying to figure out what's going on over there.
Oh, their second check.
Snare in middle. Snake there as well. Everyone's going back and forth. But it will be a B finish from Team Liquid. So they have pulled that rotate out from Rock, who, with their forces, are going to try and retake middle. Y is lucky to be alive.
Yeah, 9 HP too. You can see that Totson was trying to be able to find them, but now they got the information. They're going to go for the rotate. Y might be able to find something here. He might be able to cross off something, but he has to get moving quickly.
Totson dueling, needs to be careful of what's going on behind him. Gets the better of Gokun, and he's kind of done his job. If he gets Y, then even better. Unable to do so, but the defuse already on. Team Liquid have got themselves in all sorts of trouble. Y can't win this round anyway. The defuse will be secured. And Rock, I think they really knew what they had to do on that retake. That's why they went so quickly. They knew that they've kind of got an isolated, almost 4-on-2 retake on the site. If Y is out in middle, he's not going to have the impact, and he didn't have the impact. So that's really heads-up play from Rock. And again, credit, they're playing really well today.
They really, really are, and that's really the biggest highlight out of this whole thing, is that everybody is being able to put themselves in the right places, the right time. They're getting these duels when they need to. It's not like, again, we were talking so much of like Snare needs to do this, Snare that, but no, he's still playing his role. He's able to find these 1 or 2 kills maybe late in the portion of the round. He's not just getting picked off instantly in the opening round, which was a huge problem that we talked about originally. So I'm glad to see that Straya has been able to, have a good conversation with the Rock guys to say, look, these are things we have to make the adjustments for, and they have taken that feedback well received, and look at how much better they're playing. And Liquid now calling the timeout, and they're breaking a sweat on this because they realize this thing is losing control quickly.
Yep, yeah. This would be a far swifter exit to the competition than what Liquid would have thought.
And it's, it just goes right back to the original point you made, is that, there's a lot of pressure for both these teams, but the bigger picture of this is the club championship rankings. Like you said, I mean, I think that just adds a lot more pressure for Liquid, where these guys absolutely have to keep making it through, and there's all this extra amount of stress that's going to be added in comparison to a team like Rock, where yes, they want to be able to go deep into the competition, but the big picture in the grand scheme of things, this is where the Liquid guys, hopefully it's not really resting on the shoulders too much. But it must be in some degree. Like, you can't ignore that factor.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the beauty of the format of this whole entire tournament, is that there's so much reliance on all the different game titles and how it makes such a different impact.
I do find it cool. I do find it, like a little bit wholesome almost. That it feels like everything's kind of intertwined in a way. Team Liquid, this is a star-studded roster, but they're not delivering at the moment. Snake deep in middle, and he's got the assistance of both Snare and Totson as well, and he's not quite able to open the account. Does a lot of damage to Danimals and Ryozao. So Team Liquid maybe able to find them inroads in this round. Or is in transition, not going to be caught by Danimals. He's not for now.
Well, he's got that intel that a rifler has dropped already. Now he repositions it. Again, playing the tight box position here, the smoke. He's going to try to best it.
Spots Danimals. Gets the opening kill there for Rock. And we're back to 4-on-4. It's a bold move from Horus, but he's been pretty impactful. So he's backing himself, which is good to see.
But that's the thing, right? I mean, that's what they did yesterday, and that's what we were kind of saying, is that Horus is kind of going for these aggressive plays, but it feels like he's being a lot more smart about it. He's being a bit more calculated, whereas sometimes we've seen the team kind of going for these swings that they shouldn't be. But that one does pan out nicely. It gives them the advantage. Now they can get themselves a little bit of a reset here on this B site. But Slayer, he is kind of playing this very passive angle in the sense of allowing a retake if they need to. But he's got the rifle ready to go. He's trying to get the shots off. In this moment, does he want to cross the big pit? He will. And now his teammate's going to be joined. Totson's here with him. They're blind. They're caught here with the flashbangs. But Liquid is still struggling to clear the site.
They're trying to hold this position to make that retake possible for Rock. They don't actually need to deny the bomb plant. They just need to enable the rotations in, which they have done so. Unfortunately, Horus has gone down pretty early on in the piece, but Snare and Totson again. It's Totson for the double, and then Snare chimes in with one of his own, and it goes in the blink of an eye. Another round to Rock.
Man, you just can't ignore right now. Like, there's the two players that we didn't even really talk about Totson, but the fact that he is just putting up these massive kills. It's not even like the flashy duels. It's the fact that he's able to find these two kills when there's executes happening. He's able to just put himself in the right place at the right time. Like, you can see right there, he's in the side of Big Pit, and the fact he finds the two, and Snare's just able to get a 1-2 combination in conjunction with that, just allows them to pick up 4 kills within, 5 seconds?
Aggressive push from Rock. Not really being watched for by Team Liquid. I mean, 7-7's kind of keeping an eye on things. Nade's going to go through. 7-7 is going to eat a lot of damage off that nade. Or 2. Rock are happy with that. Nade exchange over on the B side of the map as well has tagged Y up pretty substantially. And Rock have walked away from all that with nothing, not even a scratch. Horus now maybe copping a little one, but they're very happy with the proceedings so far. So another good start to the round for Rock.
Well, let's not forget too, when we talk about just the macro of this, in the sense that they're, putting some aggression onto it. Now they fall back and reset the GR setup. I love this because, like I said, for Danimals to be calling here on the BL side, now they're going to have to go, okay, look, like they might be pushed down A. We don't know. They might not be. There's a lot of second guessing onto this, a lot more thought process they have to do. But instead, they're going to try to take this as a 5-man army. They're just going to commit this. No one's going to lurk anymore. They want to see if they can get the job done with the full force into effect. But can it be the deal breaker for them to finally get something on the round?
Watson attempting to put the work in, but it's all Snake and Slayer this time around. Another solid B-hold as Rock are storming their way toward a victory on map 1, and they are really pumped up about it. Look at the smiles across the board, 9-4.
This is beyond impressive, right? I mean, this is the thing. We're just seeing everybody hitting the right shots. Everybody's just staying in the right positions, just getting the duels. You can see everybody's excited. They're playing their roles perfectly.
Yeah, nade damage to start this round off. Goken, Danimals, Ryozao all tagged up. Rock are really making life easy for themselves with that initial chip damage that they're getting. Totson jostling alongside Snake to contest middle here. They are feeling confident. They want to keep this fight going. Totson does find himself the trade, backs out to safety, and will be reinforced by Slayer. I think they want to keep fighting mid.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I think this is a good idea. Why not? Put some aggression on this. Keep them guessing. It's worked out for them before, and now Horus is like, you know what? I'm going to go on my own. I'm going to go for a little bit of a walk.
I mean, you're on the front foot as Rock, right? So play that way. Play confidently and continue to unsettle Team Liquid. It's definitely working. Snare and Horus on the side, but both go down. Great shots from Danimal, stepping up when it matters, trying to keep Team Liquid in this game, and probably has done enough with those 2 kills to ensure that this round should be a win for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and honestly, the idea that, you know, Horus and Snare, what they were trying to do was nice, but now you're putting Slayer in a bit of a clutch situation. Not easy at all, but Danimal's, like you said, the fact that he's able to get the double opener. You had Horus that was kind of jumping on the top of the box, just kind of doing a little bit of a jiggle peek, getting that intel, but as soon as Snare went down, he was pretty much screwed. There was nothing he could do. He's pretty much like in the wrong position. He has to go for a fight then, but Danimal's, you know, thankfully for Liquid, he's able to land the perfect shots and giving them that 5th round that they desperately needed, considering they haven't been able to find anything this second half.
All right, nades over the top. Much faster round out here from Team Liquid. Snare, Horus both getting tagged up, but the kill comes through from Horus. He needs more than that. Alive? He's lost Snake, but Snare also still alive on the site. They are holding strong. The fort is closed and the rotation is coming through. The reinforcements of Slayer will be good enough to find Gokun. Maybe not. Ryu Zhao was the one to go down. Gokun also falls. So I am proven correct, vindicated in the end, and I think Rock are as well, as it's just 7-7. He'll fall to Slayer, the flank too strong, and Port also too strong for Rock. They have certainly got something to say to Team Liquid and the crowd, which seems to be Team Liquid fans. Rock up 1-0 in this elimination match, and one more map to play for Team Liquid potentially at Esports World Cup, and if they aren't able to win it, their key gets crushed.
It really does feel like, you know, the stars aligned perfectly for Rock on this first map, right? Everything just felt like it was a flawless game plan. Everything was connecting perfectly. Anything they wanted to do pretty much felt like it was working. Everybody was getting the kills. There wasn't a weak point. There wasn't this anchor of someone that's really not contributing the weight. Snare playing his role to the role that he needed to, just getting these kills, being able to be the support as much as possible, and staying alive, for goodness sakes, has completely changed this Rock team, which has made it even more of an exciting conversation here.
Yeah, across the board, everybody putting in the hard yards for Rock. I mean, it was a bit back and forth to start things off, but you could see as soon as Rock got onto that GR side, they just started to run away with things. And again, that's why we're sort of reiterating so often that Port is a GR-sided map. It's really tough to get into these bomb sites. The B side was incredibly well held by Rock, and yeah, Team Liquid, they just didn't really look like they were in the contest much at all in that second half. So hopefully they're going to be able to have a bit of a chat here and figure something out for Eagle Eye. But, you know, I've already said I think Eagle Eye is not the worst of maps for Rock to be going towards. So they're a team that'll be pretty happy. They'll be feeling pretty good at the moment, and we'll find out if they can get themselves the T0 when we do come back for Eagle Eye.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dude Sandstorm. This is Danimals. This is Goken, and I'm here with Team Liquid. This time, we're going to be playing a little bit of a meme game. So, basically, I'm going to be showing you boys a picture, and then you give me a tagline for that meme. First one, this is our first meme. Gentlemen, give me the tagline for this meme. Boa porra. I mean, for me, for this one, I would say when your teammate doesn't fist bump you and you're just looking at them like, please don't leave me hanging. This one, this is basically me the whole time. This is our second tagline. Here we go.
O que tu acha? Eu acho que o Davinho tá pensando que você fez merda. What's happening, bro?
When your teammate messes up, but you just don't know how to tell them that they messed up, and you're thinking of the right way to say it. And then the follow-up for it is this.
This is easy. You are the best. Nice, let's go. Você é brabo. Vamos.
For me, this is when your bottom fragger clutches and you did not expect it. That's what I got for this one. Now, this one, I want to say like it's nice and simple. What are we thinking?
This is for my son, my girl. I love you.
Plain and simple. I'll say for this one, I got nothing. But this next one, though, is going to be very spicy. This is you, Danimals. What do we got?
Let's go! Let's go! Só falta pular o pulo.
Also, yeah, that's kind of self-explanatory. Just let's go. And this next one, though, it's a little bit terrifying for me. This one is where I want to say like when you see someone fumble, they make a big mistake, and it's like the silliest mistake possible. This face is terrifying. This is scary. I would never want to see my teammate doing this. So what would the caption be for this one?
Eu não sei, mas eu não gosto dessa foto não. O time fez merda. Fala pra ele.
Yep. That's honestly that's about it. When you see your team, I would say like this is a 4v1 situation, and your team loses the 4v1. This is the facial reaction that you would get. Yeah, very much so. Well, you know what, boys? That's about it. Thank you very much for helping us create some memes. Hope you guys had some fun, and we wish you the best of luck in the competition. And we'll see you guys in the next one.
It is getting hot here at Esports World Cup, and that's bad news for Team Liquid because the water is starting to boil and they may soon be turning to gas and disappearing from the Esports World Cup as Rock have them with their backs against the wall. It is 1-0 favoring the team from the West League. The good news, of course, lads, is that we are moving through to Eagle Eye. It is the choice of Team Liquid, but the way things are going, eye test wise, Rock are definitely looking like a good enough team to 2-0 this matchup and knock Team Liquid out of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, it's really surprising, to be honest, how I felt that Team Liquid really did not feel like they were playing their game. It felt like they were gasping for air. It felt like they were in the wrong end of the pool. They couldn't really swim, and it was Rock that were really just doing laps around them. It felt like, it was a whole other territory, but we'll have to see if, Liquid have been able to showcase something a little bit different. I mean, yeah, domestically with a 7-2 record and showing us that they have, some pretty decent results on it, but that's pretty much the exact same storyline here for Team Rock, is that they've set themselves at a 7-3 record, sitting at a 70% win rate. So I think this is overall statistically a nice even map, but I do think this will be interesting as they are going to be having a rematch on this map from last year and last summer But now we'll have to see if Liquid have been able to get themselves back in fighting form, because it really just does not feel like that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm definitely feeling positive for Rock. Are you on that hype train as well?
Oh yeah, brother.
Oh yeah, let's find out. Let's see what happens here. Rock starting off on the GR side of Eagle Eye and Team Liquid. Well, it becomes a must-win if they want to stay alive here at the EWC Crossfire, which I'm sure they certainly do, not only for themselves, but also for the organization. The club championship points, very necessary from Crossfire if Team Liquid want to walk away with the club championship trophy. So a lot resting on the shoulders of those 5 players on the stage.
Yeah, and again, that was where I was saying, like, the protocols, I just felt like it was the perfect game plan from Rock, and we'll see if they can still kind of execute the similar effects here for this one. This time around, we're going to actually see that they are going to have the double snipers here for the defensive setup here of Rock. Slayer will equip it. We know that he likes to hybrid it. So that was a big change from Port. They didn't really do that, I think, at all, to be honest. This one, they're going to a very different landscape of a map, very long-range fights. So we'll see if that pans out. I don't feel like I've always been overly convinced, in my opinion, Slayer being the secondary sniper. I'm not necessarily really against it, but I'm not really for it. I always feel like he is the better rifler, but
man,
we'll find out.
Can we just say, the nade usage from Rock has been insane on the GR side. Like, you think about how much damage they were doing with the nades on Port.
It is a good, yeah, that's a really good point, Elfish, just because, again, like, when you're able to get that nade and just take away 30, 50, whatever kind of damage right away, like, it makes such a difference. You're already making a tenderize, wounding them.
It's super, super helpful for the riflers, right? When you're dealing with, especially like a rush, right? You don't have to hit 3 bullets, you only have to hit 2, something like that. That makes such a big difference. Slayer here in middle. Highlighted him with that secondary sniper. We'll see if he can get the job done. Totson chiming in. 1, 2 with the pistol, in fact. So again, maybe reiterating your point that the rifle would have been better. But either way, it's a good round to start things off for Rock. 1-0 the lead.
Yeah, a really, really nice amount of work here for Rock. And again, you know, when we talk about them on this map, like, it's a pretty neck and neck. Like, when we talk about their overall history, I mean, they sit themselves at about a 59% win rate on the GR side, whereas they are, you know, sitting at that 57.5. So again, very comparable. So pretty much a well-balanced amount of effect here for both these sides.
Yeah. That's a bold choice from Team Liquid to pick this one into Rock, I'll say. Totson tries a aggro maneuver, and this time does get brought down by Danimals. But look, a lot of damage done to both Danimals and Ryu's. So Rock are not exactly in hot water just yet. Down a player, not exactly the ideal spot to be in. No, just going to prompt some rotations out. The smoke comes through as well. I think Rock are pretty aware that they've got Team Liquid kind of shut out of A. And so Horus is hunting for info on B, but Team Liquid really haven't taken a whole lot of space. They're happy to sit behind these smokes for now.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Horus, oh man, I can't believe it. I was going to say, and it's nice that he's kind of just playing a little bit more passive. Maybe going to give a little bit of space, that's fine. But the fact that he gets that drive-by shot, taking down Goken nonetheless too. He was one of the guys with full HP. That's a good pickup, but he gets caught through the smoke. Nice trade back from Ryu Zhao.
Yeah, util dump happening on the A side of the map from Rock.
Yeah, 2 pieces left actually remaining for them.
I like that they're pushing out of A, though. They know that A is looking pretty well defended at the moment. They're not really seeing too much. They need to make a move. They need to do something to reinforce this B site, because it's going to be too much for Slayer to hold alone. If he can find himself a pick, that's going to be huge. Because Rock have cleared out so much of the map, they have a really good understanding of what Team Liquid is trying to do in this round, and they'll be able to react accordingly. The question is going to be, does Slayer get this kill on the Danimals? What's he looking at? Slayer gets a freebie, and now he spots that last player sort of trailing into B. Rock know exactly where Team Liquid are.
Yeah, Liquid uncomfortable now. 30 seconds remaining. They're just kind of hoping that somebody's going to go for a big swing on this. You can see that 7-7 just on the top of the staircase. He's just going back and forth, hoping that Slayer is going to go for the swing. But this pop flash, this might allow Snake to be able to get himself some kind of comfort, but he doesn't even need it. Why does he not? And now Ryu Zhao, required for the clutch. He's given up his position. He's just spamming away, trying his best, but he can't seem to land a shot. And Rock will be able to find a following round.
It's a bad one to lose for Team Liquid. They had the 5-on-4 advantage, and they let it slip. Rock are looking really comfortable once again here on Eagle Eye, and you can see some frustration on the faces of Team Liquid. These are players that have higher expectations for themselves, some of which have been world championship contenders at times in their career.
Yeah, the achievement list, when you kind of talk about Team Liquid, it's just massive. Like, the list goes on. Like, it's just, they've been able to accomplish a ton as a team. Many top, 3, positions and, many different CFS tournaments. So comparable to Rock, where, I mean, again, one of the best teams in the West that have been able to try to prove that they are this powerhouse team in the region and trying to revitalize it as much as possible.
I think they've done a good job of that. I mean,
so.
To be fair, Rock have only really burst onto the scene, internationally at least, in maybe the last 12 months, right?
Yeah.
Prior to that, they hadn't had any real international success, but it was at the Summer Championship, which was the equivalent of this event 12 months ago, where they first made their way into playoffs. Then they were able to do it again at CFS at the end of the year. And now they're really making a good case for themselves as being a consistent top 8 team in the world.
Exactly. Yeah, they made a lot of adjustments, right? They added a new coach. They added, just different resources. They were boot camping together a ton.
New org.
Yeah, new org, everything. It's really starting to pan out nicely for him.
Horus spots 1 and 2. Can't get more than just the singular headshot through, but he's done a bit of damage still to the extra player. And Totson on the fast flank. Oh, timing. He was out watching forwards. Be able to grab that important kill, and Slayer's gone down over toward B, so that has opened the account up here for Team Liquid. They've still got to get past Snake, though. They're back into a 2-on-3. Another numbers deficit for Rock that they have to try to drag themselves out of, but they're not in terrible positions to do so. Snare probably chomping at the bit to even have any kind of impact on this game so far. He's just been anchoring A. Hasn't seen anyone. 3 rounds. Not had any kind of fun at all. And he may not, because Snake's kind of killing everybody at the moment.
Yeah, that's really awkward, because Ryuzao, again, like, he could have gone underpass on that situation maybe, and he would have been better. Instead, he goes to Rotel, so gives up himself, and now making it to the 2-and-2 situation. The bomb is going to go down, and now Y, again, just kind of floating in the back skirts here, but Goken is just going to lock and load the big green here behind the train and see what he can be able to find, but you have Snake and also Snare alive on this one. A desperation for Team Liquid. A shot miss right now creates a bit of an opening, but Goken does get the one, so now it's all of a sudden down to the 1v1. Y versus Snake. The IGL of Rock cannot seem to prevail, and Liquid will be able to get themselves back in this game at least.
Yeah, it was going to be a really tough one for Snake to win. Time was ticking away. He had to take that fight, unable to win it. So Team Liquid on the board. Still at a deficit. Big util dump to start the round off for Team Liquid. They don't want Rock walking down B. They're not able to prevent Horus working through Hotel. It really seems to be the modus operandi for Rock. Just try to play a bit more aggressively, a bit more forward over on B, and play a little safer on A. Use that as like your stable site. And it has generally been pretty effective for Rock so far in the first 3 rounds of Eagle Eye. But TL going to be reading into that and taking that space outside of A.
Yeah, and this has kind of been the typical setup a little bit here from Liquid. They like to just sit behind this tower. They just kind of wait things out. Now they're going to get the nade, a little bit of an execute. So it might even just be the full, exec onto this A site. Some good smokes that's going to block off of the right corridor. But 3 players from Rock ready to go. A player close in mid, that's going to be Horus. And Totson trying his abilities, but he can't seem to land any sort of damage at all. And now Liquid have been able to find themselves an opening. Snare now, someone that's been quiet this entire tournament, is now needing to turn it up. Couple notches, takes down the bomb carrier, so now he can even reposition himself. Beautifully done. Goken just waiting. He's just hoping that he's going to get run into the scope, but Ryuzao will be the one to find him with a rifle, leaving it all down to Slayer by himself for a clutch situation again, Elfish.
Yeah, retaking with the TRG, not going to be an easy task. Really a retake yet, though, as the bomb has not been planted.
So worried about him.
Goken peeks the exact angle that Slayer had been watching for like 30 seconds, just as Slayer decides he's not going to watch it anymore. So that'll probably be around for Team Liquid. I wouldn't be surprised if Rock just used this as an opportunity to have a bit of a chat.
Yeah, I shouldn't expect, I believe that's Ryuzao.
He sees Ryuzao, he saw him.
Oh, he did, but oh no, he's kind of biting into it. I don't know if I love this, but he might be able to slip away from this.
Yeah, Ryuzao's gone. Round's gone.
Oh, he's hunting it.
There was maybe a slim chance if Slayer would have got a free pick onto Ryuzao that he could have still had time to retake the site, but it was always going to be tough. Worst case scenario, it's given Rock a little bit of time to chat.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's a little unfortunate that Slayer got a little bit too distracted just trying to hunt for Ryuzal, but like you said, it was just kind of burning some time, allowing, for Snake to just talk to the boys and kind of go, okay, this is where we're going to change up a little bit. But very nicely done here from Liquid. They've been able to find a way to kind of bounce back into this, putting themselves back into a tie game scenario. And they've been able to handle this threat of Rock thus far nicely. Going to go for this hotel control quickly. This is where Horus actually has really showcased that he has played aggressive on this. He's been really just a menace in the server on it. But he's going to allow these guys to have it for the time being. But he is going to be at the front desk. He's going to see if he can be able to deny the entry. Say no vacancy at all here, Team Liquid. Dotson gets aggressive. He does some damage through the smoke. Now he might get overwhelmed. But Horus again and again finds the double kill. Just removing heads here from Team Liquid, and he's done his job, and now 7-7 and Gokin, the last two remaining players with 1:35. They have a lot of work cut out for them here. They have the C4 on their back, but they are desperate for a kill. They need to be able to find something. Snare just runs right into the scope of Gokin, so it's a freebie, and all of a sudden a 2-2.
Yeah, this C4 still has to transition all the way up to the B side, and Gokin is so deep in BL spawn that this could still go wrong in transition. I mean, look at the HP bars of Team Liquid. Gokin only on 30. That'll be an easy cleanup for a rifler. So this is a lot of isolated duels. Rocket not really trying to be too overzealous about this one. Just happy to hold their positions. See if they can find that pick. Team Liquid playing into that by playing quite solidly, but 7-7 starting to make a move. Here's where Snake could activate. 7-7 just ducking his head down underneath those windows. This is a huge creep from him.
Yeah, Dotson might get caught here because of 7-7 just being able to sneak away from that. Dotson's going to be dead. He has no idea. Why would he ever expect this? Yeah, he gets caught. That's really unfortunate. Now Snake just realizing, okay, he's been able to creep around this 7-7. Now does get bested here from the IGL. So all of a sudden now, 1v1 is turned around on this table. 20 seconds now remaining. Gokin does have to get this bomb planted as well. He does have the ability to do so. So Snake taking the long path to get there. Well, it's an opportunity. He might be able to do this. Gokin sitting at 30 HP, and Snake, he's sitting pretty in a decent position here. No utility, though, to bite him through this position.
This is where Gokin really has to live up to his name as the clutch master. This will be a big round for Team Liquid to win. He's given Snake a lot of space, but time is on his side. Gokin, 30 HP, needs to be very careful. Snake is looking for him. Hasn't overcommitted on that peak, and he's going to sit the defuse. That's a mistake from Snake. He just had to keep going, and he would have found the back of Gokin, but in the end, it's a big round that will go the way of Team Liquid.
Yeah, really good, maneuvering again from Gokin. The fact that he was able to just play many different positions. He was just kind of jumping around, getting the info, and then again just plays behind a basic position on the wall that Snake actually did try to clear him, but he didn't want to overextend. He didn't want to lose that high ground, so he tries to maintain it. I don't love the idea of just sticking the defuse, but no. I think he thought maybe he was going for a big flank or something different.
I'm very surprised that he did stick that defuse. He certainly had time to continue trying to clear the site, but either way, we run it back, 3-2 the scoreline, and Rock trying a bit more of an aggressive move over toward B, eventually having to go scrambling back over towards A as they don't find anything there, but it works out fine. Snake and Snare and now Slayer and everybody getting a piece of the pie here. It's a party, and everybody on Rock are invited. Team Liquid apparently are not on the guest list.
Oh boy. Yeah, what a round to rebound on, right? I mean, the fact they keep all five alive, they just make it a quick and easy round for them. I like it. Destruction mode activated now, so we go into round number 7. And Rock not allowing Liquid to have any sort of a lead. They want to make sure they can make this a close affair. And now Liquid going for the double nades onto Bridge. And looking like they might toy the idea of a hotel execution again, but this time right now what's different is that Rock, oh my goodness, I can't believe he just dropped down. That was Snake that actually tried to make for the big play, and now Slayer is able to find himself a two-piece.
Yeah, again, Rock just trying to bring that same mentality on the B side of the map. They're trying to overwhelm with force, throw numbers, throw bodies at Team Liquid, and frankly, it's working. Saw a little bit of that on Port as well. Team Liquid on the back foot, and Rock, when they're on the front foot, when they're the one making these proactive plays, are more often than not getting big advantages off of them. They've got another here, 3-on-2. Gokin has progressed. It has to slow down, wait for his teammate. He's hoping for a pick. He's got multiple angles to watch. You can see him pivoting back and forth. I wonder if his gun barrel's poking around the corner here. It is. Horus has spotted it. That's a real mishap from Gokun. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay. Now Ryu is caught in the open, and now Rock, no need for them to push onto this. They don't need to press on it. They can just play together as the system. And that should be able to guarantee them this 4th round here. Ryu's just desperate for somebody to get a little over antsy. He's hoping somebody's just, again, going to overstay, or overextend their welcome, I should say. But again, now they can talk as a group. They can kind of figure out what they want to do. Danimal's probably having a lot of words here for the Liquid crew, what they need to do differently. Oh, Ryu's actually been able to make it across. That's very interesting. He just got it with a sliver, like a pixel. He just makes it through, and they just missed him.
The jig's going to be up pretty soon, though. I mean, with 20 seconds left on the clock, Rock are going to go, well, if he's not on A already, he's probably not coming A. So they're already kind of half rotated through BL spawn, through middle, over toward B, which will give them an extra couple of seconds to work with on this retake. But awkward if Snare goes down. Luckily, he's playing a really difficult angle to clear, and that's a wise position for him to play. He doesn't really have to do anything here. He's just got to leave the rest of this job up to Topson and Horus, but in the end does decide to drop in and take the kill. And that is a 4th for Rock as they take the lead once again.
Yeah, it's just hard to not to, again, just giving a lot of praise here for Rock. It just feels like everything, their whole foundation and their executions are just a lot better. The teamwork seems to be on another level. The communication just such a big increase. Now they're going to try to put that communication to full effect. They want to see what they can do with this full aggression. Horus, look at this. Oh man, they have no idea. Oh, Liquid, he could be able to press on this. He might be able to just create a massive backstab here.
He's going to. His timing looks insane. Slayer causing problems as well, and there's Horus. Only good for one, but he gets the info. Slayer, how has he not been able to find himself a frag there? I don't know. Gokun got Snare in the meanwhile. There's a bit of a mishap for Rock. But Team Liquid surviving until Y goes down, floating into Warehouse. 7-7 going to try to pick that position up. He'll take the exact same fight against Slayer, who has decided to back away. Everything coming down to the timing in this round. The plan's gone down. It's a fast plan as well for Team Liquid. Rock are going to have to be quick on this retake. Flash over the top. Slayer, they're going to push his way through that smoke. Gokun cannot duck under those shots, and there's another one. Another advantage for Rock, but the trades are coming back on through. Damage both ways through the smoke. It is Team Liquid that will win the round. 4-4 is the score.
Just again, like it just, though I think it was the wrong guns for that kind of a play. Like they had the HKs out. They were just going to go for that aggression. I mean, I'm not against them trying to do something unorthodox like that and playing loose and just, creating a lot of different question marks. But I feel like if they would have had the M14, that would have just been a better gun. You would have had a faster fire rate. You would have more bullets in the chamber, an opportunity. You could have got a spray down. But like I said, when you have the HK, it's a strong rifle. But if you miss that shot, you're screwed. Like, you are going to put yourself in a bad position, and that's exactly what Rock did.
What is this?
That's not bad at all, Snare.
Another forward hold from Rock, this time on A. Snare needs a bit of help. He's got Danimals on the other side of this box. 7-7 has picked up Horus in the meanwhile. That was over towards B. Snare's still kind of fighting for his life, but this is getting really awkward for Snare. If he continues to lose teammates, he's going to have to make a move, and he knows it. And it's an impossible move. That's a really well-recovered round for Team Liquid. The fights that were happening over towards B, I think, were the biggest cause for concern there for Rock. We didn't really get to see them, but Y has essentially pushed his way all the way through. And that is going to be the first half done and dusted. A 5-4 lead for Team Liquid on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, a good rebound from Team Liquid. The fact they're able to, again, just considering how fast that, Rock were able to put some good rounds in their favor, and then Liquid were able to make this into their favor with a 5-on-4 or 5-4. It's definitely a great deal. But now things are going to be switched over. Rock going to be on the BL side. Team Liquid here for the GR. Single sniper here available just on the BL side right now for Rock. And a double here for 7-7 and Gokun. They're going to try to double boomstick this to see what they can get away with.
Pretty standard stuff. We saw the same from Rock on their GR side. Slayer picking up that secondary sniper. B, the avenue of choice immediately for Rock, and it hasn't gone well. 7-7. Striking with that secondary sniper that we had highlighted. It's Horus to go down early on in the piece. Dotson trying to clear out Hotel. Does not see Danimals through the smoke.
Yeah, losing Horus early on, this is going to be a little problematic here. He has been able to put up a very solid game here thus far in this series. And Team Liquid sitting prime position. I was just going to say 7-7 might be able to have the opportunity to get that player in tower, and he does. So now they're getting picked apart. Low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, this round's really devolved for Rock. It's going to come down to individual fights now. Yeah, trying to find an angle in through middle. He'll have to clear out Ryu Zhao as well, and just not going to do it. Have to make that risk happen, and it's down to a couple of remaining members for Rock. This round is too easy for Team Liquid. Gokun will finish it off. 6-4, Team Liquid starting to build a lead.
Yeah, and this is exactly, you know, what I was kind of wondering, if like the GR side was going to be a little bit better just for Team Liquid, and the fact that we know that it's a relatively even, you know, encounter for them being on the BL side and the GR, but it's starting to look like their reliance is going to be on that defense. Great nade onto Slayer, so he's already lost a significant amount. 7-7 now, getting back into his fighting ways. He's able to get this opening duel, taking down Tolson.
Yeah, these sniper rifles being a real problem for Rock. Opening pick going the way of Team Liquid. Slayer's also opted for the TRG in this round, so double sniper to try to make some entries happen. There's a good kill from Horus. He's going to open up bridge and the avenue in toward B. Flash goes through. That was from Team Liquid, but it's not going to slow Rock down all that much.
Yeah, the double setup here from Team Liquid, 2-2, so nobody's even really playing that much of a mid setup right now, and Rock are going to look like they want to go for this big hit onto the B site. I don't mind this. I think this is a good idea for them to commit together. Snare might be able to get a little bit of an off angle on this if possible. They have some utility they can use. Slayer's fully equipped, but instead he's going to try to be the entry player, and he does make himself onto top tower, but there's a player close on by. Horus once again just entering with a pistol. He doesn't even need a rifle. He's been able to barrel into this. The bomb is going to get planted, so now Liquid in some hot water right now. They might get evaporated on this one unless they can be able to find a way to cool down.
It's a nice return to form for Rock. Gokun and Y tagged up, making that retake a little more difficult, but a great grenade in onto Horus will at least return the numbers to even. Rock playing for the timer. Found themselves a kill just yet. Slayer backing away. He needs that backup from Snare, and it's just not happening. Team Liquid, a clean retake. Rock are looking lost on the blacklist side of Eagle Eye.
Yeah, this is looking not very good at all. I mean, this is the fact that, you know, starting to feel that they can't really get anything moving. It just feels like there's a lot of second guessing. They're taking things very, very slow. It's not looking like that confidence like we saw on the GR side. So now Liquid have been able to find themselves 2 rounds in a row. They've been able to build up a bit of a decent lead here in Rock. They need to be able to find this if they have any chance of keeping themselves alive in this map here. Otherwise, that's going to be too much of a lead, I feel like, and gives Liquid an opportunity to push this thing to that third and final if we get there. Snare, though, he's getting aggressive. Now he's been able to create the opening, but can now his team be able to help them pry it open? That's the biggest question here, but no, Liquid has just shut down the door.
Yeah, the door's looking locked at the moment, Laz. I think we might be going to a map 3 the way things are looking. Team Liquid really, really comfortable on this GR side. It is their map pick as well. It's no real surprise. These two teams just butting heads back and forth, but Rock are really not finding the openers that they need, and big cheers coming out from the Team Liquid camp now, as they are 2 rounds away from forcing a third map.
Yeah, and honestly, I just, again, I got to tip my hat here for 7-7. I really feel like he's the knight in shining armor here for Liquid. Like, the fact that he was playing very well in the first map, he was the one that was putting up some decent duels. Now that he's kind of been equipping here with the TRG, he has really just been saving them a lot. He's put them in a lot of, you know, sticky situations. He's able to get them out of them. So now the timeout, I believe this has to be a timeout, I would imagine. Yeah, and it just seems like Stray's starting to have a bit of a conversation with the Rock boys, and It has to happen now. I mean, this is where they had a really good first half, a really close encounter. They lost it, but this BL something has to change quickly. The show has to go on here. Otherwise, the curtain's going to close.
Well, it will close on map 2. There will be a third map, Compound. Has certainly been a bit of an eyebrow raiser for Rock throughout 2025, a map that has even been a little bit problematic domestically speaking, so not sure how much I fancy their chances there. Maybe some words of wisdom from the coach can change the direction of map 2, though. No doubt that it was looking pretty good for Rock at one point, but a real struggle at the moment. They're having difficulty even keeping players alive at the start of the round. A lot of these have been a 4-on-5 courtesy of 7-7 Sniper. That's probably the first piece of the puzzle that Rock need to figure out. How do we keep 5 alive?
Well, they just keep going for this, one plan essentially, where they just want to fight all the time at B, and they're not able to get out of that choke point on the stairs. So again, I'd like to see them just mix something up a little bit differently here. Maybe get a player through mid, or try to even just go for this little bit of an A hit potentially. Just change up something, because the B site has just really put up, a bit of a wall of defense here from Liquid, and they've done a good job to just making it a problem. A little bit more antsiness here from Rock, and Slayer's actually going to try to push up all the way towards box. It's a good utility here from Liquid. They're going to just disobey the smokes here from Liquid. Are they just going to run right through this?
Don't think so. Not with the 2 players still at mid. If they had an extra player here, if it was a 4-1 split from Rock, I think they might have been setting up for it, but 3 players trying to entry through a smoke doesn't seem like enough to me. You're going to guaranteed pretty much lose a player or 2, so you need to have enough for the flood. I just don't think that 3 is enough there, so they'll walk away.
Yeah, good kill. So now they've been able to find out something here with 7-7. So again, a big threat has been removed here from Liquid. Now it's a question of Rock can be able to, take advantage of that opening duel against someone like that. A little bit of damage against Ryu, or so Danimal's, my apologies, but Snake really wanting to contest this mid control. I mean, he technically could be able to slip away into this quickly if he wants. Oh, surely. They're going back for a B hit again here. Oh, what? I'm sorry? How does that happen? A USP double entry from Totson. Why the heck not? Now Slayer's been able to communicate that Y is hot on the heels. They know that he's there, and he's trying to be able to help his teammates, and there he is. He can get the job done at least. And now Gokin, he doesn't seem to have an answer either.
All right, well, I mean, that's one way to win a round. Unfortunately for Rock, you're not going to really be able to rely on that more often than not. It shouldn't be that easy. So, yeah, it's nice to get a round under your belt, but need to see a bit more to rebuild that confidence, I dare say. Team Liquid can sort of just brush that one off. No problems at all.
Nice little bit of a nade. Almost 30 damage, 29. Essentially a 3-1-1 right now from Liquid on the setup. The Animal's unfortunately having a bit of a statistically struggling game, but I mean, again, you can't take that away from him. He's been able to call a winning scoreline here for Team Liquid thus far.
Yeah, not over yet. Rock are hanging in there in the same way that Team Liquid was trying to hang in there on map 1. Big set of smokes over toward A, but I don't know that that's going to be a commitment from Rock. I almost think this is going to be a fake just based on the posturing of these players toward B. That's correct. Horus is going to have to do a little bit to try to sell this fake. If he can find a kill, it'll be a really big difference maker. But hasn't really been given anything by Team Liquid. Yeah, it's pulled to rotate, but Team Liquid have enough time to go back over to B here.
Taking too long, though.
Yeah, Rock is taking too long, I think.
Yeah, they should have done that earlier when Horus was making some noise. That's when they should have went for a little bit of an execute.
They've used all of that util for nothing, really. And Team Liquid already pushing their way out of A, recognizing that there's Nothing happening over there. So unless this kill in mid goes the way of Rock, that's really not panned out in their favor at all. They need some insane entries over here on B. Goken ducked in the corner, will fall to Totson. So they do get the 2 entries that they need to keep it at least stable and even, but they've still got to get themselves a bomb plant and try and rush that one down. The Snake taking the space going forward, but Totson had to get up off of the plan. He was too scared. Now he's in the 2-on-1. Knows where Danimals is, has to take this fight. He's only got 20 seconds, has to try to isolate engagements and can't do it. 9-5. Rock are capitulating on map 2.
Yeah, that was just really, really poor in the sense of, you know, just the micro on this one. That the fact that they don't even like use the fake in the proper way. They burned all their utility. They just wasted so much time. And I mean, they could have been able to have that a lot better in that situation, but they waited too long, and that really allowed Team Liquid to have the perfect setup on it. They got the numbers in that situation. Now I've put them in the map point territory, which does mean there is definitely a room here where this might be going to compound, which is going to be the 3rd and final map if we get there. There's only 1 round needed here for Team Liquid to get that job done. And 4 for Rock now to find themselves into an overtime, which has been done, Elfish, but my oh my, it is not looking likely.
No, I'm not a believer. I'm definitely not a believer at this point. I think you'd be thinking about compound at this point if you're Rock. Obviously, they're going to try and give it every crack that they've got here on Eagle Eye, but I'm just not seeing it. The eye test tells me Team Liquid are a bit too solid on this GR side. Rock have slowed it down again in this round. Going to be smoked off. They are set up outside of A. Toss their own smoke in. I think they're going to have to go here. They need to go while their util is up, so they might just have to go through that GR smoke. Horus will kind of lurk his way out. He's got a lot of space. He's got a big opportunity here to do some work, but covered off by that player below the stairs. It comes down to the trades of Slayer and Totson to try to get Rock into this site, but they're just not quite doing enough. Snare deep in onto the site. We'll get Goken though. Now we're back into a 1v1. 7-7 and Snare. Snare to try to keep the game alive for Rock on map 2.
We'll get the self a plant here. And 7-7 was kind of just banking to see if, you know, Snare was going to maybe go for a big play. Go all the way around. Sniper versus sniper. Snare, that's what, again, a lot of questions at the desk, talking about somebody that's been very quiet. And this game, in this series, he's been able to showcase why he's been such a strong lethal weapon here in the CFWL, and now required for the clutch to keep them alive in this series. And 7-7 now a pistol to be able to solidify them to go to compound. Just scanning every option. The time is ticking, and that's going to be Snare. He's going to be teeing it off, and they will keep themselves in this game another round longer.
1 out of 4, eh? It's a start. Rock are a tenacious team. They're not a team that gives up.
That is very true. One of the best known for us, that's for sure. Here we go again. Right back into it. Liquid an opportunity here to close this thing out. Pause does get called. And I would imagine that would be Liquid if they lose this round. I think Rock have already called theirs. Memory serves me right.
Would not be a bad time for Team Liquid to have a chat. Still would have that 2-round buffer.
Seven, hoping for a bit of a duel here. Totson just on the other side of this Ryu. And Goken now, they're going to play aggressive down this. Oh, wow, they have really pushed into it. Slayer, oh man, he gets caught right in the scope. I can't believe he gets away with that.
I don't need that pause. Good start to the round for Team Liquid. Not a whole lot of space taken by Rock, not a whole lot of pressure being put on Team Liquid in this round. Rock still trying to figure out their plan of attack for the rest of this round. Default setup from them does not give any indication where they're headed. A lot of util dumping happening in mid here from Snake, trying to pull a player in that direction, make it a little bit easier for Snare and Totson to work their way through Hotel, but now they've lost Horus over on the A side of the map as well.
Oh, Danimals. Oh no, he's not gonna be able to clear this. He does. Perfect timing. Good trade back. But Totson, okay. He gets a double.
If he goes charging into B, he gets a bomb plant, but he's not going to go charging into B. He's going to turn around. He spots Ryu Zhao out. Keeps his head. Able to cross over bridge. They want to go 8. The Snake is working his way into 8.
No, he's going
Is
all
he?
the way around.
He's going B.
No, he's going to go B. He's going to be able to clear this information. So now they're going to go, okay, look, this B site should be open.
It is open at the moment.
Yeah, but they're worried that Ryu or Y is essentially somewhere else. They have no idea where he is. They know where Ryu was, but the biggest question mark has been, where is Y? They have to solve for that problem, and now they're going to get this bomb down.
Solve for Y.
It's always tough.
I was never very good at math. That's why I talk for a living. Much easier. Rock playing for their lives as well, speaking of living. Hold on in this map. Totson will go down. Now it's on to Snake Solo. The team captain, the team leader has to step up. The in-game leader has been good on an individual basis. He is good enough again. 7-9. Rock, hold on for one more.
My goodness. And again, that's where I keep talking about it, but that M14, man, like what a difference maker that puts them in. It allows you to have that extra bullets. It allows that extra firepower and the rate just being there in that kind of a close encounter. That just saved him, right? I mean, he was able to just kind of jump from the top ground, mid-air shot, and we'll get to capture right here. Absolutely beautiful work here from Rock to keep themselves into this. And the IGL, once again, still putting up massive stats that Kyle talked about here at the desk, and he's still able to do it here for day number 3.
Definitely one of the better IGLs in the fragging department, and we are indeed going to end up needing that tactical timeout that was called at the start of that last round. So pressure on both sides, definitely. Still a harder way forward for Rock on this map, but Team Liquid are feeling it, no doubt. They are the team that, if they lose this map, do get eliminated from EWC. At least there's that buffer of map 1 for Rock, knowing that they can go to compound and fight again.
Yeah, this is, like you said, a very tough position for Liquid because, again, you know, they can't afford to lose this. If they lose it, they're done. They're out, and that's it. And then not even just for Crossfire, but even just the bigger picture like we talked about for Rock, like you said, a nice buffer in the situation if need be. But, you know, I think even just for Rock's sake, again, like we always give a lot of criticism about like a team that always makes it hard for themselves and pushing it always to the distance and long games and 3-map series. But for them, it would just feel even better to get some revenge against some former rivals, you know, from last year to be able to get a 2-0 if they could. And especially this way, if they could get that 4-round into an overtime, what a way to do it. We'll find out, though. A couple more rounds to go to see if that could even be the possibility.
You have to wonder that if Rock can actually put this through to OT, what is that going to do to the mental of Team Liquid? Could break them. Not there yet, not worth really considering. Goken's going to go down to Snare. He's fallen asleep at the wheel, not expecting Snare up in the sniper tower. An advantage for Rock.
Yeah, great position too, because even Danimals, he's taken so much damage in this round. So he's wounded. So that's going to give a lot of, you know, good opportunity for one of the rifles to find something. An easy, essentially I think it's going to be one shot. And that's another good kill here from Snare. Talk about the impact. He's been able to take down Goken. He's been able to take down 7-7. Now Danimals is like, okay, I guess I'll try the sniper. I'm going to see what I can do. And now Y, he gets a 1 and done, but that's it. Rock looking like they are going to be able to get themselves that 8th round on the board, and we might just be going the distance here.
That round's a little bit too easy for Rock. They can't expect or hope for something like that in this final round of regulation. You're not going to get a couple of kills from Snare like that every day of the week, but you'll take it, definitely. And Team Liquid, one more chance to close this map out. Will Rock falter at the final hurdle at the 11th hour? Or are we going to go to overtime? Similar approach again from Rock. Patient play. See if Snare can find a pick or two. But he's been given nothing.
All the tension high now for both these teams. Now Rock looking like they want to just go for the full A exec onto this. They don't even want to mess around. Horse, a great entry into this. Can he be able to find one more? No, he will not. Koken will be able to take him out now. Tucked away. Rock waiting things out. They're going to retreat this.
Massive over-rotation from Team Liquid. Snake would have activated in mid, he would have had B, but does not opt to.
Liquid are hesitating. They already have 7-7 just kind of already committing to the rotate. I think that's even Danimals that's made himself kind of getting in there as well. They think this is a fake.
I think Rock is kind of hesitating as well. But they are now starting to get on their bike, go for a pedal in the direction of B. Or not. And, you know, back and forth. They know how important this decision is. If they make the wrong decision, if they lose this round, they lose this map, they have to play another. Rio's out. Pushing out. Will catch Totson. The net circling in around Rock. Rio's out. Gets Snare as well. How has he been allowed to do this? Rock. They worked so hard to get to this point, but Ryuzao has just made all the difference. With 30 seconds left on the clock, he will go down, and now it's on to Goku to try to hold on to A. He's on a really nice line, and he will not miss, and that is that. Team Liquid will secure map number 3. 10-8 is the scoreline. It was a decent effort from Rock to try to come back in that map, but it's just a little bit too much to ask this time around.
Great work from Liquid to be able to bounce back into this game, and now pushing this thing, like you said, all the way to the distance of Compound. And, you know, again, we saw Liquid in prime position where they're able to get themselves on the map point, but then they started struggling, right? We talked a lot about some of these teams that have been able to have themselves in questionable positions of closing, but thankfully for them, they do get it done. Nonetheless, it goes the distance, but a win is a win at the end of the day, and now there'll be a couple minutes here to decide, you know, what they're going to do a little bit differently for Compound. Again, historically a map for Rock that has been very good. Not a map they've been confidently picking so far here for EWC, but I mean, look, we know they've been able to do quite well within the past. We know that, you know, in their domestic league, they have done successful with it too. And then going back to Summer Champs, I mean, this was a map that went all the way to the golden round that did pan out nicely here for Liquid. So could it be the same case? I don't know.
I guess we have to find out as we do go forward, but anybody's guess as to which way this final map in the series is going to go. Obviously a lot on the line for both Rock and for Team Liquid. Compound the decider, and I say Rock are a little bit disappointed to get there. Obviously elation for Team Liquid to be heading onto map 3 in front of what feels like a bit of a home crowd. Stray disappointed, but Team Liquid very happy. We're heading to Compound next.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
dreams. I got everything that I need. Got it all right here in me. I'm free to choose my destiny. I am ready, set me free. Disperse it all to me and go free.
One final map remains at the Esports World Cup for one of these two teams. Either Team Liquid or Rock Esports will be sent home. And it's a matchup which is more or less a rematch of the playoffs game that they played against each other at the CFS Summer Championship. It was Imperial that did win that 3-0 over 3BL. So for the uninitiated, Team Liquid in this instance beating Rock Esports. Both teams having obviously new organizations, a couple of new players here and there as well. Gokhan was certainly not taking part in that matchup, but Compound, interestingly, the map here that we are going to be playing in this particular match was the opening map in that series. It went 13-12 the way of Imperial, so all the way to the Golden Point. We may go there again.
Yeah, you really never know. I mean, that's what we were talking about it just briefly, and that's the thing where this has been really exciting in the sense that, there's a little bit of new history in the making that, the last time these guys did play each other, like you said, at the Summer Champs, is the fact that, they were able to get, Liquid was able to get that 3-0. And I mean, it was pretty much domination throughout the rest of the maps, but the Compound game, which was that initial opener, did go all the way to the maximum distance. But things have changed. Variables are different, new players, new orgs, like you said. Everything has really just changed entirely for both these teams. But we saw that Liquid were able to bounce themselves back into Eagle Eye. It took a little bit of work. It took a little bit of, some hits and some bruising, but they were able to get themselves unwobbly, and now they're going to be able to push this into Compound. Again, historically a map that was so dominant here for for Rock, but is that really going to be the case here and now?
Well, I think it's fair that you say it is dominant for 3BL. I don't know that it is dominant for Rock. Does that make sense?
Yes.
When they were 3BL, it was the map that they picked into, and that's why it was the opening map in that best of 5 series. Rock, though, have not felt as comfortable on this map as they did last year, and hence we see it as a decider as opposed to an opening pick. And now let's see whether or not Team Liquid can complete this reverse sweep. They'll be starting things off here on the blacklist side. Copying a little bit of damage, Rio's out. Animals. But no real harm done necessarily. Team Liquid with 5 strong, taking a reasonably reserved approach to the opening round of Compound.
Yeah, and Rock being on the GR side is definitely going to make things a little bit more interesting in the aspect that, again, we noticed that they like playing the GR side. It seems like that is really more where they can start to shine a little bit more bright, but maybe they'll be able to shine through the darkness that happened here from Eagle Eye. Now switching things over to Compound, I don't know, but I guess that's what we'll find out here very, very shortly. But Team Liquid really taking an extremely slow approach to this, really just clearing all angles, just trying to check everything out. But Snare does open up nicely, and he does finally get himself a nice kickstart.
Yeah, Gokhan not quite able to find that trade. Snare escaping. That is going to put the brakes on anything for Team Liquid. Not that they really need any assistance in slowing this round down, because they haven't really been doing a whole lot. Job gets more difficult in a 4-on-5. It may just end up being an attempt in through middle. Slayer not interested in buying what Team Liquid are selling. 2 headshots out from Slayer. Fantastic start to the map for him, and a real disappointment for Team Liquid. This has just been an absolute nothing round. Gokhan and 7-7, dynamic duo. Try to clutch it out. Close range angle though for Horus. Okay. Dug out by 7-7, and Snare just trying to hang on to the side here. Has done well to get one. Gets some damage onto 7-7. He's held it alone. Rock back in action here for Compound.
Yeah, that's way more like it. And now even Snare again, I was kind of getting a little bit worried if he was maybe going to cool off and he wasn't going to be able to play the way that we've been able to see him so far in this series. This is really just, again, this whole new day is a revitalized Rock. You know, Snare's starting to hit the shots. He's starting to make the impact. He's making the right plays that he needs to. We talked about him being the MVP of this team last year. He was definitely the staple. This year was a little bit different. It felt like other players were able to kind of override him and kind of take that for the taking, or take that for the name. But now Snare is trying to get himself back to the vintage ways of what he is able to bring to the server. In that round especially, finding the triple kill the way he did, that's got to feel good for him, considering how this year's been for him.
Yeah, certainly, and it would be a massive map to come online for Snare. GR side of Compound, he could do a lot of work. 2 kills in that round, though, for 7-7. It seems like his form is continuing throughout this series. It's been a real thorn in the side of Rock. It's Horus to try to solo hold long. Team Liquid are making their way in, trying to clear him out. He does have a bit of assistance now on the line here, and Horus should be getting at least one. How has he gotten away with that much damage? I don't know. Gokun was on top of his head. It comes down to Ryuzao to get that kill, and ultimately Rock probably should have got a little bit more out of that.
Yeah, they definitely should have, because Horus, again, was in the position that they had no idea he was there. It was actually Snare that was the one that was able to do the initial damage, and unfortunately Horus, like I said, using the HK as a strong rifle, but in that kind of in a situation, it just doesn't really pan out the way you want it to. And you can tell he missed that couple shots, and then that's when it started getting really sloppy. But it's allowed now Liquid to kind of, again, capitalize on that mistake that's been made here from Rock. Looks like they want to go for this long A hit. They're going to commit to this on the bit of a 3-1 setup.
Yeah. Unorthodox position, though, for Snake. But he kind of needs 2. The commitment is over toward B, so Snake needs to get away with a lot of kills. Certainly now that extra one has come through for Team Liquid. He could get 2 here. Holds his shots nicely. But 7-7 just wiggled. Zeke's when he should have zagged as far as Snare was concerned, or Snake was concerned. But Slayer in the 1v3 again. I mean, he's got Y very low here. C4 in hand. Gokun miles away. They need to get this bomb plant down, and Slayer is doing a great job of delaying and isolating these fights. Y is planting. Slayer takes the peek, takes the fight, and might be able to win himself this 1-on-3. The nade goes through it, won't quite go deep enough to finish Y off. Smoke's up now. And that's where it starts to get a bit difficult for Slayer. He might just have to get on that defuse to try to draw the peek out. He's spotted Y. Slayer can do no wrong in the clutch. How many times can this guy win a 1v3 for Rock?
Yeah, I don't even get it. I mean, again, the clutch factor, and it was starting to look like, could he even really do it? But indeed he does. And that's the beauty of the HK. Like I said, look at how well he was able to stay calm and collected in that fight. He was able to just get the clean shots.
It's just, again, that's kind of the tendencies from Gokun that I think Slayer is playing into, right? We've highlighted a couple of times that Gokun tends to be that player that is left alive late in the round. He's set himself up to try to clutch that round out by staying safe in middle, but that ultimately becomes a little bit of a baity playstyle in some instances, and I think in a sense he kind of needed to be in there a little bit faster to help Y out. It took Gokun so long to get into the site that the moment was kind of lost for Team Liquid, and Slayer had actually kind of taken control of it in the 1v2.
Exactly. No, absolutely. It's a good point you bring up, and now Slayer continuing his reign of terror right now and finding another big kill. Finds himself a second. Why the heck not? The guy's having a field day. He is just putting up the numbers. Frustrated for how map number 2 went. They wanted to get it done with a clean 2-0, but now they might be able to put this map with a 3-0 start to get themselves in a great position. The timeout's going to get called. Liquid realizing, okay, look, things are getting out of hand. Rock are getting away with murder in this situation, and they've been able to have it with some ease. And I wonder if that clutch from Slayer has really just kind of demoralized this Team Liquid squad.
I'd imagine that it has. It's definitely done the opposite for Rock. It's fired them up. That's a really nice round out from them. The pitfall that Rock have to make sure that they avoid, and it is something that has been lurking throughout their tenure here at the Esports World Cup, has been starting well and then finishing poorly, right? You think about the number of maps where they've kicked it off with a good lead, a good advantage, and then failed to close it out or only just stumbled over the line.
Exactly.
That is something that could happen again here. Tac timeout coming out, obviously, from Team Liquid, and it will be an important passage of play the next sort of 2-3 rounds to see whether or not Liquid can actually come back into this contest, or if Rock are going to continue to run away with it.
Yeah, and that's a really good point you bring up, Elfish, just because, again, we've seen so many different times where, you know, these great starts can just right out the gates, and then, you know, it just feels like Rock can do no wrong, and then just something just changes in the air, and just some reason they kind of slow down, and they allow these teams to get right back into these games. And that's where we'll see if they can kind of change that narrative a little bit for them, but it's hard to ignore because they've done that so far here at EWC. But they've also proven, again, like they show a lot of tenacity. They can make the comeback when they need to. But Liquid, I mean, a lot of conversation here, and this is a tough one because you can approach this many different ways. Like, I mean, do you take this mid control a little bit faster? Do you try to go for the long A control right away where they know that Horus is playing there pretty much every single time? Like, they have to make a decision to get some map control quickly. I feel like that should be the plan here. I feel like that would be the safest bet. Work with some real estate.
Rock with a couple of nades into mid, not going to find any success. One out a long bit of damage there to Ryu Zhao. He'll make no secret of his position. Wow, it's really changed for Team Liquid. I mean, the approach feels kind of similar. Take a little bit of mid control, set yourself up, play a slow round out, see if you can find a mistake from Rock, but Rock's not really making any mistakes. They're actually quite happy to play a little bit more of a passive style back in their sights at the moment. So not really many picks on offer here for Gokun, who is definitely going fishing.
And it's good, right? Because you can always make the argument as well as, like, you know, these situations where a team like Rock, like they had Slayer playing mid, like, do you want him to still kind of be in that position? Yeah, he is playing it, but he's just playing it more passively. Rock or not, you know, the old expression, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This time they're kind of just still tinkering some ideas. They're still like mixing it up, and that's where the guessing game will kind of be the problem here for Team Liquid, especially being in a 3-round deficit. They get this mid control. Horus might be able to get this timing. He does some good damage onto Ryu. But now it's a question about how much of a distraction you're going to be, and look at that. That's a great kill. And now they're going to try to refight for this. They do get that trade back.
It's not so much about the distraction anymore as how much damage has he done. I mean, it's the kill. Wastes a bit more of Team Liquid's time. Ryu's out down a bit lower. Good setup for Rock, though. Slayer on an isolated angle. This is an awkward spot to be in. He gets himself one before falling. Snake, though, pouncing quickly upon it. And he strikes for the trade. Watson looking to hold on to the B bomb site. Won't necessarily need to do so because the offensive is headed in the direction of A, but that's the bomb drop. 7-7 goes down, and Ryu Zhao, while he has control of the site, will be disappointed to find out that the C4 is not on its way, and nor is the round for Team Liquid. A 4-0 now for Rock as they keep that hype train rolling.
This is amazing because, again, like we always kind of talk about teams that when they play like some really close maps and going all the way to a third map series, you know, that you always kind of beg the question about, okay, look, we talk about the gas tank. We say, like, is it empty? Have they depleted everything? Did they exert all their energy? Like, let's not forget Eagle Eye was a 10-5. That was in favor for Rock, and then Port was a 10-8. It didn't necessarily go to overtime, but again, those are some competitive maps, and the scoreline's not the full picture, and there have been some close encounters and some really good action. So right now it feels like Liquid very deflated in this situation, and they don't seem to have an answer at all. Even this timeout that they called, it's backfired on them pretty much entirely.
Yeah, how far can Rock push the lead is going to be the question they're going to be asking themselves. 4 again in this round, but Team Liquid are not giving me the sense that they're super confident about this map. You know, the way that they're moving through it, they're not trying to move too quickly. They're really not taking space in any kind of confident way. They're kind of just hanging around in mid, hoping that Rock will come floating into their crosshairs, and that's not the way that you're going to win a half at an event like the Esports World Cup. You need to be doing more.
Yeah, I mean, for a team like Liquid, they, you know, domestically still not bad records. They've been able to beat teams like Twisted Minds on a map like this. Actually, quite a few times it seems like they've been able to do that. You know, even Dragon Esports they've been able to beat. They haven't been able to find Okelsia, though. They actually keep losing against them on this map, so, which I would argue they are the best team. Well, I don't think it's much of an argument. They are the best team in the Brazilian league, I would say.
Yep.
But like you said, not really showing a lot of confidence here right now for Team Liquid. Now they're finally going to go for the plan of attack into mid one more time. Snare there, close on by. Going to go for a passive setup. Oh, Snake, this could be just so dangerous. He might be able to find the timing of this. There's no reason for him to go over this swing. And he realizes it.
Horus trying to gather information. He's going to be flanked by Ryuzhao. The whiff from Ryuzhao is not quite going to be punished, but it's a decent trade from Snare. And again, he's going to be tasked with solo holding that A bomb side. He was able to do it earlier on in the half. Can he do it again? He spots out Y. He's playing back on the site. Y deletes him. Maybe even holding on to the long position there from Snare could have been a better choice, and playing for the retake, waiting for his rotation to come across, but he wanted to be the hero, and this time he's not. No one from Rock. It's Team Liquid that find themselves the victory. They have their first on the board, finally.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's a really good point you bring up, because I was thinking the exact same thing, is that I was just going to say, I love that Snare gets the kill. He rotates back into long. I thought he was going to play that a little bit of an off angle where he should be able to get that kill, kind of hide himself away, but instead he's like, you know what, I'm going to go back into the site. I'm going to go for that fight. I feel like that was the wrong decision, and unfortunately that did cost Rock an opportunity, because if Snare could have stayed alive, you knew that Team Liquid were going to have to figure out a way to how to isolate him. They had to find a way to take him out, but that creates the opening. So now Liquid at least can get the goose egg removed here from the scoreboard. They're going to finally get themselves their first round. We were kind of wondering how much of a lead that Rock can be able to have. It was a question if they can get 5. Not necessarily the case 5 in a row, but at least they still have themselves a bit of a padding that they can work with for the time being. Good aggression from Totson, though. He's actually pushed all the way through B main. And you can see that Rock now, with that information, they're going to allow that the triple of them are going to be close in this A site. Going to turtle this up a little bit more. And now Liquid committing to a 4-man execute on long A. This is interesting.
We'll have to get past Horus. And probably Slayer will be quick on the rotate. Snake clearing out middle. Going to be here for the defense as well. Not a bad setup for Rock. They have the player pushed out of B as well. They have the info that they need to win this round. They are rotating the extra players over towards A. It is a stack. 3 players on A, 1 on B, 1 on the flank. Just a question of when will Totson decide he wants to activate. If he comes too late, he'll be irrelevant.
Yeah, this is a good angle, though. I love this gun with this amount of distance. I think this is perfect for Horus. He's just playing a little bit of a jump spot. There you go, a little bit of a jiggle. He gets that first kill. They know where he is, so now he's the point of a distraction, and now Snake needs to get that kill, but he doesn't. Horus finds one more before he goes down, but now Slayer, activation, kill mode, finds the double. But now it's all just down to the IGL at Danimals. He gets caught in the leg. Now he's wounded. He's bleeding internally. With 18 HP, he's going to get this bomb planted. And now Rock surely should be able to have this done, and indeed they do, and Snare again causing a lot of mayhem.
Got Snare down pretty low. It was a good effort from him. But all that info that Rock is able to gather on the push out from B has paid dividends in that round. Slayer, the third player in the site, the pre-rotate. He's the one that makes the difference there. He's the one that gets that double kill that really kind of seals the deal for Rock. Once it's into the 2-on-1, it's pretty much job done. 5-1 now the lead for Rock as they look to get revenge for the result that occurred at the Summer Championship. Again, bearing in mind it was the core of this Team Liquid roster as Imperial that knocked Rock Esports out of the playoffs at this very event 12 months ago. Of course, it wasn't the Esports World Cup, so it wasn't exactly this event, but it was in the Crossfire sense, this event. It was the mid-season tournament.
It was summertime.
And Rock certainly looking for that revenge. They lost that one 3-0.
Yeah, quite convincingly too, right? Like we talked about that. This was the only map that was close. Everything else, it was a 10-8 following, but then really it just became worse and worse. I felt like for Rock. But like you said, this is a bit of revenge. I think, the West League was very surprised to see what they were able to do internationally last year. A little bit of a tease, and now really taking this to the full distance. Snare is just having himself a field day again. An 8-2, one of the best score lines we've seen him with in a long, long time.
Yeah, and what a time to step up. This would be a big win for Rock, obviously not just making playoffs, but taking down some absolute legends on their way through. 7-7 wants to make sure that won't be the case. We're now back into a 2-on-2, but Snake's been able to creep back out onto the side. He's dropped the C4. The spacing for Team Liquid is so bad. Ryuzhao can't find the trade. He's got to try to make this one happen. on his own as we get the coach cam on either side. Ryu Zhao, another very experienced player in his own right, utilizing all this time that's available to him. Stray, the coach of Rock, barely breathing at this point. Whereas for Team Liquid, I think the despair is starting to creep in. Ryu's out hunting, looking, searching, trying to find a pick, and he can't. He has to now commit. He'll go for the C4. Has collected it, but with 10 seconds on the clock, this round is just unwinnable unless someone gives up a mistake, and it won't happen. Excitement again for Rock. They really are doing this.
They really are. They're really just starting to create new history for themselves. But that's the thing. They cannot get ahead of themselves. That's the biggest thing we've noticed, a mistake that Rock have made. But the fact they're sitting at a 6-1. I mean, honestly, if they can get anything else after this, that is just a gigantic jump here for them to get some work done on the BL side. Liquid just, again, have no answers. The comfortability, like you mentioned, it is not comfortable at all. They don't even know what to do. This is completely foreign to them. They have no idea what they should be doing on a map like this, considering that they have played it so many times, but this style of Rock has really just kind of jumbled up their signals, and they don't know what to do anymore. They're lost at sea.
Maybe they're going to be lost at B, as that's the direction that they're heading in, but again, going to be mounting a defense. Re-smoke is going to come through. Now Slayer has been isolated, though. Smoked off by Team Liquid. No progression coming through from the Team Liquid offense, though. Aura's not really seeing anything there in middle. Yeah, don't really get the sense that Rock is feeling like they're under too much pressure right here. Just defaulting back to pretty standard splits, pretty standard holds, hitting their shots, doing what they need to do. Team Liquid have not had an answer for it. It's crazy to think that a team with Gok and Danimals and Ryu's out would be getting eliminated without making the playoffs, but here we are in the modern era of Crossfire, and it would seem that is the territory of Rock, as Slayer's found himself another two. Totson in there as well. Totson, by the way, with a sniper rifle this time, not something we're used to seeing. 50 seconds left on the clock here for Team Liquid. They have to try and convert a 2-on-4, and it's the two lesser experienced players of the roster that are going to have to do it.
And now Snare's actually pushed all the way through mid here, so now he might be able to have himself that one, maybe two. Not quite. But he's been able to, again, break the appetizer here. 7-7 is down to low HP. A 7-1 scoreline. Rock are padding the stats. They're making this so much better for themselves as we're getting closer to this end of the first half and now putting themselves in prime position. If we could see one more round here, Elfish, I mean, really, this has got to be it. This has got to be a done deal here for Rock, you would think.
Never say never. It's not over until it's over. Team Liquid have got to take that mentality forward. I mean, there's still a second half to play here, and it is a somewhat GR-sided map, so Team Liquid just got to take everything they can out of this first. If they can get two, and they can get off to a good start, this game is not over yet. Rock will have to remember that as well. About all of the strong starts we've seen from Rock that have capitulated into nothing. They cannot afford that here.
Yeah, but no starts like this, though. Like, I agree with you, but we have never seen...
but not 7-1s.
That's true, exactly, yeah. This has definitely created a big, jump for them.
If they get to 8-1, it's on a silver platter, for sure.
That's what I was kind of thinking, is like, if we get an 8-1 scoreline, like, you would think surely you don't. But like you said, never say never. You are right about that.
But full setup in mid from Team Liquid. Once again, very much in line with how the rest of this BL side has played out, and as you can see, they haven't had a lot of success.
Well, just again, when you're watching Liquid, like, it doesn't really feel like they're confident with the game plan. Right now, it's kind of like, go do something. You need to get a kill. We need you to be the opener. We talk about him closing deals, but now he's the one that has to negotiate something and start things off. And it doesn't seem like that's really been something he's been good at so far here in this series, really. And now they're going to go back to the long A control. They're going to try to clear this off. This time, it's going to be Horus. He's playing a very passive setup just for the jump spot. a very, very passive approach here from Rock.
I don't like this round at all for Team Liquid. They've achieved nothing, you know. They have just got no map space at all. They haven't put any pressure on Rock. And look at how the round is playing out. They're getting deleted. Team Liquid are a complete non-factor on this third and final map of the series. It's just Ryu Zhao and Y who would, in some sense of the word, try to save this round, but it's just not going to happen. Y is stuck in Sniper's Nest, 8-1. The game is on a silver platter for Rock.
Absolute domination here from Rock, and again, like this is, you know, I'd have to go back and look at the statistics, but I don't think I've ever really remember from my recollection of following them for the number of years, having score lines like this and putting themselves at a 7-round buffer. So an 8-1 scoreline, like it has been a long time since we've been able to see them do something like this. Absolute perfection here on the GR side, but now the question is, can they get the last two to close?
Well, they've certainly got a lot of opportunities to get those two. But double sniper setup for Team Liquid was pretty handy on Eagle Eye. 7-7. Doing a lot of work to find the opening picks on that map. If you could do the same here on Eagle Eye, maybe it's not quite over yet. Snare, again, set up to try to take the initial duel. Won't be given one by Team Liquid just yet.
Yeah, what does even Team Liquid do? I mean, again, just kind of going right back into this half. Y has been quiet. You know, the only player that really, like, statistically has been doing something has been 7-7, and it's nowhere near what we saw him do, like on a map like Eagle Eye, where he was really the turning point for Liquid to keep themselves in that game and keeping themselves in a situation of this. And now Rock and execute into mid. Horse has been able to make it across here. But the problem is now Liquid, they have two players committed to the B site. They have one player just on the outskirts of GR spawn. Gokin has no way to know what's happening here. He just gets blinded.
He gets slammed, doesn't he? It's just like a freight train running through the A site. 3-on-5 here, and Slayer tucking himself nicely in the corner. 7-7, his position now known by Snake, makes for an easy kill for Slayer. Horus there to back him up should it be necessary, and now maybe come down to Slayer to do just that for Horus. That traded onto Danimals. Ryu Zhao unable to do much. 9-1, Rock are on series point, playoffs point.
Yeah, this is big. I mean, now, like you said, map and championship point here for them to get themselves again moving through into the bracket, and this could be a big moment in history here for Rock, rewriting the script, rewriting the history here of these two teams fighting each other internationally. So many consequences here for Liquid if they go down. They need 8 in a row. They have to play the most perfect Crossfire to get themselves into an overtime situation to keep themselves alive. And Rock, they just have to pretend that they only have to play, they're restarting these rounds.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. 8 in a row. That's a really tough ask for Team Liquid, and they haven't shown really anything on Compound. This map has fallen flat.
But this is where Rock, a team with a gigantic lead like this, they got to make sure they don't get in their heads about it.
It's not over yet.
It is definitely not over.
Flash over the middle. Not going to draw out a peek from Team Liquid. Rock don't go off the back of it either, but some nades going back, and for the bit of chip damage in there onto Y. And now spam as the smokes start to come up as well. If Rock do commit to an A hit, rather a mid hit, they will be walking into a trap that's been set by Team Liquid. Maybe not so much anymore as Team Liquid goes scurrying back into the A site, leaving Ryu Zhao as the sole defender. Flash through the window, that's going to allow Snake out into mid. He has got a lot of space here into GR spawn, and he's gone solo. Would have been a big duel to win if he would have got it. B-side on offer still for Rock, though, as they start to make their way forward. They need to go fast, though. Rotations coming through this round, kind of slipping away from Rock a little bit. The reinforcements arriving.
They're going to backtrack.
Yeah, it's kind of all falling apart when Snake doesn't get that kill in mid, gives up that space. It kind of gives away the game, and Team Liquid able to rotate across and hold on to the B site pretty comfortably. Now with 40 seconds, it's Rock's turn to try to rotate around the map, and turn our attention towards Slayer, who dies to Gokin and announce onto Horus solo. Which seemed to an impossible task with only 25 seconds left on the clock. Goken locks it down this time. Team Liquid get themselves a second, and Rock have to wait a little longer.
Yeah, I don't mind this idea, but the one thing I didn't love about what Snake was doing is that it felt a little bit rushed. Like, he was able to get himself across like that. It felt like he needed to kind of run and commit to that so quickly. I think if he would have just waited a couple extra seconds, that could have maybe just changed something, because it was a little bit of an awkward encounter because both those players were just getting out of the doorway. But for Team Liquid fans, they're going to be ecstatic that they're able to at least get themselves around here on the second half now. Can they be able to climb themselves back out of this massive hole that Rock has now dug for them? Double player commit into this B doorway. Oh, Snare, how do you survive that shot? Goken just missing him barely.
Oy.
And then a repeat! Excuse me? Not like this!
That's illegal. Goken and Danimals, two of the stars of the Brazilian region, have just been plucked out of the sky. And Rock are on their way to victory. Snare looking for 7-7. He might just find him round the corner here. Info given. 7-7 should be a dead man. Will fall. The trade confirmed.
And the fact that Snare is now putting himself in a triple kill round, a 12-5 record, that's fine. He's been able to do his job. He's done a lot of the heavy lifting, and now who's going to be able to help them? Slayer's still alive. He's been sitting at an 18-7. You have to go against Ryu Zhao and also Y, someone that's been very quiet here for map number 3. It's a great opportunity for Rock right now.
Decision is toward B. Solo hold for Y. Ryu's out, nowhere to be seen. He'll take a long time to come across. Doesn't even really have any significant util to delay with here, Y either. He's only got the grenade. So it's essentially a 3-on-1, and that's a 1-4-1, which is fine as far as Rock are concerned. Slayer's got the C4. He's also got a smoke available to him here if he wants to smoke off main. That plant down. Ryu Zhao can't do anything about it, but he's out on the site already. Jumped down. Slayer doesn't quite find it, but it comes down to Snake, and the captain will get it done. 10-2 as Rock will take their third consecutive playoffs appearance here at Esports World Cup. They have managed to do it again. 12 months ago, they managed to do it in Vietnam at the Summer Championship, and you can see how important that is as a result for Rock as they breathe a sigh of relief. The job's not, of course, done for them, but at the very least, they secure playoffs with that win and send Team Liquid packing.
You just love to see it, too, for Rock. Like, you can just see the coach Stray, like, absolutely emotional. He's trying so hard to hold it all in, but realizing, again, what was at stake. You know, the fact that he came in as a coach this year, trying so hard to implement a new game plan, a new vision for a team like Rock, and now it seems like they've been able to find themselves a new path, and they have now solidified their chance continuing further in this tournament and now making the qualifications, joining some of the high-ranked teams of Alcacia, King Zero, Q9, EP, and even AG. They have now been able to join the high ranks of some of these fierce competitors. And now the road just looks like it could be bright here for this relatively young squad.
Yeah, well, they still have quite a road ahead, of course, as they do make it through to those playoffs. But more importantly, we have to touch on Team Liquid as well. I mean, it's such a star-studded roster. I've been highlighting it a couple of times during the cast there. These legends of the game are eliminated from the Esports World Cup. Goken, Danimals in particular are two of the biggest names in Brazilian Crossfire. But you can go down the entire list there for Team Liquid. And we are poorer for the fact that they have not made it through to the playoffs. Unfortunately, though, that is the nature of competition, and it is Rock's day today, at least in this matchup. Still plenty more Crossfire yet to come. Another 2 more games here on the mainstream. But again, you know, you've got to give your credit over to Rock, who at one point, I think, during this initial group stage bracket, I don't know that I had them going through. I think they did look a little bit shaky to start things off, but they've locked in and they've done well, and I think their Crossfire has gotten better as the tournament has gone on.
It definitely has, and that's the biggest thing, and I couldn't agree with you more here, Elfish, because I think, you know, I feel like Rock today at this day 3, like they have just dismantled Team Liquid. Even when they lost Eagle Eye, that was still a very competitive game. But that's the thing, is we saw a lot of these players just playing so well and above everything else. But look, that's going to be it. We're going to have that interview. We're going to have a lot of conversations, a lot of questions here, and now Rock will be able to go through
A lot of questions indeed. Rock take Liquid in the third game and in a decisive manner at that. Sensational performance, Slayer. First of all, congratulations to yourself and your team. And you specifically, your performance has been insane. Your KR in game 1, 0.72. Game 2, 0.93. In game 3, 1.7. Across the whole series, 1.44. You seem to be improving after every single game. What's your secret? أول شيء ألف مبروك على الأداء الأسطوري. يعني النتائج بتحكي لحالها على الأداء اللي عم بتشوفه منك، لكن بنحس إنه أداءك عم بتحسن مباراة ورا مباراة، فاحكي لنا شو سرك؟
الأول الله يبارك فيك. اللي مخليني أصلا كنت مفوكس في الماتش ده أكتر من أي ماتش تاني إن التيم ده في البراكتس كانوا بيتوكسوا علينا، بيقول لك تايم تشينجز اند تايم فلايز اند راسك تشينجز. بعد كده بقى عايزين نوريهم ازاي التايم بيتغير. كنا عايزين ناخد حقنا في الحوار ده.
I liked that response. He was telling us how during the scrims there may have been some trash talk back and forth, and they were saying that time changes and Rock doesn't, but this time around they showed them that Rock does change and Rock does improve, and they got theirs at the end of the day and they made it into the top 8. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, the most important thing here is you made it to the playoffs, you made it into top 8. Your opponent is going to be Evolution Power, one of the strongest, if not the strongest team at the moment in the competition. How are you going to prepare for that? كيف حتجهزوا حالكم للعدو الجاي اللي هو حيكون فريق Evolution Power؟
هو لحد دلوقتي في النقطة دي احنا كنا مجهزين نفسنا ان احنا نكسب الماتش ده، وبعد كده اكيد طبعا هنجهز نفسنا ان احنا نكسبه، بس ده كان كل الفوكس عندنا كان احنا نكسب الماتش ده ونشوف بعد كده ايه اللي هيحصل.
He was telling me how their focus was to just take this one game and their preparation will come for their next opponent. One final question, and I know since there seems to be a lot of tension on the stage between you and Liquid, but the Key Crusher is here.
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yep, I am excited. Let's go.
All right, well, let's go. Boys and girls in the studio, take it over because we have a key to crush.
That's right, Sandstorm. We do have a key to crush, and Rock is going to be doing the crushing after crushing Team Liquid. What a series it was. Rock came in as the underdogs. Team Liquid, a team that we expected to win this group, defeated by Q9, dropped down to the decider match, and then defeated once again by Rock. Straya just feeling on top of the world, the tears flowing down, right? I mean, obviously the coach coming in, it means a lot to him to get this win.
Yeah, you see the emotions as well. You know, it's not exactly been an easy start to the tournament for them, dropping in towards that lower bracket, having to do it the hard way. So for Straya, the emotions taken over at the end there. Also as well, technically speaking, they came in towards this game as the on-paper underdogs.
Sure.
Liquid were our side to make it out of this group, and they should have. And I think Rock knew the task that was ahead of them heading in towards this series. So you can see kind of emotions overwhelm them a lot, but it's really good to see this Rock side proving that they're not just some gimmicky West League team.
Sure.
This is a side that can make deep runs. This is their third playoffs in a row now.
Right, and coming into the match, we had an interview with Team Liquid, and Team Liquid, at least one of their members saying, look, yesterday we were really sad. We were beat up in that 2-0 series. We didn't want to lose that. And we kind of set the tone of, well, that can either set you back and, obviously it can make you, it can crush you or it can turn you into a diamond. That was one of the things, right? And, well, in this case, you could tell, especially like map 2, they win map 2. But they definitely didn't look confident a lot of those times. And honestly, I felt as if they felt uncomfortable, maybe even at times a bit frustrated.
Yeah, for sure. And I think map number 3 was a very big factor why. I mean, Compound is a map that you don't usually see snipers really flourish on. That's why you see Goken having a hard time, and that's why you see Slayer having a bigger spotlight compared to Snare. But Snare, he made it work. He made it work with the sniper. He was still very impactful, still very forward, still very ego-y. And I feel like the amount of pressure from that initial first half of Compound really just tilted Team Liquid off the face of the earth.
And I think Goken, we were calling him the uncrowned king, right, of Crossfire. And this time, he's not going to be wearing the crown either.
I mean, it's the same narratives as well for Goken, right? Where, I mean, in the past, it's been kind of so close yet so far. This time, it's just unfortunately not good enough. But I don't even really blame him that much. I think there was a real kind of holistic approach from this Rock side where everybody was stepping up. Again, I have to keep giving credit to him. I think Snake continues to prove just how good of an IGL he is.
Sure.
He's just out-calling one of the best IGLs in Brazil as well. So yeah, a fantastic kind of run from him individually. But for Goken, I think, unfortunately, map number 3 falling short. Yeah, we can blame it on the map. But even we saw on that last round, right? Snare, 3 kills, took over and said, right, I'm done with this map now. Compound's over. I'm closing it. And we didn't see these moments from Gokun. So it's a tough time. And especially now with 7-7 in this team, there's definitely arguments to be made that do we actually continue with Gokun as our primary sniper? Do we maybe give the reins over towards a kind of a young, fresh face 7-7 and kind of let him take the reins from here on out? And maybe it is time in trying to get this championship. Might have just eluded it.
Well, talking about Rock, though, a team that battled hard to make it into playoffs. Now, how far they go, that's up to them, but they've definitely got some newfound confidence in large part because of this man on your screen, our Sony Game MVP. We're talking Slayer, 2.08 KD. He was on the battlefield making impactful plays. Slayer's a guy we've consistently highlighted, and for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, Slayer was unconscious this entire series. I mean, 10, 20, even almost 30 at some point for Slayer. I mean, even despite him not being the entry fragger or the star rifler for his team, he gets the job done, and he gets the clutches too. He's doing all the dirty work for this Rock squad, and even then some. I mean, Slayer was on another level today, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I brought up his name coming in towards this series for this exact reason. Slayer, what he brings time and time again when he gets going, it's just consistency, right? It's that kind of kill and a little bit around, and you can average that across this series. And it's what makes Slayer such a difficult type of player to deal with. And you could just see that his individual tempo changes, not generally speaking the guy that's flying in towards his opening fights all the time, can play a bit more of these lurk roles alongside players like Horus and Totson. On that defense as well, he's rock solid, always good for one before falling. The type of play that you get out for Slayer, the reason why they picked up, he's such an upgrade in towards this side. Now been with them just over a year now, a year and a half, and since they brought him in, it's why they've become this West League super team, right? They have so many different facets of firepower. Not only Snare pulling the reins with the sniper, not only Snake as well, who puts up the numbers alongside the calling, but Slayer as part of that combo, incredible. So this rifling core, they've got a lot to do here at this tournament, but that's a perfect showing.
Well, when it comes to the club championship race, Team Liquid being eliminated hurts their chances even more to catching up the Falcons, and I don't know if it's even possible at the moment. Even with Falcons coming up, they can beat Baisha. That could be massive. Let's take a look at the CS2 stage, because there's even more impactful matches taking place over there. Ginny, what do we got going on?
Hi guys, Ginny here, and as promised, the updates as we're going through the games. Although Falcons has a team competing in Crossfire, they're going up against G2 right now in CS2, which is pretty important best of 3 match, because you lose and you're eliminated. So far, they have secured the first map, which is why every single one of these fans are so incredibly loud. But as the games are going to keep rolling in, we'll keep you updated.
All right, so Falcons looking pretty good.
Yeah, and that's on Ancients. Actually, not even their map pick. That's G2's pick. That's one of G2's best maps at the moment. Matty's their new player, where he's looked really good on that. So it's a big win. They've got Train coming up next as well. Falcons look fantastic on it. Kayasuke, the new boy in that team on Spirit Academy, since coming in towards his side. That's a map he dominates on. Monacy's one of the best AWPers in the world on Train. So I think that one's done in 2.
Man, that's crazy. So Falcons, if they do win that series, and then Falcons coming up for Crossfire, win the series against Baisha. First off, that would be a tremendous upset, given that they lost 20-4 last time they met up. We'll talk on that in just a little bit, but Falcons could very well secure the club championship trophy today. Let's take a look, though, and sober up the moment a little bit as we go into our key crushing moments, and it is going to be quite sad as we see Team Liquid having an earlier exit than they wanted.
Yeah, this is probably... This is going to hurt for Team Liquid, that's for sure. I mean, the standard that we hold Team Liquid up to in this tournament, I mean, they're trying to get...
Oh, no.
Wait, let me see that recoil.
Oh! It gets everyone. I have to say, though, this is probably the way we set it up at the very least. So Liquid, it felt like they were in kind of the perfect group for them to sort of waltz their way through Q9. Right. We know this is a side that maybe looked good in groups but lack in playoffs, but their run should have been quite simple. So this Liquid side is actually probably one of the biggest upsets of them just not making out of groups. It honestly felt like a bit of a freebie, the only challenge being that of Rock, but they never really should have had to even face them.
Yeah, it's tough to see. It really is. Team Liquid, I feel like, is just such a staple when it comes to esports, obviously a staple when it comes to Crossfire, and in this case, we will not be seeing them throughout the playoffs. But Rock Esports, good job representing your region, the Western region, now looking stronger than ever. We needed at least one of those teams coming up from the Western side. We didn't get Inner Circle, but we at least got Rock there. For Team Liquid, though, it's a heartbreaking loss, but that's the way tournaments go. Let's hear what they had to say as they exit the arena.
Hi, it's Wendy here. I have Gokhan with me and now got some few questions to review this whole competition. So what's going on? Because which part you are not satisfied with?
O que aconteceu? Qual parte que você não está muito satisfeito, né, sobre o campeonato?
Infelizmente a gente foi eliminado do campeonato, o meu pior resultado da carreira, e acho que o que faltou pra gente foi mais esforço coletivo, sabe?
So yeah, unfortunately we are out of the tournament and it's my worst performance in my whole career. But in my opinion, what we should play more as a team, so that's what lacked the most during the tournament.
Okay, got it. So actually your journey of 2025 is not yet. So what you learned from the EWC experiences?
O 2025 ainda não acabou. O que vocês têm esse campeonato para levar para o resto do ano?
Acho que pra mim, particularmente, eu posso dizer que acho que eu vou me esforçar mais e tentar no próximo campeonato. Tentar não, eu vou voltar mais forte no próximo campeonato.
So yeah, particularly I have to develop a little bit more individual, and for the next tournament in 2025 I'm gonna come back really stronger.
Okay, we all believe in you guys. So anything you want to say right now?
Uma coisa
To
que
your
tem dizer pra galera de casa, pros fãs?
Perdão.
I'm sorry.
Okay, got it. And thank you, Team Liquid. Thank you, Gokhan. Bye.
Thank you, Wendy, for the interview. Not all of them are that fun, right? And for Gokhan, you can tell how much this loss meant to him and walks away immediately. It really tugs at the heartstrings. Sometimes, we do commentate on these players and we have to be honest, right? And sometimes being honest isn't easy. And seeing Gokhan like that, it's got to hurt being a legend as he is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the uncrowned king, the king of Brazilian sniping for the longest time, right? I mean, this is the sniper that the MGs or the Juan Juans of the time now look up to. And unfortunately, having that kind of performance, which we expect from Gokhan to perform under pressure, and him crumbling like that, it just breaks my heart as a CF fan.
And I think, generally speaking, I think losers interviews, they're so important for every esport, just to document, right, going forward. But it doesn't make them any less painful. And I think especially for a guy who is considered one of the greatest of all time from his region, one of the GOATs, and the uncrowned king, to continue to have this thing looming again above him, you can see really just how painful it is. And especially not even making playoffs, not only for himself and this side who had pretty big expectations, but also for the club as a whole, right? They did need these club championship points, and they were sort of expected to at least get some with that top 8. So yeah, it's a real tough time to be in that Liquid camp.
But he did say he was coming back stronger next year, right? So there is hope for Gokhan and Team Liquid fans. Coming up next, though, a big matchup. In fact, one of the biggest matchups of the day as we look at our player arrivals presented by Jamil Motorsports. We start to look at it now. Baisha coming into the fold. The team that was expected to cruise through their group play now dropped down to the elimination bracket, facing off once again against Falcons, a team they defeated earlier, but this time it's not going to be as easy.
No, not at all. I mean, Falcons, there's a lot they could have learned from that first game, without a shadow of a doubt, right? And I'm hoping last night, kind of in towards this morning, a lot of prep going in towards, right, what do we expect out of Baisha? And also, actually, how can we change the veto? I think, myself and Carl, I think in that first game we were sitting on the desk, we weren't very happy with how the veto went. There's a lot of changes they could have made to make Baisha feel more uncomfortable. They actually played quite in towards their hands. So I think for Falcons, second time out, a lot more closer. However, they are still the heavy underdogs coming into this game. Baisha, 99% chance they make it through. So Falcons, they've got to find that 1%. And honestly, the 1% might be the crowd that helps them, right?
That's it.
They were so good with the crowd yesterday.
Yeah, the crowd was incredible. And I hope they show up in spades today because the Falcons are going to need them. This matchup truly is instrumental, not only for Falcons just to come back for the storylines when it comes to our tournament, but more importantly for the club championship race. The Falcons need this win. Doing so could very well secure the $7 million first place prize alone, and they could go back-to-back years. That's what's at stake. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're heading into the match of the day with Falcons and Baisha.
I'ma get.
I'm here joining with NI and Xiao from Baisha Esports.
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙俱乐部的 N9。
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙俱乐部的潇潇。
Today we're going to play a little game where you can create your memes. I'll be showing you guys some pictures and you have to come up with the text. And the other players need to give the points out of 5. Are you ready?
OK， 准备好了，
准备好了。
Let's go. So, first picture. This one.
谁在看我？谁在呐喊？谁
？4分。
The second.
对面是谁呀？怎么实力那么弱？好困难我。
3.5分。
The next one. Ooh.
为什么不理我？为什么不理我
？3.5分。
So the next picture is gonna be this one. The championship moment.
有点不太好配啊，我想一下。
你就看那个，就是看他拿奖牌的那个。
我就看他拿奖牌那个是不？这奖牌金的还是银的？怎么这么好看啊
？3分。
So okay. Oh wow.
菲斯有点配哦，
这很难配哎，爽，太爽了。
3.5分。
This one, oh, with the coach.
教练，
你一下我，你一下我。
3.6， 3.6分。
The next one. How about this one? 恩周，你来看看，有什么想说的？
什么？我们真的拿冠军了吗？
多少分
？4分。
So the next, this one.
你们好棒。
5分。
So that's it. That's all the pictures. I wish you the best luck in your upcoming matchups. And that's all from us. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
It's Wendy here. I'm here with 577 from Baisha Gaming and a few questions right before their matchup. One from day 3 now, so it matters a lot. Each match matters a lot. So any mindset you got? 想问一下577的是，第一个问题，因为现在来到了第3个比赛日，每一场比赛都至关重要的情况之下，你们现在有什么心理的建设吗？在赛前？
最主要还是信心不能丢吧。
The most important part is that we can't lose our confidence. And the other questions, how's your form right now? Because you lost your game yesterday, but right now, how about today? Did you prepare any special strategies for today's matchups? 所以你现在状态怎么样呢？虽然你们昨天是输掉了，但是今天的感觉是如何的呢？有没有准备什么特别的战术呢？
昨天输到比赛，最主要还是回去复盘一下一些失误点吧。然后今天信心十足。
Okay, we check our matchup right after we lost our game at yesterday, and right now we got so many confidence on today's matchup. The final questions, absolutely, Baisha Gaming. Anything you want to say to your fans, especially from China? They're just watching their game right now. 想问一下577的是，现在最后一个问题，你有什么话想对粉丝们说吗？尤其是在中国守着电视机前看你们的粉丝。
因为我们比赛如果在中国时间是比较晚嘛，也感谢电视机的朋友们、粉丝朋友们一直在熬夜，然后帮我看我们比赛。
Well, our matchup time in China is a little bit late, so thank you guys. Thank you for supporting us in front of the screens and stay a little bit late, and we're gonna do our best. That's it from us. Bye bye.
Thank you. As always, Wendy, there it is. Baisha Gaming getting ready to go to play against Falcons for the second time in back-to-back days. The reason why Baisha's here is because they were defeated by Evolution Power in 3-1 fashion, but it goes down to the golden round. It was exciting to watch, but Baisha did not skate by. Now they've got to work even harder to get their position. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Sneakin. Well, Kyle's back on the desk. Welcome back, brother. We return once again for a big rematch.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I'm hoping Falcons can at least put up a stronger performance. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to get the job done, though, because Baisha, who would have thought this team is the team you face in the lower bracket?
Yes, I mean, that's it, right? And you wouldn't be expecting this. We just had an upset with Rock taking down Team Liquid. Is it time for yet another upset? EWC 2025 has been filled with them. This might be no different. Let's start discussing Baisha, the number one favorite team coming in to this Crossfire event, the team that was expected to go all the way. They're a special roster, but they do have a big target on their back.
Yeah, for sure. With a big target on their back, and especially with Evolution's power staff and Mino's really big brain, I mean, they could definitely study them, and every single strat that I saw from the side of Evolution Power was kind of tailor-made to counter this team. And I feel like Baisha Gaming, they were just kind of caught off guard. It was similar to what happened back in the CFS 2024 when Baisha got caught off guard by the exact same thing.
Well, N9's on this roster, arguably one of the best players, the undisputed GOAT. If he wins this event, we look at N9, the Sony MVP the last time he played off against Falcons.
Yeah, honestly, N9 is a monster to deal with, but not only that, they have additional firepower in 577. They have Xiao Xiao, one of the best snipers in the world as well. This team is just a force to be reckoned with.
Force to be reckoned with indeed, and also that team chemistry together for years. N9, 577, Xiao. They did take a bit of a stumble, but they're back, it seems, in full form, depending on how this series goes. Sneaky, you think dropping down to the elimination bracket in the fashion they did, maybe losing a bit of confidence, kind of like Team Liquid did?
I wouldn't think so for Baisha Gaming. I feel like they're very familiar with this kind of position because with the roster that they've had, or the roster that they have had, I feel like they know what it's like to be in that loser's bracket. And I feel like they just know that, okay, we just need to keep our mental steady, and especially with the veterancy of N9. And he's like, all right, we're in the lower bracket, but we're not out yet, so might as well just try hard just as we are in the winner's bracket.
Sure. Well, let's talk about trying hard. Falcons are going to have to come back better than ever. They do gain potentially a little bit of confidence beating Inner Circle. We set the narrative that Falcons needed to crush Inner Circle, and they did exactly that, which makes me think they're going to come into this series even stronger. But the big thing we've been talking about is that crowd buff. The Falcons showed up strong yesterday, and I'm hoping they show up even stronger today. Ice Cube was the name that they were shouting consistently.
Yeah, I mean, Ice Cube has to be that decisive player in the server today if they truly want to win this, because he's been very hot and cold, but also Shady as an IGL has to be ready because Baisha is no stranger to throwing curveballs at their opponents.
Well, also, when you look at Shady, a player that is incredible and clearly carries his own weight when it comes to the battlefield. But there was this discussion, I'll bring it back into the fold, Lucas versus Duck Twan. Duck Twan did not perform well whenever it came to the matchup against Baisha. However, he turned turned his fate around against Inner Circle.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Ductwan has always been a really, really good player. It's just that he was outside of the spotlight because, like, you know, Lucas was kind of holding up his spot. I mean, he had the good run with ranking esports, even though they couldn't place that high. It was still Ductwan kind of putting those numbers up. But it feels like, especially up against Baisha Gaming, they're gonna need all three of their stars to actually pop off in this one, especially Ice Cube, because someone has to go up against Xiao Xiao, right?
Yeah, that's it. Well, I want to say, by the way, for Falcons, just random moment from me. I love the name, Shady, Ice Cube, and then they have Rambo. So, like, I got to give the credit where credit is due. Some of the coolest names when it comes to Crossfire. But Dola, also a dominant player in his own right. The thing I love about Falcons is they have so many star-studded players.
Yeah, honestly, not a bad player on this roster. The problem has just been consistency amongst that five, and that's what you've got to bring if you want to take down Baisha.
Yeah, you have to take down Baisha, right? If Falcons want to stay alive here again for the club championship trophy, this win could very well solidify that first place position. So this series does mean a lot, not only for the potential upset. I mean, Baisha being eliminated, not even going into playoffs, that would be insane. But anything is possible when it comes to EWC, right? Everything is earned, in fact. So it's going to be a fun event without question. We look at our head-to-head, and it's perfect. N9 versus Shady. N9 obviously edges Shady out, but I think this is a lot more even than the stats lead on.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, strats-wise, I feel like Shady and N9 have very, very deep playbooks and their capabilities of reading the map very, very well, especially Shady when it comes to the map of Ankara. He has mastered taking mid, he's mastered taking catwalk A, and meanwhile on N9, he is a master of reading where the opponents are at all times, and I have no idea why N9 is really good at reading those timings, but I feel like that just comes with experience.
Yeah, I think for me, the one thing I look at too with this head-to-head stat line is only one of these teams has had to take on EP, and that's a big difference to be that consistent for N9 against arguably one of the strongest teams in this event, whereas Falcons, my big concern here is Inner Circle, not that strong of a test for them.
That's right.
And it may have given them kind of a false sense of how strong they really look right now.
Sure, but I'd rather have a false sense than no sense, okay? And at least going in this case for Falcons, any confidence that they can have is better. I mean, come on, how much confidence could you really have, Kyle, getting beat down 20-4? So they needed a little bit of something.
Yeah, they definitely did. So I know at the very least it's going to boost their morale coming into this one and give them that energy to maybe get the job done. Because at the end of the day, at one point not long ago, this was a top 4 team in the world, and I want to see more of that team brought to life today.
Sure. Well, let's talk brass tacks. Like, what is needed for Falcons to beat this Baisha roster? I mean, is it as simple as picking bands, right? Choosing the right maps? I know we discussed that a little bit before we went live. You just weren't happy with the way that the maps ended up unfolding.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is with Baisha Gaming, they have a really strong sub base. They have a really strong Ankara. Their Black Widow has been more questionable more than anything, despite being the best team on that map at one point. So they have a really deep map pool. I think the problem is just with Baisha Gaming, especially up against Evolution Power. Once they do get a bit frustrated, you know, N9 is starting to force some plays, maybe a B or A rush, and knowing Mino, you know, he's gonna read that like a book. So for Falcons, it's gonna have to be everybody online at the same time, because if you can't contain that death ball that Baisha is gonna throw at you, if they're a bit frustrated, then, you know, you're gonna lose that momentum as Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I feel like a lot of the thing we've missed maybe a little bit on the desk is a lot of these are decided in the veto when it comes down to it. And for this one, I think it's very crucial. They want Black Widow in the mix. They don't really want to go too crazy on Ankara. I actually wouldn't even mind seeing New Mexico brought out for the first time here, because crazy, Falcons, they're actually one of the better teams in this entire event on that map, but they seem scared to let it go out.
New Mexico, we haven't seen it yet. Like you said, it's pretty much always auto bans. That might be what you need in order to make that Baisha roster frustrated, so you can capitalize on the mistakes from N9. Wendy, she's always roaming around, and this time she happened to run into Team Falcons. Let's hear what Falcons had to say.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here with Shady from Team Falcons. So I got some questions right before their matchup. One, absolutely rematch play with the Baisha Gaming. How about now? How about the form of today, and any differences between the last match?
Hiện tại bây giờ là trận đấu lại của mình với lại Baisha, thì hiện tại bây giờ mình có suy nghĩ nào về cái trận đấu này?
Đối đầu với lại Baisha thì đây là một cái đội tuyển mà họ có giàu thành tích và đặc biệt là sở hữu kỹ năng rất là tốt. Thì cảm giác của mình hôm nay đến với trận này thì mình nghĩ trước sau gì cũng phải gặp. Thì hôm nay đội mình đã chuẩn bị rất là kỹ để đối đầu với lại Baisha và cống hiến những trận đấu hay nhất.
For us, Baisa has always been one of the strong team, and they have multiple ranking, and as well they have a really good skill. So for us right now, we just try to do our best, try to give the best performance.
Yes, absolutely, because it's a rematch again. And how about this time? What points? What gives you the team the most confidence parts at this time?
Vậy thì lần này thì đội mình cảm thấy là mình tự tin nhất ở cái vấn đề nào cho cái trận đấu này?
Hiện tại là cả đội mình cũng đang rất là thoải mái và tự tin, tại vì khi mà đối đầu với lại Baisa thì bọn mình nghĩ là ngày này năm trước bọn mình cũng đã làm được một lần rồi. Thì mình hy vọng là may mắn đến với đội hôm nay để bọn mình có thể lặp lại kỳ tích một lần nữa.
For us, again, Baisa this time, we come with a strong mentality. And this time last year, we made it. We won the Baisa before. So right now, we just came with the strong confidence that we're gonna do it again this time.
Thank you. So any messages for your fans? Because Team Falcons fans, they are all ready for your matchup right now. Anything you want to say?
Vậy hiện tại bây giờ các cổ động viên của mình hiện tại giờ là họ đang rất là sẵn sàng ở khán đài rồi. Thì bây giờ mình có lời nhắn nhủ gì tới họ hay không?
Mình gửi lời tới cảm ơn tất cả mọi người hâm mộ của Team Falcon đã đến đây và cổ vũ cho team. Thì không biết là ngày hôm nay chiến thắng đến với ai, nhưng bọn mình sẽ cố gắng cống hiến cho mọi người một trận đấu thật là hay.
Thank you so much for coming here to support us. We don't really know that who's gonna be the winner, but we will try our best to give the best performance.
Thank you, Shady. Thank you, Team Falcons. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Wendy, for the interview. Get to hear from Falcons as they head into their matchup against Baisha, the most important match, arguably, of the day. Will we have another upset? Well, only time will tell. Real quick, boys, we talked about frustrating Baisha. That's what Falcons need to do. How did they do it, and what impact does it have?
I think for me, the biggest factor in doing that is going to be Ice Cube. He can really get into the head of Xiao if he has a good start. Xiao, we saw it with EP. He couldn't get the ball rolling, and that's where the struggle really started for Baisha in that EP matchup.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, the same sentiment, right? I mean, Xiao Chi was really just outplaying Xiao that entire time. And the fact that it's not just him, it's also YZK doing it to him. So if you kind of frustrate the main sniper of Baisha game, you kind of open up the map by a lot. Now you only have to deal with 577 backlining and N9 trying to roll onto your defense. So it's a lot easier to play that 4v5. But at the end of the day, it's still Baisha Gaming.
Well, here it is. Baisha Gaming Falcons, our SMP matchup of the day for the Club Championship Trophy. Falcons, if they win, they go to playoffs, and that could very well have tremendous impacts in their ability to secure first place, especially since Team Liquid has been eliminated. But will Baisha stop the hopes and dreams of that ever happening? They have the ability to do so. Let's head to the stage to start our matchup of the day, Falcons and Baisha.
Yeah, thanks, Reflections there. Bringing the hype there as well. Wow, wow, wow. I didn't expect it to happen. Team Liquid, one of our contenders in the Club Championship. They're being knocked out by Rock, who progressed to the next round. I mean, this competition has been full of excitement, full of surprises the whole time.
Exactly, and this is what we've seen throughout the course of the past 7 weeks when it comes to the Esports World Cup. Upsets galore. The question is, will we see another one against one of the titans of Crossfire here in the SNB Esports Arena? I don't know, it's going to be a very uphill battle. I think they smell blood in the water.
They could indeed smell blood in the water, but what's going to happen here? How is it going to unfold? I'm looking forward to this one. There's electricity all around us here. I say we jump right on into this, and let's meet our first team. First up, it's Baisha Gaming. Baisha Gaming enter the arena, disciplined, deadly, and precise. Baisha Gaming has stormed into the Esports World Cup with ice in their veins and fire in their sights. Every round, every push, every clutch. They play with purpose and they play to win. Their loss to Evolution Power Gaming went the full distance, and with one of the best rosters in the game, they thrive in a do or die. Can they quash Team Falcons one more time?
Their opponents looking for revenge. It's Team Falcons. Last time they met, the Falcons were torn apart, humbled in a 20-4 rout. But scars can be fuel, and today they fight not just for redemption, but for the points that keep their championship dream alive. The question is simple. Can they strike back when it matters most? Team Falcons
versus Baisha Gaming. One will rise, one will fall. Casters, who will it be?
That is a tough question to answer. It can only be answered on the stage. Baisha Gaming, once again, going to be looking to try to take down Team Falcons, but you have to suspect that they are going to be reeling a bit. This is a team that likely thought that they would already be through to the playoffs, sat back having a day of rest, watching who they would be fielding in the playoffs, but no, they faltered on their run, and now they once again have to try to take down Falcons.
This is a tough ask for the Falcons. You know, obviously they got routed the first time they played against Baisha in the opening day of the event. It was a 2-0, and like Zanzorm just said, it was a 20-4. So you need to regroup. But the good news for you is, you know, sometimes these runbacks can go very, very differently when you've already kind of felt out your opponent. You've had a look at what they're going to bring. You could bring new things to the map veto as well. All that going to come into play here for the Falcons, who are looking to change their destiny, who are looking to bring out one of the biggest upsets we would see here in Crossfire at EWC 2025. And they have got to dig deep today. And on the other side of the stage, like you mentioned, Baisha had a really tough loss against Evo Power. It came down to that golden round in the final map where they weren't able to close it out. So what does that mean for their mental? Are they going to be able to regroup, you know, use that as fuel, use that as fire today to get back into this competition? Or is it going to be something that weighs on them and then they end up crumbling?
On the stage, Baisha is the devil, you know, for the Falcons. Can they get that rebound? But I mean, the desk was talking about it, wanting to see it. New Mexico, not to be, still going to be banned away.
Okay, so this is interesting. So it is a bit of a change-up. You know, Subbase was a map that, frankly, Baisha clapped them on last time. So now you're in a tough spot as Baisha potentially. And you're going to have Eagle Eye 2.0 coming out there. You know, Black Widow, a map that they absolutely clapped on. So it's going to feel confident for Baisha. For the Falcons, going to try something a little bit different, going with Eagle Eye, which was going to be the decider if we ever got there last time.
Yeah.
Not going to be the case, but Ankara, the first map, one of the maps, or not, no, it's banned last time, going to be the decider.
We got to see Subbase, Black Widow, and then never got to that Eagle Eye, so it is, you know, a little bit similar. That Subbase obviously not coming into play. We'll see, though, if we can get to Ankara. It feels like that might just have to be the staging ground, and Falcons are going to be able to come up with this win. But you talked about it, you mentioned it. Sometimes those salty runbacks, that lower bracket, you get that rematch, you get an understanding of what your opponents are bringing to the fold, how they're hitting their shots, maybe also catching them a little bit on tilt. So there's still going to be an opportunity here for Falcons, but for sure, what we need to see is a leveled up performance. We need to see that tight-knit gameplay, something that was severely lacking. They got started off quite decently in that series, but once they really warmed up the engine, they just ran away with the whole rest of it.
Yeah, and for me, part of it was just N9 getting a great download on what the Falcons were trying to do, and round over round just had phenomenal adjustments. I mean, yes, of course, Baisha loaded with talent in terms of the fragging power, but really one of the biggest things that I remember from that series is just constantly being like, good God, N9 has read these positions well. He's setting up for the flanks. He's working the map incredibly beautifully with the way he's setting up with his util, the way he's positioning the pieces on the chessboard. All of those things going to have to be in the back of Falcons' minds, in the back of Shady's mind, the IGL for Falcons to come through here and figure out a response, figure out a recourse. But I agree with you, there needs to be a little bit better team play from the Falcons. A whole lot has to go differently for them, obviously, but that is what it's all about. That's why you do these runbacks. That's why you have these group stages where you get 2 chances, because you never know. Any given day, team could step up and surprise you.
Absolutely can. Nothing can be taken for granted. No opponent can be underestimated at this stage. The playoffs are on the line. Tournament lives, and for the side of the Falcons, the club championship as well, hanging a bit in the balance. Going to be a bit of a reprieve for them after Team Liquid got eliminated from CS2 just yesterday. They have that sister team games apart, competing right now over in the STC arena. The pressure falling onto both of their shoulders. Try to guide Falcons and keep them in that top position.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now you're starting to look a little bit worried as Falcons if you can't get through here today, and if the CS2 team crumbles a bit, where there might be hope for one of those other clubs to get through and take that club championship.
Vitality's chasing.
Vitality, that's the one I'm really looking at now. That is a strong CS2 roster, so definitely something that all eyes are on, and certainly the fans here for the Falcons going to be trying to will them past one of the giants of Crossfire. Baisha is just so formidable. We've seen it time and time again, multiple Crossfire championships, done well every stage of the game you can imagine. The Falcons, like they were talking about in their interview, they have beat Baisha before, so they feel like they can do it again. Of course, it's a tough ask, no matter how you slice it.
See what form they come into the start of this series here today. Both teams going to be looking to set the pace, set the tone here for this game. Falcons started doing that the last time out, but then it just got robbed from them, that opportunity. And that is the fear when you go up against this team. Everybody else from China locked in. Baisha Gaming certainly not wanting to be the ones left behind. See if they're going to be able to get it done here, join in with the rest of the countrymen, or if they will be the most unexpected team, to fall out of it from China.
It would be shocking.
Getting things underway here shortly.
Yeah, it would be shocking. I mean, every other team from China has made it through. You've got King Zero, you've got Q9, you've got Evo Power, who they lost to, you got AGAL all the way through already to those playoffs. So Baisha doesn't want to be left out. Doesn't want to, have that precipitous drop from being tournament favorites to not even making playoffs. And obviously, it's been talked about a lot, the largest prize pool in Crossfire history. So this is one of those events that you want to make sure that you come through with a strong performance, really cement your legacy as the best, as the greatest of all time. Getting some shouts on stage. Looks like we're about ready to jump into the action.
Ought to be already. The tension's got to be palpable here. The pressure building up here on these players' shoulders. Seems like things are ready to kick off as we get ready to go into this first map and see if Falcons are going to be able to put that right foot forward. It's going to be Baisha's map pick to begin. If they can find success there, then they're going to be feeling so much better about the prospects of being able to close this one out and get themselves forward into the playoffs. So here we go. Black Widow once again between these squads. My eyes going over to Xiaoxiao once again because he was able to enact some incredible flanks to really shut down Falcons.
Yeah, he was so impactful. You think of snipers as those guys who are going to lock down mid or, lock down the extremities of the map, but he was all over the place, just catching Falcons off guard time and time again. A little bit of a setup here. YDSS. No damage done either way. Just some spam through the doors. Looking for any contact that they can find. Falcons, though, taking it easy, taking their time. C4 still in spawn, so this is just a probing operation. Just seeing if anything is amiss or if there's a player out of sorts. You have to be so diligent against this squad. Lai as well, going to be over on the long A side of the map with a sniper of his own. So he's going to be tasked with shutting down that angle and kind of funneling Falcons over towards this B side if possible.
Keeping things very tame. Very quiet here for now. Falcons not wanting to misstep here against the Baisha Gaming. Any singular mistake, any early pick. And we know that that could just be GG for the round. Heavy mid presence here, though. Smoke grenade's going to be going out. Nothing off vision here from this mid position. Ductuan may be ready to try to lead the charge. I drop down. Ready to push through the double doors. N9 watching on the opposite side. We're not calling for anything, though, as the C4 starts making its way up Cat. And now they get ready to go ahead, start the drop down, landing right on top of YDSS. Does manage to find the one. Straight back going to be coming through his 577, able to find himself an extra kill, and N9 will get involved as well. 2v2 here, but now down to that 2v1 with Ice Cube, the danger man on the squad, striking with a quick shot, is able to find Lai. 577 now needing to bail them out. 20 seconds remaining though, and the C4 not yet planted, so 577 can just play at a time. Just on the opposite side of the window here, and it looks like Ice Cube wants to try to clear this one out. Drops down, and he finds him. That's the opening round going the way of Falcons.
Yeah, this is really well navigated by Falcons. Somehow, some way, they get a decent read. I think it's some of that util that gets thrown into B main. Kind of sets them sets the alarm bells ringing, and they say, nope, short A, short A. That was the weak part of the map. They were able to suss that out. Even with that long sniper position at A, we're still able to get it done, and it's going to be YDSS going down early. Rambo going to find him. That's an opening pick here, a big one for the Falcons. Did a great job there on that entry, all working together, all making sure that any player that was on site for Baisha was cleaned out quickly. He did a good job trading, so clearly already looking a little bit more in sync in that department. This time around, they're going to be able to take a little bit of long A control for themselves, setting up for a little bit of a trap play here if anybody were to push around the corner. But as we can see, for now, Baisha just trying to push out on the other side of the map, gain a little bit of info, gain a little bit of territory. That's something that, you know, we know Falcons are going to have to be aware of. Like you mentioned, those flanks were absolutely devastating.
This double push up though, N9, 577, gaining control deep outside of B main. Could be a quick flank from them as the exec gets ready to start off here over towards A. 4-player cluster here at long.
Just going to come down to the pace here. If Falcons can get through pretty quickly, get that plant down, it's going to be tough, but already a shot on the move. They've read this well in terms of their own timing.
Nade's now starting to come through. Deep rotation here from 577, slotting himself over here at bottom mid. Flash connecting on the Shady Xiao Xiao, just staying tucked away for the moment. Lie to try to reinforce the position. Peeking, seeing if he can spot anybody, and he does. He's able to find one, and not at the same time going to be taken down there through the double doors. They're able to find a couple kills back here in trade to make it a 2v2. Overall, a decent volley here for the side of Baisha Gaming, and that's a fantastic shot from Xiao Xiao, leaving Rambo now to his own devices. Still on the approach here from Cat. C4 down behind 577 here on the ramp, so he will drop, slow creeping forward, trying to see if he can find anything, but there's only going to be 16 seconds remaining. 577 will find the timing to swing out. It's going to be Baisha tying it up.
What a hold. Even with that extra layer of smokes that's set up at the front of the site on the entry, still the Falcons couldn't quite get through. Able to just play for that extra kill. Lai doing a really nice job with his positioning there, making sure that he was in a spot where he could easily punish that early aggression. Both teams letting loose. Little smidge of damage taken by Duck Tuan here, but it's just a full retreat for Baisha. Want to continue to contest that angle. Smoke gives them a little bit of a one-way here. See underneath it, but nobody from Baisha wants to challenge that. Still though, pressure out of Long B. And just waiting to see how Falcons want to try to pick this apart. It's pretty good map control, but with the information that Dola might be able to feed over there at Long A, it may end up being your course of action if things stay as they are. A little bit of time ticking.
And he pushed to mid, but look at where a ton of this pressure is from Baisha. 3-player near Crossfire set up, N9 does slot away from this one as we see the pause getting ready to come through after this round. Curious to see which side has called that one, but 577 on the peak. Able to find one, backs away. It's a decent amount of damage, and Shady there on the chase. Will be able to hound him down. Himself, though, low. Frag will hold him at bay for now. Does not critically find that kill. Xiao Xiao getting spammed in another position, re-peeks it, challenges on that angle, and he's able to find one for his troubles. Still staying alive, just dancing around these smokes. Is live with covering fire. Is going to be able to get involved as well. Finding Dola. Rambo now on the approach, pushing forward. It's going to be a 3v2. Just under a minute remaining now. Rambo gone. The C4 dropped here forward on the site. Nice cube. This is a very difficult position to try to fight your way back into. Suspicious about the window here. YDSS just tucked in. Eyes on it. N9 as well. Pulls away from the angle for a brief moment. And I don't think he got the spot. He is going to start scaling forward a little bit deeper, though. Ice Cube really is trying to assess his potential options, but I just don't think he's got very many.
Thinking about underpass.
I think he at least wants to try to find a pick there, but It's going to be Lai winning out the fight. Shot whiffing sets him up, and it's going to be Baisha Gaming now in the lead.
Yeah, this is a really nice setup for Baisha, setting up for that mid-crunch. Players coming from a bunch of different angles if you try to push through there. Still, though, Falcons able to navigate it somewhat well. They're able to get through short anyway, kind of just brute force their way through that, use that long A space to try to make that long wrap, to set up a little bit of a crunch of their own onto the site, but Baisha just holding too firm, 5-7-7, great wall, just holding things down to get that first kill and buy that precious extra time for Baisha to get into position to shut this down. And Baisha's coach liking what he sees. Not exactly sure where the pause came from here.
Might be a tech pause.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It looks like a headset off, maybe a little bit of tangle there on the earbuds. So hopefully something to just quickly be rectified so we can get right back into the action here. See players knowing about it. Our admin kind of looks like Laz.
He does a bit, actually.
I was like, what's he doing?
Yeah,
out
what's
there?
he out? Why is he out there?
You're done for the day, Laz. Go home.
Yeah, he gets done casting and he goes right to the ref booth. Man's just doing double duty.
Gonna try to work overtime. If we get any word, we'll of course pass that one on. Let you guys know what is happening there. But okay, yeah, looks like just quick little checks here. Try to figure out what exactly is going to be the fix. So hopefully should be taken care of pretty quickly.
For sure. So far, looking like Baisha very much in control of this map once again. I mean, Falcons were only able to find one round the entirety of the last time they played this map, so you would think now they should be able to get a little bit better result here, but the real question is can they manifest a big upset? Is everybody just kind of looking around trying to figure out what's going on? Of course, from time to time, the old sound issues or whatever it is crops up. You just wait, get right back into the action.
That means that you all just get to hang out with us for a while.
Oh, joy.
Let's see just how desperate we get for conversation topics on how long this ends up going. Oh, my God.
You just slammed your knee into the desk.
Oh, I did.
I hope everyone at home heard that.
Oh, I hope they did too. Yeah, I'm gonna need a tech pause now. I just absolutely obliterated my kneecap with that one. That's great.
Do be like that sometimes.
Should be all right. Fortunately, nothing hospital worthy. So I think we'll be okay.
You can join me in the bad knee club.
I'd rather not. For how long you were limping around?
Yeah, it was a while. It was 2 surgeries was less than enjoyable.
Yeah. Just, you know, could have just sent you to the glue factory. Yeah, that one's
Sometimes I'm surprised
that one's
they
not
did
gonna walk well anymore. So.
You know, when they're putting you under and you're like, I might not wake up from this.
That could just be it. Well, at least it would be peaceful. Just
yeah, exactly. That's the way I thought of it. I'm like, well,
just counting back to, you know, back down to 1 from 8 or whatever they start you at.
They don't even. I don't know. Have you ever been put under at a hospital in Korea?
No.
So in case people
I've
don't know
only
at
had
home,
1 surgery and they did it while I was awake.
Okay, we both live in Korea, by the way. In case people at home don't know, they don't even count. They just do it.
Okay.
Like they just like send it.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I don't really care.
No, I just had a local anesthetic injection into my hand when I had a broken knuckle.
All right.
And then they did the entirety of that surgery, which was lovely, while I was wide awake and just staring at it.
Yeah.
Just watching a steel bolt get drilled into my bone.
They gave me my surgery on CD. It's like a recording.
Oh, yeah?
Of it. Yeah.
Oh, you can watch it.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
Oh, that's neat. That's a good conversation starter on a day.
Exactly.
Or come back to my place and watch me have a knee surgery.
Want to watch them crack my knee open like a crab leg? Like.
Yeah, that would be great. And if they say yes, then you just end the date and you can leave.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa, no.
Red flag.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
That was a
You
that
did
was
not
a test.
pass the test.
Yeah.
That'd be the way to do it.
Well, we wait a little bit longer. Hopefully all will be square soon. And those of you watching can be spared from our podcasting. But it seems like we're still trying to get it all squared away. Usually get things figured out pretty quickly. It's like you Falcons fans are going to be happy if you're watching CS2 over there.
Yeah, they just closed out a 2-0 victory over G2. GO2 low, as one would say. But yeah, a bit of a rough go over there for those boys. But Falcons looking good. And as they continue to advance, they just look better and better to lock up that club championship for a second year in a row.
Definitely feels like they're on that path, for sure. This team right here, going to be one of the ones that still has a chance to maybe even put it further out of reach if they can get it done here today. Big upset is what it would require. But we're still just vibing until we're ready to go again, until we're ready to get into round 4.
Taking a look here, just getting word that we, on the topic of that CS2 closeout, do have some breaking news. So I'm reading through it here at the moment to see exactly what we've got going on. Seems like Team Vitality are now out of championship title contention.
Oh.
So given... Yeah, seems like with this victory, they have now eliminated them and can only be caught by Team Liquid and Virtus Pro.
Wow.
So I have to suspect that Virtus Pro, a lot of that's going to have to be done on the CS2 side of things. And for Liquid, I think they'd have to rely on Nephew winning in Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, it all comes down to Street Fighter. That's crazy.
That is wild. Because, yeah, actually, I didn't even check the results to see if VP had played or closed out their series over there. It looks like, oh, they're still competing at the moment here versus Maus, and I believe that is going to be going to a map 3.
That's, yeah.
Yep, they are tied up 1-1. So, pretty dominant showing on Mirage by the look of it there.
Yeah, wow. Maus is one of the teams everybody's talking about.
Well, this has certainly stirred things up. So, still with an opportunity, but Street Fighter to kind of decide it all, I think that's going to be pretty wild because, I mean, anything can happen over there in that title, as we saw just last night with Punk.
That was just an iconic Street Fighter moment.
Even an EVO champion can misjudge how much damage he has dealt.
Yep.
Misjudge an HP bar.
I mean, it couldn't have happened in a better moment when it was the final round of the final set. Had to, it was tied 2-2, tied 1-1 in that set in games, and then he gets up and he thinks he's won it. No. You have not. And then Xiaohai, the reigning Street Fighter champion for EWC, ended up beating him. That was quite the match. Great match regardless, because it was a run back as well by Xiaohai. He was down 2-0 and then completed the reverse sweep. Absolutely insane game.
Pretty brutal. Well, I'm sure there's a couple people who are like, why are these guys talking about Street Fighter? Why are they talking about CS2? I mean, granted, yeah, big event, all of these things happening simultaneously. Well, it's just because we haven't seen enough of this game right now to really talk about it. And all we could really discuss would be essentially what happened the last time they clashed, and we've already had that covered pretty much ad nauseum. So yeah, we're just getting to the point where we start talking about whatever we want.
That's right.
Frankly. So I don't know. Last movie that you got to see?
Last movie that I saw?
Or TV show, anything big that's kind of like stood out?
I've been trying to watch Alien Earth, but the first 2 episodes, everybody said it was good. I didn't actually end up really liking it. Yeah. I was a little bit, hyped for it. I'm a big fan of that whole franchise, and, especially, the original 2. Really, really good, but this one is kind of, we'll see where it goes. It's very odd, and, takes place, 2 years before the first movie, Alien. So it's, it's a prequel technically, but it's also
it's a prequel to Alien.
Yeah.
So I guess in the timeline, it's the aliens have still arrived on Earth after that ship has left.
Apparently.
To go exploring. And here's footage of just the previous rounds. But so the aliens have arrived at Earth after the ship with Ripley has departed and are in deep space?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's something kind of happening
It happens before
simultaneously.
the Nostradamus gets back.
Right, so they don't know what's happening back on the planet.
Yeah.
But they're also encountering the aliens for the
But
first
it
time.
doesn't make sense in a way unless there's, I don't know how they're going to explain this, because in Aliens, when she does get back, right, like they're all acting like really surprised that this is a thing, and you know, like
yeah,
or I mean, it could just be, you know, the company Weyland-Yutani just blowing, you know, just saying things to her that aren't true to Ripley.
Yeah, propagandizing.
Yeah, that could be. So it's like I'm trying to figure out how they're going to incorporate this into the greater picture of the universe. It is expanding on the lore, which is kind of cool. Like the world is like divided into like 4 different corporations, basically. Like Weyland-Yutani is one of them, and then there's others, and they all control like large swaths of the planet, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say I like the universe there quite a bit as well. I think I was one of the few people who did enjoy Prometheus for what it was.
I liked it, yeah.
But I wasn't fully sold on Covenant.
No, Covenant was
one
weird.
That one was, yeah.
What was that
two Michael Fassbenders being like just goo guys, you know?
Yeah, that was a little bit strange.
Yeah, the like Robo Milkman. Rip his head off and the Robo Milk falls out.
Robo Milk, yeah.
That one was a little bit weird because I don't like when they kind of mess with the ethos and like the etymology of like how the alien develops.
Yeah.
And there was just like that tiny little like mini xenomorph rather than like the pinnacle one that like, you know, the chest burster.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit weird for me that it was just like, why are they just immediately little xenomorphs? That's bizarre. Either way, enough about Alien. Looks like we're ready to go. So thank you for bearing with us. We'll now get back to your regularly scheduled programming of Baisha versus Falcons. And we'll see if Baisha are going to be able to maintain this lead or Falcons can tie it up.
All right. Heavy stack over at Long A. It seems to be a focal point here is, you know, that was a part of the map that gave them problems in the previous series, so they want to make sure that, you know, in particular, Xiao Xiao can't really do anything over there, but it's been a very passive approach on that side of the map for Baisha so far. This time they're setting up, you know, 2 players, a little bit more of a short lean. It seems like that's where they feel like they can do the most damage to Falcons, based on how they've been kind of conducting themselves so far. So Xiao Xiao going to be tucked pretty far back. 577 again on point if there is a short hit. This is going to be a full-on mid-rush. Got quite the stack here to get through. Going to need some good util.
RTSS, though, going unscouted. Able to find the first. Just frantically spraying, trying to find a second. Cannot. Does get traded out. Finds a bit of damage, but now the pin's in here from 577. Re-swings it. He's able to go ahead and clean up Ductwana just like that. It's just going to be a massive trade. 3 for 1. You take that any day of the week as Baisha.
No doubt. Again, that is just a tough situation the Falcons find themselves in. They're trying to gamble that there isn't going to be a heavy stack through these doors. They don't throw any smokes. Lai doesn't hit shots, doesn't matter because 577 quick to respond through short A on the catwalk. Wow, okay, Shady taking quite a bit of damage and just going from bad to worse here for the Falcons.
Seems like the hopes of tying this up is starting to dwindle. Nades out to try to delay here from N9. Flashbang. Getting connection from the Falcon side, but now you've got 577 on the flank arriving, but he doesn't manage to actually close out that kill. Ice Cube doesn't manage to stay alive. An opportunity, but does he read the second? Yes, he does. Finds the headshot. Ice Cube getting another one. Now finds himself alone, but the C4 is planted for him, so it all comes down to him versus Xiao Xiao. HP looking for the reposition, but just doesn't know how far forward this player is. So Baisha close, dangerously close, but still able to find the defuse and maintain the advantage.
Almost for the Falcons, despite what looked like a very unwinnable round. They still fight their way tooth and nail through it. Just a few whiff shots. 577 was already weak when he showed up for that backstab coming through water. But he just couldn't quite convert. And even though it all goes that way, Xiao Xiao there, wise to pick up that G14 and, or the M14, excuse me, and just go for it. That was definitely the right play. This is something we saw from Baisha a little bit. Play that forward aggressive position, but they usually don't stick around there for too long. So there's just no contact, and this is a full A swing, A pivot. That means you're going to be looking for those early flanks from N9. Xiao again on point here. A lot of smokes out.
He's out trying to smoke the approach here directly onto the side as well as you get players from Baisha getting clustered forward. Still have that tuck from N9 over at that cat position as the pushes now begin. Nade's going to be let out here. Rambo tagged down to about half HP. Baisha tucked in behind the box, but Ductuan on that angle as the smoke gets ready to dissipate. He could be favored in the fight. YDSS though, looking to try to catch him off guard. Manages to do so, swings around the back, spraying and praying, and getting rewarded. Dola, Shady both going to fall as well. Ooh, shot out. Ice Cube continuing to deliver. 8th kill for him. 83 more. He's still got 577. Now look at the strike, but Rambo reads it well. They note the flank, but now they still have to try to recover this C4. They have a minute with which to work with. No utility available from Baisha Gaming anymore, and Rambo still has 2 nades behind.
Already liking some of the extra layers that the Falcons are prepared for. Baisha was winning those flanks time and time again. Now they're having a much more difficult time getting them to go.
Ooh. That could be a critical whiff here from Xiao, uncharacteristic to say the very least. Now that they spot one around the back, they say, okay, well, let's just go 2-1. Shove forward here towards the site where YDSS is going to be left alone. Frantic push forward here as YDSS fully blinded up, going to be struck down. Ice Cube able to find that one and all. Now comes down to Xiao. Let's see if he can gets the spot there onto Ice Cube. They're going wide, a late registration of that player's position. 2 HP. Swaps over to the pistol, but there's the push up from Rambo. Gets the jump, and that's going to be a second round win here for the side of Falcons.
I was a bit worried here for the Falcons. I like the way that they've made a change up here with that smoke util, just really smothering A site to keep those snipers pinned back. And they're kind of pushing their way forward, but it looked like when you got that 3K that all of a sudden, or 2K and a 1K, that it was just donezo. Falcons take a moment to pause, make sure their flanks are clear, catch the trailing player, and press forward from there and kind of catch Baisha where they're scrambling, trying to individually suss the situation out, and they can't. Falcons doing a great job. Ice Cube in particular. It's been just stellar. You're going to need more of that.
They've already doubled the round count that they got last time on Black Widow versus Baisha Gaming, so definitely a little bit of a different script here, but how much variation we get still going to be the question. No one giving Ice Cube this angle. Wisely so, just takes a pause, a brief little moment. And back onto the mouse.
You can see that Baisha wants to shore up that A defense. Bringing a little extra layer in this time, keeping it a little closer to the site, but no contact here around the 120-minute mark, and they're like, maybe not this time. Let's go check B just in case. That actually ends up being the direction that they want to go. You know, this is just N9 saying it's been a lot of A pressure, so this might be a round where Shady feels like he's got to try and explore a different part of the map. So far, he's got a decent read on it, but it just depends on how long this takes, how much patience you have. Dola catching a smidge of damage there from that nade. Here come smokes and other things. Just waiting this out. Baisha just throwing everything here. Tuck N9 up.
40 seconds remaining. Nearly 3 players, nearly 4 in fact from Baisha in position to try to counteract this push here onto the B side. Trying to poke and prod over towards A as well here for Falcons, but at this point going for a late pivot might be damn near impossible, but Ice Cube still fragging, able to find one. Xiao. Shutting down Ductuan there on the entry, but now that the attention has been bought, the entry onto the B site is relatively for free. Xiao will end up falling. Rambo continuing to do well there alongside his teammates. And 9 on the push. A little bit of damage in, spotting Shady, but cannot win that fight. And just like that, it's going to be Falcons now, favored in numbers.
Tremendous fake.
Backpedal here. All of the players playing into main. Frag grenade not finding an elimination there. Lie with one more nade to go. Pops it in. YDSS just trying to slide forward, but it's just too many targets. Lie now needing to do everything. Swaps over the pistol, goes bounding through the window. But he's just going to be struck down from behind. Ice Cube right there to get the finisher. And that's going to be Falcons running this one back.
That is a tremendous set play. Sending 2 in through short and just being extremely patient outside of the B site. Lie here trying to work a miracle, almost pulls it off, but there's that extra layer, that extra player. Just can't quite get it done. I think as Baisha, you're getting outplayed a little bit in the macro game, N9. That guy who was so big brain, first time they met, he's getting read a little bit. They're able to kind of use some of his tendencies against him there. He wants to make that quick reaction over to A because that's been where all the pressure has been, and even though he kind of initially had a decent idea that it might end up being a B hit in the long run, they have to respect the heavy pressure that Falcons were creating there. And for now, just wait and see exactly what the Falcons want to do again. A little bit more aggro outside of B this time. Our Baisha doubling up on their short control. Seems like they're willing to cede long A here again. Make Falcons earn it.
577 holding close for that swing, but it's going to be Lie actually who manages to find that shot. Up one, dead around the corner.
That was
quick
over.
Check and just sees a corpse.
That was over from water. Found an angle there.
Ammo now trying to breach this position, but 577 just holding the top of the stairs. Under a minute remaining. Smokes now going out over towards A long. 7-7 lurking forward, getting a spot and getting the kill. That's going to be Rambo now. Taken down as Shady eats an immense amount of damage here on the approach. A little bit of spam. Shot just trying to find somebody through the smoke, but Ice Cube continuing to frag, but now will be shut down. Downing forward with the pistol. Oh my goodness, Lie. Starts things off from over on the B side and finishes at A. He comes up with 3, and that's going to be Baisha once again gaining the lead.
God, man, Lie there just feeling it. I thought maybe Ice Cube was going to be another difference maker, but he's just bounding forward. Just looking for those timings to hit Falcons when they least expect it. Again, that layer of smokes coming from long A. And the pause will be of the unfortunate variety.
Yep, once again, something over on the Falcons side of the arena. I think the other thing that I didn't really like about Covenant so much was just like why did David like the Xenomorph so much? Why did he think that they were like a perfect organism? Like where did that obsession come from?
Isn't it like from the founders or whatever they're called?
I mean,
it's something to do with that. Like
at the end of Prometheus, he just leaves with Numi Rapace's character, and they fly off, and then he like buries her on the whatever planet they end up on, and then he's just like cultivating alien eggs.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't get.
Isn't there something where he like kind of gets enamored with like the whole, like the way that other species? What are they called? Not the architects or the ones who actually like originally developed.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I forget what they're called, but
am I just misremembering that? That's entirely possible.
I don't know. I just because they were also whatever they were called, trying to contain the xenomorphs and stop them from growing and developing and spreading.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This is one of those things where I'm just like, I don't get why you're so crazy about this and why you want to like unleash them on the galaxy or the universe.
Yeah, maybe it's just that. I mean, it doesn't make sense in my mind, but maybe it's like that whole like he's a synthetic, right? Like
yeah,
and maybe they're just
synthetic. That would be Blade Runner.
But they're called synths.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, those are just androids.
No. There's synths, cyborgs, and hybrids.
Okay.
They explain this in the very beginning of Alien Earth.
Ah.
Yeah.
Not in the know. Haven't watched it. So that would explain it. But I mean, well, it doesn't explain it. Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you where I always thought that was a little bizarre, but I always just assumed it was something with like that whole like he was like created, so he kind of has respect for them as creators. Or I don't know. I'm just making.
He wanted to be a creator himself.
I think that could be part of the idea there.
He could have. I mean, there's like a million things he could have created. He's like an infinitely intelligent android.
Oh yeah.
He could have created a podcast or a blog or something, a cooking channel.
He could have done anything he wanted.
Yeah. He's like, this is the everything stream. This is the true variety stream.
The #1 TikToker on the planet. Yeah.
I want to be cooking this thing while doing this dance and reciting all of Shakespeare's works.
He could have done
so
that.
much, but he decided to go. He decided to go with Xenomorphs.
He could have been the best Cirque du Soleil performer ever.
Wrong niche, David.
Yeah. You didn't see Romulus, did you?
No. No, I did not. I heard it wasn't good. So I have not seen that. I have not seen the last of the new Star Wars trilogy. Those are things that I've just chosen to avoid.
Like you mean like The Last Jedi and
Rise of Skywalker
Rise
or whatever.
of Skywalker. I haven't seen the Rise of Skywalker either.
I've heard that it's just a tragedy, almost as tragic as Attack Pause.
Yeah,
but
I'm trying to get you to watch Andor. That's the only thing that matters.
Yeah, I am interested in it. I just haven't gotten around to it because it has the thing that I think Star Wars needed in the new trilogy that was lacking, which is politics. It didn't have any of those, which was bad.
Yeah.
Because they're just like, we're gonna.
Hi guys, Judy here, and as promised, an update from the CS stage for Crossfire specifically. Falcons just beat G2 2-0.
It was a very good win. It was maybe what most expected, but there's a little bit of spice that can come in there because G2, it's some of their former players on Falcons, so there's that blood rivalry. But what this does mean now is that for the likes of Vitality, no chance of them taking the club championship. Liquid do have a small chance. They're not in Counter-Strike anymore, and they're also out of Crossfire on your side of things, right?
They just got eliminated, which means Street Fighter is the only way for them to go.
So for Liquid, it's all hopes on Street Fighter. For Falcons, they can go deeper, they can go further, and they can get a lot of good points.
Yeah, absolutely. And Falcons is looking to make this back-to-back, but whether or not they'll be able to do this, we're going to be finding it out by the end of the day. Still make sure you stay tuned for the updates.
Appreciate that. Yep, it all comes down to that Street Fighter there for Team Liquid, and I think that they're off to a little bit of a rocky start. I believe Nephew dropped his first set, so it's going to have to be a big run back if they want to be able to take that one.
Absolutely. Still trying to get all of our tech issues squared away for you guys so we can get the games rolling. But yeah, Andor has politics. You'll love it. That's all I'm going to say. And it is Andy Serkis. For like 2 or 3 episodes.
Okay, you're working towards selling me.
I don't want to spoil it either because he's like incredible in it.
Oh, I mean
not in like a typical Andy Serkis way. Let's put it that way.
I think the one that always horrifies me, but it's a great performance from him, is in King Kong. Peter Jackson's King Kong.
Yeah.
He just is a guy. Like, he's not, doing any motion capture or anything like that, but he gets his head, like, devoured by the weird, like, tentacle worm.
Yeah, No, I remember
down
now,
in the ravine, and there's all the bugs and that. Well,
I haven't seen that movie in
That scene
ages.
absolutely screwed with me when I was a kid. I think that probably helps contribute to my arachnophobia.
Yeah, you don't like spiders. Yeah. It's too bad. I'm the opposite. I love our 8-legged friends.
No, they can. I mean, look, if they're out of sight and doing their job and eating mosquitoes and that kind of thing,
yeah,
I'm down. I love what they do. I just don't like seeing them do it. That's pretty much it.
I think they're fascinating. I've told you this before, but I used to keep them as pets as a kid. I really liked spiders.
As a kid, I wasn't bothered, and then something changed. I haven't really been able to put my finger down on what exactly the turning point was, but eventually just hit a point. I was just like, you know what?
Was it
These
the
aren't for
movie
me.
Arachnophobia?
That definitely did help. Yeah, when it crawls out of the guy's ear, that
classic.
That kind of messed with me a little bit. And then there was 8-Legged Freaks.
I never saw that.
It was I obviously haven't seen it in any recent time, but I remember it being moderately terrifying, but also very over the top. It's very campy.
Oh, okay.
It's not taking itself super seriously.
Okay.
But we'll take a look back here at the couple rounds that we have had played thus far.
Yeah, I think for me, just need to get their footing a little bit to buy shot. Seen a few whiff shots with the snipers. Lai is starting to step up a bit though in these last couple of rounds. He, had that little pop off at the end, and 577 continuing to do what he does best and just be so annoying to deal with on that defensive side. Just an absolute force. So skilled at just holding down sights, holding down angles, and looking to see if maybe we're getting ready. Oh,
Hey.
that's a good sign.
Some fist bumps, some high fives, and just like that, looks like we are ready to get back into the action. So 4-3. Baisha winning the most recent round. We'll see if Falcons are going to be able to keep things tight-knit, because this is similar to the start that we had in the previous set. Pretty close. Looks like maybe Falcons make a run of it, and then Baisha just found that footing, but that's a fantastic start. Josh going to be taken down. Shady able to find YDSS here at the same time, so already a two-player advantage, and not that much damage going to be suffered on the opposite side. So Falcons sitting pretty here for the moment as N9. They'll be able to flush one out. McQuan does get taken down with flash there on a 577, but N9 still continuing to frag. Finds himself a second kill. Brings this back into a 2v2.
And it might slow down now. You can see it was a quick hit there. A lot of util used by Baisha early at long A. Falcons tried to respond, tried to put some pressure through into mid, and they almost got it to go. If N9 doesn't stand tall there, it's probably Falcons' round, or they can at least get the C4 down. Instead, everything just comes to a standstill. But Baisha was very quick to react to that the whole time. After they threw all that util, they had nothing in response. They were like, nope, 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 we're going back. Go back to mid, boys. See what's going on down there. They were able to at least make it an even exchange. What looked like it could be devastating. Xiao just got completely smothered there. Some really nice flashes from Falcons initially. Opened things up for them, but now they're going to have to rework their ideas. And good news is you can play for the trade. You could at least get the C4 down potentially. It's a matter of, is Baisha going to give you that opportunity? Back towards mid. Double down here. And 9 tucked in the back corner of B site. Why? Might just miss that cross.
Yeah, hasn't spotted it. Could have maybe found a critical timing there.
He missed it.
All the more pressure on N9, who I think is maybe about to get backstabbed as the approach. The window is right there, and yep, over the top, death from above, Rambo. Able to find the first strike to try to close out the remainder of this round, and now it all falls down to Lai. B2 to try to clutch it. He's cutting across over towards water, gets a spot on the Rambo, and that has him shoved back in over towards the site. Suspected that Rambo would see that one, but Lai is able to find it. Spots out the head. Quick shot attempt here, but Ice Cube will be able to get it done with a headshot of his own. 4-4. Falcons continuing to hang in.
Wow. I mean, Ice Cube, he's cold as ice today. That is for sure. It's been so impactful for the Falcons. Getting a little bit of chant there out of the crowd. Thought Lai might have a chance, but Ice Cube was just waiting for him to repeat that. And for that head. Oh.
This is the chance. Able to find that critical early advantage here.
It's a deep smoke again. And in these rounds where they've had this smoke, it's usually been a little bit of a push-up for Baisha across the bridge. Usually a player down in water, hiding underneath those stairs is typically how those setups run. And they've left long A open. But this time around, it's just double snipers over on the A site. One watching long, one watching short. And the riflers trying to just set up a bit of a crossfire, a bit of a trap here for the Falcons. Just a matter of whether it will materialize in time. We're going to have to explore this one way or another. Some good flashes could make this tricky.
Shady with a quick check, but just be a smoke up here onto the angle. More players holding into this position. Duck Tuan there to try to back him up. Now, though, Falcons very much just running this clock, but look at Baisha now. 3 players in position to try to hold this line. N9 maybe starting to get those solid reads coming through like we saw from the first outing. He's got his players in the right position.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. The Falcons are going to have to really figure out what's going on.
They're just going to double face forward. in towards main, and that's Ice Cube taken down. Now Ducktwan as well, dead. Flank approach is going to be far too delayed from Rambo. We'll see if he's going to be able to find some value. Does, and even finds some additional. Cleans up two. Dola gets another. Brings it now to even numbers, but Xiao Xiao quick to pivot, gets himself in position. Lai as well. It's a jump spot there onto Rambo. Some shots over towards the sniper as he hits, just not quite connecting. Xiao Xiao missing these flicks. Frag grenade at the ready. Gets a decent little chunk there on the Dola, but it's not the kill that they desperately need. Lai rewrapping, repositioning, looking to try to come in off this rear flank. Smoke's blocking out everything, but Dola does get taken down. Xiao Xiao eventually able to find one. Now Rambo's position going to be known, and he will be struck down. Baisha Gaming continuing to maintain a lead. It's going to be 5-4 at the half with them narrowly out in front.
Yeah, even though Falcons are able to break through that barricade outside of B, still isn't enough in the long run since it's an even exchange, and then you're able to buy a little bit extra time there. Xiao Xiao set up for that flank from Lai, who is also having a really nice map for himself. He'll just figure out where Rambo is, be very prepared with that pistol. Xiao Xiao just playing his life from the window very nicely. Splitting the map here, our Falcons, but this is all just a show of force. This is just to create a little bit of map pressure for themselves, so deep smokes on both ends of the map. It's going to keep... Oh, wait, we're over to the other side. We switched. We're around... Oh, my God, I'm so cooked after those tech pauses.
I'm just going to let him figure it out.
Just let me be an idiot. Thanks. Appreciate you. I was like, oh, my God. Wait a minute. The colors are different.
Look, at some point, you got to just let somebody figure it out for themselves.
I did.
Can't keep sheltering you, you know?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, appreciate that. I mean, eventually you're going to have to be the one wheeling me into the home, you know?
Why shouldn't I touch the burner on the stove? Well, just touch it and find out.
Yeah.
Just go for it.
You're going to be a great dad.
Look at this, though. Once again, Baisha looking like they have a solid read. Big cluster. Decent nade. Just one around that corner. They're on the site, being reinforced a bit now by Rambo. Nades are going to start to fly. Turn the flashes, smokes to try to slow things down. Massive util dump. Ducktwan tucked here behind the box. Flashed up for the moment. Shady also arriving, sending in some nades, and Rambo able to find a shot there through the window. 577 going to be taken down, and now he finds another. His lie will fall similarly. I think they're good read for finding this side of the map that had the weaker stack. They still need to try to push their way forward into this site. 50 seconds remaining. They are not budging here at all. Finally feeling trapped in from this position. Looking to just try to fight forward. Double stack here behind the box. Some shots there from N9. Not finding the contact that he's looking for. Ducktwan up and over the top, but on the reswing, Shady will be able to find it. So now they know that both players are going to be there, but they've got no way to try to flush them out. Just Xiao Xiao swapping the weapon, draws down with that EBR, but he cannot get it done. Opening round of the half goes the way of Falcons as they tie us once again.
Yeah, they're just so firm here, but it's all about that early map control that they're able to take. They wait out a little bit of that util and then just start pressing space, and they know they're not going A, so they can solidify the defenses at B. No util left here. One flash to try to set up N9's initial swing. After that, they just have to get it done with the guns, and Falcons are able to best them. So huge, huge round. Tie it up 5-5. Now we're looking by Shada. Try to change up the course of history a little bit here. A lot of early smokes. First two have dissipated. Made a little bit of damage done to 577. But again, they're just trying to brute force their way through here into B. This time, it's going to be about timing. That extra smoke at mid might give them a little bit extra. They have to make this fast.
Force one back. Ducktwan able to hold the line for one to Rambo. Oh, that's going to be a glad lie. YDSS both going to be struck down. One shot, 2 kills. Huge value found. And N9 now trying to push his way forward, but just doesn't read this reposition at all. Feels like the wheels really come off here for the side of Baisha. I'm not having to be called, and oh yeah, well somehow Shady and Xiao Xiao missing each other there in that smoke and in that flash, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Falcons with the defuse, getting themselves now up to 6 round wins. Need I remind you that this is Baisha's map pick.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked here. by the way, Baisha is handling themselves. They're just trying to go for these big death ball hits. Normally, they're a team that likes to spread the map. They like to toy with the info. They don't do any of that this time. And they just can't get these executes to go. Defender's advantage working in the Falcons' favor. Rambo also hitting it. Just crazy good timing there with his TRG. Gets the 2-for-1. And the round just dissipates. Poor Baisha. Falcons don't have to do anything too crazy in this one. Just, okay, you guys are going B again. That's fine. We can play that game. And I'm sure that Baisha's coach just wants to talk to N9 and be like, yo, dude, you're better than this. Like, we know you can spread the map. Work these angles, some of that util. Get those players tucked into hidden positions where they're able to strike from the flanks. All those things, really, really important. That's what I'm looking to see after this tack pause. Just a different methodology for Baisha. Maybe it was just part of the game plan coming into the map, saying let's just run a couple rounds at them on B and just test them. And did not go according to script, that's for sure.
Well, they passed the test, and the crowd is starting to get rowdy for it. See then what the read ends up looking like. But it just feels like, you know, after the loss from Baisha to fall down into this position to have to be in this rematch, players have just been looking a little bit out of sorts. Xiao, somebody who is so impactful, finding so much value in that first series. Had some very uncharacteristic whiffs. 9 kills, yes, but you take a look at Rambo, you take a look at Ice Cube, they are besting him.
And in general, it just hasn't felt as clean from Baisha in a lot of different respects. Micro, macro, could pinpoint a lot of different issues that they're having. This is more of what I would want to see from Baisha here on this BL side. Just spread the map a little bit, try to get some info, see if you can maybe bait some rotations, and then make your move. But the whole time, I's been sitting with the C4 over in water, so seems like that appears to be their angle of attack. Meanwhile, it's a heavy stack in short. 3 players here for the Falcons. Just kind of thinking that there's going to be a change in direction. Trying to read what the coach was telling Baisha during that timeout. And Baisha is just going right back to what they were doing. It's just being a little bit different about the early part of how they get there.
There we go again. Backpedaling damage going to be exchanged with 3577, able to find the shot there through the door. Fight wide open, but quick flank going to be coming through. Duck is able to find one quick shot there from Xiao. A nice little flick, finds his second, and that's a Xiao that we've really come to anticipate. Does end up falling, but does his duties here for the team. Feels like the tack timeout working a treat here for the Baisha Gaming side of things. Is Ice Cube on the entry. Yep, just a high-low setup. Baisha making it impossible for him to bring it back to parity.
Yeah, it's all about the early round here for me, for Baisha. Just spreading the map a little bit, showing presence, trying to keep the Falcons guessing. And then from there, sure, if you want to go B again, that's totally fine. And turns out to be a great idea because Falcons did not expect that at all. They were reading short A the whole way. They're able to dodge that. Early damage done, though, this time. Ductwan going to push out with Shady. Find that opening pick at long A, so they're going to counter that early round spread formation very nicely.
577 straight out the window. He's just switched on. Gosh out, same position, looking to try to maintain control here, and finds a shot to take out Dola. Player advantage back into the hands here of Baisha, their leader on the ground, but Ice Cube trying to go for that 180, but 7-7 line, just a little bit faster. They get the shutdown, but C4 for now. He's stranded here onto the site, but Ductwan needing to widely do it all, and he makes it so very close. But it is not enough for the closeout, and that's the pop-off coming through. Baisha Gaming starting to really feel it.
Oh man, it was so close though. It was so close. Almost. And almost here for Ductwan, who has really picked it up since struggling during the opening match against this very same opponent.
zone. Back 577 again. So far forward. Dola gonna be taken down. Only finds a smattering of damage there for his troubles. And Chow Chow out from long is able to find the shot there onto Shady. As now the pressure certainly starting to mount. Baisha Gaming. Plant is in. Player advantages there, 4-2. And 9 watching the potential approach here from Duck Twan, who's going to start working his way up Cat. Keeping it quiet, bounding forward there with the B-hops. Also away from the angle, though. Maybe an opportunity for the backstab, and there it is. Does manage to find one. Looks for that second. He cannot, and Rambo at the same time loses his life. Now a 1v3. Seen these clutches before on this stage, but it's not to be. Not in this round. So 8-6. Baisha Gaming getting within touching distance of closing out this opening map of Black Widow. 2 more rounds for them. Needing to now see the rebound from the side of Falcons.
I just love them turning up the tempo there after having a close round where they barely able to avoid getting 1v3'd. I like how there are Baisha fans from other organizations out there. Why not? Hey, I mean, they are the current best in the world, so we'll see the best play the best. Definitely about it. But just the turn of tempo there. I love the confidence from N9 to just go, guys, let's run them down. Let's just run them down. Get at them. You know, put your faith into 577 there to get that first kill, to break the door open for you. Chow Chow on the flank at long. Bam. Basically round over.
It's one of those things that has been missing here from this, was that confidence. You know, they're whiffing their shots, but it seems like they've suddenly started to find that spark. It's going to have Falcons on the back foot, so an attack pause, but try to turn the tides of this one, run this back, because, you know, while they weren't able to find value on their own map pick, which was this in the last series, they're playing this one damn close, and if you can take this one down after Baisha have selected this for themselves, you're going to feel a hell of a lot better going into Eagle Eye.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to really like the adjustments that have been made by the Falcons coming into this, especially on their BL side. I was very, very impressed.
Nades out. This is just going to be the players of Falcons getting absolutely smothered by utility. I mean, Shady dead. Duck Twan down to damn near half. Rambo loses a third. Fantastic opening volley here for the side of Baisha as they try to get this up the map point.
Yeah, the Falcons on the back of that timeout try to turn up the tempo themselves. It's answered. Baisha, though, still has some work to do. Only that one player, they're going to have an advantage, and they do smoke off mid, so going to open up a little bit of a pivot here for themselves potentially. At least try to clear short, but there's that stack. Only 2 players this time, though, for the Falcons, and instead, this is all just a move over towards B through water. Just want to keep the Falcons guessing. Oh, now they know.
Rambo again, needing to try to hold things down here. Some free fire through, but connection's not being found. For in a position, the plant now coming in. Chow Chow again, looking to try to hold this flank. This time it's going to be a deeper wrap around here from Falcons. This time, Chow Chow also has a bit of reinforcements. It's back up over in water as 3 players play in this spot. Try to stem the tide and stop the approach. Flash in, Chow Chow on the re-peek though, able to find the first. Duck Twan going to be taken down. Ice Cube going to be noted there. And up and over the top, Dola does manage to strike for a singular kill, but they need a hell of a lot more than that. YDS on the swing out is able to find him. Rambo now spotted. The numbers are just getting away from him. Rambo will be able to go ahead and find one more kill, but nothing more than that. And one more round is all that Baisha Gaming need to close out this opening map here in this elimination series.
So impressive what Chow Chow is able to do from that water stairwell. He is just a monster. And then you have 577 there to back him up. Throw out some util here. The response is there from the Falcons, but this is all to, I think, set up a lot of what we saw earlier. Long A control for Baisha. say earlier, I mean on the previous time we saw this map, trying to just gain control of this space and then make your decisions off the back of that info. N9 doesn't see much. Try a different angle here. A lot of util coming through over towards B though, so 577 there, able to at least bait out a bit. It's gonna send the Falcons pushing a little bit forward.
The rebound though from Xiao Xiao, now at 15 kills. The previous check-in had been at 9, and Ice Cube has maybe only gained 1 in the interim.
He was so good to start. Just can't quite keep it up. Rambo has really picked it up though on this defender's side. He's been the real danger man. Just all gonna collect at long A. Ice Cube gonna be called upon.
Shady taken down. YDSS able to find him. Ice Cubes trying to stay quiet, trying to go for the quick scope, but is unable to find that kill. Now the A site primed and open here for the taking. Dola, Ductwan, Rambo needing to go huge in a 3v5 retake. Shots flying through. There's though behind these boxes, slide, tries to provide some covering fire, but the nade's gonna be good. Dola able to come away with 2 quick kills. Rambo finding 1. Up and over the top of the box, though, 577 able to find him. Swings back out, Dola finding that kill, but it's gonna be Xiao Xiao with the finisher. Close but no cigar. It's 10-6 as Baisha Gaming once again get the better of Team Falcons here in the opening map. Black Widow is theirs.
Man, I mean, still impressive stuff from the Falcons, but once Baisha got that heat, they kept bringing the fire. And it was all on the back of Lai and Xiao Xiao. It felt like at times those two really doing a lot of heavy lifting, whether it be with the snipers or up close and personal. They were the ones helped carry the things over the line. 577, loved what I was seeing from him. Just great rifling, able to get into those impactful moments where he's able to shut some rounds down. Looking at some of these moments, that was that one round where I thought, oh boy, this is just Baisha all day, but then Falcons was able to flip the script there in that first half.
And if you're Falcons, you gotta be worried that this is a bit of a barrier break here for the side of Baisha, finally jumping that hurdle that was holding them back, that led them down into this lower bracket. If they're gonna start firing like they did in their opening series as we get ready to go into that second map of Eagle Eye, oh, well then it might just be time to say your prayers. The Falcons, though, putting up a much more contentious fight here to start off this set, but need to maintain stability, need to keep level-headed. If they falter, they start getting into their own heads about it. And that could just be Baisha pretty much winning the war and advancing forward into the playoffs tomorrow. Pressure gonna be mounting here. See how they're gonna rebound though when we come back and get ready to go into that second map. Baisha gonna be looking to try to make this another 2-0 closeout and send Falcons out of EWC Crossfire. We are back, one map out of the way here in this elimination set. Here at day 3 of Crossfire at EWC. Falcons, a good start, but faltering at the end. They once again suffer a map loss to Baisha Gaming, who are now poised to potentially take this 2-0.
Yeah, it's certainly a better showing from the Falcons, but it's still not enough. Baisha just, once they got engaged, once they hit that next gear, that next level, they became that monster that we saw in the opening match against Falcons earlier here in Group C. And now it all comes down to this potentially for Falcons. One more map, their pick of Eagle Eye 2.0. Haven't seen it from either team yet here on this event. So kind of curious what it's going to look like. It seemed like the Falcons came to getting those initial ideas against Baisha. That's where they struggled. There's a lot of energy now in that Baisha camp. They are certainly feeling it. They're going to come in with a lot of heat, a lot of pressure, I am sure. You know, this is a map that domestically pretty good for the Falcons. So can they replicate that success? Are they going to be able to bring it in, take down Baisha, force a map 3? That's the big question. It's going to be Eagle Eye. It's where we find ourselves here for our second map.
It's the only answer for them. There's no other recourse. They have to be able to win this one, take it over to Ankara. This is going to be Falcons' map pick. That opening performance is anything to read into. Should see them a bit more favored here. Baisha Gaming, when they're on point, they can just be that difference maker. They can be that team that doesn't really conform to expectations. For now, YDSS forward outside of Hotel. It's going to look to hold down that approach to B. There's all the Falcons clustered here at mid. Looking to fan out, poke and prod over towards the A site a little bit here. Util at the ready. I'll let her rip up and over the top. These smokes do go. What's the approach going to be? Because for now, still staying in position. Flashing their way forward. Firm mid control there, but Xiao Xiao able to find that first blood. And 9 out from window, able to find himself a kill as well. And already, wheels starting to come off. Oh, it's Ice Cube nearly taken down just there around that corner. Swinging back out, and N9 quickly identifying the position of Dola. And he deals with the 2 remainders. Already the pop-off starting to fly. Baisha Gaming, they're looking right as rain to start things off on Eagle Eye.
Goodness. No problems there. Just letting them push through and setting up those crossfires. N9 playing that so well. Got a kill, got some damage through a flash. Lost some time for his teammates to get there, to get those crossfires in place. That's why we always look to him as be one of those difference makers, just in the big brain ideas and also the fragging. He got 3 kills, and it was all said and done at the end of that round. Now you're just fanning out across the map here a little bit. And the typical setups you're going to see, YDSS will be the one asked to lock down Long B. Let's try to hold. As the Falcons going to be taking their time with this round. Probably talking through a bit how exactly they want to approach this one. That mid approach did not go the greatest. Now you're trying to reestablish some kind of presence here, but for now, it's going to require a little bit of extra oomph. YDSS on timing, throws the nade. Just scrapes Rambo barely. Look at this position Xiao Xiao's got. He's going to be able to play off that contact potentially of YDSS if this is the direction that the Falcons choose to try to go. It's here in the hotel just waiting.
Spotted quite just yet. Falcons knowing the limitations here, of course, of where they can peek out from and not give angles over to players like Xiao Xiao. 48 seconds remaining in the round. Smoke's just going to be juggled over towards this A site, but for now, Falcons still very fanned out, very disconnected from one another. Couple nades going to be lopped in here, but you got a 3-player stack from the side of Baisha to try to stave off the approach here at the A site. Seems like a little bit of a similar strategy here from the Falcons. Once again, getting ready to just shove all the way up in towards top mid. And 9 though. Starting to scale forward, starting to get closer here with Ice Cube just around the corner through those smokes. Touchdown now, tucked back, finds the first shot. That's going to be Duck Twan taken down. Ice Cube just managed to find N9. Eliminates the IGL, but YDS over the top, going completely unnoted. He nearly gets the transfer over, but it doesn't even matter. Rambo will find the one, but Xiao Xiao is there for the covering fire to clean him up. Ice Cube now needing to do it all. Finds the first. That's just going to be the kill, flying through at the very end. Just holding that line. Baisha more than happy to have Falcons try to play this patiently.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a similar avenue of attack for the Falcons, but it's not quite able.
It's a final kill. This is the clock. Just
yeah,
can't wait for
time. Oh,
Xiao Xiao, man, is on it. Into a corner, then she could be flushed out. A frag grenade at his feet would certainly seal the deal, but up and over the top, YDS there from the bridge. Goes on the peak, is able to find Dola, but does get traded back, and Xiao Xiao dead. Does bring this now into a 3v3. Low HP on Shady, and 9 wraps around to try to maintain control of this B site. Plays away from the rest, but 577 gets a jump there on the Ice Cube, but he just can't register it fast enough, because there's a bullet through his brain.
There's so many little things that Baisha does incredibly well. It's the timings with the crunches. They've got these positions where they can get multiple angles of attack onto their opponents. And yeah, Falcons able to fight through the initial set of circumstances that they found themselves in, trying to go through B, long B. But problem is that you've got a lurking player, you've got a flanking player, and he just gets his one and done. He doesn't overcommit to it, and now he's biding his time to just double down on this flank.
Pauses on, and 9, very committed position. He's committed to the hold, he's committed to the win. And he's got Rambo reeling, just pulling back. 18 health. And there's the finisher, 577 from the flank. 3-0 start here on Eagle Eye. As it feels like Falcons, after a very back and forth and very contentious opening map, they're just not quite feeling, they're not finding that similar groove, and Baisha are just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, they're just so well coordinated, and it's the individual game sense on top of just having good understanding of the map and the way they're holding things down. And I mean, as Falcons already having to take such an early timeout, so brutal to try to get something to go here. This is your map pick. Wanted to try something a little bit different. Try something that works really well for you domestically. Try to lean into some comfort. The problem with Baisha is they just don't have a weak map. You look at their map pools regionally in a very, very difficult region, the best region on the planet, and they perform rather well across the board. So no matter where you go, you are going to find yourself in a tough situation. That is exactly where the Falcons have landed again.
Plenty to discuss here. For Falcons to have to pull the trigger on this timeout this early on, it's not going to be a comfortable spot whatsoever. You can tell that the pressure is building up on this team. It's not just about their own performance here. It's about the money that could be coming through. Those champ points, those club points, they could be accruing for Falcons to try to seal the deal. They have to make it into the playoffs in order to get even one.
Yeah, these deep smokes early from Baisha. This is making it really challenging for the Falcons, and they're just full committing here, seemingly. A lot of smokes out for themselves on this A hit. Xiao Xiao over here, though.
Well, no one's going to be able to see a damn thing. Smokes covering everything at this A site. Flash is now over the top as well to just try to go ahead and ensure that one, but seems like Eyes still working just fine. 4 players immediately dead as Ice Cube just trying to find something up and over the top, but he will fall, and that is going to be a clean sweep, a clean round. Beating them back off of Falcons' tack timeout. Not a single life lost.
Yeah, you could see it was just a little bit of a different idea, but those extra smokes early give you a little bit of extra time to react. Even though Falcons try to throw a lot of util of their own. Just everybody's able to tuck in, hold their angles, hold their positions nicely. It's just round done and dusted.
Looks like N9 catching a glimpse there. He's gonna smoke off this entryway to hotel.
He needs to get extra players there to back him up if that pressure continues from the Falcons. He's in a one and done position and couldn't get the one, so.
Now Xiao gets himself to bridge. Doesn't want to go on a peek here. Will just be some flashes out over the top. Now watching the angle into hotel. One just hop in the desk. Head's gonna be spotted though. Goes up over the top of the box, trying to get a peek in. Pixel angle. Trying to find an opening kill, but it seems like Falcon's not gonna be happy with this position. But already the rest of the team starting to get growled upon as N9 gets himself pushed forward over here in towards mid, and they catch Rambo completely off guard.
They're in mid. You try to put some pressure and it just takes forever because Baisha's happy to give up that space as long as they're not taking damage.
577 on a bit of an island, still fighting. Trades back pretty evenly as far as the damage is concerned. YDSS going to be taken down, but 577 continues to collect heads. Another 2 kills for him. Looking for that third. Swings out, won't be able to win the fight there versus Ice Cube, but Xiao Xiao's joined the fray. Did find Duck Tuan, and there's the finisher. The pain continuing, 5-0 now. Baisha Gaming seemingly trying to make up for some lost time.
Man, every move that Falcons try to make just has such a good response from Baisha and their protocols. And 577 has been all over the map. He is just happy to keep finding those gaps and exploiting them. A little bit of damage done with a grenade initially. Now you've got some extra help here for N9 IDSS. Gonna try to get a little bit aggressive towards that smoke, see if Falcons were considering a push, but actually just gonna double up on smokes themselves there. Isolate that part of the map, wrap that extra player back over in towards mid. This has been kind of part of the map that Baisha has been leaving open somewhat intentionally after just shutting Falcons out 2 rounds in a row to start this. Is that mid attack towards their spawn.
Gonna try. There's crunch onto A again, it would seem. It's going through, Lie with a reposition. Watching this connector access is 577 able to find one. Lie on the peak, does get blinded up, does get taken down, but the cover is there once again as Rambo tries to persevere. But for every step forward, for every kill gained for Falcons, they are losing limbs in response. Trade out 1, 3 players gone. Baisha are looking for absolute perfection here.
I mean, these hit and runs that they have, just every angle covered, just so well thought out by Baisha. Their coordination, their teamwork on point, on display here on Eagle Eye 2.0. IDSS pushed up deep into the smoke. This is something that I saw the Falcons a few rounds ago kind of assuming was what that smoke meant initially, but this time around, they're not really anticipating that, not expecting it. There was an extra layer of smoke set up there as well for YDSS to continue to hold that. So you're going to be able to triple up onto A. Rambo has to find an opener here. Try to crack this side open. They're getting the flank attempted. Xiao Xiao, though, watching it. Ooh, can't get the kill.
Cannot. Backing away. Minor damage suffered.
This is starting to look okay. Ice Cube finds that kill. Got the flank angles covered. Got YDSS accounted for. 577 responds, though.
Two for one, or rather 1 for 1. N9 dead. It's been the top fragger, but YDSS is looking to try and change that. 2 quick kills there for him. Xiao on the peak, trying to see if he can spot anything out. Nothing going to be seen there. Lone defender of the B site here for the moment. One about to go on this push. Needs to try to break things open for him. First shot ends up going wide. Ice Cube able to find Lai there behind him. And that leaves 577 now to his own devices. Some damage in on the re-peek. Finds the first. Looking for Duck Tuan, gets the spot out. backpedaling, going for the reload. Go out into the window, just change his position. He's C4 now here in play. 8 kills to 3. Can he get them on the board? Can he finally find some reprieve here for the team? 7-7, very suspicious about where he's at. Taps a C4, Duck1 gives his position away. Drops down here into the cart and will be able to win it out, but barely so. A round win found now. For Falcons, they need that to be the opening of the floodgate.
Just a really good pinch setup onto A. Able to collect it. It felt like for a moment there 5-7-7 had bamboozled Duck1 enough that he could get the job done. IDSS all alone here. Top of some stairs. Just a little bit of damage into the legs.
The fans rallying back a bit. Frag grenade going to be thrown out, but does get caught before he can draw down that pistol. Solid opening kill there from Duck1. Not even that much damage going to be suffered from the Falcon side. Dasha again trying to play from this bridge angle, but smoke blooming. It's off the sight lines. All of Falcons for now, aside from the C4 in the hands of Ice Cube. Clustered forward here towards the hotel. Spotted on a 1, but Rambo has the jump and has the headshot. Just like that, Falcons now very favored for the round. Two-player advantage, couple nades just going to be dumped here around the corner, and damage will resonate out. Come down to about 45. 9 now, just staying tucked.
Just as long as he can, hoping to catch them on a timing with that flash. Falcons being patient. Need to see Dola step up here. No kills so far on this map. Such
Eye on that first contact with alongside N9, but they both end up losing their lives. 5-7-7 trying to strike in from behind, but the flank maybe just a little bit too late. Ooh. Duck1 there around the corner, swinging out. Damage going to be found in the counter swing from Dola. Will be able to take him out. So 2 in a row here for the side of Falcons, looking to try to rescue this half as much as they can, which is frankly just going to be that next upcoming round, looking to make this a 6-3.
still pivotal. Get that 6-3 would be at least give you that hope as the Falcons. Maybe you can do the same on your GR side. Util thrown out, Xiao Xiao tagged up. They're just pressing the advantage.
He can, yeah, quickly shut down way too many targets. There's 5-7-7 going to be eliminated. Rambo able to find the one. YDSS now gone. And 9, he's trying to put his carry pants on, but Rambo denies him the opportunity. Clean rounds here from Falcons to try to round out this half, but seems like maybe took a little bit too long to try to get the blood pumping here for them. To just see how they start off this second half now that we swap sides.
Yeah, it just took them a while to really get an understanding of the defensive setups that Baisha was running. But it's the other side of the map. Now it's Baisha's turn on that BL side. A lot of util out early. Both sides here, but a big push out through long A.
And already 2 kills gonna be found, and 9 able to back 1 there onto Ice Cube, but things are just going from bad to worse, it would seem, but 2v2. Lion and 9 do manage to hold things down. Flash into the face of Shady. Back here at that connected position, the double approach out into the open, and Shady will be able to find them. Falcons now taking that right foot forward, taking that first step. They bring the gap to just 2 rounds.
Falcons just are turning up the tempo on both sides of the map, and it's working a treat. Baisha hasn't been able to really stabilize and find a response. See if that's going to keep being the case for the Falcons, if they're just going to keep the gas pedal down. They're going to try something a little different. Looks like they're going to slow it up just a smidge. So now Baisha is going to be offered the opportunity to be a little bit more thoughtful here on the map. Looks like they're also trying to set up that A link into A hit. This all work for the Falcons.
Fewer numbers here for the moment, but that flank is getting ready to come through, just pushing up. Shady trading from that spawn angle, but YDSS does mention turn back, finding Shady. Ice Cube trading 1 before getting it picked off. Dola putting back for a little bit more as well, but now Duck1, last one standing, getting spammed lower and lower, but still is able to go ahead and keep himself alive, but only for a brief little moment. Lai finds that kill. Baisha get themselves on the board in the second half, maintaining a 3-round lead.
Oh, let's go blow for blow. Turning up the tempo are both teams. This time Baishaw's like, we're just gonna go for the quick A hit. We're gonna get that extra angle created, and we're just gonna play for the trades. And they do it so well. Grenades here out from the Falcons to slow down this potential B hit from Baisha. That is enough to slow things up for a moment. Now you gotta make sure that that mid angle can't be created for free. So we're gonna put Shady in there, the IGL. Trying to make sure that Baisha goes for that again. He'll be aware of it, but man, they've got so much map control right now. Falcons here, just need to, oh no. You lose
a
Ice
shot
Cube.
like that. If you're on the side of Baisha, YDSS able to find one, but the collapse back in here from Falcons overall is very good. The dust settles, they do manage to bring this into a 2v2. C4, however, gonna be in play. As YDSS in around the back, but no spot on the duck one quite just yet. Double join in as Rambo moves into position here. Two-pronged approach. Spotting them both out now. Up top, rotating down to the low ground. Tries to go for the peak there, ends up eating a good amount of damage, but YDSS finds the first. Xiao gets the second, and just like that, Baisha 2 rounds away from eliminating Team Falcons here at EWC.
Oh, so well played by YDSS and Xiao there. Not giving anything up. YDSS with the jump spots to give them the info that they're all just coming down long A. Tremendous awareness, tremendous coordination. That's something that Baisha has had on display here on Eagle Eye. Again, great trades on site. Once they decide to pull the trigger on an attack, they're at least coming out of it even. Now, take their time again. Want to make sure that whoever came up mid last time was able to do that for free, but Ice Cube gets 577.
Great shot, and gets the follow-up as well at 9. Does end up falling. Dolo going to be traded back. Antoine dead. Xiao does get involved here on this fight, but bloody back and forth. C4 on the ground. Xiao going to recover this here, but you've already got both players from Falcons in position. Xiao going to be really needing some help, but gets the flick up. What a shot! Whoa. To be able to find Shady, and that might just be the final nail in the coffin. Rambo keeping things close, but when Xiao's going to be firing like that, not sure how much hope you have. He's quick on the reposition, quick to try to close this gap here. You're about to go on the peak, and there's the spot out. Nade thrown. Xiao repositioning just over the top of Rambo, who has got basically no HP remaining. And there you go, the final shot to put him down as Baisha move up to match point.
Oh man, these rounds have been so close. But it's been these individual heroics, and it's Xiao who stands tall again, looking for that tight angle, and able to finally isolate Rambo at the door to the stairs. It's just so fast tempo. Baisha happy to just throw bodies at the problem. The Falcons, again, they're able to keep it to parity, but they can't win in these individual moments. They can't win. It comes down to these 2v2s, these 1v1s. Baisha just showing that they're that much better in their mechanical sense, in their individual sense. Falcons has so much work to do. 5 in a row just to send it to overtime.
There's been some crazy clutches, some crazy comebacks already here in the lead up just to day 3. Playing against Baisha just feels like it's a completely different beast. Similar setup coming through. Quick rotations called in here from the side of Falcons. 4-player cluster now over towards this side of the map, but the C4 going to look to reposition. Getting slotted forward in the hands of YDSS as N9 takes point. Looking to try to breach this position here around the corner in towards connector. Dolet nearly taken down, but it's going to be Duckfun as well, who does manage to fall, and it looks like this is going to be the beginning of the end. Rambo able to find one, down to a sliver. Shady gone, and there it is. 10-4, 2-0 in this set. Baisha Gaming once again will get the better of Team Falcons, but this time is at the cost of elimination. Baisha will persevere, joining the rest of their Chinese comrades forward into the playoffs. And for Team Falcons, the home organization, this is goodbye.
A tough one here for the Falcons. looked better for sure. Got to give them some kudos. They were able to make a much better go of it here today against Baisha. It still wasn't quite enough. Definitely a better team compared to what we saw the first time around just a couple of days ago, but Baisha still quality, still got it. They're going to be going on to the playoffs. Falcons there with the club championship at least gives a few of those other orgs a little bit more hope. They're not going to stretch their lead just yet. Obviously there's other games, other implications, but for now, they are eliminated from Crossfire and eliminated from any hope of getting any points.
That could very well end up being their undoing in the grand scheme of things with the club championship. Still are going to be favorites, still are in a very strong position. There's always that chance. Team Liquid could still try to make it happen. We'll have to see how everything transpires across the next coming days here, of course, to really get that one settled. But in the Crossfire sphere, looking like China still reigning supreme. All of their teams making their way forward. Now we just have one more slot to determine for the playoffs that are going to be kicking off tomorrow. Who will be joining in alongside all of these monstrous powerhouses? It's either going to be Stallions or Na'Vi.
That one should be quite good.
I think that one's going to be a bit of a slobber knocker between the two. Stallions have pulled off some crazy recoveries to get themselves this far. Na'Vi, it's great buy versus VP, so everything to play for. But for now, we're going to go ahead and send it down to the stage and hear from one of our winners on Baisha.
Thank you so much, fellas. I'm joined now by Leah from Baisha Gaming and our translator here, Jin, as well here. Congratulations, Baisha Gaming, beating out Team Falcons, the current club champions, therefore eligible for some treatment and VIP treatment, similarly to the club champions as well. There's a little perk of doing so. Congratulations, an amazing victory. You competed against Team Falcons yesterday, or earlier in this competition. Were you expecting they'd bring you something different this time, having been so dominant in the previous game?
你们现在成功的打败了这个 Falcons 战队，然后之前呢，你们其实也跟他们对战过的。这次你们有没有想到他们可能会做出哪些调整，或者这次的对战会有什么不同呢？
想过对面就是一些位置上的人员改变嘛，就可能有些 Rumble 是单点，有些 CD 是单点嘛，他们俩可能会做变化，然后还有别的图的一些位置，其实都是有研究过的。
Well, we did do additional research on them. We expected a couple of them to kind of like switch up their positions, switch up some of their strategies. But you know, we come really prepared. We've analyzed some of the replays. We have seen we have considered some of the variations that they might have done, and we are completely prepared for it.
Excellent. We saw as well you had a very, very close call against Evolution Power in a previous round here. How did you regroup after that loss and ensure that you beat out Falcons today?
那昨天你们就是对战那个Evolution Power 的时候，你们就是可以算是险胜。然后今天呢，就是比较碾压性的，就是2-0了。就想问你们就是怎么调整过来的呢？以及你们当时就是昨天打完之后，你们有这样对立哪些讨论，或者做出哪些就是额外的心理上面的一些准备呢？
就是队长让大家别紧张嘛，然后把自己的那块整好。 别就是少失误，然后残局尽量稳住就可以了。
Well, after the series yesterday, you know, we went back. Our captain told our coach told us, you know, everyone just relax. You gotta calm down a bit. Don't let the pressure get to you. Just perform to our best. Make sure that we just execute as properly to the best of our abilities, and we should be able to take down any opponents that stands in our way. And that's exactly what we did.
Brilliant. And lastly as well, you came into the competition feeling positive. Obviously a great year for Baisha Gaming thus far. The Esports World Cup, what would it mean to you and the rest of the team to go all the way and be the champions here at EWC?
如果这边一切顺利的话，能走到这个，如果你们能接着这个气势一直走到这个总决赛的这个舞台，并且如果你们能夺冠的话，这对你们来说会代表着什么呢？
代表的中国 CF 牛逼。
It means that China's Crossfire is the absolute best in the world.
Love it. Love that there as well. And also, you can see behind us, we have the Crusher here as well. You'll get the opportunity now to crush the key of Team Falcons, a pivotal team in our competition here. Are you looking forward to the opportunity to crush that key?
那你们现在成功的击败Falcons 战队之后呢，你们有这个机会去碾碎他们的钥匙，而且 Falcons 战队是在本次比赛当中就是这个电竞俱乐部排行榜里面名列前茅的一支战队。你们现在能成功的把他们的钥匙给碾碎了，你是否很期待这件事情呢？
十分期待，因为对面也是一支强队吧。
Absolutely, I'm very much looking forward to it because Team Falcons, they are a very, very strong team. So being able to beat them on the stage here is very much like a achievement for us as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Leah, thank you very much. Congratulations, Baisha Gaming, going through to the next round. Thank you, Jin, as well here. They'll be crushing the Team Falcon key very shortly here. But the Birds of Prey have been dominated by the Monsters of the Deep here. What's going to happen in the next round? How far will Baisha Gaming go in the competition? We're going to find out shortly. But for now, it's back to the desk. What a great way to wrap things up here on the main stage.
Thank you very much, Jin. Adam Savage, there is Baisha Gaming. They stumbled a little bit yesterday, but they picked themselves up on the bootstrap today. Team Falcons, they move forward.
Yeah, honestly, things for Baisha couldn't be better right now. They come out with a massive win, putting themselves firmly into that quarterfinal matchup. So excited to see what this team will do. It's going to shake up that playoff bracket as well, Sneaky, because you know what? They're coming in as a 2 seed, which could be a bit of a curveball knowing Q9 is going to be who deals with them.
Oh, Q9 is like a replay of CFPL S26, right? And they've faced them in that playoffs, and obviously was one of the teams that Q9 really had a hard time with. And despite having the VIP weapons, you know, Baisha Gaming was just a better team overall at that moment.
Yes, they are. And in fact, Baisha Gaming again taking a stumble yesterday, losing out, dropping down to the decider match. Things got a little bit worrisome. But the Falcons, well, they gave it their best fight, but Baisha Gaming was able to overcome adversity and push forward into playoffs tomorrow, leaving one more spot for the playoffs. Who's going to earn it? We'll find out in just a bit. For Baisha Gaming, though, right now looking like one of the best teams when it comes to our tournament. That was obviously the case, but I do want to highlight and really put some respect on Falcons' name. The way that they played, I feel, was night and day compared to their performance, at least on day one, where they got absolutely smashed. What is it, 20-4? This time around, a much better result, and we can lead that, I believe, not only to the fans out there who were going nuts, but also just, I think they really did their homework. They gave it their all.
They really did. I think the biggest step up I saw today was from Rambo. He was a little bit quiet in their previous maps, but he actually had a bit of a tear in both maps today. Unfortunately, though, their MVP throughout, Shady, had a bit of a tough go of it.
Sure.
I think I saw he's had one map with only just a single kill going into the second half. Not like him at all.
Yeah, not like him at all indeed. And it's tough that it had to happen today, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Let's take a look at our Sony MVP. Question is, was it in 9 for a second time? This time around, no, Zhao's going to get it. Well done with the 1.8 KD. Again, Baisha Gaming, what makes them so strong is they can have multiple MVPs on this roster. It just depends on the series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all 5 members can actually be MVPs in this series, but Zhao obviously is the type of guy, is the type of sniper to take matters into his own hands. And granted, in that first half in Black Widow, it became really dangerous because you never give momentum to Ice Cube because he starts heating up slowly, but then Zhao cooled him down quickly.
Yeah, and you know what? It's interesting because you mentioned Ice Cube, and that was the one that we needed to see, kind of frustrate the side of Baisha Gaming, but it didn't come to fruition, and the large reason is because of our MVP, obviously, in Zhao, doing a great job shutting down Ice Cube, even in that clip just right there. Shutting down Falcons in map 1 was critical. I felt like they had a lot of steam. They were going full send ahead, and the fact that they lost that map 1, I really think took kind of some of the wind out of the sails of Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, it really did. On top of that, you had Dola, who's historically a top fragger for this team. I think he started the second map 0-6. So unfortunately, some of the star power just not there today for Falcons.
Yeah, unfortunately not. And they did start off, like you said, 0-6, which was rough. I'm thinking it's going to be a 10-0. Not like this. But luckily, they did fight back. So I will, again, give them credit. And I will say, for the fans out there in the crowd, shout out to you. That was some of the best energy we have seen yet when it comes to our Crossfire tournament. You guys were going nuts for both sides. I hear you cheering now. Hey, seriously, keep it up. We love it. Crossfire's here at EWC for the first time, and you guys make it possible for that. We love each and every one of you. Hey, it's an exciting day. We've already had 3 groups played out, 1 more group to go, and well, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Stallions versus Na'Vi. Stallions, the last hope for the Philippines.
Yeah, this is it. This is it for us in the Philippines, man. I mean, Stallions, all the chips are on their side at this point. All 7,107 islands are on their side. And with that amount of energy coming in from my home country, I hope it is enough for Stallions, because judging from their past few games, I mean, they're probably the most stable PH team. I mean, to be fair, there's only 2. And they have been the more stable PH team.
There you go. Stallions all the way. Let's see how they can do in their series coming up against Na'Vi. Team Falcons, yes, they are gone from the tournament, but they must be remembered. We have Wendy on site to hear what they have to say.
Hi, it's Wendy here. I'm with Shadi from Team Falcons, and right now I know it's hard, but we need to go through this whole journey, this whole matches. Which part you regret the most during this whole match?
Mình biết là rất là khó khăn, nhưng mà mình hãy nhìn lại cái quá trình mình thi đấu ở trận đấu vừa rồi thì mình hối tiếc điều gì nhất?
Theo mình thì hối tiếc nhất là khi mình bước ra eSports World Cup này, mình chưa được sở hữu một cái đội hình mà mình mong muốn. Rất là tiếc khi mà cây player của team mình bị chấn thương. Nếu như đầy đủ mà được cống hiến một cái trận đấu tại eSports World Cup như này thì nó sẽ rất là hay.
The thing that I regretted the most is that when we come to this eSports World Cup, we didn't have all of the team members because one of our team player, he got injured. So coming here without giving the best of our ability is a really sad one.
Well, understandable, which is true. So the other questions, it's a rematch today, face against with Baisha. So about these 2 matches you played before, anything you learned from that?
Hôm nay là cái trận đấu lại với Baisha, thì qua 2 cái trận đấu trước đó thì mình đã học được những cái điều gì?
Mình cảm thấy là đội hình của mình là vẫn chưa thể đánh bại được họ, bởi vì thực lực của team và cái skill kỹ năng của mình chưa thể bằng được Baisha.
I think that I have learned that our team doesn't have the gut and also the skill to beat them.
Okay, got it. So let's talk about your future, because 2025 still got so many competition to play. Any expectation on your rest of the 2025?
Thì năm 2025 này vẫn còn rất là nhiều cuộc thi khác. Thì mình có mục tiêu gì cho những cuộc thi tiếp theo?
Chắc khả năng là mình sẽ về thay đổi là đội hình, không sẽ chọn những cái tài năng trẻ để lắp vào, thì may ra quốc tế thì mới được.
I think the next goal is that we will find a new team player and we will practice together and we will make a new team. That is our chance to win the next tournament.
Looking for your new team at the rest of the 2025 at the future. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Wendy. Now it's time to crush some keys. Team Falcons came in, a lot of expectation on their shoulders. Talk about the club championship trophy, which still looking very good for the Falcons, mind you, to go back-to-back. But at least when it comes to Crossfire, their run is over with.
Yeah, it's a shame to see it come to an end for Falcons, but I'm sure for Baisha, after getting thrown into the lower bracket, even with that reaction, it's got to still feel good after all to get them out of the competition, because in the past, Falcons has disrupted them quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And I do wonder, Baisha's already crushing keys. They continue to crush keys. Will they continue to flinch? Or is it just something they're going to get used to, right? I mean, it's something they need to get used to because they look like they are soaring through the competition. Again, they took a bit of a stumble over in the winners match to Evolution Power Gaming, but they recovered quite nicely against Team Falcons in the rematch. It's really unfortunate, right, for Falcons and Inner Circle. They come into the group of death. I mean, that's just the way it was.
I mean, the group of death is inevitable for some of the teams here, and especially knowing how good the group is. I'm actually kind of sad that Falcons is not placed in any other group like Group A, maybe a Group D, because I would have wanted to see another playoff appearance from the Falcons, especially knowing how good Ice Cube is as a playoff performer and knowing how good Dota could be. And Ductwan, I actually wanted to see the ranking Ductwan, that kind of Ductwan who's gonna face any player with relentless braveness, man.
Yeah, real quick, they did mention maybe adding an additional player or maybe changing things up. Do you have any insight on what that could be?
Honestly, I think they're going to go for a curveball here, maybe even start looking at other regions. I think they need to find some star power to bring in because they haven't found that missing piece in the entry frag of Lucas's role being gone. So I think they really have to find someone who can be a heavy hitter to bring into this team.
Heavy hitter. Famous.
True.
Famous. Okay, so what are we thinking about Famous? Maybe switching regions up. Famous, we need you, baby. Hey, let's take a look at our players starting to come into the venue. Again, our last series for Group D, Stallions versus Na'Vi, brought to you by Jamil Motorsports. A big series, one that went the distance last time they competed against each other. Went to a game 3, even that game number 1 on Eagle Eye 2.0 went 13-12. Na'Vi ends up taking that win, but you think, okay, maybe they closed out the series. Well, not so fast. Anakara as well as Port, Stallions fought back valiantly. They ended up taking the series. But once again, they meet up against each other, kind of in the same fashion that Falcons and Baisha just did. A big series at hand, and for Na'Vi, obviously, trying to get as many club championship points that they can possibly get. For Stallions, well, don't break Sneaky's heart, right? So last hope for the Philippines. We need them to go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, all the way for Stallions would be so big for the Philippine region. We've been so dry for international results. I think the last significant international result we've had was with 2024, where we got undefeated in sub-base, but then couldn't get out groups. So this is now the time for Stallions. This is what the build-up that this team has had for the past year and a half, and this is the time to perform for them.
This is the time indeed. Well, underrepresented regions have been performing decently well. You look at the Western region, Rock ends up pushing forward. Can the Stallions for the Philippines do it as well, or will Na'Vi shut the hopes and dreams down? We'll find out when we come back from the break.
This land is calling.
Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Sandstorm and I'm here with Loy and JJ from Team Stallions. We're going to talk to them a little bit about their journey making it to the Esports World Cup and see how it goes. Boys, welcome. Can you talk to me a little bit about your journey qualifying for the EWC? Walk me through it.
Naglisod mi sa group stage. Kapit nga pildi, tas confident pa rin.
Naglisod mi kay pildi mi sa group stage pero nibawi rin mi sa semis.
Did you expect to make it all the way to the Esports World Cup here to represent your country, to represent Team Stallions?
Oh, nag-expect mi nga makadawag mi kasi palagi kami nag-practice.
Gibuhat na mo tanan.
Dua. Napaisa.
Kailangan nagtutukan doon sa shutter and they do get that round.
What does it mean to you to have people from your city, from your country supporting you? Does it add pressure or does it make it a little bit less?
Sila mong pampagana para makadua, makasud.
So what kind of challenges did you and your team face on your way to EWC?
Usay, di makasinabot pero masulbad ra.
Prepare mi para sa sunod na dua.
Now, can you tell me about your team's growth since the name change and since the rebrand?
So Sa una kay dili kami disiplina, tas karon org na disiplina na.
Ang team rin nalahi, pero wala na usap na mo ra ka pakita.
Can you tell me about your journey and how do you feel about your journey so far? How do you feel about your team from the beginning of the year and reaching now Esports World Cup?
Malipayan kita kabot ng mga pangandoy na professional player.
Malikod! And that is a storybook ending sa Ubik Maniac. Magkikita-kita pa tayo sa Grand Final.
So after all those, I want to say like late nights, every single day, grinding, practicing, you feel happy, I want to say over the moon, ecstatic that you managed to reach this level. Tell me, what does it mean to you to represent your country on this level?
Happy kayo kay among bansa, among community.
Very happy for you too, and congratulations on an incredible journey. And you know, I want to give you this chance. Is there anything that you want to say to the people supporting you in Cebu specifically?
Salamat sa nagsuporta sa Team Stallion. Lalo na kay Ate Lizel at Kuya Chris. Good luck all.
Yeah, good luck to everyone, honestly.
Yeah.
Watch out. These people from Cebu, from Manila, from Philippines, they're coming for you. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations. Salamat. And that's a wrap. We'll see you guys in the next one.
It's Wendy here with ADRF from Navi. I got some questions for him because they need to prepare for their upcoming matches. So first of all, today's match matters a lot. So any mindset before the match?
We play against the Team Stallions that we lost the first match, the first day. We will study them and we prepared a lot of strategy to beat them.
Well, some details about a lot of strategies. So any special strategies you can share with us?
We know that the play style then is very aggressive and you have to be patient to win this match.
Got it. And we're looking for your performance at the upcoming matches. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Wendy, getting all the information out there. The intel, Navi did their homework with that, not day off per se, but at least chance to research and recover from that close series that they had against Stallions previously. And talking about close, our club championship race is now closer than ever, but some teams have dropped out of the podium race at least, but there's still two top dogs that are challenging each other. Jenny, what's going on over at the CS stage?
Hi guys, Ginny here, and although Crossfire is well under its way, VP here just wrapped up their game against Mouse where they lost, which means they are no longer eligible to compete in CS2 and therefore not able to get any more club championship points enough to be able to get that first place. They still have a player in Street Fighter which could get them some points, but 1,700 points at least when it comes to the difference between them and Falcons is unable for them to actually close it out, which means they are out of contention.
There you go. Things are starting to heat up a bit. Team Liquid and Falcons, though, still fiercely embroiled in a battle for first place. A chance for Team Liquid to still take it, but Falcons can also get it themselves. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Kyle, and of course Neo now back onto the desk. Boys, let's start breaking down our matchup. The last one of the day, the last elimination match, we have Stallions and Navi. Let's start talking Stallions because this is a roster that is obviously representing the Philippines. Shame Sneaky's not up here, but he said he's a caster curse, right? So it's maybe a good thing for the Stallions roster. What do we know about him? What makes him so good?
Well, it's a revenge match first and foremost, right? And first time out, Stallions did very well. I mean, I still think they made life a little bit too hard for themselves. They should be, generally speaking, dispatching this Na'Vi side just sort of quite comfortably. I think the Stallions have enough in terms of just raw impact, firepower. You look at individuals like KLP, individually so talented. I think one of the best players in the server. So for me, we're looking at kind of him being that difference maker, but they've just got experience regionally where they've been the best. The caveat, though, is they arguably are the weakest region now.
Well, weakest region, but also the Western region was underrepresented, but Rock managed to make it into the finals, and therefore I've got good faith Stallions can. And let's not forget, Kyle, Stallions have already beat Na'Vi once.
Yeah, I feel like for Na'Vi coming into this one, it's going to be won or lost in the vetoes. If you put the same maps on the table, you've got to think Stallions are still the favorite considering what we saw in that first series, albeit it was still a very close, scrappy series the first time these two teams have met. But I have a feeling it's going to be a very similar series here as well.
Well, one thing I like about the Stallions, though, is despite them taking an early L in their series against Na'Vi, they fought back, they did the reverse sweep, winning 2 maps in a row, and they got the job done. Granted, they are once again finding themselves against Na'Vi because they lost to AGAL. However, they lost in a map 3. Again, Neo, for me, Stallions, despite them taking an L, still look strong.
Yeah, I mean, taking a map off AG is no joke. Not many sides are actually able to do that. So I think in a way it's kind of commendable, but they've still got this tough task. I mean, I think generally speaking, these revenge matches can be quite brutal because as we saw in the interview, we kind of know what's going on here. And Adrian, I think he's actually got the right head for the game, saying, we know they like to play aggressive, so we're going to soak up the pressure. That is actually the perfect way to counter Stallions. They've obviously looked back to previous years. We look at the Summer Champs from last year in the Grand Finals. The way in which Stallions fall flat is actually when teams take a bit of a step back, soak up pressure, and basically force them to overextend. And I think that's where this side is, despite being quite experienced, they fall into just little traps, maybe that is regionally quite specific to them, of overextension, losing the man advantage. And if Na'Vi can capitalize upon that, they generally could cause a bit of an upset. But generally speaking, I'm banking on Stallions for a 2-0 here.
2-0. Well, let's see how confident they sound. Wendy had a chance to talk to them. Let's listen in.
Hi, it's Wendy here. I have KLB just joining this pre-match interview, and absolutely today's matchup, it matters a lot because it's a rematch. How did you guys to keep winning from Na'Vi?
Ano raw ang gagawin natin para matalo pa rin natin yung Na'Vi kasi rematch to eh.
Gagawin lang namin yung mga ginawa namin sa last game namin, tas i-improve namin yung mga mali namin, tas tiwala lang sa isa't isa.
KLB said, we will just be like the first match, but with such improvements, like fixing the errors that we committed on that match, and we will just trust each other for this match.
Okay, good. So any specific strategy preparation for this match you can share with us?
Ano raw ang parang pinaka game plan natin for this game?
We just play default like we used to do, and ganun lang.
I think he's answered it.
Yes, good. So any words you can cheer yourself or cheer your teammates at this stage? Anything you want to say?
Ano raw ang panasabi mo sa teammates, tsaka siguro sa supporters na rin. Ano bang message mo?
Bunal Stallion sa ato ani. Salig lang mo kay ato kuhaon jud din namo karong duwa para makuha namang top 8. Salamat sa mga ni-suporta namo.
He said, let's go Stallions. We will do our best to get this win, and surely this is for the whole country.
Got it, and we're looking for your upcoming matches. Best luck for you guys, and that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thank you as always, Wendy. KLB from the Stallions looking poised to take on Na'Vi once again, saying we're going to kind of do what we did in the first series. Fair enough, you won it after all, but they're going to make some minor adjustments so they can avoid that golden matchup, or excuse me, the golden round, right, going 13-12. So if they can do that, they can have smooth sailing, potentially even win it 2-0, which is what Kyle is potentially predicting, I believe, right? Or was it the Na'Vi prediction of 2-0?
So Neo's going with the 2-0. For me, I feel like this goes to 3 maps. I think, honestly, this team of Na'Vi, they're a little bit underrated in this one, and I think they're going to bring some changes to the table in order to shake things up. And I think it's going to start with the veto, but it still has to end in the server for this team. They looked really good yesterday on sub-base, winning at 10-2. It was actually their ban, though, the first time these two teams met in the earlier round. So I'm hoping we see that maybe drawn today, and a bit of a change up here could make all the difference.
Well, one thing about Na'Vi that I love is Akashi, for example, is explosive. He has many, many great moments. He had a 1v3 against Virtus Pro that ended in a tech pause. That right after that, he whooped him so bad. It was pretty incredible to see, but he's not the only one. Wanwan, right, with the sniper is also a huge talking point. He's consistently making plays that just make my head spin.
Yeah, absolutely. They actually really need Wanwan to step up here, especially in terms of the counter of KLP. And we've actually seen so far when Na'Vi have had really good success, it's come off the back of Juan, right? He's a guy who can step up in a big way. He pulls a lot of the strings in terms terms of the pace and the tempo they like setting towards rounds. He's generally speaking, despite being a sniper, he's actually taking a lot of first contacts. Generally speaking, you want your kind of rifling core to set the tone and set the pace of a round, and the sniper to punish, but he's actually going in first a lot of the time, cracking open a lot of space for them, and then they react to the rifling core behind it. So I think it's a really interesting style that Na'Vi bring. Generally speaking, it's quite slow. Ultimately, they like to grind down teams into kind of forcing errors, which I think is actually the perfect way to counter this side.
Sure.
But he individually, if need be, similar with kind of Snare on Rock, for example, he can take over. So I'm expecting big things.
Well, for Wanwan's sake, we know he's going to perform well. Who shuts him down from Stallions? Who's the counter to Wanwan's playstyle?
For me, it's going to come down to a mix of Loy and KLB. These guys are really insane, but KLP as well on top of it. He's kind of that duo that's usually entering alongside KLB as well. So I feel like when we look at the head-to-head here, it's no surprise to see KLP appearing, because I feel like this guy is going to be definitely a key difference maker in winning this series for Stallions. And I feel like they also just have to bring a higher level of play this time if they want to win it, because Na'Vi, I think they have a new life in them in this series.
Yeah, I look towards him as well in terms of KLP. It's supporting util for me that makes him so invaluable to the side. It's actually one of the big advantages that I think Stallions have. It is a little bit more of a holistic approach, despite them being super aggressive, as Na'Vi seem to be very aware of. They do play in a very trade-heavy, quite kind of double swing meta, and this partner style that they like to bring on their executes can be quite difficult to shut down. So they do need this Na'Vi side to really find ways to shell up properly, to kind of expose these kind of overextensions that we've spoken about, these executes that the Stallion side want to bring to the table. But it's a real clash of the mindsets ultimately in this game. It's two vastly different paces in terms of not only regionally, but team specifically as well. You got a Na'Vi side who will, and it's pretty standard for Brazil, play very slow, drawn out rounds, a lot of util, a lot of smokes replenish, and they'll wait for mistakes, where you've got the Stallion side who ultimately looks like they get bored of that and they want to fly into fights, they want to show and say, we are actually the better side here, we're going to prove what we can do, and we're mechanically going to just overwhelm you. So this clash of the mindsets is really difficult to essentially make a strong prediction on.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race, but then again, sometimes the sprint to the finish line, you get there quicker as long as you don't run into any obstacles. And well, for Stallions, they're hoping they don't run into an obstacle, which would be Na'Vi in this case. You got some key players on both sides. Question is, are they going to bring their A game in this decider match? One team will have their key crushed. Another will move to the playoffs, and we'll have all 8 teams known for a fact who's going to be competing for the bulk of the prize pool. We're talking $2 million, $750,000 for first place. Boys, real quick, let's get some quick predictions one more time. Are you still sticking with your 2-0?
You know, I've got so much love for Sneaky. 2-0 Stallions.
2-0 Stallions. All right, what are you doing?
I'm going 2-1 Stallions.
2-1. Everybody Stallions. I'm going to give some Na'Vi love. I think they're going to learn from their mistakes, baby. They're going to come in even stronger, and I think it is going to be a 2-1, but for the side of Na'Vi. And I do want to say it once again. Hey, Sneaky said he was the caster curse. That's why he left the venue. He's no longer in the building, ladies and gentlemen, all right? So Stallions lose. You cannot blame that man Sneaky, all right? But he is supporting the Philippines, and they are the Philippines' final chance. Na'Vi versus Stallions, our last decider matchup. It's about to be underway. Who's moving forward? Who's going home? Let's find out.
One last battle. One final showdown for the 8th spot in the playoffs. All for that $2 million prize pool for the Crossfire competition here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, it's the final showdown for now. Obviously, just for today, there's loads more coming your way. Quarterfinals, semis, grand finals, loads.
You good?
I'm good, yeah. I was born to be a star, Sandstorm, so sometimes it comes out. So.
All right, listen, the stars of the show, you know, it's not you, it's not me, it's our lovely players. So you know what? Let's bring them on down. First of all, the representatives from Cebu, from the Philippines, it's Team Stallions. From the streets of Cebu to the world stage, they carry the pride of their city and their country with every step. A young roster, fearless and unafraid of the challenge ahead. They now stand on the brink. It's elimination on the line. The final playoff spot within reach.
And their opponents, Na'Vi! eliminating Virtus Pro in their previous matchup. Their next hurdle is a rematch against the team that sent them into the lower bracket. Now is a time for vengeance. With eyes locked on the trophy and a battlefield ahead, Na'Vi isn't here to play catch-up. They're here to take control. One map, one round, and one headshot at a time. Let's get ready for this one as we enter our final matchup of day 3 here at Crossfire at EWC. Achilleos, Paper Thin, Casters, what do you got for us, boys?
What we've got is a damn good series with elimination on the line. Stallions have been persevering at every twist and turn, just about playing a close set versus AGAL just yesterday, nearly being able to take that, but now finding themselves here going up against Na'Vi once again. They were able to best them 2-1 from the outset. Can they do it again, potentially a little bit cleaner, as the desk was leaning towards Stallions for this series?
Yeah, this should be a really exciting matchup. Obviously, Na'Vi has some history as a team in Crossfire, with this core, new to, being here for the EWC, but a team that's really, really good. We got to see them yesterday, best Virtus Pro, but they've looked shaky at times. Stallions are a really aggressive, strong team that are consistently taking maps off of some of the best teams out there, in particular the teams from China. The desk was already talking about it. They took Eagle Eye 2.0 off of AGAL. They have bested some of the best in the world on sub base. They beat King Zero. They beat Evo Power at the ACL on those maps just earlier this year. So this is a strong team that can come at you and do some damage, but we've also seen them get shut out of some maps. I mean, yes, they won Eagle Eye convincingly, but then they got beat convincingly on Black Widow and Compound against AGAL. So you're looking at them kind of keep up that momentum. I have a hard time believing that this is going to be a 2-0 either way. I think this one, no matter what, is going the distance.
Yeah, I happen to agree with you. I think that these teams, they've been scrappy, they've been scraping by to make it this far. Given that they have faced against one another before, I think that they are ready to leave nothing on the table. Everything about to be invested in could very well be this one last performance, at least the last performance here in the group play. Playoffs is on the horizon, but there is only one seat available at the table. The rest have been taken. The question is it Na'Vi or will it be Stallions? This Dark Horse squad continuing to try to go on a run and represent their region.
Yeah, for now, when you talk about the regional matchups here in Crossfire, you do have one Brazilian team that's already through in Alcazia. So Na'Vi wants to join them and continue to show that Brazil a force to be reckoned with in Crossfire esports. The Stallions, the last hope for the Philippines. New Mexico, banned by the Stallions. Is it going to be the sub-base ban? No, it's Port, banned by Na'Vi. So instantly, it's going to be the sub-base pick for the Stallions. Then Eagle Eye 2.0 picked by Na'Vi. That's the map that Stallions just absolutely dismantled AGAL on. This is going to be crazy.
Looking to be a very exciting one indeed. So, I mean, I think it's nigh impossible to really predict a winner in this series. I think, as we're seeing this, the map draft was pretty impossible to predict as well. So, sub-base into Eagle Eye, into potentially Ankara, if we do in fact get the full set here with these three maps. The only thing that we can be sure of is that both teams are going to be giving it their all.
No doubt about it. This is such an important match. It can't be understated. And we get all the players situated. We get ready to rock and roll. I didn't think it was going to come through. I just assumed it was going to be the sub-base ban because of how difficult Stallions can be to go up against on it. But it was left through. And the Stallions, of course, happy to pick it. So is that going to be something that Na'Vi has in their back pocket that they're ready for? They feel like sub-base is a map. Yes, they destroyed Virtus Pro yesterday on it 10-2. This is a very different team they're going to be going up against. And you've got 3 players over at B to start here for the Stallions, 2 towards A. Na'Vi getting a little bit of attention over in the machine room, clearing corners. Just hoping that somebody from the Stallions had been out of place, but just going to hold the line for now. No early aggression, something again that a lot of the people talk about behind the scenes here with Crossfires is how the Stallions try to come at you, even on the GR side. For now, being pretty patient. Still tons of time on this clock. And they are just gonna send out some smokes here early. Trying to keep things confusing as to what their actual intentions are. They're lining up maybe for a B hit, but...
Yeah, looking for this potential crunch here. KLP unable to find that opening shot, but then he gets the second as the spray down coming through. Player advantage now going to be equalized here. Gosh, looking for a little bit more. He's going to find it in the blink of an eye. 1-1 finds the other just like that. Na'Vi slow on the approach, but when they strike, it is deadly. They will take the opening round.
Yeah, one of the things I had in the back of my mind coming into this match for Na'Vi was that they are at their best when they play together, when they can play for these trades, especially against a team like Stallions, who are, you know, are going to be quick to react. That's exactly what they do, but no, putting down ADRF.
Under a little bit of fire there. JV push out, able to find No, finding some wrench there for his fallen teammate. KLP still bragging out, however, is able to find 2 quick kills in response, and just like that, GDSZ, last one alive here for Na'Vi. Pushing forward, player just around the corner, gets a jump on him as a reload, could not be completed, but the trade back is going to be there as Lloyd takes him down, and that has us now tied up at a 1-1 immediately.
Getting a few of the fist pumps there from the coach for Stallions. Na'Vi trying to keep the pressure on, turning up the tempo here. It's just shut right down by the Stallions. This time around, able to find the better of those later round trades. ALP so destructive here so far. 3 kills already in this one. Just going to be throwing out some util. Keep them a little bit honest, but already pushed up towards the A stairs. Our Na'Vi. So we've got a nice opportunity to maybe make a pretty quick hit onto A. And KLB there. It's going to come down to how comfortable does Na'Vi feel to make that move. Otherwise, just looking for some exits, seeing if anybody's going to try to get aggressive through the vents or something like that. For all intents and purposes, Stallions just play it safe. Keep a couple back towards B site. Let's wait this out. A little bit of space. Trying to see if they can find a freebie here. Our Na'Vi putting that sniper with Wanwan aggressively forward. No information to be found. Instead, it's just a retreat, a regroup. And it just all comes down to where exactly you feel like the weak side is going to be. Coming down to that IGL JV. You can see on your screen right there. Trying to get some reads. Trying to figure things out.
Feels like that previous round certainly giving Na'Vi some pause. That aggressive exec shut down so quickly. Certainly has slowed the pace, but now everyone leaning over here towards this A site side of the map. Flashes in, clearing the stairs. The exchange, but no, quick little pivot here. C4 going to be brought around to bear towards this B site. Na'Vi trying to go ahead and enact this fake, and so far they have left No by himself on this site. But check there. Is able to find 1 kill in trade, but 2 answered back. Stallions, player disadvantage here for the moment, now going to be expounded upon. KLB is going to be the last one standing. Rotating away. It's going to have to be a very long flank to try to go ahead and get rerouted into position. Make something happen, but right now it seems like Na'Vi should have a vice grip on this one as the C4 is planted and taken away.
A lot to do here for KLB. Feels out of reach. Love the way this round is thought about by Na'Vi. Even though they have a decently aggressive position early, Wanwan just going to shut down KLB there. Claim a second round for themselves. But it comes down to the early part of the round here where they get a ton of info, and I think they're going A the whole way. Like, I was even convinced watching the map that I'm like, yeah, A looks like where it's going to go, but it's all just a fake. The Stallions bid on it too. Nice shot there. A narrow gap. Flash is out. Aggressive position here for JJA.
Damage on the entry, but Kosh still able to win out that fight. Finds a headshot. Low going to be taken down. Now you just got KLP Solo player back missile already flushed out and dealt with. ERF there with the frag, and now again firm control for Na'Vi to start things off. Someone trying to play up close. Shot ends up whiffing. JV trying to provide some covering fire. Goes up over the top of the box. Cannot find it, but Wanwan draws down once again. Finding a kill there, but trade backs end up looking pretty good. Just about half the time gone now from the C4. With GDSC around the flank is dealing with damn near both of them. Will eventually fall. KLP in with a shout to try to make this happen. Have to defuse, but needs to be so quick with this shot. This one out. Retapping, and the time is just going to be gone, but Akash also will go ahead and put him down. No explosion to be found. It's going to be Na'Vi continuing on their way.
This one got scrappy around the control room. Oh, this one could go either way there for a second. Navi's able to get that plant down quick enough. Just hold the line. Going out that early util, looking to see if another player is going to try to push Machine Chop here. Gosh. Just waiting if there's going to be any swings, but now Stallions continue to keep it somewhat close to the vest, but they've got quite an interesting setup. A couple players in vents and control room. ALP right on point there. Pistol in hand. Just waiting and looking, but this is quite unusual. Finally, you do shift a player down to the A site, but it's just going to be a tough nut to crack, I think, for Na'Vi potentially. This is pretty unorthodox.
Gotta be suspicious about this vent. Gosh, just waiting in case there's aggressive push out. Quick little peek there from KLP, but he's looking to try to play that corner. We've seen that angle broken before. Certainly would feel like the Stallions player going to be favored on that angle.
Well, now Na'Vi hasn't seen anything that they really like. C4 just about to be picked up here by JV. So, leaning A initially, but that doesn't mean anything. We've seen with Na'Vi, they're willing to sell some fakes. However, 5 players grouped up. Looks like that's going to be where they try to make their hit. So, site for now somewhat undefended. Just JJ down there.
Getting back into position now, given the time remaining. Should be pretty confident. This is going to be the final resting place of that C4. He's going to be good for one, getting traded out. Does manage to find JV before getting taken down, but ADRF at the same time. Cleans up KLP. On one. Push to the corner. KLP able to find another kill there. As the return fire looking fantastic. Nope, taking a cost down so very low, and they end up getting him surrounded. Second round win here for the side of Stallions, not allowing for Na'Vi to build up a massive win streak.
Yeah, just, again, Stallions want to react as quick as possible to once they have confirmation of where Na'Vi wants to hit. They're able to deal with that flank angle that Wanwan's trying to hold up. This tag bouncing through the doors there. Just a little bit of spam coming his way. He's getting aggressive towards the A site. KLP.
So quickly in here, down for missile, and what a shot to hit. Gets him in the head. JV at the same time, able to find JJ Hay there through the smoke. So this aggression here from the side of Na'Vi, seemingly very unexpected and not counteracted whatsoever by Stallions. We're now contained back. Massive opener. C4, however, that positioning has been given over, but given the numbers favoring them, they should still be in an okay position, but they do have to try to recover this one. Shot up from 1-1, not going to connect, but JV shot certainly will. Good for one more kill there. Frag grenade right in front of the face. Akash on the flank will put him down. So 4-2. Na'Vi maintaining this arm's length advantage, keeping themselves out in front.
Yeah. Just overwhelming the Stallions here, and it's so important that Wanwan is able to win this battle. Nice little flick over. ALP was holding the angle, but couldn't get the shot to go. Go.
Aggression to be matched now as No takes a very forward spot. Going to maintain control here alongside KLP. They will be able to come up with 3 quick kills. Back at JJ Hay trying to look for a little bit more. Eventually does fall. Akash, though, with everything to do by himself. The C4 again dropped behind him, and that's exactly where Loya's at. So, flank coming through, upping the pace. Stallions with a great little set call. catch Na'Vi off guard. They managed to close the gap.
Our analyst desk was just talking about this, how you don't want to fight the Stallions when they're being aggressive. You want to try to absorb the pressure, but Na'Vi opts to commit. And that's advantage Stallions because they have the extra angles in there. They get so quickly tucked in behind that quarter. ADRF just finding the wallbang shot on the KLP off the rip. Through those doors it would. That's a huge opener. That's the sniper down for Stallions. That relieves so much pressure on this map. Not only is it arguably the best player on Stallions, but you're taking out some of those long sight lines. You're giving Wanwan a chance to maybe do what he did earlier a little bit easier. Just pick players apart. They're just going to keep scaling forward a little bit. Frag just a hair early. Na'Vi still a step behind those smokes.
Some nades. A little smatterings of damage can be found. JJ up and over the top here on the Raptors, getting a quick little spot out, but the shots are just not coming through. Drops down, and this time we'll be able to find him. JV answering one back at the same time. That brings us into parity, so that early pick might not be meaning too much here. Stallions re-clear all of this space around the B site. ESC barely able to slide back and avoid that damage taken. So now it's just going to be a rotation across over towards Machine Room to try to join in. Get this C4 planted. About to be a minute remaining.
Yeah, they couldn't get Wanwan into a position where he could cover with the sniper. So now they're just going to try to group up with him. Brute force their way back in. Checking those angles. JJ behind the pillar.
Be dead. They able to strike for all three remainders. Massive round here from this young gun. Keeping Stallions afloat in this run back.
Dude, JJ's got 12 kills, I think it was. My God. He is just crushing here on the B site. 3 there in the end. KLB not on the scoreboard yet, but he's the IGL. You give him a little bit of a pass.
Yeah, it's an inverse tax. You get a refund. Might say 0, but it really means 4.
It's duty free.
Yeah. Like Na'Vi, maybe a quick hit in towards A. Couple shots there from No. Looking for some damage. Won't be found. Flashes and frags go flying. Push now coming in at stairs. KLP under an immense amount of pressure. Flash does connect on him. He's down to about half HP. Can they flush him out? The answer is going to be yes. No answers back for 1. ESC again on this flank. Now noting KLP as well, and he will stop from still getting on that board. Cleans him up. It's going to be 5-4 here at the half. Neck and neck between these squads.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. For Na'Vi, is it going to be good enough? It's this Stallions team. JDSC again. GDSC going to be able to claim control of the control room. He works a treat. He gets into that position. He has been so impactful. KLP, sniper. Door open. Oh,
speeds right into it. Again, that critical pick. They were able to win out the round last time with KLP dead. We'll see if they're going to be able to do the same, though, on the attack. Also have No tag down below half. Very firm control here. There you go. That's the finisher. GDSC, same position, same shot, different target. Drop down. Loy dead. GDSC maintaining control here.
Scrambling our Stallions. Trying to figure something out.
Flying. Spam man KLP does get himself on the board, but it's not in a round win like he would have liked. 6-4, Na'Vi starting things off nicely here in this second half, 4 away from taking this opening map.
Yeah, we saw GDSC doing a great job, with the rifling over in the control room on the previous half, and here getting it done with the snipers. JV's pumped. They're pushing out aggressive this time. They're taking control of some space. Our Na'Vi trying to take the Stallions calling card away from them. Oh boy.
Target-rich environment, but 1-1 there for some covering fire, and that's going to be no taken down. What a quick shot from him. Looking for the second, but this time it will end up costing him his life. ESC tucked into the corner, trying to avoid the lion's share of the damage there from that frag grenade. As JV, quick little flank out, able to find the one, but now needs a backpedal. Looks like he's going to rewrap through the spawn of Stallions. ADRF, quick spot on the Lloyd, but get nothing to counteract him. Loses his life. A lot of this is going to come down to this flank position coming through JV, needing to open things up for GDSC. Smoked off here at the moment from that stairs angle. A peek out a window could be his demise. Boy, nearly eliminated. JV does manage to find one. Up to the pistol. Suspicious about this bottom of the stairs, but KLB will be able to hold his own. ESC trying to go on the approach. Flash to try to hold him back. Jay here around from the back. A missile gets a good amount of damage in. KLB there will be there for the alley-oop. Takes him down, and just like that, gets the trade back. 5-6.
Yeah, just avoiding any of that early aggression from Na'Vi are the Stallions and answering with some of their own onto the A site. Nice stuff from them. GDSC needed a little bit of help there, or just having a tough time finding those peaks. His angle is just getting spammed.
Great damage there from the nades, and will just be the final shot to go ahead and find the opener. So KLP once again will be first blooded.
That could be one of those things that just seems to set the Stallions a little bit off kilter. They're taking their time, putting out some util, try to set up some misinformation, potentially cutting off the angles through the other side of the double doors here. Just waiting things out. Na'Vi happy to look for a little spam, see if they can get lucky with that player advantage. Be a little bit careful, ADRF. He's been tagged up just a bit. No, looking for anything he can get, but not much being offered over either way. Just continue to just blast through smokes and just spray and pray.
Up with the goods from time to time. At the moment, Stallions are playing back. They're playing respectful as they need to, given the numbers disadvantage here. Swing out, GDSC whiff of the shot. Able to find that punish. JV going to be taken down as well as here comes the approach. Quick draw down over to the pistol. Juan does manage to find the one. Turns back, gets himself another as no, ends up falling. He'll be now last one standing. And he's going to be a good for 3 of those.
What?
Brings it into that 1v1 versus Juan, who will be able to find the shot. Looks like he can't even believe it himself. What a shutdown. KLB looking like he was going to be able to pull off the miracle, but to no avail.
That is unbelievable. What a sequence of events to end that round. Can't find the shot early. But ADRF tucked underneath.
Oh, but well, he does find a good amount of damage. He cannot find that kill. Paul's now going to be called out after the end of the round.
Another find for GDSZ, man. He has just been on it, just reading the Stallions.
Neck and neck there alongside Juan. Certainly is the player to watch at the moment here for Na'Vi. Check the event here for JV. Nothing spotted. Once again, the action needing to be slowed down by Stallions. KLB tagged. Around 20 health remaining. GDSC still try to maintain control there of that doorway.
Yeah, just using those smokes, refreshing them constantly. Just forcing Stallions. If they want to pressure that angle, they want to come through, try to make their way either into control room or B through that connector. Gonna have to earn it. A little damage there to GDSC.
Hunting it, but JV, he just refills that space from a slightly closer angle, and that's JJ dead on the floor. Trying to stray forward. A little bit of an overstep there from JV, though. It's costing him his life, and give them a window back into this one potentially. 3v3. HP bars not on their side, and Juan able to find the first shot. Goes back in for the second. Ends up whipping it a little bit, gets some damage in with the pistol, but cannot find those kills. The cleanup comes through, and Stallions continue to persevere and not go down without a fight.
Yeah, patience pays off there for the Stallions. Took a little bit of a back step after losing some players early. Maintained their pressure. Able to set up that extra angle onto that B hit. Even though Wanwan doing a great job with the first kill, could not get the shots to go on those follow-ups, and that cost him dearly. Could have been a difference maker in that round. He's already been a difference maker in a few of these rounds. But no breaks there. Once you get going, it is going to be that pause, I assume, of the tactical variety. Yay.
Don't panic.
I never do.
We don't have to talk about aliens.
Don't have to
We'll keep going. Aliens, the franchise. We're not crackpots here.
Well, speak for yourself.
Well, you would be one of those people who claims that they've been abducted. Got that vibe about you.
Yeah, I just give that aura.
Yeah, as soon as you try to make that claim to me, I'm putting you in the home. I'm not paying for it, but I'm gonna drop you off.
Yeah, that's fair. Just wheel me in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'd probably deserve it at that point. No, I mean, this is just such it's so different, like, watching these two teams square off versus the previous match we just had with Baisha Falcons. Like, that's a lot more tactical. There's a lot more kind of slow pace to it, and it's like this. There's just constant pushing and pulling on the map. There's constant pressure being applied, you know, not just in terms of taking space, but also just letting loose with shots, looking for those opening, you know, sniper angles, you know, attacking the machine room, things like that. Like, all these little things are doing kind of just so interesting, and you love the pace. And here we go. Na'Vi is taking it, trying to get into some positions where they can kind of just swat Stallions out of this round.
Two players planted forward here. Try to stave off the push. Just a peek out in towards mid here through the window. Stallions, though, now rotating back across the map, getting 4 players in position to try to go on this push. Might just try to flush them out. Frag grenade to buy a little bit of space. For now, it's just them back here at this main in towards machine room. Nosh trying to hold the corner. Could be a quick turn from JV, but now swings out into mid as well, just trying to draw this attention maybe for the entry. That now does come to fruition. No, and Loy able to find kills apiece. Wins up this side of the map.
Great timing here from the Stallions, swinging a player out into mid while they're trying to put pressure into the room. Really nicely handled. They get a 2-for-1 for that. What looked like it might be really difficult situation to get through. They come out ahead in numbers. So now Na'Vi in a horrible position where they have to spread the map. 1-1-1, trying to cover a bunch of different angles. Wanwan, he's been nuts. Him and GDSZ going to be called upon with those snipers seemingly if this B hit is where they end up.
On the back, DRF quick with that shot, but cannot find the second. 1-1 now, last one standing, still just making his way across over towards machine room. And if you got Loy watching, waiting. This would be a massive clutch for him. But he cannot find it. Lloyd will just go ahead and get the wall bank shot, and that has us now tied up 7-7. Stallions still alive here on their map pick.
Just again, really, it comes down to the way that the Stallions respond to the early aggression from Na'Vi. Getting that extra angle, sending players out. Even if you lose that player, it's a nice shot from JV, but that didn't matter because you still came out ahead in numbers. Well coordinated, well thought out. Oh, again.
JJ Hay down. He not wanting to concede any space for free here. To reestablish that lead. More position though, Stallions. Basically right in on top of this B site. Moving forward, but Juan able to find a second no now. Going to be taken down. KLP still on that angle. The DRF gets a spot on the one, gets a dink onto the other, and Loy. This is into the meat grinder. He's been turned into a fine little pate. Lead once again here in hand for Na'Vi.
Yeah, you gotta do something about that sniper rifle of GDSZ. He's a real problem, and when they lose that early player, that's when the Stallions seem to either press or just kind of scramble all over the map trying to figure something out.
Man out though, they've given this machine room control over for free. 2 players here on the site. JLB more than happy to just go ahead and explore this opened up space. Shot from 1-1, not going to find the connection. Repeats it though, and then he is rewarded. Eyes turn up towards the top, but it's just going to be an overwhelm coming through. He's trying to backpedal frantically, but cannot do so, and that's going to be the trade up there for the side of Stallions, who look to equalize the fastest round that we might have had at this entire tournament. C4 already planted and in play. GDSC got a close swing available there. JJ to try to push that angle. For now, just plays it quietly, plays it safely. ADRF around the back, dropping down, able to find Loy. So that's going to be GDSC now taken down. Akash needing to try to work in conjunction, worlds apart here with ADRF. They get themselves back into this one. Drags across, gets the transfer, finds the second kill, and that's going to be the cleanup coming through. Plenty of time remaining on the defuse, and Na'Vi with that get themselves up to map point. What a comeback in the round, clutching it up. Stallions now need 2 to take it to OT.
Oh my goodness, Akash there had to win a 1v2. Ends up being 3 for his efforts. KLP just trapped back there. ADRF winning his battle out. I mean, unbelievable stuff from Na'Vi. What coordination on that retake. You know, it looked like a great hit from the Stallions. It looked like they were just gonna even things up, and instead facing a loss on their map pick.
Swoop forward. Here the previous round, dead off the rip. No on the floor. Could be a good sign here for him. 1-1. Ooh, we were able to answer back some damage in kind. JJ tagged up, but for now, Stallions feeling pretty decently good about their position. Control over machine, control over Woodroom. C4 still on the floor. Things now being quieted as they look. Another angle of approach, looking for another opening pick that could potentially use to try to run this one back.
It's 2-2. You're gonna have to give more than you take here as Na'Vi being a man down.
Again towards Akash. Flashbang to try to slow them up. Tucks in here towards the bottom of stairs. With the full forces of Stallions to the opposite side, and all he can find is a smattering of damage. JV out from window. Nade going to be let loose, flying through, but cannot find anything more. 1-1 now. They want to bring this to an end. Needs to try to be the hero. That opening shot not going to come in. And No is right there on top of him. 8-9. Stallions, they are looking to take this into overtime.
Just so important to find that opening kill for either team. That seems to be the momentum difference maker for them. Whoever gets it seems to end up winning the round. So you need those snipers again. Get some value, get some contact. Go right into it. Stallions need this for overtime. Na'Vi will claim the map if they can win this round. And a little bit further back, but they're doubling up on the stairs angle.
So the Na'Vi superfans hoping for a victory here. Cheering them on through the audience. Scott picking that first contact and losing out on it. JJ Hay able to find that kill. Damage exchange here on both sides. No, down low, finished off the frag grenade in from JV, able to find the elimination there. Loy, however, pushing forward, finishes off the enemy IGL. 3 now remaining for Na'Vi.
Oh, a reset for the Stallions.
JJ must actually have 1 health.
Quite literally. He is
put him on the Street Fighter stage. He's going to be able to take down Punk like that.
Nice. Nice. They're going to put the sniper in his hands then. Leave him in the back lines. I love the way they do that entry on the stairs where they just have a player jumping back first into the...
Yeah, play ante and be ready to sacrifice yourself for the greater good.
Love that for Stallions.
Yeah, 1 HP confirmed.
Still, it worked. You have 55 seconds left-ish to make a move, so they have to come eventually. They're throwing some smokes in the A direction, but that's a ruse. That's a fake. Throwing some stuns there as well, really trying to sell that this is going to be on the other side of the map.
On one, the one to try to hold this line. Pulls off the angle for a brief little moment, checks that close side on the repeak, is able to find a kill. That's going to be Loy taken down. 3v3 now, but close angle. KLP closes that gap a little bit faster than he could have anticipated, but JJ Hay now going to be finished off as we go into a 2v2 for all the marbles. It's either overtime or map win here for Na'Vi. KLP going to be spotted. KLP into the open, tagged up but not taken down. The duo will be able to make it happen. This map is not done yet. We go to OT.
Oh boy. Just barely. There was an opportunity there for Na'Vi at the end. 2v2 to get it done, but the shot's just not going to connect. It's got to be frustrating. Na'Vi was a step ahead for a lot of that second half, but it's going to be Stallions who rally in the long run. Able to get it back. We go to overtime. First to 13. If it's 12-12, then it's the golden round. Certainly seemingly set up for that. Man, Hanwhan almost into 20 kill territory now. He seems likely to get it. Again, very different map approaches. Na'Vi really wanted to contest those double doors. But Stallion's happy to just get a little bit further back. Some of that util come through. ALP, not much he can see there. Somebody comes barreling out of that smoke. Spot a little bit of util out of him at least for Na'Vi, and they're swinging over in the B direction.
It's crazy that Na'Vi in this position at the moment. They've been out fragging Stallions by about 4 across all the counts. Still find themselves tied up and in this position where the map is not done yet. No, holding close here around the back of the box. Able to find himself 2 quick kills before he finally does get traded. JJ on the swing around. 1-1 ahead. Gonna be spotted. Can he find it? 1-1 at the same time. Still, with that time, has been allotted to be able to find himself another elimination. Back coming through. Akash able to find KLP, and that leaves KLB now all alone. Noted. Have his position. Can he clutch it up? Swing in. Finds the first. 1-1 trying to encroach, trying to get an angle to try to take him down, but KLB knows that that C4 is not in hand. He knows that it's not in play. He'll have to just go for a little bit more patience here.
It's on.
Shifting the spot out, and yep, now is going to be on the prowl. Shifting forward. C4 being committed to. Getting closer and closer. 1-1 gets off of the plant. Playing ring around the Rosie, but he finds the headshot. And the opening round of overtime goes the way of Na'Vi.
How clutch is this guy? 1-1, so good for Na'Vi today. Time and time again, he's been called upon to come up big. More often than not, he has answered. Goodness gracious. Huge for Na'Vi there. One more rounds before we switch sides again. That was so intense. I mean, these rounds have been back and forth. Everybody so on point today for both teams. And Na'Vi sliding over in towards A this time. This aggression from Stallions pushed a little bit further forward than they showed in the previous round. Towards those double doors. It's not going to be a trap they're going to be able to make work.
Smoke's now starting to fly. Smoke cycled forward here. At the doors into wood. Oh, able to go ahead and ignore that frag grenade. Entry over towards stairs going to be attempted there, but no. JJ Hay able to find a kill apiece. GDSC able to answer one back, but still advantage very critically here in the hands of Stallions. As right now the HP bar is absolutely shattered on the sides of Na'Vi. And that has them retreating, but the flank is now coming through. Loy looking to try to get in on top of them, and he is able to strike. Cleans up 2, and now it's just JV. C4 in hand, sprinting across to the opposite side of the map, and this would be a miraculous clutch for him. if he can make it happen, but I just don't see that in the cards. We're about to be 10-all. Quick spot, KLP noted. Everybody else now swooping and encroaching here on this player's position. JV, just, cannot find him. We are tied up once again. It seems like these two teams are destined to go to that golden round.
Yeah, no kidding. It's crazy back and forth, but again, changing ideas round over round and reading Navi's tendencies very nicely are the Stallions. Got to give credit to KLB for putting his players in that forward position. High-low setup in there too. They just wreck Navi. They try to make their entry. Now you're gonna go back to more of a default setup, 2-1-2 set. Navi gonna be exploring the map a little bit, just looking for if there's any aggression. There's howls I hear in the audience.
I'm not really sure which side that's lying.
I don't know either. I don't think horses
don't really howl.
Yeah. They neigh, maybe whinny.
Yeah. And the Navi is not a creature, so. No, we do love to hear the support though for the teams. Now though, quiet. Both in this lobby and in the audience. Waiting to see who's going to be able to take that first step.
They're flirting with the B entrance, but GDSC was just checking. You got to worry about somebody tucked in behind one of those boxes. That's something that Stallions have shown that they're willing to do, that can give you grief. Instead, they're just waiting.
Okay. Oh, I was going to say maybe getting a little bit impatient, but able to come away with a critical kill and puts 1-1 down. About 10 health.
Just challenge them. Just swing them.
Patience is no longer a virtue.
Love the confidence, I guess. Didn't think that was going to go his way. I mean, they were holding that, waiting for it, and he still outplayed them.
Certainly catches them completely off guard. Now you've got 30 seconds remaining here. Just now trying to go on this approach. KLP able to find one before getting taken down. 1-1 trading it back, finding himself a second. Still needing a lot more, but with Akash alongside him, they're able to find these kills, and that brings it now to KLB. Both players so very low, but with the double face, they will take him down, and Na'Vi will continue to go back and forth here, blow for blow, as they reestablish a lead.
It's Akash with another big 3K to close out a round for Na'Vi. That one looked like it was going to get shut down, but they are just able to fight their way through it. 1-1, and Akash just doing so well. Again, around that looked bad and okay. What is going on here?
It's a chaotic crunch attempt here. 1-1, only able to find that singular kill, but ADRF a little bit late on the arrival. Just managed to bring it back to a 3v3. Just like that, they now have to backpedal. Slide back into more neutral territory, but yeah, I think Na'Vi trying to pull out this set play here to get themselves up to map point, but good awareness from Stallions and just good returning fire to be able to keep the numbers evened up.
Yeah, that's pretty effective for Na'Vi there, all things considered. Now you're trying to assess your situation. Stallions don't have much map info. Gotta be worried about their flanks. So they're actually maybe considering the vents for the first time. Haven't seen much of this from them. In they go, all three members.
It's a big change up for him. ADRF. At the ready, swings the corner. Damage found on the two, but kills found onto none. Rotations now starting to come in frantically from Akash and JV. And around that corner is the smoke grenade now going to be lobbed, but Akash peeks the corner, able to find one. JJ Hay going to be taken down. KLP running out of ammunition as no. Keeps it into a 1v1. Minute remaining, C4 in hand, JV. Big reposition, slotting all the way down across towards the stairs there for a brief little moment. But looks like he's worried about a potential reposition, but obviously no, he's just taking the fast track in towards the site. He's at the stairs. wants to try to play this time as much as he possibly can. With the checks, assumes that things are clear from this position. Now moves back down to get the C4 in play.
Tough for JV. Just a matter of whether he gets the jump on no here.
Drops down and no, he does not. Solid shot, 11-11. Stallions continuing to fight back.
That's just a brawl. A couple different parts of the map. First in mid, then you go over to the control room. Back and forth. It felt like maybe Stallions were going to win it and maybe Na'Vi was going to win it. Just barely. Stallions able to get through. Give themselves a bit more hope.
JV spraying down 2, 1-1 there, covering fire as well. Gets himself a second kill as Noah and Loy both get taken down, and this time the aggression from Stallions is swiftly dispatched and dealt with. KLB needing to pull off a 1v4 to deny Na'Vi from getting up to map point. Still, of course, a chance at that round, but love to get there first yourself. C4 is stranded.
This would have to be one of the craziest 1v4s. Might have seen Akash there. Hard to say for sure.
Seems like it. But Akash just a little bit faster on the draw. So Na'Vi once again back into the driver's seat. Onus on them to close this out. It's their map to lose from here.
Either Na'Vi winning or we go into the golden round. Those are the only two outcomes possible. The LP with the sniper. JV's already tucked in around that corner. Might be something unexpected. Could cost the Stallions if they decide to get aggressive towards B, but it opens up the map over towards A. Give them a little bit of extra pressure at the stairs, maybe a little bit of extra time to react if the attack does come that direction. Plus you're able to lean Wanwan over in that direction as well. So let's see. Na'Vi can continue. Hold the line here. Looking for that player that's been harassing them through that doors, going back to regulation. Stallions want to clear this angle out so they can make their attack go. No. Just waiting to see if anybody's going to push forward. Might have just had a sense of it that ADRF was thinking about it. Instead, change of directions. Gonna throw a lot of util over towards A, but Na'Vi's got 3B. They're trying to sell this fake big time.
Yeah, you still have JV just staying tucked in this position, trying to wreck their entire strategy. It's here behind the box, no. Swinging the corner, getting the spot out. Pressure flying towards him, JV. Able to find the one on 1-1. Comes to the rescue. KLB taken down low is no. It's back around the corner. They need to try to somehow win this out, but it's just no, and he cannot make it happen. 13-11, Na'Vi come out swinging here in the opening map, and they take away Stallion's pick of sub-base. Now setting the stage. That second map. Eagle Eye to see if this is going to be a 2-0 affair. Na'Vi were able to best Stallions the last time out in the opening rounds here of this group. But it was once again in OT.
This is unbelievable for Na'Vi. A map that everybody had been banning away from the Stallions. And they have the confidence, the guts to pick it, and it pays off. Just barely, but it pays off. It was intense.
Tight-knit, which is basically what we expect from that second map, but Stallions rewrite history. Can they best them on the second attempt? They had an insane performance versus AGAL on Eagle Eye. They're going to be bringing that kind of energy, those shots, that accuracy, that strategy into the game, and this very well could be suited to go the distance and get to that map 3. But for now, Na'Vi do have the upper hand. This is going to be a test here of Stallions' perseverance and of their grit.
Yeah, if you get 1-1 like he did, he was doing them, it's going to be tough. He was on fire. Kosh as well, got to give him some credit. Had some huge multi-kills. So letting sub-base go through, letting the Stallions pick it, has worked for Na'Vi. It's just a matter of keeping that momentum up. They've got a lot of fans here today to support them, to root them on. Seemingly able to find some energy from that, feed off of that a little bit, carry things over.
Stallions needing to rebound now. They've been in sticky situations. They've been able to scrape by through a lot of them here in this tournament, and they're going to look to do the same here when we come back. Eagle Eye up next, so don't go anywhere.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
We are back and about to go into the second map here in our final elimination series. Playoffs on the line, hanging in the balance as Na'Vi are able to take the opening map here of this set out of the hands of Stallions. Now we go to Na'Vi's map pick, Eagle Eye, to see if they can make this a 2-0 affair, or Stallions will be able to go the distance.
Yeah, this map went to OT, went to that golden round, and it was Na'Vi who came ahead 13-12 when they played it in the opener. The opening map, in fact, of Group D, and man, oh man, God, that was so close. But Na'Vi, just a few little advantages gained in some of those rounds. You know, GDSC locking down that long angle at double doors with the sniper really caused Stallions problems, and obviously Wanwan, he is on one. He is absolutely feeling it.
No, he really is, and I mean, we've seen, just from the previous series there from Xiao Xiao, just how important Sniper's going to be coming into this map as well. So expect that he is still going to be looking to find that early value here and set the team up nicely. All right, he's starting with the TRG himself.
Hey, why not? Had a bunch of success with it. Oh, never mind.
Trying to get a quick climb there. He's trying to keep the head tucked, but KLP is still going to be able to find him. Solid opening kill with, no assisting util to really try to get him into that position. KLP is alone here for now, and you've got 4 players still sliding forward for Na'Vi, but already the rotation call being made here by Stallions, getting into perfect position to try to counteract this push. He's going to start to fly. No, able to find one. JV going to be taken down here on the approach, the pistol. Able to tag him up, but it's going to be JJ Hay to be able to find the kills. BSC now just going to be flushed out and dealt with, as that is a flawless round to start this second map. Stallions off to the races.
Okay. Well, I mean, that is just a statement. Start the second map. Finding that first kill onto Akash, who was trying to get up in the tower. Na'Vi trying to throw a bit of a curveball. It's read perfectly. Stallions handling it with poise, handling it with ease. As they play pretty far back now. It's going to give a little bit of control over.
KLP finds another.
What in the world is that?
ESC dead. Just finds him out wide. Trying to go on that push up towards A. Another rocky start here for Na'Vi.
And just going for an ego battle there. Didn't see any smokes on the map, so Na'Vi again trying to just win via their skill prowess. So far, not going their way.
And it's going to continue to not go their way there, as Akash going to be struck down. JJ Hay able to find that kill, now 3v5. Potential for another flawless round here for Stallions. Push in, never mind. Caster blessing perhaps for Na'Vi. ADRF able to find that kill. JJ Hay going to be noted here on the bridge, on the flank. Just a repeat looking for a little bit more. Won't quite be able to find it. JV does manage to strike him down, bringing it back to parity. Still in with a shout and still with over a minute to play with. Na'Vi, what do they opt to do? They've got the fan out coming through at the moment. Stallions taking these deeper angles. That gives them a ton of information.
Yep, and that's going to slot right back over to B. And they are anticipating that this is still the direction that it's going to come. You leave KLP for the late lurk with the sniper. Na'Vi taking their time, finally making their hit.
Push in a 1-for-1. Just sliding back. KLP ready to join in. 33 seconds remaining. The C4 still need to be planted. JV try to open things up here on a bit of a flank, and he does manage to do so. A headshot immediately found in KLP, now on the floor. No, having to do everything. Continues to swing through Hotel. It's fine. C4 still not in play. They're just going to look to try to double up perhaps here, but the time is starting to dwindle, so they either need to kill him or they need to get this bomb planted, but it will be 1-1. Able to find it there at the end.
Oh my. That is squeaky bum time for sure there for Na'Vi. It's either find that kill or lose the round, but Stallions had already kind of committed. Looked like they were going to be able to close this round out. Had a good start, but responses came through. Good isolation of JJ on that bridge. Now you're trying to take a little bit more space again. Similar start to the previous round here for Na'Vi. Just are they going to push all the way through? Loy going to move in to try to counter this. Comes a little bit of util with the smoke, cutting off the entirety of this hotel. No movement, really. I mean, Stallions would love for this hit to keep going. They've got a bunch of players lined up to crunch on top of this.
Heavy stack. Seems like maybe the first 2 attempts in the rounds getting in the Navi's head about not wanting to play towards that A side of the map. So continuing to try to advance here. A couple players slotting in underneath the bridge. Boy there in hotel, KLB on the corner, swinging out, looking for the kill, but it's going to be Akash who's able to find it. No, looking to try to get the jump though, but they are just far too prepared. JJ Hay will be able to find one. 4v2 scenario there on the bridge, and Hwan just does not miss those. Right between the eyes. As he is looking to propel Na'Vi forward now in towards the lead. KLP's position now known. The C4 could go any which way they so choose. A minute still remaining. As they just have him surrounded, and that'll be the finisher. GDSC from out front to take him down. Na'Vi now to take the lead.
When you look at that from the map, when you look at that from the perspective of the Stallions, you think they've got this in the bag. They have everybody in the right place at the right time, but Na'Vi is just so situationally aware. Everyone covering their angles, doing their jobs properly. And this time, it's going to be Wan who finds the opener. Gets the big kill down mid. That's going to open up some space, potentially, for Na'Vi. Able to finally get the better of that opening situation with the snipers. JJ Hay tucked in right around this door, though.
One able to find a second. GDSC, however, going to be taken down as JJ Hay and Loy find some kills. KLP now puts him in with the advantage. A spot out, though, and Wan on the peak is able to shut down No.
This is just a death match. Out with the pistol. Oh, Loy got the better of him.
He does, but Akash is able to keep things evened up. The C4 needing to be recovered, so he's backpedaling. Holding the angle though for now, maybe anticipating this. Or it doesn't push out, but has to be a draw back down to the pistol here for the side of KLP as that first shot did not connect.
And this is surprising that this came down to a 1v1, but Stallions took a bit of a pause in the round before they decided to get aggressive. They caught Na'Vi just off guard enough. KLP.
Oh, catching him with a knife in hand. KLP. Yep, knife to a gunfight. He wins those. Closes that out, and just like that, the round slipping through the grasp of Na'Vi. They were going to be feeling like they were decently favored, had a decent chance, but now it's tied at 2-2.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit after that one. They felt like they had a bit of an advantage. Deep grenades, though, not connecting for the Stallions. Na'Vi able to sidestep them just a bit. Looking for those players. Wan just pre-firing some of those angles through the smoke in case their opponent, KLP, was standing there waiting, but all pushed to the back of the sights. A little bit further forward for No, but that's the only aggressive position to speak of here for the Stallions so far. And Na'Vi now so wary of the tempo changes that the Stallions are going to bring out. You never know where, when they're going to strike. So you have to be so careful about when you decide to make your move. Try to sneak in under bridge here again, but this is just a probing operation. Looking to see if you can get any responses. A close smoke here. And that's going to be enough. Maybe dissuade Na'Vi? Looks like it. Well, they're bringing the C4, though. They're going to double down on it. They're probably going to wait this out. Still just being thrown.
Oh, look at this catcher on the back, but can't quite confirm it. KLP will be able to trade it. Now the strike getting ready to come through. Loy trying to stay tucked away. Does manage to find one before getting taken down now into a 2v2, but now the 2v1. Shot from JJ. C4 in hand here for Hwan, just trying to see if anyone goes on this peak. For Stallions, no reason to do so. Just try to play this patiently. Hwan trying to approach here, swing this corner. Got a good idea, but Flick not coming through. Still able to find the headshot. Don't see the player's position. 20 seconds now remaining. KLP is looking to try to run this clock down. Back across. Where's that connector side? And the time starting to dwindle. Hwan needs to make a go of this. Tucks back into the gondola. C4 now planted. Arriving though is KLP, and he's got the headshot in response. The lead now gained by Stallions.
Well, we saw it from 1-1 on sub base, and KLP starting to stand up with those clutches as a sniper. This time he makes a great timing maneuver. Catches 1-1 right as he gets done planting and not looking the right way. Hard to do it better than that. On there, surprised. I even saw him ducking on the camera there for a moment when he was making that first corner. Grenade, catches right onto JV. It's almost half health there. Response from the side of Na'Vi, not doing anything. Stallions get that round advantage. Trying to find ways to set up for a hit, but Na'Vi been draining the clock here in these rounds. I think a lot of that, again, is you never know when the Stallions are going to just try to create pressure out of nowhere. So you have to be extra cautious, looking for those flanks too. So GDSZ was able to deal with one player, but the Stallions had sent two. So it's just so hard to read them on the map sometimes. They'll give you all this space early, and they'll just start pushing when you least expect it. Stun's connecting, but Na'Vi advances forward. 3 players here, though. This is not going to be easy to get up these stairs.
Certainly not. Util dump going to have to be good. Not a good amount of kit to still work with here for Na'Vi. This could just end up being a bit of a death trap. Smoke over onto the one side. It's just going to be slow contact bring forward here where Loy is able to find one. KLB gets another. The trade back is going to be there. 3v3, but quickly all the players from Stallions getting into position. Over on that push forward, and Hwan with a shot. There's no player advantage here for now, but it does get equalized very quickly from there. Kosh with another. So JJ Hay just cannot escape. Na'Vi will keep things evened up.
Oh, I mean, just throwing bodies into it. ADRF and JV giving their life for the cause here to just create the space they need to make this execute happen. Na'Vi able to tie it up. These two teams inseparable so far. About 2 sets. GDSC, Hwan down. KLB grabbing a sniper. Both teams have grabbed an extra sniper for this round. That catches Na'Vi off guard. They're not quite ready for it. The IGL there wanted to change things up a little bit. So far, it's worked for him. So now you've got so much map presence as the Stallions. Na'Vi, no idea what they're going to be able to do here. Have to win a battle on the extremities, maybe. ADRF.
You see, right place, right time, but it's only going to be good for one. They're still losing out on plays, and JJ Hayes able to go ahead and note him as well. ADRF, C4 in hand. Stuck here in mid, being just surrounded. He will get taken down, and Stallions continuing to keep themselves afloat, keep themselves in an advantageous position.
They're just hitting those opening kills just makes Na'Vi so cautious. Made their catches onto GDSZ. He's trying to hide. Nose coming.
Swing in the corner, but Hwan able to find that kill. JJ Hayes still scaling forward here at mid. Just ends up in a far too target-rich environment. Staring him down. KLP, however, still trying to play this forward. Nails the shot. Keeps it into 3v3 as KLB similarly moving forward, just trying to maintain as forward of a position as they possibly can, but JV will be able to find him with a wallbang shot. KLP head likely spotted, the jump peek there. Boy, able to find one. ADRF now in this 1v1 with a C4 dropped on the floor. They're trying to recover this.
Close, but he's wary. Boy, just a little bit of a pre-fire there. C4 does get scooped up. ADRF start making his way over towards the B site. Plenty of time. Boy, unsure of where he went. Guessing incorrectly. Both of them kind of second guessing.
But because he's not scaling forward in towards that site fast enough, Loy, I mean, he could just hover around the A site or he could just sprint right across the B. He's got a very quick rotation. This means that ADRF still going to be playing here from the back foot. Both players 5 kills apiece, one of them to take the lead over the other. Loy just gets situated here at the top of the stairs. Swing up that corner, coming through. There's the spot out, and it's just a late registration. Just blending in with the surroundings, supposedly there. Loy comes to life. Catches him off guard.
I mean, it felt like Na'Vi was handling the aggression from the Stallions initially, but they just kept coming, and KLP hits an absolute crazy shot. That really broke things open enough there for the Stallions. Into the next round we go. Oh, that one looked like it came pretty close to KLP. All 5 members of Na'Vi here trying to go back to what had worked a few rounds ago.
Maybe going fishing, and he has gotten a massive catch. That's JV down. IGL on the floor. 3 peaks, finds himself a second. No on the chase. Hounds down Juan as Akash surrounded, will be able to hold his own, but still has to try to get through 3 more players. The spot there on the one drops back out the window. C4 stranded a world away.
Last round and a half. Feeling pretty dire for Akash. Able to avoid that grenade, but has all the work in the world to do. They're just surrounding this C4. Akash just trying to play time, trying to wait him out, see if maybe they get impatient, see if he can isolate a 1v1. He's going to go on a bit of a journey, though. Again, plenty of time here, so he can play this a little bit more diligently, let's say. That's what he's going to opt to do.
He's still just so out of favor in this round, though. Slow creep forward. KLB with the spot. The shots through. Eventually will be able to find one. The headshot ringing out. C4 still on the ground, needing to be recovered. Loy once again just top of the stairs, trying to blend in. C4 down below. JJ Hay out on the angle here, watching towards the bridge. And that'll just play in Loy. Re-wrapping into Hotel, so advantage here at the half. Stallions find themselves up 6-3.
I mean, they're just so aggressive to capitalize. As soon as there's blood in the water, the Stallions are swarming in the beginning part of that round. Just not much else that Akash could do. Patience with the final 2 players for Stallions. Had an extra to give over. Here we go. Na'Vi on the GR side.
It's out towards the bridge. BSC pushing forward, but line of sight not going to be given, and it's going to be Akash take it down first as KLP finds an opening kill over there on that A site.
Oh.
KLP, he holds his own.
Na'Vi's just hemorrhaging players. Sending a player out to get info and just shut right down. JV thinking about it.
And he's not thinking anymore. He doesn't have a brain to think. Been turned to a fine soup inside of the skull. GDSC, I mean, this would have to be miraculous from him, but we'll just be hounded down. The flank angle coming through. on one. We'll find that quick little kill, but that's immediately the alarm bells going off here for Stallions sprinting their way over towards that B site, looking to just avoid this final player.
Still has some util to work with, but I mean, we've seen crazy clutches from Juan, but this one looks very, very difficult. Might be offered up KLP.
Oh, late register, but does manage to find it. That's going to be the top fragger down. He's bounding forward. Frag grenade around the corner. The peak coming in. Looks like he might have caught a glimpse there on Lloyd, but he doesn't realize that he's managed to make it all the way across the bridge. Thought it was just going to be a jiggle. The opening round of the half ends up going to Stallions. 3 away from sending us to a third and final map.
It's looking good. Starting to feel a bit similar to their first matchup, where Na'Vi barely took the first map, and then the Stallions took the next 2 pretty convincingly. You see Na'Vi regroup, get it together here a bit. I mean, some nice shots. That's a beauty from KLB, finding that tight angle over the stairs. 1-1, doing what he can, but again, 3v1. Very difficult situation to get over. And we do have attack pause coming through here. Seems like GDSC in particular having some words for Na'Vi, for the team, to try to rally the troops here a bit, talking about some of what's going wrong. It's just so hard to play against the Stallions when they're feeling it. They're just so confident to start swinging on you, taking aggressive positions. They get that first kill, and then they just keep scaling. They just keep going. They don't care how tall that mountain is. They're coming for you.
Yeah, it's a much different story so far compared to how the last outing on this map between these squads had transpired. It's looking a little bit more like the AGAL variety.
Yeah.
Stallions very much finding their footing here. High elevation as we go right back into the action. A 4-round deficit here for Na'Vi. 2 rounds to go. Stallions at least guarantee themselves an overtime. Early damage could be found. GDSC tagged up off screen. One desperately trying to get that peak going here. Down A long, but Stallions is not really giving him the opportunity here.
KLB making a bunch of noise on the other side of the map.
Crunch is getting ready to potentially come through here, but see which way they want to try to go. But GDSC is going to be taken down, and now they're striking in from behind. Akash does manage to find the one, but everybody else has just crumbled under this pressure. The force of the attack here looking just to be far too much for Na'Vi to try to deal with. C4 planted a spot there onto KLB. ADR, oh, drops out of the window. Again, late registration. Akash is there. Pick up the pieces. Close out that elimination. But a 2v3. Akash down low, now dead. ERF similarly tagged and taken down. Loy on high, continues to just play there at the top of the stairs. That's his comfort zone. And that is where he will find success once more.
Feels like a bit of a comms breakdown here in the middle of the round for Na'Vi. There's a 2-man push from the Stallions that gets all the way in towards their spawn, kills a player on bridge, and the 2 players on A aren't even looking in that direction. They lose one of them, almost lose the second.
Point slot from Akash, but she's out into the open. An attempt to try to change things up perhaps, but is quickly dispatched. 1-1 dead, JV gone, and this map is looking over. Still needing to close this out and the next. Unless GDSC has plenty more of that in the back pocket. If he's got more of that, if he's able to serve it up, then maybe Na'Vi can hang in there, but the C4 is already planted.
They're gonna go for the long flank. It's gonna be the big piece to this puzzle. ADRF just waiting for his moment. Getting GDSC into position. KLP
just there around that corner. Wins the fight. Quick flick, a nasty shot to have connected there, but this ends up into the open. As that is going to be Stallions now 1 round away from pushing this into a third and final map.
They have no fear. They feel like this map is theirs, and they're gonna run at you and take it. And they have plenty of room to maneuver in terms of the round differential to go for some crazy stuff. They're gonna get tagged up on the way into mid. They're just going. They are just going.
JJ Hay is immediately shutting them down. JV taken out. Trade on to 1. ADRF trying to look for a little bit more here. This is going to be a massive damage exchange with the C4 now planted. Juan able to find a singular kill here. 3v3. This quick little slide on the corner though, and no. Comes away with the kill onto the enemy MVP. ADRF still going to be able to fight back for 1. As Loy left to his own devices now. Finds the first. The slide out, tries to steady it. He cannot. GDSC still breathing. Get the defuse here on this C4, and Na'Vi start what needs to be a massive run back as they look for 5 more rounds in a row.
Yeah, that's a big round for GDSZ. Able to keep Na'Vi in this thing, but it's going to take a lot more than that. Stallions just going. They're just going to keep rushing. Force Na'Vi's hand. Let's see if they've got another one for us. This one looks a little bit slower. Na'Vi getting a little bit of early aggression of their own, throwing some smokes, throwing some stuns or flashes to at least keep Stallions at bay. Send ADRF up. Oh my God.
Forward into that smoke, and he's still going to be able to come away with 1. Looks for a little bit more, but KLB with the counter spam will be able to flush him out, but it's going to be a significant amount of damage taken. Man of the team, 2 of them rather still alive, as you do have Loy and KLP tied up at 15 kills apiece. One dropping off the top of the tower here. Quick little jiggle peeks to see if you can try to get a spot out. So far, none being afforded to him.
This has slowed the momentum of the Stallions a bit.
Spot on the 1, KLP going to be noted.
Oh boy, Juan.
Shots flying over towards Juan, and he nearly loses his life. Barely breathing. Gets the spot, gets the shot. No, now down on the floor. Pressure, however, still piling in as KLB and KLP working as a dynamic duo, push their way forward. They open up this A site. The C4 now planted. It's all on JV and Akash to try to be the difference makers. 1 being spotted so far. Contact there, KLP. Down low. Finished off, JV able to find that kill. No frag grenades remaining. Trying to open up these corners here. Just have to try to go on the push. Kosh leading that charge, gets a good amount of damage in, but cannot find the kills. Now all down the JV. Draws out the pistol, bounds forward, but they're just playing ring around the rosy here. Toying with him at every twist and turn. Finds the 1. The time, however, is just not going to be there. It's already over. 10-4. Ankara coming up next. The Stallions run it back. They take us to a 3rd and final map.
Completely different situation from sub-base. It is dominance on display. The Stallions steamroll, and they are looking to try to get the reverse sweep in this series. Na'Vi just not able to answer the aggression, not able to answer what the Stallions are bringing here on Eagle Eye. Man, that was high tempo. That entire map, the Stallions just bringing it. That's their calling card. That's when they're at their best. This time, Na'Vi not able to stand. Still have 1 more map to go. Find out who is going into the playoffs. You wouldn't have it any other way. 3 maps.
Yeah, both teams wanting it so very desperately. So going the distance here. OT in the first, and now a 3rd map to try to settle it all. Stallions looking a lot more alive and well here. A lot more in control, barely conceding any victories over to the side of Na'Vi. Felt like they just never really had a shout here in this map. May have them regretting going for this map selection. Both sides probably regretting exactly how this draft had come out. Maybe it's just the preparation here of the squads.
That's definitely part of it. I mean, I think a lot of it is looking to what has worked for you, what has worked for your opponents, and trying to pick against that. And sometimes you haven't played each other on those maps, and it's just a different situation than you expected. Who's bringing in some new ideas or just outplaying you? And we've seen it a lot here where teams have lost their map picks and then won their opponent's map picks. So it hasn't been that unusual, frankly, here at EWC for Crossfire.
Well, now it's to Ankara. Stallions got the better of them the first time out. Virtus Pro got the better of them in that previous series. Na'Vi backs up against the wall. We'll see who's going to come out on top and see who goes forward into the playoffs when we come back from map 3. a third and final map to determine which one of these two teams is going to be qualifying for the playoffs tomorrow and which one will have their run come to an end. Prize pool on the line, as well as the glory and the chance to seek that trophy at the end of it all. It can only be one between these two teams. It's been a massive bounce back here for Team Stallions, persevering when it looked like maybe they were going to be down and out.
And this is a tough map for Na'Vi to finish out on. Yes, it was close between them, 10-8, but it was Stallions who got the better of Na'Vi the last go around, and then they got slammed by Virtus Pro on this map, 10-5. So Na'Vi gonna have to dig deep here, try to recoup after a tough loss there on Eagle Eye. Still though, with how well they played on sub base, you feel like they've definitely got it in them. Just need to find ways to deal with the wild nature of the Stallions. They are sometimes a bucking bronco. Don't want to be on that ride.
Certainly do not, but they have to be. There's no other option. They have to stick through this. Ankara to decide it all, and we are already into the action here. Not wasting any time. It will be Na'Vi once again, pushing forward. STS, the Stallions themselves, looking to just try to maintain control of the map here in this opening half.
Na'Vi setting up for a big A hit. It's going to be the weak side. But those two players holding tight angles. Pressure coming.
Just got to face into this one. But it's going to be Na'Vi who narrowly managed to persevere. JV almost getting traded out as well, but in the end, a trade up here into their favor. C4 gets brought forward. All remaining players close, ready to try to retake. That's going to be Akash taken down off the rip. KLB doing well to find that elimination. The C4 is still not yet on the ground, and now he just fishes for another, and he's going to be rewarded. Suddenly advantage over here towards Stallions. 1-1 trying to watch the flank. Loy creeping forward, as well as KLP on that deeper line, so he's got to stay tucked forward here into the side itself.
Giving him so much time. Oh,
I mean, they're both just getting absolutely destroyed, absolutely wrecked, and there's the final spot, and there it is, the round-winning play. Loy coming up with them both. Get Stallions the opening round win here on Ankara.
And it's these quick reactions from the Stallions that prevent the C4 from being planted and give themselves the time to set up for these flanks. So good with the mid-round calling. Love to see it from the Stallions. Na'Vi, though, squandering an opportunity there at the weak side, but could not capitalize. They're going to have to play safe. They're going to have to play defensive. Got some smokes towards mid and towards A, but not really doing much on the map right now. Just looking for somebody to get aggressive from the Stallions. Might have guessed right with that frag. Just came up short. They're just sitting, waiting, getting towards those vents. That's dangerous. I'm gonna just try to swing through the main door.
Angle stacked up for now, but yeah, quick little poke and prod. Nothing going to be spotted there, and that does leave these two players inside, potentially at risk, but no, able to go ahead and identify it now. Back on the corner. It's GDSC taking it so very low. However, ADRF, he's slipped the net. He's made his way all the way into this connected position. Now striking, is able to find a kill here onto KLP. Still two players here on the site. He finds the first, cannot find that second, but still, it's heroics. Sneaky beaky play to be able to bring this back into parity, but as I say that, no, does manage to find one. Look at the second, the spot out there on the Juan, contained back within the vents, a double face as he's alone. C4 in hand with 4 HP, and there's just no hope. They hound him down, they win the round, and that's a 2-0 start here for Stallions.
Again, it's the quickness to react, and Loy being so fast to find that flank angle. Gets there right in time as Na'Vi's trying to figure out a way to get onto that site. They just can't quite do it. Stallions coming out hot, 2-0. Ooh, that grenade. Didn't dissuade Na'Vi at all. They get that first kill. Akash good for it. KLB down. Just gonna tuck a player in right underneath here, and they're already leaning in towards B. But Na'Vi wisely, I think, taking some time to pause to think about this. Do they change directions?
For GDSC, going to be good for 2 quick kills here. Looking for that third, can't find it. No, does manage to strike him down for this flank, but it is just going to be the players here from Na'Vi holding their angles, hitting their shots to get themselves online here on Ankara.
Sometimes all you need to do is just wait a bit. Good things will come to you. That's exactly what happens here for Na'Vi. Expecting that eventually the Stallions are going to try to push space somewhere. They're rewarded. This time, straight up the gut. Trying to get through mid. You have to be so fast sometimes to take space because otherwise the Stallions feels like are just going to claim it for themselves. JV up close and personal. Oh, and best Loy with the pistol.
Yeah, but will quickly be traded out. KLB there, but now under an immense amount of pressure. KLB, quick scope shot, does manage to go ahead and peel back another kill. So 3v3 is 1-1. Quick little tag, but no, does survive. Frag grenade up and over the top, just fishing for some additional damage, but more kills to be found here for the moment. But Juan maintains control over the flanks here, over the extremities. That puts Na'Vi right back into the driver's seat.
Kosh underneath. JDSC just looking for the info, trying to set up for the swing, and he's going to collect. That's going to be it. Na'Vi ties it up 2-2. Well handled there. Starting to get a read on the pace that Stallions wants to bring. Starting to find their moments to take their pauses and wait for the Stallions to overcommit. Man, 1-1. That is incredible. Kosh up and over. So Na'Vi now, with these fast hits, able to find value because of the way that they're claiming some states and having the Stallions to try to recover a bit. Back to a little bit of a slower pace, seemingly. Maybe just going to cut through back towards mid. If the Pipes players see this, it just depends on how far the Stallions look out. Oh, KLP can't find it.
Maybe a second chance. As this push is ready to continue. 3 players here in the vicinity. They'll be getting back around, maybe to try to get on a flank angle. 3v. No, right here in front of him, and he's going to be able to overwhelm him. KLP at the same time able to find Akash. Placement in towards the back, looking pretty good. Gets a good amount of damage there, but KLB still now that flank in. Able to find players. GDSC does get taken down. Pixel angle, KLP good for it. ADRF now dead on the floor. 1-1 doing his damnedest to try to open things back up here for the team. Peak shut down. JJ Hay able to find one, and now it's all on 1-1 once again. The alliteration is killing me. Got 53 seconds remaining, but no C4 in hand.
He's done it before. Certainly wouldn't be unexpected if he's able to pull out another miracle here for Na'Vi. See Stallions getting a little bit antsy. No idea where he went.
ALB just up over the top here. Crouched into the corner, unscouted. Should be good for a trade, even if JJ Hay cannot win this out here, which he will. Lead reestablished, 3-2. Stallions not looking to give Na'Vi a window back into this one.
It's just all about timings for both of these squads. Watching for these lurking players. Winning that battle against GDSZ opens up that extra man advantage for the Stallions. Helps them claim that round. Little things like that, little counter maneuvers that you make. Oh, they're going up mid and they're getting there.
Well, they certainly are, but Noah's getting the kill. IGL down here for Na'Vi. 1-1 spotted. Grenade out. JJ Hay just going to maybe try to play back a little bit further here, but Akash is able to find one, so no, traded back into a 4v4, but damage dealt here to the Na'Vi players.
Ooh, they're responding with some good util though. Keep the pressure on, keep Na'Vi back. Big question is, what can Akash do here on this flank angle? He's found quite a bit of space into the hotel, and there isn't anybody around. Hasn't seen or heard a thing. So that's going to call the rotations over for Na'Vi. JV there. Dead already, but troops making some good reads. It's just how quick are the Stallions going to figure this out? How long are Na'Vi going to wait? That's the big question. Nobody's even really watching B, except from near that balcony over by the GR spawn. JJA, you can get through this, get that one and done, give them that man advantage. That'd be huge. Late lurk from 1-1.
Wolves is out in the open, not sure which way to look. It's a pawn on the wayside, now a 3v4. Looking for the retake. Na'Vi should be favored. Still, though, deep angle from 1-1. Not really nearby the rest of the team. May need to join in, but never mind. Seems like they're just going to be holding their own quite nicely. As ADRF, an opportunity to go for a knife kill, which we have not had, but opts to just go ahead and put them down nice and easy with that pistol.
I was hoping for it. Not going to lie, I was hoping that we might get it, but yeah, no, it's okay. So, Na'Vi again comes right back with a little counterpunch of their own. Just outweighting the Stallions a bit, getting them to overcommit to the A site. Going for the hard reads, our Stallions. Relying on that nature for their defensive side. At least in that round. They love this pipes. They love to just take control of this space early. Force Na'Vi to try to make moves off the back of that. Allows them to lean their strong side back over to B. Just have to watch that A main door now that the smoke's dropped, so no. Has to be the one to check some of that. Him and JJ Hay. Just waiting this out a bit. Na'Vi not revealing their presence anywhere on the map. I don't know why KLB just flashed himself, but he did. Maybe just trying to make a pop flash play around the corner, but just caught that off screen.
Ooh, I think maybe a gun barrel spotted out there. A warning shot sent. DSC able to back away to safety. Looking like a mid push now, though, here from Na'Vi. 1 minute and 15 remaining in the clock. Starting to pivot their way across into this B site that has been weakened by Stallions. They've rotated some players off as KLB to reinforce that A site, but quick turn back, and Loy able to get the jump there. Kosh going to be taken down, but ADRF on the entry. On the danger man there of Stallions. 4v4, the C4 being brought forward. The plant now about to come through.
Another really nice entry for ADRF. He's had a couple big ones.
Swoop in, Sean ends up going wide. That's going to be an immense amount of damage taken there by Juan and ADRF. Down to 3 HP. 1-1 still going to be good for one before getting taken down. JV able to find a kill as well off screen, but Loy brings it back now into a lead where it's just JV alone here on the site, needing to try to clutch this one out. But as he swings, Loy will strike. That'll be the defuse to come through and the lead to be regained.
Man, that's a toughie for Na'Vi. I really like the way that ADRF is just kicking indoors. But the problem is you're not winning some of those battles on the extremities, some of your 1v1s, or at least you're taking a bunch of damage if you do. Giving it easy trades over no with a big round for the Stallions. Let's see what the plan is this go around. Extra player over on the A site early for the Stallions. Deep smokes, kind of the same setup we've been seeing for Na'Vi early. Smoke off that B connector, smoke off A main. Oh, there's going to be players in pipes. That's a given, it seems like, with the Stallions. You're going to try to challenge this again. ADRF is just good for it.
Clutches him out, and KLP is completely blinded here on that site, and it looks like Na'Vi ready to just go ahead and pull that trigger nice and quickly. Works a treat, immediate free player advantage here for them. FB just frantically fishing for any kind of damage he could possibly find through these smokes, but has no vision whatsoever as they both play from these angles. Tagged up. Looks like they're going to try to maybe just go on a wrap, but I just don't think they're going to have the time for this one.
No. Round is done.
Yep, concession on this one. Perhaps just a KD save on the rotate out there. Not hurt the statistics any more than they're already going to be. C4 to detonate. 4-4. The scoreline here as we get tied up. Nothing more to be done.
But again, it's ADRF. He's so ready for these positions that the Stallions are going to be in. So some great prep being shown and also some great execution. Just comes around that corner and pipes. With the AK, gets the instant headshot. Gives Na'Vi another round to tie us back up 4-4. Once again, neck and neck between these two early. ALB will try to get aggressive, but out in the open. Oh my God, what is going on?
Loy's able to find two. The trade backs are going to be huge. No is the last one standing. All of a sudden, he's on a flank. He's wrapped all the way around towards the spawn. ADRF. Maybe 10, 15 HP remaining on him. And he's going to be able to find the shot. What an incredible one. To make it 5-4 with Na'Vi favored here at the half. It looked like he should have been down and out. Goes for the fight instead of going for the plant. And he gets it done.
Oh, that is disgusting. And he's stepping up big time for Na'Vi there on that BL side. Switching over though. Gonna get those snipers going for Na'Vi on one. He's had a bit of a rough go of it, 3 and 5. That's okay, because ADRF has been doing the heavy lifting. Now you got your opportunity. Maybe take this away. Get yourself into the playoffs. Stallions, see if they have something to say about it. KLP, a little bit of damage.
That's a teammate.
That is your teammate, my friend.
But I think you can just see how much the nerves are getting racked right now.
They just shoot at anything that moves. What could go wrong?
There's no friendly fire. That was a very embarrassing start to this round.
Just trying to prod their way through mid, setting up for what looks like a B hit, at least for now. Considering it, haven't seen a damn thing. So, deep smokes. Actually, just all going to go underneath.
Could be unexpected on one. Watching the angle, opening shot. Not finding the value there. Counter swing around the corner. Kosh is able to go ahead and quickly deal with 3. That's going to be a 4K for him. Absolute meat grinder that they get thrown into. It looks like Na'Vi might be eating well tonight.
They're just so quick to react, our Na'Vi there. Talked about how important the snipers would be. It's actually Akash who's got one. Him and Wanwan doing good stuff there. Smother. Stallions out of that round. Like maybe Stallions could at least play for trades there, but didn't even get the opportunity.
No.
It's crazy.
Flashbang setup was a little bit too brutal for him, and that certainly got the Na'Vi fans in the arena riled up a little bit more. On the exchange here outside of A. Looks like Stallions are going to be drifting back across towards this side of the map. So too is JV. Forcing this position here for now.
GDSC just playing anti-flash the whole way.
He's ready and waiting though. Potentially counter swing on this exit rather out of the vent.
Trying to get JJ Hay towards mid a little bit, but didn't see anything.
Keeping the smoke on main. Cycled through. And 18 now remaining here.
This holds, just comes down to execution.
As well as the patience. As long as Na'Vi don't rotate out should be in a good spot to try to counteract this one, but ADRF, he does get a little bit antsy, manages to take one down with him, but counter trade looking incredibly good here for the side of Stallions. They come away with 3 kills on this exec. 1-1 and Kosh now. Last ones to try to counteract this as the C4 does quickly get planted. 1-1. First player up close, just fishing for anything that he can get through these smokes, but I don't think he's going to be able to find too much of anything. In fact, it's just going to be shot to the side of the skull there. He'll get picked off. As that's going to be the Stallions now looking to try to rally back into this.
Just a clean entry, more or less. I mean, ADRF got one, but quickly traded, and then they just storm through. Just start hitting their shots to the Stallions. That's when they're at their best, seemingly. When they're just playing off of each other. There's going to be a timeout here. Nasty. Oh, we're getting a little ADRF highlight reel. I like that.
I mean, this play right here might just end up being play of the day if Na'Vi are able to push their way forward into that playoffs. Stallions are just trying to make them sweat for it, though. Keep it as tight-knit as they can. So, attack pause now. Called out.
Stallions actually going to be the ones we want to talk about this. Rally the troops here a little bit. See if they can figure out ways to keep cracking through Na'Vi, but some of these rounds, you know, they're walking into dangerous situations where they're walking into the heavy side, the strong side of Na'Vi. They win it this time, but that's not a recipe for success. So far, hard to say exactly what the rest of it's going to look like for Na'Vi. We're not too deep here into the switch of sides. Already their coach wants to get involved, wants to see if he can get them on the same page a little bit more in terms of where they can exploit some of the weaknesses that he's feeling. To the B side, maybe Hotel going to be the answer. Na'Vi is full committed towards A early, looking to see if they could challenge that A lobby. Wow.
Oh, DRF gets himself on a bit of an island, but he's still able to go ahead and drag one more player down with him. 2 for 1 off the rip. Getting a solid enough start here, but we've seen how quickly the tides can change on these rounds between these teams. Just giving him that space outside of A main for now. He'll be allowed to slot forward his way in through this connector.
There's no doubt that ADRF is player of this map so far. He has been just frying at AK. So powerful. Getting those headshots. Try to make a go of it towards mid again. Being somewhat left open. 1-1.
Swing in, and yep, 1-1 able to find the first. Damage not suffered here. Just trying to really shut the door on these players as Akash is there to bail them out. Gets rid of KLB, and that's just going to be the overwhelm coming through. That early double really setting the stage for the remainder of that round. And Stallions, even with the timeout call, not able to find a follow-up, not able to get that back-to-back.
All right. Avi just so happy to absorb that pressure.
Look at this. 4 players ready to maybe just do battle here. Outside is ADRF. Yeah, he's looking to try to replicate that success this time. Only going to be good for the one before getting taken down. Nade's going to be lobbed out there. KLB tucked in behind the pillar, but they are just absolutely smothering them out of this round and potentially out of this map and this tournament. No will find the first. He gets himself a second, and suddenly Na'Vi have to pump the brakes. C4 recovered. No, at 68 health. This is both players, Na'Vi, offering up this space here on the A site. He finds that he's got it for free. Get himself into a post plant. He's still got a full kit available, but instead it looks like, okay, not going to go on the full hunt here. Just a quick peek over towards the opponent's spawn. clear every single angle. While this transpires, it's getting closer and closer to Na'Vi being able to suss out the correct read. Still just going forward. Gosh, he's aware of this at all. No, he is not. As No finds that kill. GDSZ trying to slot his way in. Quick pre-fire over towards the window. Seems like he's got the spot. 50 seconds remaining. That was going to actually go on a flank. He's going to play this clock down, and he's going to look to just try to go ahead and win this on frags.
It's the most Stallions thing ever. You just expect
jump.
him.
It looks brilliant. If he doesn't, it's going to look a bit foolish. GDSC is just pulling further and further back here into the corner, but for the moment doesn't have any eyes on this position of No. Just continuing to now go on the approach here. Out at main. Shots now flying. A swap over onto the pistol. No. Looking to try to finish the job that he just started and clutch out this round. A bit of ring around the rosy, but No gets it done. What a monstrous clutch to get Stallions right back into this map.
This is madness. This is absolute madness from No. You would expect him to just plant the C4, play for the 1v2. He just goes hunting, and he's able to isolate both players. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
It's a 4 kills for him to just go ahead and leapfrog over the top of everybody else here on his team.
That is otherworldly stuff. I mean, that is a difference maker, potentially. One of those rounds you could be looking at is where the tide turned for the Stallions if they're able to get this done, but still quite a few rounds to go here. Everybody being a little bit cautious on both sides. Do have Akash pushed up a bit, but everybody else holding the line. You can see after that early push out, you know, Na'Vi wanted to do that a couple rounds in a row to see if they could catch Stallions off guard, and it worked. They made an aggressive move out of A, but somehow, some way, Stallions players just find ways to persevere.
Certain overrated bands that don't look back in anger, but I think if you lose this one, Na'Vi are going to be doing just that.
What band is this?
Oasis.
Oh, God. Well, yeah, we're in agreement on that.
Get the hype, you know?
No.
Push forward. Nade dump coming through, and he's just completely blinded up. ADRF served up on a silver platter. Tuck in, able to find one there. Is it GDSZ? It's player advantage now to Stallions as he look to tie this up 7-7. Barring some similar clutches, but no. Nakash won't be given that chance to try to get it started. And 1-1, it's flushed out of the smoke. We are tied up, both teams 3 rounds away from being able to close this series, or 2 apiece to send us into another overtime.
Now we're seeing some good adjustments made by the Stallions. The flash there, perfect to deal with the players outside of the vents. It's exactly what the doctor ordered. Set up that execute. Very well thought out by the Stallions. That is exactly what you want to see. Some good util. You're going to brute force your way through. Your executes need to be good. That one was. Back to parity here. Both teams mostly being a little cautious. They want to send JV out a little bit early here. Scouting for a little bit of info now for Na'Vi. See if maybe a rush was going to come through for the Stallions towards B or something like that, but he immediately falls back. No early contact, so in towards the safety of his half of the map. Just doing a little bit of clearing of space here are the Stallions, trying to make some attention over at A.
Quick spot, but that goes both ways, so we'll just be a pullback. Gosh, having to give up that space, that line. Smokes out. Na'Vi just continuing to try to maintain that A main control, but it's going to be Stallions with their eyes set now on this B site. Once again, the approach here through that mid connector. Short approach, Akash. Let's see how much he can get back here. Just gonna swing that corner, and oh, what a quick shot from him. Rolls out to the pistol. Damage avoided thus far. Let's try get the flush out there onto Loy. Unable to do so. Does get taken down, but Juan continues to hold the site here for the team. His nades go flying, and eventually he's going to be overwhelmed. Loy with the second kill. Keeps him in with a 3v3. The C4 getting ready to go down.
Oh, that's huge. The JV gets that kill on the no. That's the flank angle dealt with already.
Yeah, that's only a bit of damage there, and they don't even have a frag to try to really fish for that one. Put a pre-fire on the smoke. Now dissipating. Spot out, just hugging here at the back. Can't find that second kill. JJ Hay now with everything to do. The swing getting ready to come through, and he manages to find them both. What an incredible hold. Shuts down the retake, and Stallions gain the lead.
You just never know which way these rounds are going to swing. Whenever it feels like one team has an advantage, somebody comes up huge. It's JJ Hay this time. Saw No do it earlier. He still was doing a good job, but looking back at some of the previous rounds, it's a decent hold from Akash and Wanwan, but they just can't buy enough time. They're throwing their splashes, they're trying to keep themselves alive as long as they can, but then the swing, the double swing, and it gets shut down. The spray is good. And all of a sudden, the Stallions are back.
They're looking to try to bring this to as much parity between the regions as they possibly can. Final tactical pause here from the side of Na'Vi to try to get their thoughts gathered. Figure out what is going wrong. We very well could be looking at a playoffs that has a representative from the Philippines, one from Brazil, one from Egypt, and the rest there from the side of China.
I think this is a mental thing at this point for Na'Vi. I think their macro's fine. They're making decent reads at times. Just need to maybe change up a little bit where you're positioning. But again, I think Akash and Wanwan played that pretty well. It's just you're getting outdone in some of these clutch moments where the Stallions players are digging deep. You're not able to find that, so it's more, to me, just words of encouragement, words of wisdom here for Na'Vi to get them back into this. 8-7. Boy, just waiting. Again, have to be cautious about that early Na'Vi A-lobby crunch play. Waiting it out, looking to see if there was anything in that timeout that was called that maybe was going to be a little bit aggressive. But more of the same, more or less. Na'Vi going back to kind of their stock standard. One player just pushed up a little bit outside of B, hold one player on B and 3 on A. Depends on what exactly the Stallions do off the back of that. They're just biding their time. Already, though, chunking down the clock a bit, down to 1:15. So you got to start thinking about making your move, clearing some space. 0 resistance here so far. Maybe up onto the bridge. KLP just looking. See if there's a sniper there. Watching this angle. Just holding a little bit deeper. Always looking for it.
Shot the ring out, but still not to be found. 45 seconds now remaining. Stallions grouped up, gathered here. Ready to try to attack onto this B site once again. Flash there onto Akash, forces him back. KLB able to find Juan to start things off. The headshot coming through. Akash taking around there at back site. Quick shot, is able to find himself a second. Loy arriving now, swinging in from behind. Cannot win it. Akash manages to come away with a third kill, bailing them out. As Na'Vi rally back. Not sure what the call was in the timeout, but whatever it was, it ends up working.
Giving up just a little bit more space this time. Eloy trying to use that smoke. Once they had identified that Akash was underneath the balcony in the spawn, they set up a smoke there to try to get Loy's lurk to go, and it just came a hair too late because Akash went absolutely nuclear with the TRG. Filthy step-ups. The individual performances starting to shine, starting to carry teams through these rounds. Once again, 8-8. Would be 2 in a row to avoid overtime for either team. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves right back where we were on the first map.
Seems like it's faded.
It does.
Just given what's on the line, given these teams, given how they played against each other in the opener of their group. Once again, though, far back positions here from the side of Stallions. Really trying to assess this map as much as they can. Now fully clustered up, but they're going into the stack here of Na'Vi. 3 players set up. Nade, decent value going to be found.
Go for a mid push. Oh, looking for the angle for the lineup. Go the smokes. This is all fake.
Get the drum of that interest, and so far it has baited out. At least 2 rotations away from the side itself. GDSC for the moment holding here, but as that flash does come through, ADRF gonna look to try to turn back, but already his teammate taking it down, and he cannot find anything else other than a bit of damage there onto the side of KLB. Frag grenade in. Akash from downtown able to go ahead and heal one back here. Get a relative surround onto the site. Really puts a lot of pressure on JV to try to open things back up here for this retake. Takes that first contact, takes a bit of damage. Akash and 1-1 going this approach here from main. Loy now dead off screen. JV finding that. 1-1 finding the other. Looking to go ahead and clean them all up. Goes for the tuck, but it's going to be no. Maybe looking to be the hero once more.
Gotta play time.
Similar health bars here on these players, but like you say, the time is starting to get away. He doesn't believe it. He's gonna swing, and he nails it. Another monstrous clutch from No, but Stallions now up to match point.
Oh, it's so painful for Na'Vi here. But it's just another great execute for the Stallions. And a great sell of the fake that buys that extra player to leave the A site to open things up. But No, stepping up, and letting them know that he's here. He wants to go to the playoffs. That is incredible. Loy as well is just having a stellar map. 18 kills for him. Gotta give him a shout out. Him and No really just clobbering.
As well as a step up from KLB. Remember back to the first map. I mean, 0-6 at a certain point there. A while to really get the gears turning, but no, they are. It is a well-oiled machine.
Catching a little bit of damage with that first frag, but that doesn't mean anything just yet for the Stallions. Bait and responses. So far, Na'Vi has never really given them over. All we can see is that Akash out there far outside a hotel. It could be one of those things in this round where if he's ever able to have another big multi-kill, could be the difference maker, could be the thing that sends us into overtime. This looks could be hit eventually.
Gosh, though, about to be at risk, and he is. KLB finds a headshot, and that's the first step towards closing this out here for Stallions. 1-1, looking to try to be the difference maker. Gets that flick off. He does manage to pull back around the corner for a little bit longer, but KLP eventually hounds him down. Nade's now flying. A 3v4 for the retake here. As the C4 gets ready to be planted, Na'Vi needing to win this out to take it into overtime. ADRF still alive, has been the clutch member here for the squad. Split away from the 2 remainders. There's No, let's bring this to a close. Finds the first, JJ Hay able to join in for the second, and now it all comes down to ADRF. The frag grenade will be able to find one. He's got 3 more targets to try to flush out into the open. They're all all fanned out away from each other. A bit of damage there on the KLP. Up and over the top, he tries to go. The drop down, looks forward, but he shall fall. OT, not to be found. It's 10-8 as the Stallions close it out. They wave goodbye to their opponents across the stage. They have successfully navigated their way into the playoffs here at EWC, and they send Na'Vi home.
Oh man, an absolutely intense match. Two teams giving it their all here today, but the Stallions had just a little bit extra in the tank. Some of those big step-ups here on Ankara are going to live in the memories of Crossfire fans for years. No, in particular, had some tremendous clutches. Oh me, oh my. Na'Vi, oh boy.
It is in the name, it is in the logo. This team continues to look like a dark horse here at this event. Now find themselves into the top 8. A jump of $35,000 in the prize pool and a chance to take it all if they can continue to persevere and put up incredible performances.
Again, this is a team that can do damage. They take maps off of the best teams in China. So you better watch out if you get them in the playoffs, because they aren't afraid of anything.
I think a lot of teams coming into this might have taken them for granted, but you can no longer do that. Absolutely not. Like he said, able to take maps off of the side of AGAL earlier on, and able to get some revenge here on maps such as Eagle Eye there versus Na'Vi, and now eliminate them from this event. That's a massive performance, and you could see how much it meant to them to be able to silence that crowd that was full of Na'Vi superfans. Waving goodbye to them, and of course, the sportsmanship to the players.
Absolutely. You gotta let them know a little bit. The crowd was against you. You're able to persevere through that despite the situation, despite the intensity of the match. You lose and you go home. You win and you keep going. They're still able to stand tall.
And I mean, if waving goodbye to the crowd there was that satisfying for the side of Team Stallions, can only imagine how satisfying crushing their opponent's key is going to be. It feels like if they could make a run and earn this trophy at the end of it all and be the winners of Crossfire 2025, I think that they would probably collect Na'Vis. But we're going to send it down to the stage now and hear from our winners.
No says not today, and they make it to the playoffs. The Stallions will be in the top 8 at the Esports World Cup. I am joined by No after a sensational 3-game banger of a series against their opponents in Na'Vi. No, sensational performance. Congratulations. Just talk to me.
Thank you.
I saw everyone very, very excited after the win. How are you feeling after the win?
I feel nice. It means a lot to me.
I mean, definitely top 8 in the competition. You know what? I want to give you this opportunity because I know you come from Cebu in the Philippines. I want to give you this opportunity to say anything that you want to the fans for making it to top 8. The floor is yours.
Hello po sa mga sumusuporta po sa amin. Salamat po. Tas nakabawi na kami. Nandito na kami sa top 8. Tas shout out sa girlfriend.
I love that. Okay, I understand like 2 words. Salamat po is like thank you very much, and a shout out to his girlfriend. Thank you very much. No. Now, one last question as the key crusher turns. Are you excited to crush a key?
Yeah, I feel excited. It's my first time. Yeah.
Well, first time for everything.
Yeah.
So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head on over back to the stage as we have a key to crush. Once again, No, congratulations and salamat for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, Sandstorm, thank you so much. That's No coming from the Stallions, one of the most stellar players of the game. 1.32 KD, clutching up when he needed most. Stallions for the Filipinos. They are rejoicing. Now listen here, one of the biggest storylines though we set up was Sneaky. Sneaky apparently is the curse for the Stallions roster. What do I mean by that? Well, when he's in the venue, the Stallions struggle. They don't perform well. When he leaves, that's when they start playing well. Let me tell you something. This is actually quite funny. Sneaky was here at the venue when they lost map number 1. He says, I got to get out of here. He got into a shuttle as quickly as he could. As soon as he left, Stallions started winning. So Sneaky, shout out to you for coming in clutch for the Stallions. Great series though, man. And Na'Vi, an earlier exit than they wanted. They made it decently far, but Stallions, they were the champions.
Yeah, they had their chance, though. They had a 7-5 lead on that final map, and I'm sure they're going to regret a long time that 1v4 from No to turn the tide for the Stallions, because that is a bitter one to have to go up against.
Yeah, it is. And for Na'Vi exiting this early, we surprised, or is it about what we expected?
It's about what we expected, if being completely frank. It was them or VP that were going to go out in an early exit. Getting out of groups was highly unlikely. This is a Stallion side that should be making out of groups, and it was a debate about kind of how well they could do. Could they even push for a first in the groups? Of course, they didn't, but it's still really good for this side to book themselves in towards playoffs. And having watched that in the arena just then for like that entire the last map, very spicy. Not only just from the players, but the fans themselves, back and forth. There was a lot of jiving at each other as well. And I love the heat at the moment, especially when it's sort of do or die in a tournament as well.
Right.
It adds to the pressure, it adds to how much it means to win a round. And especially the way that last map ended, back and forth all the way in that second half, that made it all the more better. The reactions they had at the end, they were brilliant.
Yeah, the Falcons are gone, but the Falcons fans were awesome, right? Hearing them cheer. But I think this takes the cake, right? I mean, having even the players trash talk as fiercely as they did, flying the banner, flying the flag right in the middle of the stage as soon as the Stallions won was spectacular to see. We love seeing emotion like that, and you can tell how much this tournament means to those Crossfire pros out there on that very stage. Making it to playoffs is a true feat, right? We eliminated a total of 8 teams. Only 8 more teams remain for the playoffs. Single elimination going into the grand finals. $250,000 for first place. But what does this mean for the region that Stallions represents?
It's really massive for them, and this team, they've earned it throughout the year. We saw it at ACL earlier in the year where they beat King Zero to get their spot in the top 4. Now they have a chance to do something incredible again here in this event.
Well, let's start taking a look through our brackets, because we have had a long road to travel across the 3 days of competition. Only 2 more days remain, and well, that's the last time we'll see our groups in its entirety. We started off, of course, with Alcatsia taking the win. Look, hey, sometimes I'm getting old. 33 getting delusional. It happens. Alcatsia ended up taking a big win over King Zero, and then Gaming Gladiators, they advanced to the playoffs. But our focus was on the elimination matches with King Zero versus Twisted Minds. That was a heavy loss very early on, especially for the club championship race. But for King Zero, they didn't stop there. They ended up taking down Gaming Gladiators as well, and then pushed forward, of course, our first 2 teams to enter into the playoffs. And it was exciting to watch it. No surprises necessarily there, except for the Twisted Minds early exit. I gotta say, for me, that was a bit shocking. But Kyle, for Group B, what did we notice?
Honestly, the biggest surprise here has to be Team Liquid falling incredibly short of expectations here. Rock doing a great job of conquering that lower bracket, but more importantly, Q9 surprising everybody with that 2-0 run up top.
Yeah, absolutely. And probably as well for Liquid, this is now probably the last time we see this 5 as a roster. I mean, I think them not making out of groups where they're expected to finish first in Group B means that we have to see changes on the horizon. But credit to Rock, really, really good performance from them. But Q9 in particular, we didn't even have them making it out, right? So the fact that they go first is seriously wild.
Well, Group C, it was called the Group of Death, and for good reason. You had Evolution Power Gaming, Baisha Gaming in the same group, but it is a bit sad Falcons was here. I feel like Falcons could have definitely made it further, but this is just how the seeding lied, along with Inner Circle. Falcons gave it their best, but when they had to go against Baisha Gaming in the rematch, it was the same result. A little bit better round count, but same result series count with 2-0. Baisha Gaming moved forward, Evolution Power as well. There were some great games here, but at least for the results, no surprises.
Yeah, I think really the only surprise in this group was Baisha kind of struggling in that upper bracket final. To be fair, though, it came down to just a golden round finish. It really could have gone either way for that one. But now Baisha's going to shake up that quarterfinal bracket with that second seed, which is going to be interesting to see after we get through Group D.
Well, Group D, I think, was called the Group of Life, since we follows the Group of Death. AGAL, no worries. They pushed through, albeit Stallions, again, looked very, very strong. I mean, come on. They took a map off of them, took took them to the distance and ultimately would drop down to face off against Na'Vi. But we lost 2 heavy hitters to the club championship race. We lost Virtus Pro and Na'Vi as well. And, well, for AGAL, yes, they get those club championship points going into the playoffs. But Team Stallions, still some valuable ones.
Absolutely. I mean, AG, they were guaranteed to win this group. Credit to Stallions taking a map. I thought that was actually really impressive. And it's still showing there is weaknesses for this AG side, but no real shocks, I don't think, in this group. It went completely as expected.
Well, here it is. Na'Vi, they fought hard, but ultimately, it was the Stallions who end up taking their key, and with great pleasure, they go to crush it. You heard from Noah. He said, "This is my first key. I get the crush. I'm excited to do it." And, well, it seemed quite personal between the crowd. It seemed personal between Stallions and Na'Vi, and that was probably the biggest reaction we've seen yet.
Exactly. The jump scare, nobody's been able to sort of kind of aura farm their way through it. Everyone's fallen short to it. But I can tell you for damn sure, off the back of being in the arena for map 3, if Stallions go on to win this, the broken sort of triangle that's going right in the middle of that pedestal is Na'Vi. They will love that. After how fiery that one was,
yes,
they're going to enjoy it.
Definitely. So, of course, though, for Na'Vi, they fought so hard. And ultimately, they only got so far. Let's listen in to what Na'Vi had to say during their exit from the venue.
It's Wendy here. I'm so sorry for Na'Vi to lost their game because it's a rematch right now. So I got a few questions to you. Have you learned something about these 2 matches you lost face against with the same opponents?
O que vocês puderam levar de aprendizado, né, com esses 2 jogos que vocês jogaram contra eles?
Infelizmente, perder sempre vai ser triste. Principalmente agora que era onde valia a vaga para a próxima fase. A gente estava a certo momento com o jogo na nossa mão e rounds importantes que a gente acabou perdendo acabaram custando a partida. Individualmente também, essa âncora eu joguei mais abaixo. Bola para frente, 2025 ainda não acabou. Vamos ter que continuar a trabalhar porque tem CFS no final do ano para a gente classificar também.
I'm very sad to lose this match because in a lot of moments we had the game in our hands and some rounds slipped a little bit away. I played a little bit like below my performance, and some individual like errors it contributed to the loss that we had today, but we're gonna keep forward and we're gonna come back stronger.
Yes, because although the EWC end, but right now the rest of the 2025 still gonna be go on. So any expectation of your future plan?
2025 não acabou, né? Então vocês vão ter mais campeonatos pela frente. O que você tem a dizer sobre isso pro resto do ano?
Igual eu falei, 2025 ainda realmente não acabou. Agora é um momento de tristeza total, a gente está totalmente cabisbaixo. É trabalhar, ver nossos erros, acertar para futuramente não acontecer isso novamente.
I'm very sad for this loss here. All of the team is very, very, very sad, but we're gonna keep forward. We have like a lot of events this year, and we're gonna review some errors and tactics, and we're gonna come back stronger.
Got it. Thank you, GDSC, and thank you, Na'Vi, for this tournament. And that's it. That's all from us. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hey, thank you, Wendy, as always. There's Na'Vi. Their tournament run has come to an end, but it doesn't mean they're discouraged. They're going to come back even stronger in next year's competition. But focusing on today's competition, it really was phenomenal. So many clutch moments. Actually, Sandstorm backstage, he was losing his mind during a couple of them. Let's go ahead and recap with our Kadia top plays and start seeing really what the players went through and how much effort they did. We started off with YF with this 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, I mean, YF was really the star of the show early on in the day. I mean, really putting King Zero in a position where they could conquer this match without really too much struggle. You can give GG some credit because there's some nice individual plays. I think back to Flex in particular, who had some of the key ones you're seeing here. But YSH, I remember that 3K. Beautiful performance from him as well in this matchup.
Yeah, you're looking as well with this KZ side, they're actually full of players who can just pull off individual highlight reels. In towards our second game, we saw Rock Dominant, the GOATs, my GOATs, put on an absolute stellar display. No bias at all, but no, I was actually really impressed with some of the individuals. I thought Snare looked fantastic in towards that final map. I actually thought Horus had much more impact. Totson finally showed a little bit more of that land buff, but slayer as well, right? This was a guy who showed why he got picked up in towards the super team originally, why he got brought to the big boy leagues, and man, if we can get that sort of performance in towards playoffs, this Rockstar can continue making a run.
And it was Na'Vi and Stallions towards the very tail end of things, and this series gave us a little bit of everything. In fact, it might have been one of our best matches of the day in terms of how close it was from start to finish. Wan, you cannot deny how good he is as a player, and well, I'm obviously going to love to see him back next year. We won't see him again for EWC, but man, him, Akashi, like putting up so many great numbers and just so impressive as a whole. Like those two guys, like they just need to keep playing Crossfire.
I gotta say as well, one of the things that it really feels like both sides were fueled off the fans in that third map, because we saw in that second half it was back and forth. I mean, we had about 6 clutches in a row of like 1v1s or 1v2s. It was ridiculous. I think Akashi had like 3 in a row. Ridiculous rounds coming through. So it was an insane game, and it was all coming down to those clutch moments, and actually having the ability to step up in late rounds is what gave Stallions that edge. They just had a little bit more composure in that kind of, post-plant situations, finding themselves in kind of successful spots in that position. So yeah, man, a really, really sick day.
Well, we just did our Kadia top plays. We've crowned many MVPs for the day, but let's now crown our Sony MVP of the day. Our daily MVP is No, and that makes perfect sense. Look, this guy was happy to crush the key of Na'Vi, but he was also clutching up when they needed it most. You can argue that if No doesn't play the way he does in that series, Stallions don't win it.
Yeah, I mean, it all started, like I said, with that 1v4 clutch at the 7-5 scoreline. If he doesn't win that, it's an 8-5 game that Na'Vi have a really good chance of closing out, and that alone just shifted the script here, I think, heavily in their favor in that last map. But honestly, this series as a whole as well showcased what this guy can do as a player, because before today, I wasn't sure the full value he had on this lineup, but today, he had a masterful performance.
Well, that's what EWC is all about. It's about proving yourself on the biggest stage in the world, and No did exactly that. And you know what? Sometimes your plays like this as an individual can really rise you up the ranks whenever it comes to obviously people looking to take you to other rosters. Right now he's Stallions, but for me, I think his stock went through the roof.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, just like what Carl was saying, he was not on my radar at all really when I look towards this team. I'm looking at KLP, Roy as well in terms of experience, of guys who can step up and regionally show their dominance. He was for me a player who more supporting role, more anchoring positions. He doesn't really normally get the numbers on this side as well, but what a fantastic performance coming through. I thought he looked excellent all the way throughout, and especially being kind of a younger player as well, not a huge amount of experience internationally against a variety of different playstyles. I mean, Na'Vi are unorthodox for Brazil, never mind internationally. So I think he did really, really well. Great adaptability on the fly, stepping up in the clutches. Like I said, that 1v4, I think that makes or breaks the series. So having a guy like that step up in that way, huge for Stallions.
And I love that because, you have these unknown players, relatively unknown, right? He's known, but like you said, you didn't know the expectations. And again, he goes up on that stage. It takes a special kind of competitor to do what he did and then take himself from being relatively unknown of what he can bring in the value to now saying he's that guy to go into playoffs and clutch up when he needs to most. Well, there was a lot of work to get to the playoffs. I think it's time to look at our bracket and see where the competitors lie, because this one is going to be spicy. First, let's take a look at the top 4. Alcatia versus Team Stallions. Their job gets even more difficult. Stallions have to go up against Alcatia, who performed so well throughout their group. But I'm looking at Q9 versus Baisha.
Yeah, for me, this is the key matchup that could really decide how this bracket goes. Baisha, the expected winner, but we saw what happened to them in the group stage. An upset potential for Q9 here could completely shift this bracket.
Well, as we go down to the bottom 4, our lower bracket, you got Evolution Power Gaming, who did upset Baisha in Group C, that group of death, going against Rock Esports, who now have to pull off an even bigger feat than they did during their group play. AGAL will then play against King Zero Esports. We know what AGAL can bring, but we also know what King Zero can do now because they proved themselves without a doubt in today's, over the past 3 days competition. 4 quarterfinals, we'll see all of them tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. We start with Alcatia Esports versus Team Stallions, then Q9 versus Baisha, Evolution Power Gaming versus Rock, and then ultimately AGAL versus King Zero Esports. Again, Q9 Baisha is what I'm looking at. Is there another one on your radar?
For me, I'm actually quite interested in that Rock EP game because Evolution Power have actually, despite being being regionally quite strong and actually having obviously, of course, being the reigning champs, they have at times struggled to adapt to international play style. It seems like it takes them a bit of time just to get comfortable in terms of playing against a little bit more unorthodox sides. And if we're talking about unorthodox teams in the playoffs, Rock, that is them. They are the bread and butter of unorthodox Crossfire. So I think it's going to be really interesting, that game. It could actually be, I still would favor EP as much as my bias of Rock. That does hurt me. But as a whole, I do think Rock can take him up there. And hey, I had a conversation with Snake earlier. He's feeling very confident. So I'm looking forward to it, man.
I think the two scrappiest teams in my mind has to be Stallions now. You got to put them up there, right? Very, very scrappy. And then Rock. And when you're scrappy, you're willing to fight for everything. A great day indeed. The past 3 days have been a whirlwind of excitement and great matches with our group play. Like I said, 8 teams were eliminated. We now know who our top 8 teams are, who's going for gold for $250,000 or $750,000, excuse me, first place. Let's go ahead and talk about it. What do you think about group play? How you feeling?
Honestly, the group stage had a lot more upsets than I was expecting, a lot of surprises along the way, so I'm really excited to see where things go from here. Teams like Rock and Stallions making it through, I think, make it a lot more interesting when we look at that playoff picture, and I'm hopeful for even more upsets when we get to the playoffs.
Okay, playoffs are coming at you quick too, and I know you're excited for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't want to just, pat ourselves on the back and say we're great analysts, but this is set up for our top 4 from the start of the show. We said who are our favorites. They kind of look like they might meet in those semi-finals, so I'm not trying to say, but we've already, like Carl said, we've already seen a lot of upsets. I mean, the fact that Liquid don't even make it out of groups, I think is huge. The fact that Q9 do make it out of groups also really shakes things up, so there's still real room for upsets to come in towards the playoffs, and if that does happen, we could see a new champion here.
All right, well, we very well might see one. The fact is, a champion is going to be crowned in the next couple of days. Tomorrow is just the start, a fresh start for the competitors in playoffs. It's going to be a ton of fun. Of course, for all of you out there, make sure you hit the follow or subscribe button wherever you're watching, because the action continues tomorrow and you do not want to miss out. But at least for day 3, it has come to an end. We appreciate you watching. Be back tomorrow.
Only getting started when it's midnight, keeping it tight. If a nigga wanna go to war, it can get dark, but we stay bright. Coming like a night, it's on sight. If I touch my sleeve, niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Bro like that, and we're back to the base. Back to the base. Back to the base. No, I can never act. Been trying to stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better show you gun, and that's on me. Out here getting this beef. If you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, coming too clean. Could never move shady, ain't no feet. Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? You know, I'm a madman, just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension, shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off. Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. What? Throw like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Hi, it's Wendy here. It's day 3 recap from Sandstorm. Sandstorm, say hi.
Hello and welcome to Sandstorm After Dark.
Yes, absolutely. Our first time to do this recap with you. So anything you want to share about the day 3, especially for the Team Falcons and Team Liquid, of course, because the club championship ranking?
It's been a very tight race. I have to say, Falcons not fortunate to get any points from Crossfire, but Liquid as well suffered the same fate throughout today's games. So I want to say, like, when it comes to Falcons and Liquid, the race comes down to Street Fighter at this point. So if the player who's representing Team Liquid manages to win the whole tournament, they still do have a chance. But at the moment, realistically, it is Falcons' tournament to lose.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. So, talk about day 3 match. I would like to say that any recommendation on the match specifically?
Ooh. Match of the day?
Yes.
Okay, so match of the day has to be Stallions and Na'Vi. The end of the day, the game went to all the way to 3-game series. It almost ended up being overtime as well, but Stallions in the final moments, so many clutches from No to deny Na'Vi a placement in the top 8. Very, very well deserved for the Stallions, and you saw the reactions from the coach, from the team. They were all thrilled to have such a performance and to make it into the top 8, especially for a team that comes from Cebu, specifically from the Philippines. I remember doing a piece of content with them before the tournament even began, and they were very proud of being able to represent Cebu specifically and the Philippines on the global stage, and now they're top 8, so honestly I'm happy for them.
So your MVP of the day is No?
No, 100%. It has to be No. Yeah, after the performance that he pulled off at the end of the day, sensational for him to be able to carry the team. I mean, I say carry the team, but every single person on that team performed, so very well played to him and the rest of the squad.
Good. Thank you, Sandstone,
Thank
for
you.
joining this recap. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.